After the catastrophe, the world is reshaped. Strange beasts roar amidst the ruins, and human civilization struggles to survive in the cracks. In this chaotic world, population becomes the foundation of survival, and everyone shoulders the mission of reproduction. The more capable one is, the more obligated they are to care for more women and produce more offspring. Chen, now 20 years old, was about to turn 21. According to Dragon Country's laws, he had reached the deadline for forced marriage. If he didn't register for marriage, the state would forcibly assign him a wife. As a poor man, he was naturally not favored by girls and could only accept the system's arrangements. Surprisingly, the woman assigned to become his legal wife turned out to be his sister Gu Tong's school beauty classmate. Even more unexpectedly, after this marriage, Chen was also bound to a mysterious system. As long as he hunted exotic beasts, he would continue to grow stronger. Outer District 7, Xiago Alley. This is a slum within Dragon Country, a place filled with despair and struggle. What comes into view is a cluster of rusted metal shacks, with pipes crisscrossing the walls. Foul liquid drips from them, forming puddles of foul-smelling water on the ground. At the entrance of a dim alley, a few ragged, listless residents huddled in a corner, staring blankly at the gloomy sky. In this day and age, simply surviving was a luxury. At that moment, in a shack deep in Xiago Alley, darkness nearly engulfed it. Inside the room, a thin young man carefully placed a tube of potion, emitting a faint blue glow, on a worn wooden table. He was Chen, 20 years old, an ordinary orphan in this slum. His gaze was exceptionally calm, even carrying a hint of fierceness that belied his age. Several years ago, Chen's parents tragically perished while scavenging for resources in an uninhabited area, leaving him and his young sister, Gu Tong, to depend on each other. The shack's furnishings were Spartan, with only 2 wooden beds that creaked every time he turned over, a table, and 2 chairs. The walls were made of scavenged metal sheets, the gaps patched with rags to barely keep out the cold. Gu Tong was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding an old book with a badly worn cover, reading intently under the light of a very low-power energy-saving lamp on the table. She looked a few years younger than Chen, with a fair face, wearing an old-school uniform, and a spiritual aura between her eyebrows. For Chen, Gu Tong was his only warmth and concern in this cruel world. He looked at his sister's focused profile with eyes full of love, but this tenderness was soon replaced by a heavy determination. He walked to Gu Tong's side, raised his hand and paused in the air for a moment, and finally gently fell on her shoulder. Tong Tong! Gu Tong raised her head and saw Chen's serious expression. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Brother, what's wrong? Chen was silent for a moment, then pushed the tube of blue potion in front of Gu Tong. This is... Gu Tong looked at the tube of potion that looked mysterious in the dim light, her face suddenly pale, and she had a vague guess in her heart. Brother, are you going to... Chen nodded, his tone extremely firm. Tong Tong, our family savings are almost exhausted. Your tuition and living expenses can't be sustained by me doing odd jobs in the factory. You also know how difficult it is to live a better life in this era. Besides, I'll be 21 soon. You know the rules. The government will soon assign me a spouse. Then there'll be one more person in the family. As long as I can successfully awaken and become an inhuman, I can hunt inhuman beasts, obtain materials, and make tons of money. This is our only chance to let you continue your studies and to get us out of this shabby shack. Psionic potion. After taking it, there is a certain chance to break free from the shackles of mortals and gain strength, speed, perception, or recovery far beyond that of ordinary people, thus becoming a warrior called inhuman. However, becoming a superhuman is no easy feat. This type of potion is incredibly expensive, draining even a poor family's savings. The single vial in Chen's hand had already depleted his years of savings. More importantly, the awakening process is incredibly risky. Failure can lead to physical collapse or even death. Indeed, there is a supplement called symbiotic potion that can be taken together with the psychic potion to reduce the risk and save lives even if the awakening fails. But its price is so high that Chen can't afford it at all. Gu Tong's eyes instantly turned red, and she suddenly grabbed Chen's arm, her voice trembling with tears. Brother! No! It's too dangerous! I heard that many people died after drinking the potion. Even if it succeeds, hunting exotic beasts is a life-or-death struggle. I don't want you to take risks. We can save some money. I won't study anymore, I'll go to work. Nonsense! Gu Chen interrupted his sister harshly, his tone suddenly stern. Study! Studying is your only way out. Have you forgotten how your parents died? They worked so hard, didn't they just want us to live like human beings? How can I watch you go down that path? Seeing that his sister was frightened by him, Gu Chen softened his tone and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Tong Tong, believe me. I will succeed. As long as I awaken and become an alien, we won't have to live in this broken place with drafts everywhere. I will take you to a safe and clean house, and you can continue to study in a better school and no longer live in fear. He pointed at the potion, his eyes burning with an almost paranoid fire. This potion has used up all our savings. It is our only hope. Gu Tong looked at Gu Chen's resolute expression and knew in her heart that she was powerless to stop him. She just hugged her brother's arms tightly, buried her face in his arms, and her tears silently wet his sleeves. Gu Chen patted her back gently and whispered comfortingly, Don't be afraid, Tong Tong. Brother will be fine. When I become an alien, no one will dare to bully us anymore. After comforting his sister, he picked up the tube of dark blue potion. The cold glass tube pressed against his palm, as if holding his own destiny. Success would mean leaping over the dragon gate, completely rewriting his life. Failure would be irreversible, and his sister would lose her only support. He unscrewed the bottle cap, and a slightly sweet and fishy smell slowly diffused. Gu Chen no longer hesitated, raised his head, and drank the entire tube of medicine. At first, the medicine was just a mouthful of cold liquid, and there was nothing special about it. But just a few seconds later, a fiery energy suddenly rose from his stomach and instantly swept through his limbs and bones. Ugh! The intense pain made Gu Chen groan. He felt like his blood vessels were about to burst, his bones were rubbing violently, and his muscles were torn and reshaped by a violent force. His entire body flushed red, veins bulging, and sweat poured down, instantly soaking his clothes. His vision went black, his consciousness gradually blurred, and chaotic images and noisy sounds flooded into his mind. Brother! Gu Tong exclaimed, rushing forward, trying to support Gu Chen as he nearly collapsed, but was forced back by the scorching heat emanating from his body. Just as Gu Chen was nearly torn apart by the violent energy, his consciousness about to sink into the dark abyss, lines of shimmering text suddenly appeared in the void before his eyes, reconstructing, awakening the hunter. Body transformation in progress. Transformation successful. Level, LV.30. Awakening ability, gravitational domination. Tip, killing exotic beasts will earn you experience points and energy points, which can be used to exchange for items. Gu Chen's originally scattered pupils suddenly focused. This was not an illusion. He had never heard of such a text prompt appearing during the awakening process, and it was never mentioned in the medicine instructions. However, as those words appeared, the severe pain in his body quickly receded like a tide, and in its place, an unprecedented powerful force filled every cell in his body. Gu Chen could clearly feel that his body had become extremely light. Every inch of his muscles was full of explosive power. His 5 senses were unprecedentedly sharp, and he could even hear the faint snoring in the shed next door. The huge surprise completely dispelled the remaining discomfort in Gu Chen's body at that moment. He looked down at his hands, clenched them tightly, and the joints made a crisp crackling sound. The long-lost sense of strength surged through his limbs. Brother? How are you? Gu Tong asked cautiously, looking at her brother who had returned to normal, with tears still on her face. Gu Chen slowly turned around and met his sister's worried eyes. A bright, confident smile appeared on his lips. Tong Tong, I succeeded, he said, reaching out and gently rubbing his sister's hair, his tone more relaxed than ever before. Not only have I awakened, but I also feel really good, he then softly instructed. Read a book first. I need to figure out what exactly my abilities are. Gu Chen could clearly feel the changes in his body. The body that had originally looked a little thin due to long-term malnutrition was now filled with unprecedented strength. The muscle lines were tighter, and his 5 senses became more acute. Level 30, he muttered. This was clearly some new way of grading, but it was completely different from the rating system used by the alien administration. The official alien ratings, from lowest to highest, were F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 S. There was clearly no such thing as Level 30. Gu Chen pondered the name of his ability, gravity domination. His mind moved slightly, trying to understand the meaning of this ability. The next moment, a string of words suddenly emerged in his mind, the ability to change the magnitude and direction of gravity on a specific object within a certain range through thought. His eyes then fell on an empty metal cup on the table. He tried to concentrate, imagining that the downward force of gravity on the cup was weakening. In an instant the cup swayed slightly, then slowly and tremblingly floated up, about a centimeter off the table. Gu Chen's pupils shrank, and a wave of uncontrollable excitement rose in his heart. This is a truly extraordinary power. Gravity control. He repeated again in a low voice, realizing that the potential of this ability is far greater than he had imagined. However, before his excitement subsided, he remembered another extremely important matter. According to Article 87 of the Blue Star Survival Zone Joint Management Regulations, new aliens must register with the Alien Administration within 72 hours. Completing the initial registration will not only allow one to be assessed for a specific level based on their strength, but will also allow them to receive a subsidy. However, if they fail to register on time, they will be considered a potential threat and, once discovered, will be forcibly dealt with by the Alien Administration. The Alien Management Bureau, a core institution established by each country, is responsible for the overall management of all its aliens. In this era of rampant alien beasts, the power of aliens is a vital barrier for humanity against them, but at the same time, out-of-control aliens can also become a source of great disaster. Therefore, mandatory registration and unified management have become the unspoken iron law of all countries. Naturally, there is also a branch of the Alien Management Bureau in the 7th District outside Hishui City where Chen is located. It seems that I must go to the Alien Management Bureau tomorrow, he thought to himself. I wonder what level I can be rated. The higher the rank, the more generous the monetary subsidies received. However, once registered, the gears of fate begin to turn irreversibly. Registered aliens are obliged to accept unified official dispatches and mission assignments. One of the most important tasks is to travel to the uninhabited areas outside the city and perform long-term mandatory garrison duties. This is the responsibility of every Inhuman. Of course, outside of mandatory missions, Inhumans still have relative freedom. Many choose to take risks, forming their own teams, or even going it alone, to enter uninhabited areas to hunt Inhuman beasts. The shells, claws, and blood of those exotic beasts were all extremely valuable resources. Bringing them back to the city, whether through the exotic union or selling them to well-connected private companies, would fetch a considerable sum of money. The Alien Guild serves not only as a resource trading platform but also as a central location for issuing and accepting quests. Bounties, escorts, explorations, a wide variety of quests are available. To increase their chances of survival, some aliens choose to form permanent or temporary hunting teams. While teamwork can certainly be effective in dealing with more dangerous situations, the human heart is unpredictable, and a stab in the back can be far more deadly than a predatory beast. Whether teammates are trustworthy is always a difficult question that cannot be ignored. The next day, Chen changed into a relatively clean set of clothes and spent about half an hour arriving at the Alien Administration Bureau located in the heart of District 7. The hall of the Administration Bureau was spacious and bright, with a bustling flow of people and a noisy atmosphere. Many, like him, were new Inhumans coming to register, their faces etched with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Others, dressed in standard or modified combat uniforms, were clearly veteran Inhumans who had already completed registration and were here to handle various matters. Chen stood in front of the cold metal guide table, received an electronic number plate from a staff member, and was directed to the designated registration and testing area to wait in line. He walked to the area marked Test Area. The queue wasn't too long, only about a dozen people, and their expressions were almost identical to his, a mixture of tension and a touch of numbness. It was clear that there had been quite a few awakened people recently. The test was conducted in a row of independent compartments with their doors tightly closed. The electronic indicator lights above the doors flashed alternately between testing and idle at a steady pace. Chen found a corner to stand in, his eyes sweeping over the people queuing in front of him. These people were of different ages, clothing, and temperaments, but without exception, they all carried a certain nervousness. Time passed slowly, and although the flow of people changed, it never shrunk. Next, B45, please go to test room 3. A cold, mechanical electronic synthesized voice sounded. Chen looked down at the number plate in his hand B45. It was his turn. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and then walked towards the metal door marked with the number 3. The air in the testing room was stagnant. In the center of the room, a half-human height metal cylinder stood silently. Its surface was polished to an exceptionally smooth finish, faintly reflecting the vague outline of the ceiling light tubes. Atop the cylinder rested a crystal ball the size of a human head, emitting a cold luster. Stand over there, in that circle. A slightly numb voice echoed from behind the thick, explosion-proof glass wall. The guide pointed through the glass to a circular area outlined in faded yellow paint on the ground in front of the metal platform. Place your right hand on the test ball. Don't be nervous, it won't kill you, it's just a test. Chen followed his instructions and stepped forward into the circle. He could feel his heartbeat pounding in his chest, as if it would burst through his sternum in the next second. His blood flowed faster, and anxiety overwhelmed his rationality like a tide. His heartbeat was far from as calm as the staff said. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen slowly raised his right hand and gently placed his palm on the surface of the crystal ball. It was cold, colder than expected, as if he had touched a whole piece of ice. The coldness penetrated his skin from his palm and quickly rushed up along the meridians of his arm, like an invisible cold current. The moment his palm completely touched the crystal ball, the crystal ball suddenly burst into an intense light. Initially, it was a soft yet bright white light, swallowing up all the shadows in the testing room. Under the light, the walls, the ground, and even Gu Chen himself were stained a pale white. Then, a low humming sound erupted from within the crystal ball, its volume and frequency steadily increasing. The white light quickly grew blazing and blinding, almost impossible to look at. The large screen on the wall lit up, and a crude progress bar began to rise wildly. 1%. 15%. 38%. Gu Chen clearly felt a strange and violent energy rushing into his body from the crystal ball, sweeping through his arms and throughout his body. The feeling was painful and numb, indescribable, as if every inch of his flesh and blood was awakening. The staff member behind the glass wall, previously bored, suddenly straightened his back, staring intently at the rapidly rising progress bar. A look of astonishment crossed his numb face. F rank full? And still rising? He muttered, seeming a little incredulous. In the outer 7th district, those who could fill the F-level progress bar were already extremely lucky awakeners. But now, after reaching the top of F level, the progress line did not stop. Instead, it broke through the symbolic limit with a ferocious momentum and continued to climb. Still rising, E level is full? This? The staff member's eyes widened, his expression changed from shock to caution, and his breathing became rapid. Before he finished speaking, the progress bar on the screen had already exceeded E level and was full again. Buzz. The humming sound suddenly turned into a roar, and the white light reached its blazing peak, seemingly engulfing the entire testing room. D class! The staff exclaimed in shock. In this barren outer 7th district, D-class initial awakeners were rare to find in a single year. The roar and bright light lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly receding, and the crystal ball returned to its initial calm. Gu Chen felt the strange feeling in his body gradually subside, leaving only a slight numbness. He slowly raised his head, his gaze through the glass, and met the staff member. The latter was looking at him with almost envy. Test results. D-level. Congratulations, Mr. Gu Chen. The staff member's tone was filled with unconcealed excitement. Gu Chen felt a sense of relief. D-level, much better than he expected. The initial level of awakening is crucial. It is not only the starting point of strength, but also almost determines the upper limit of future potential. This initial level depends on both the individual's physique and the potion's compatibility, and the psychic potion taken. The so-called psychic potion is actually a special substance extracted from the blood of exotic beasts. The energy properties contained in different exotic beasts vary greatly. If a potion could be crafted from a powerful and rare exotic species, its effects would naturally surpass those of ordinary medicines, often unleashing astonishing potential. However, how could a powerful exotic beast be easily hunted? Not only was the risk immense, but the technology for extracting its blood and creating the potion was also tightly controlled by major powers. The cost was far beyond monetary consideration, and even calling it astronomical seemed cheap. In the lower class slums of Outer District 7, the available potions were mostly inferior products crafted from the lowest level exotic beasts. One was lucky to finish the medicine alive, and the chances of a successful awakening were slim to none. In the Outer 7th District, over 90% of the awakeners started at F rank, destined to be cannon fodder. Those who reached E rank were considered lucky and promising, the target of numerous teams' competition. As for D-class, they're a once-in-a-year phenomenon in District 7, akin to finding an unexpired can of food in a garbage dump. Every D-class's appearance stirs up a storm within the Alien Management Bureau. No wonder the staff member, so accustomed to seeing F-class, lost his composure. The staff member rubbed his hands and his tone suddenly became much more polite. Mr. Gu Chen, with your qualifications, you may have the opportunity to become an A-level extraordinary person in the future. If you go out now, which organization in District 7 wouldn't be vying for you? Do you need me to introduce you to a few well-paid and well-known ones? For example, Red Scorpion or Desert Eagle. I know them well and I guarantee that I can arrange everything for you. Every time he successfully introduced a new person, he would receive a handsome commission from the organization. The commission from an F-level agent might only be enough for him to have a few meals of cheap wine, but a D-level agent, that would be enough to keep him well off for a while. Gu Chen listened, but remained unmoved. D-rank, indeed, was not bad. But he knew this was just the beginning. As for joining an organization, he wasn't in a rush to tie himself to any faction. The 7th district was a murky place, and if he made the wrong choice, he would surely face endless troubles in the future. If he really needed teammates, a temporary team would be enough. Right now, He was more concerned about the practical benefits that the D-level status could bring. Not for now, thank you. Gu Chen's tone naturally became more confident. Where should I go to handle the procedures now? Where can I get the documents and bonus? Oh, right. Look, I was so happy I almost forgot. The staff member pointed outside hastily. Go out, turn right, and walk to the end of the corridor. That's the service window. After registering there, you can get your alien certificate and reward money. Gu Chen nodded and turned to leave. Following the instructions, he successfully found several processing windows at the end of the corridor. There were not many people in line in front. Due to his D-level status, the process was extremely smooth, and even the clerks were somewhat respectful. Identity verification, information entry, fingerprint and palm print scanning, iris recognition, the entire process was completed in less than 10 minutes. Finally, a gleaming metallic card was handed over by the staff with both hands, respectfully presented. The front of the card was printed with Gu Chen's portrait, his name, Gu Chen, and a unique identification number. The most eye-catching part was the bold-faced words, D-Class Alien. The back was densely packed with precautions, but Gu Chen was too lazy to read them carefully. Mr. Gu Chen, this is your alien ID. Please keep it safe. From now on, you will be bound by the Dragon Country Alien Protection and Management Act and enjoy all the alien rights and benefits granted by the Act. Also, according to Dragon Country's special incentive policy for newly promoted D-level mutants in the 7th District, you will receive a one-time initial bonus of 30,000 yuan. The amount has been immediately transferred to your account. Please check it. Gu Chen nodded in thanks and turned to the self-service inquiry machine next to him. He inserted his bank card and entered his password. The account balance jumped from 400 to 30,400. His breathing paused slightly. 30,000 yuan. In this slum where people struggled to make ends meet and risked their lives for a few hundred yuan, this was a life-changing sum. It was enough for him to upgrade his gear, buy medicine, and even move out of that dilapidated shack. He tucked the alien certificate into his pocket, whispered a thank you to the clerk, and then turned and strode away. The afternoon sun was slightly warm. He looked up at the perpetually gray sky, the sky of Outer District 7, which never seemed to be truly clear. But at this moment, Gu Chen's life trajectory has completely changed. From now on, his identity as an ordinary resident of the Outer District 7 has become a thing of the past. Now, standing in the sunlight, he is a registered D-level alien in Dragon Country. Gu Chen, carrying the 30,000 yuan he had just received, came to the commercial street in the Outer 7th District. When traveling in an uninhabited area, proper equipment was crucial. He turned into an unremarkable little shop. The shop front was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, and the paint on the sign had mostly peeled off. This kind of shop could be found everywhere in the Outer 7th District, specializing in the business of strange people. As he stepped into the shop, the owner, a middle-aged man with a somewhat slovenly look, raised his eyelids lazily. What would you like? The owner asked. Gu Chen's eyes quickly swept across the cramped space inside the store. Several sets of heavy armor hung on the walls. It was obvious that someone wearing these things could withstand even the impact of low-level monsters. However, he only glanced at them and looked away. Heavy armor wasn't a consideration. While it offered formidable defense, it was too cumbersome, significantly hindering movement and agility. For most Inhumans, heavy armor wasn't a top choice. Unless one was naturally suited to taking a beating, no one would actively choose such a restraining device. His eyes finally settled on a row of more everyday-looking clothes next to him. These clothes looked similar to popular jackets, t-shirts, and trousers on the market, and were mostly in low-key colors such as gray, black, and military green. Boss, take a look at these armors. Gu Chen pointed. The boss slowly stood up, walked to the row of clothes, and casually took down a dark gray t-shirt. It's made of black scaled snake skin. The leather is tough enough that ordinary claws and teeth can't bite it. It can also block most energy shocks. Many customers like this. Gu Chen took it and weighed it. It was indeed as the boss said. The texture was extremely tough, far beyond the reach of ordinary cotton and linen. This is good. Gu Chen nodded. Give me a set of black t-shirts and trousers. He pointed to a lining next to it and said, What about this one? Where did it come from? Stoneskin Beast Inner Armor. The boss introduced. It's designed to fit snugly against your body, cushioning and dissipating force, and effectively protecting against blunt force blows. It'll keep your bones in place even after a few punches or collisions. Okay, I'll have one of these too. Afterward, Gu Chen walked to the weapons section. There was a dazzling array of swords, spears, halberds, cold, and hot weapons. He finally chose a long sword of moderate length and a comfortable center of gravity. After getting his living expenses, Gu Chen immediately turned into the pharmacy next door. Walking in a no-man's land. If the king of hell wants you dead at 3 o'clock, perhaps the herbs can keep you alive until 5 o'clock. One can never have too much medicine. Boss, give me some hemostatic spray, powerful healing injections, antidotes. Give me enough of each for 5 people. Chen said to the old man behind the counter who was fiddling with bottles and jars. The old man raised his head, pushed his glasses, and showed a look of understanding. Are we going into no man's land? Yeah, Chen said vaguely. The old man nimbly took down various bottles and jars from the shelf at the back and packed them skillfully. After leaving the pharmacy, Chen looked at the items in his hand. A set of clothes, 5,500 yuan. Stone-sin beast inner armor, 2,800 yuan. Long sword, 7,000 yuan. Emergency medicine, a total of 4,200 yuan. A total of 19,500 yuan. He had spent nearly 20,000 yuan of the 30,000 yuan prize in a blink of an eye. But he didn't feel any pity. He knew all too well what he was about to face. Beyond the exotic beasts, the no man's land also lurked treacherous humans with ulterior motives, fighting each other. There, human nature was often more terrifying than even the most ferocious of the exotic beasts. Money can be earned again if lost. As long as a stranger is strong and ruthless enough, there will always be a way to make money. But if you lose your life, then it will be the end of everything. What sister, what future, all is gone. Chen did not go home immediately, but turned in another direction. His younger sister, Gu Tong, was still in school, and if he entered the no man's land, he might not be able to return that same day. He would not be able to sleep well at night if he left Gu Tong alone in the slums of Xiago Lane. He had been poor before, but his pockets were cleaner than his face, so he had no choice. Now that he had some money, the second thing he wanted to do was to move to a more decent place, a place where he could at least lock the doors and windows at night, and not have to live in constant fear. Chen carefully wandered around Gu Tong's school for several hours and finally rented a wooden house just a 20-minute walk from the school. It wasn't a residential complex, and there wasn't even a security guard. But compared to the shacks in Xiago Alley, where thugs could break into the house at any time, this place was like heaven. At least, the neighbors seemed normal, unlike those in Xiago Alley, where eyes were filled with naked greed and malice. Although it would cost a lot of money, for the sake of his sister's safety, Chen felt it was worth it. He paid a deposit of 1/3 and another 5,000 yuan. As a result, the remaining balance on his card was only a little over 6,000 yuan. 6,000 yuan. In this outer 7th district, even if they lived frugally, it would only sustain him and his sister for a little over 2 months, and that was for the most basic expenses, with no entertainment to speak of. However, with another member of the family coming soon, 6,000 yuan might not be enough. The 2 most important things had been done, and Chen's heart finally settled down. He looked at the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He did not delay any longer and walked towards the Marriage Administration Bureau, which he was most reluctant to go to. Damn the law! Why is marriage forced? If he doesn't go to the marriage bureau to bring a wife home by the end of this month, he will be forcibly arrested and punished. At this critical moment, when he can barely support himself and his sister, Chen is unwilling to get married. To him, this is simply forcing a burden on him. But rules are rules, and personal will is as light as a feather. Unless there's a medical problem and proof of that, one can escape forced marriage. Many people do this to buy more time alone and meet more talented people of the opposite sex. But Chen didn't want to spend money on this, and he didn't have time to bother with it. The Marriage Administration Bureau was located in the heart of District 7, and it wasn't close. Chen walked through the chaotic streets, where high-rise buildings and shanty towns intertwined. Many ragged people wandered the streets, occasionally passing him by. Just as he was about to turn into a relatively quiet alley to take a shortcut, a cry of pain and the sound of metal colliding were faintly heard. Chen paused and frowned slightly. This kind of noise was all too common in this area. Robberies, fights, and even worse, happened daily in these corners. He leaned against the wall at the entrance of the alley and cautiously peeked out. Deep inside the alley, he saw a rather disheveled young woman surrounded by 2 men with unfriendly expressions. They were emitting faint energy fluctuations, clearly aliens. Although the woman had fought back vigorously, she was clearly no match for them. Her face was already wounded, and blood was oozing from the corner of her mouth. The scarred man grinned and said fiercely, "Hand over the money you made from selling furs. When you're on someone else's territory, you should abide by the rules." The tall and thin man next to her also sneered, his eyes malicious. "Don't be ungrateful, all we want is money. If you really make us angry, it won't just be a matter of losing money." His eyes swept back and forth over the woman, and his unscrupulous gaze was disgusting. The woman gritted her teeth, tightly gripping the dagger in her hand, and said firmly, "Don't even think about it. That's money I worked so hard to earn." The scarred man laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. "Worked so hard to earn it, now it's in our hands, it's ours. Go!" After the two men finished speaking, they approached the woman again, obviously preparing to use a ruthless move. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps came from the alley. A man in black walked in with a calm expression. It was Chen. If it was the Chen who only knew how to avoid trouble before, he would probably pretend not to see it and quietly turn away. But now it is different. Chen stood aside and observed for a while. The two opponents were only E-level mutants, and the woman was also E-level. She was clearly being suppressed and her defeat was inevitable. What about himself? Although he had just become D-level not long ago, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with these two people. Besides, he just needed a battle to test his new abilities. So, without thinking too much, Chen walked directly into the alley and appeared silently between the three of them. Without a word or warning, his gravity domination instantly activated, and the ground beneath the scarred man's feet suddenly collapsed, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. This sudden change exposed the scarred man's weakness. The woman seized the opportunity and kicked him hard in the abdomen, sending him back several steps and nearly falling. Who's there? The tall and thin man reacted quickly, turned his head suddenly, and saw Chen. Without thinking too much, he raised his hand and sent a green energy bomb towards Chen. Damn! Chen cursed. He didn't expect the other party to attack so quickly. He was inexperienced and couldn't dodge it for a while. In a hurry, he could only cross his arms in front of his chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the energy bullet hit his arm, knocking him back and crashing into the cold wall behind him. Fortunately, his armor blocked most of the impact, so he didn't suffer serious injuries. Seeing that his first attack had failed, the tall and thin man became even more furious. He then condensed the second energy ball and attacked Chen. But this time, Chen was already prepared. He activated gravity domination again, reducing his own gravity. His body instantly became lighter and his speed increased by several levels. He just tapped his toes, and his figure flashed sideways like a ghost. The energy bullet brushed past the edge of his clothes and slammed into the wall. How is that possible? The tall and thin man showed a look of horror. Chen didn't hesitate any longer. Taking advantage of his swiftness, he approached the tall and thin man in the blink of an eye, and then punched him hard, knocking him away. The battle lasted only 2 minutes, and the situation had reversed. Chen and the woman worked together to beat the two men to the ground. Who are you? The scarred man growled, his eyes filled with fear. Chen didn't answer, but stared at them coldly, not letting down his guard. The woman also slowly stepped back a few steps, keeping a safe distance, her eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Seeing the situation was not good, the scarred man knew he had hit a wall today. He gritted his teeth, helped the tall, thin man who had fallen to the ground and groaned, and quickly left the alley with resentment. Chen stood still and did not chase after him. Killing them would certainly be easy, but he was not that stupid. In the outer 7th district, as long as no one was killed in a conflict between aliens, the Management Bureau generally did not intervene. But if someone died, the alien administration would definitely intervene and investigate. He didn't want to cause such trouble. He still had a family and a sister to protect. He didn't want to, and couldn't, get involved in such trouble. At this time, the alley was quiet again. The woman came forward and saluted with a little fear, her tone sincere. Thank you for your help, my name is Wang Jie, thank you very much. Chen waved his hand and replied lightly. It's just a small favor. He glanced at the blood at the corner of her mouth and asked, Is the injury serious? It's nothing serious, just some minor injuries. Wang Jie shook her head and gently wiped away the blood with her sleeve. She sighed. I came from District 9. I heard that furs are expensive here, so I thought I'd try my luck. I almost lost my life. Chen nodded. This situation is very common in District 7. Be careful next time. This is not a good place, he said. Well, I understand. Wang Jie looked at him gratefully. What's your name? If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Chen glanced at her and said calmly. Chen, no need to repay me. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As he said this, he had already turned around and slowly walked out of the alley, heading towards the Marriage Administration Bureau. This time, he took action on the one hand, to test his new ability, and on the other hand, it was just a trace of pity in his heart. Wang Jie stood there, watching him go away, her eyes still filled with a bit of astonishment. This episode didn't delay him for too long, and Chen still caught up with the marriage procedure. Standing in front of the door of the Marriage Administration Bureau, he paused slightly. The gray-white building in front of him was not very impressive, and even the mottled traces of wind and rain could be seen on the exterior wall. For years, the war between humans and alien beasts has never ceased. The cruelty of the war is far beyond imagination, especially for men, who are the main force on the front lines. The casualties are extremely high, resulting in a serious imbalance in the population ratio. To preserve civilization and the last spark of fire, the Dragon Kingdom implemented a compulsory marriage system decades ago. The state explicitly stipulates that all men and women can marry after they reach the age of 18, and no later than 20. If a man or woman still hasn't found a partner within this time frame, he or she must register with the local marriage bureau, which will then arrange a match. If he or she remains single after turning 21, he or she will be subject to hefty fines, forced labor, and even legal sanctions. Chen naturally didn't want to wait until that point. He was almost 21 years old and had made an appointment to register for a match last week. And today was the day the Marriage Administration Bureau notified him to come for the official matchmaking. At that moment, the Marriage Administration Bureau was bustling with activity. Gathered in the hall were young people of his age. Some looked nervous, some were filled with anticipation, and a few remained expressionless, silently waiting. Chen went to the front desk to confirm his identity. A few minutes later, a uniformed staff member came over. "Mr. Chen, please follow me." The man spoke calmly, obviously accustomed to this process. Chen didn't say much, just nodded and followed the other person towards the corridor. They finally came to a group of about 20 young men who were also waiting for a match. They were obviously a little uneasy, looking around from time to time or talking in low voices. Led by staff, they walked through a long corridor, with posters hanging on both sides, including slogans encouraging childbirth and heroic scenes of humans fighting desperately against strange beasts. Soon, the staff member walked up ahead and began explaining the specific rules of the matchmaking process. "You will be matching today. Let me briefly explain the process." He paused, then continued. "To improve efficiency, this matchmaking will be enforced." Upon hearing the words, "enforcement mechanism," someone repeated them in a low voice, a hint of unease in their tone. But no one else said anything, clearly having been mentally prepared. The staff member ignored the man's reaction and continued. "The so-called mandatory mechanism means that once selected, the chosen party cannot refuse. This is to avoid unnecessary entanglements and to expedite the matchmaking process." As soon as he finished speaking, a slight commotion broke out in the group. No one wanted to be forced into accepting fate, but in this era, there was no room for choice. The staff member then went on to explain. "Who gets to choose and who can only wait to be chosen is determined by the Inhumans level. Inhumans are human warriors against Inhumans, possessing special abilities and naturally enjoying a higher social status. In a match, the one with the higher level automatically gets first choice. If the levels are the same, or if either party is an Inhuman, the order will be based on the time they registered." At this time, someone couldn't help but ask, "What if we're not all aliens?" The staff member answered simply and swiftly. "Whoever makes an appointment early will get priority." Hearing this, a detail surfaced in Chen's mind. When he confirmed his identity just now, he had seen the basic information of this group of men on the management system terminal. Although personal ability and other information were hidden, the level of the alien was publicly displayed. He clearly remembered that he was the only D-rank mutant in the group, and also the highest. While D-rank wasn't considered high, it was enough to outperform other young people in this kind of matchmaking. As long as the women who participated in the matchmaking weren't higher than D-rank, he would have the first choice in the matchmaking. Thinking of this, he felt a sudden sense of relief. The atmosphere in the team grew tense. Some eyes shone with anticipation, while others looked gloomy, as if realizing they might just be selected candidates. Priority meant being chosen first. Whether you prioritize ability, looks, personality, or family background, this inherent advantage in selection. For those who are behind in the queue, their options are gradually reduced. By the time it is the last few people's turn, they can only pick the ones left by those in front of them, and they may even be called odd-shaped melons and cracked dates by everyone. As he was thinking this, the line stopped. They arrived at a large gate. There was no sign or notice on the gate. A staff member stepped forward and swiped their card. With a click, the gates slowly opened. Inside was a makeshift hall, simply furnished yet spacious and bright. On the other side, a group of young women stood faintly. "Come in, everyone." The staff gestured toward them, inviting them to enter. Chen straightened his collar and followed the others in. The room was brightly lit, making everything clear. Across from him, about 20 women stood in a row, and their eyes all turned to him at the same moment. The room was empty yet not silent. Standing there were a group of young girls with varying expressions. Some had uneasy eyes, others were filled with anticipation, each harboring unspoken thoughts. Ran woman stood in the most inconspicuous position in the crowd, her frail figure looking as if she would collapse at the slightest gust of wind. She rubbed the corners of her clothes nervously, looking cramped and helpless. Today she was wearing a standard academic uniform. A white shirt, a slim black tie, a dark gray knitted jacket, and a black pleated skirt that reached just above her knees. On her feet were black lace-up marten boots, with socks that barely covered her mid-calf. From her attire to her hairstyle, she looked like an ordinary student, yet she was thrust into the crosshairs of fate. Her features were delicate, her face small, yet her contours were soft and sweet, her youthful aura tinged with a touch of immaturity. But at this moment, the brightness and spirit of youth were completely suppressed by the melancholy between her brows. Her eyes were filled with confusion and worry. To her, this match felt more like a judgment of fate. She knew she shouldn't be here. She had just reached the national minimum marriage age, so she should have had 2 years to choose. But her family's financial difficulties forced her to embark on this reluctant path. Ran Wenwen's family wasn't special. It was an ordinary family of 5. Her parents had worked hard their entire lives, hoping only for a bright future for their children. She was the eldest daughter in her family, with 2 younger brothers. To support her education, her parents lived frugally and never let her drop out of school. While other girls left home to work early, she could sit in the classroom and study peacefully. Her parents often said, "Daughter, you need to study hard so you don't have to suffer like us." She worked hard, consistently achieving top grades and becoming her parents' pride. But fate often plays tricks on the poor. Her younger brothers, each disinterested in studying, left home to work early, claiming to ease the burden on the family but actually adding to the family's troubles. My younger brother, in particular, had an accident at the factory, damaging an entire batch of equipment. The factory was relentless, demanding either compensation or jail time. It felt like the sky had fallen on our family, and we scraped together money from everywhere, borrowing everything we could to barely manage the disaster. But the debt weighed on them like a mountain, suffocating them. Ultimately, her parents had no choice but to make the most practical decision, to arrange a marriage for Ran Wenwen, to ease the family burden. Ran Wenwen didn't object. She knew in her heart that this time, it was her turn to sacrifice for the family. She had thought she'd find a good job after graduation and repay her parents' kindness. But now, her future had been put to rest by this arranged marriage. Once assigned a marriage, she would become a member of someone else's family. Her life, body, and even her mind would no longer belong to her. The thought of her impending match made her panic and her stomach ache. She was about to be forcibly assigned to a stranger, a life of dependence. Living in a completely unfamiliar family, constantly observing everyone's expressions. This uncertainty of the future made her feel deeply suffocated. Even worse, what if she was assigned to a poor, ugly, or even somewhat filthy man? She subconsciously closed her eyes, not daring to imagine that kind of life. And the most terrifying thing was, what if that man had a bad temper and was prone to domestic violence? She had witnessed her neighbor, Aunt Wang, being beaten black and blue since she was little. Uncle Wang's angry face became her childhood nightmare. She didn't want to be the next Aunt Wang, not even a little bit. Just as she was lost in thought, the door to one side of the hall quietly opened. A group of boys of the same age were ushered in by staff. They looked very different. Some were calm and composed, some were nervous, and some were staring at the girls in the room with blatant eyes. Soon, the men and women stood at a distance from each other. The air seemed to freeze. In the silence, a voice rang out. "The matching process has begun. Please take your designated positions." Ran Wenwen's heart was pounding, and her palms were sweating. Her eyes instinctively swept over the group of boys across from her. At this moment, a boy walked out from the boys' queue first, attracting everyone's attention. He was Chen, with an upright figure and handsome appearance. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had a presence that made people unable to look away. Ran Wenwen subconsciously clicked on the information terminal on her wrist, and Chen's information popped up. Name, Chen, identity, D-level alien, self-introduction, none. Aliens? A low exclamation echoed from the audience. Aliens were a special class of this era, possessing extraordinary abilities and extremely high status. Although Chen was only a D-level alien, he was already extremely rare among young people and had a bright future. Many girls' eyes immediately lit up, and they straightened their backs, trying their best to show their best. In their opinion, Chen was the best destination in this marriage. But Ran Wenwen wasn't tempted, and even felt a reluctance. She knew that no matter how powerful an alien was, they lived on the edge of danger. Their mission was to fight alien beasts in uninhabited areas, and they could die at any moment. She didn't want to marry an alien and live in constant fear. She would rather her partner be just an ordinary person. Even if his income was low and his life was poor, as long as he could live in peace and accompany her on her journey, that would be enough. She didn't want to become a widow in the future, and even more so, she didn't want to be arranged by the state to remarry and be sold like merchandise. The father of her child cannot be one today and another tomorrow. She cannot accept that kind of chaotic life. She would rather live a hard life and choose a safe future. And at this moment, Chen has already started his choice. Chen walked from the front of the team, step by step through the girls lined up. He looked calm, His eyes swept over each face, then lowered his head to check the information terminal on his wrist, comparing their information. Before he could even take a few steps, a girl couldn't help but speak up. "Choose me. I'm also an inhuman and an E-rank. If we team up, we can help each other." The speaker was a tall, heroic girl, her tone firm and confident. But Gu Chen didn't even turn his head, as if he didn't hear anything, and walked forward steadily. The girl who was ignored immediately became gloomy and stomped her feet in anger. Soon, another hot girl spoke up, her voice soft and slightly seductive. "My physical examination report shows that I am very healthy. My measurements are 88, 60, and 90. I am definitely a top-quality fertility candidate." Unfortunately, her sales pitch still received no response. Gu Chen's eyes remained as still as a mountain as he continued to check one by one. Every time he passed someone, he would look down at the terminal information and then look up at the person. The whole process was like a mechanical process, without a trace of hesitation or pause. Gradually, the situation became more tense. He silently screened them, and the girls he mercilessly passed over had different expressions on their faces, and their whispers gradually increased. "Tisk, it's just a D-class mutant, what's so cool about it? Yeah, do you really think you are so precious? It's just the allocated resources. I guess you want to pick someone with a good background so that you can make a living from the mountain?" These sour words fell into Ran Wenwen's ears. She lowered her head and prayed silently that she would not attract attention. She cautiously crouched, afraid he would discover her presence. "Don't choose me, don't choose me," she repeated in her mind. But fate often plays a trick on you just when you're most afraid. The footsteps stopped right in front of her. Ran Wenwen lowered her eyes slightly, and what caught her eye was a pair of sneakers that looked a little worn. Her heart suddenly tightened, and her breathing seemed to stop, as she felt a steady gaze falling on her. Gu Chen was looking down at her information at this time. Name, Ran Wenwen, status, current student. He was silent for a few seconds, then raised his hand and pointed at her. "It's her. Ran Wenwen." The moment she heard her name, Ran Wenwen was stunned. She stared blankly at the finger pointing at her, completely confused as to why this seemingly indifferent man would choose her out of all the others. There were so many excellent candidates around. Some were powerful, some came from well-off families, and some were proactive and eager to find a partner. In comparison, she had few advantages besides her delicate looks, and no real abilities to speak of. "TSK, what a poor judgment!" A sneering voice rang out beside her. It was the E-rank female alien who had recommended her earlier. She glanced at Ran Wenwen and said with a sharp tone, "These days, can you really make a living just by having a pretty face? A weak little girl needs a man to take care of her when something goes wrong." Although she didn't mention anyone by name, everyone who heard her understood who she was talking about. Many people present nodded silently, feeling that her words made sense. In the post-apocalyptic world, choosing a mate wasn't just about procreation, it was also about providing mutual support in dangerous situations. A powerful female alien was obviously more suitable to be an alien's spouse than an ordinary girl. However, in the face of this barbed taunt, Gu Chen didn't even turn his head. He still stood there, looking at Ran Wenwen calmly, without a trace of emotion. No explanation, no response, as if those voices didn't exist at all. In reality, his choice was completely different from what others imagined. If it was purely for survival and profit, choosing the E-rank female mutant would undoubtedly be more secure and would also give him a better chance of success in future missions. But Gu Chen had a consideration in mind that no one else knew. When his eyes swept over Ran Wenwen, the first thing he noticed was the familiar school uniform she was wearing. It was the uniform of Fengling Academy. It was exactly the uniform his sister Gu Tong was wearing now. Gu Tong was his most cherished concern in this world. Having lost their parents at a young age, he and his sister had lived together for years, and she was his only reason to fight tooth and nail to survive. He wasn't looking for a powerful partner in battle, but someone who could take care of his sister when he wasn't home. Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong went to the same school, which was enough for Gu Chen. The meaning of that school uniform far outweighed any conditions in his heart. Even if Ran Wenwen was an ordinary person, even if she didn't look strong, he had already made a decision. The staff member came up at this time and said in a businesslike tone, "Ms. Ran Wenwen, according to Article 17 of the Marriage Matching Regulations, ordinary citizens must accept the priority mate selection request of people from other families. You have no right to refuse." Ran Wenwen bit her lip lightly. She wasn't without resistance, but she knew this was the rule of survival in the new post-apocalyptic society. Marrying after adulthood was the guarantee of human survival. Personal feelings were almost irrelevant in the face of the greater good. She took a deep breath and nodded, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. "I understand. Okay." The staff member quickly operated on the electronic board. "Mr. Gu Chen, Ms. Ran Wenwen, please follow me for the final confirmation and complete the registration procedures." The two of them, one in front of the other, followed the staff into a separate office nearby. Inside, all the necessary procedures were already in place: information verification, signatures, and photos. Everything was done with the efficiency of a factory assembly line. Within just over 10 minutes, 2 bright red marriage certificates were handed to them. The moment they walked out of the Marriage Administration Bureau, the sunlight was so bright that it was a bit dazzling. The two walked side by side on the street, but the atmosphere was unusually silent. Gu Qin and Ran Wenwen were like two unfamiliar travelers who had just made the most unfamiliar, yet important, decision in their lives. They didn't know each other very well, but were hastily tied together by necessity. They both understood that the beginning of this marriage was a choice made out of helplessness, not an emotional destination. The two walked in silence for a long time, and finally, Gu Qin stopped first. He turned his head to glance at Ran Wenwen and said in a light tone, "I have something to do, so I'll go first." Ran Wenwen was stunned for a moment, and before she could say anything, she saw Gu Qin nodded and turned to blend into the crowd on the street. Watching the receding figure, she subconsciously clenched the marriage certificate in her hand, feeling either heavy or bewildered. Just like that, she was getting married? To a man who was almost a complete stranger? Gu Qin walked alone on the street, his fingers unconsciously stroking the cover of his marriage certificate, and he felt a little dazed. In just a few hours, his status changed from single to married. The sudden change made him feel a little unreal. According to policy, such a marriage cannot be dissolved before the birth of offspring. What will the future hold? What will the next meeting between him and Ran Wenwen look like? As he thought about it, Ran Wenwen's appearance involuntarily emerged in his mind, with delicate eyebrows and eyes, and a noble temperament. He knew that this woman's appearance was enough to attract anyone. Even at Fengling Academy, she would be considered a school beauty. However, she and his sister Gu Tong were in the same school. Could they know each other? If so, wouldn't it be awkward to run into each other in the future? After the catastrophe, in order to survive and develop, the Dragon Kingdom redesigned its education system and implemented a more efficient college system. Traditional education from elementary school to university was completely replaced, and students had to decide their future career path before entering school. Whether it's combat, scientific research, medicine, journalism, or art, everyone must choose a path and enter the corresponding academy. The academy teaches from F to A levels, and students can advance according to their level or graduate at a certain level. For example, his sister Gu Tong was currently studying in Class 3, Grade D, Department of Journalism at Fengling College. If she graduated now, she would be able to obtain a Grade E certificate. Gu Qin shook his head, suppressing these irrelevant thoughts. The most important thing at the moment was to go back and pack his luggage and move to his new home. Although he called it a moving, he didn't actually have much luggage, just a few changes of clothes and some of Gu Tong's textbooks and materials. He returned to the old shed, quickly packed up his things, and headed to his new residence. Meanwhile, Ran Wenwen had also finished her marriage registration and rushed back to Fengling College to continue her afternoon classes. After all, she had taken a day off. When she got home from school, she was stunned to see her luggage already packed and neatly stacked in the corner of the living room. Her old little room had changed owners. It was now filled with her brother's school supplies and clothes, and it was no longer her space. Her mother, Chen Yulan, was wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. When she saw her daughter come back, she smiled and asked, "Wenwen, how is your son-in-law?" Ran Wenwen's mind flashed through the image of Gu Qin, and she forced a smile. "He's quite handsome, but I don't know him well." "What's the use of just being handsome?" Chen Yulan frowned and disapproved. "Character is what matters." She turned around and looked at the 2 suitcases, her tone as strong as ever. "I have packed all your things. From today on, you should live in your man's house." In Manhwa, although there is no explicit rule, it is customary for a woman to move to her man's house as soon as she gets married. Chen Yulan had already made up her mind not to let her daughter stay any longer than that. She was afraid that the neighbors' gossip would damage the Ran family's reputation. Ran Wenwen pleaded softly. "Mom, it's too late today. I don't know him well enough. Can I stay at home for one night?" But Chen Yulan immediately frowned and knocked on the stove with a spatula. "No! You're already married. Where else is there a place for you to live? Your brother moved into your room this afternoon. If you stay here any longer, what will others say about our family?" She changed the subject. "There are 200 yuan on those 2 boxes. Take it and don't let your man know." Ran Wenwen wanted to say something, but her mother turned around and continued cooking, leaving her no room at all. There were only 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the dining table. It was obvious that her daughter, a married woman, was not on the family's dining list. Ran Wenwen looked at all this and suddenly realized that from today on, she was truly homeless. On the other side, Gu Qin was wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen, preparing a dinner that belonged to his new life. He bought some meat, vegetables and rice. Although it was not much, it was much more abundant than usual, as a celebration for moving into a new home. As soon as the onions, ginger, and garlic were added to the pot, the aroma filled the air. Amidst the sizzling sound of simmering oil, the melancholy in his heart dissipated. This new house, while small, was a paradise compared to the old, leaky, drafty shack. It had a kitchen, a bathroom, and much more space. It finally felt like a real home. Sister Gutong wandered around the house, sometimes touching the wall, sometimes leaning against the window, her face full of curiosity and joy. "Brother, this wall is so white!" She poked the wall with a smile, her eyes shining. Chen replied with a smile while stir-frying vegetables. "Of course, this will be our home from now on." Gutong leaned against the kitchen door, watching her brother busying around, and suddenly asked, "Brother, didn't you go to test your inhuman level today? What level did you get?" Chen plated the dishes and said calmly, "Level D, considered average. I got a reward of 30,000 yuan." Gutong said, "Oh, move closer," and asked in a low voice, "So, are you getting married today?" Chen paused, then replied calmly, "Yeah. Is my sister-in-law pretty? When will you bring her back for me to see?" Gutong was very curious. Chen continued to cut the meat and said calmly, "Let's wait until she is free." As they were talking, there was a knock on the door, and they both froze. They had just moved into their new home and hadn't met any of the neighbors yet. Who could it be at this hour? Gutong quickly ran to open the door, only to find a girl standing there in a worn-out school uniform, clutching 2 large suitcases. Her forehead was beaded with sweat, and her eyes were tired, yet with a hint of stubbornness. Chen walked out of the kitchen and just heard the sound outside the door. He saw a Ran woman standing at the door and was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the wife he had just assigned in the marriage system would be standing in front of his house. What surprised him even more was that Ran woman actually knew Gutong. Gutong was excited. She took Ran Wenwen's hand and introduced her with a smile. "Brother, this is Sister Wenwen, whom I have mentioned to you many times." She turned around and looked at her brother with bright eyes. "Sister Wenwen is my best friend in the student union. She is a very nice person and has helped me a lot." Ran Wenwen's face flushed, clearly having not expected such a coincidence. She was speechless for a moment, and could only smile dryly and nod. Her eyes flickered between Chen and Gutong, her mind already a mess. Oh my God, how could this be? The husband she had just been assigned by the system turned out to be her best friend Gutong's brother. She had joked with Gutong before, saying she was afraid the system would match her with a weirdo. Now, instead of that weirdo, she was matched with Gutong's family. This kind of dramatic scene would have been ridiculous even in novels, and now it was happening to her. By this time, Chen had already seen the 2 suitcases she had placed on the ground, as well as the sweat on her forehead. Without thinking too much, he probably guessed what had happened, so he didn't ask any more questions. "Come in," he said lightly, and took the luggage from Ran Wenwen's hand. His movements were natural and unpretentious. The luggage was heavy, obviously she brought a lot of things, and Chen roughly understood in his heart that she really planned to move in. Ran Wenwen lowered her head and walked into the house, thinking about how to explain this delicate situation as she walked. Gutong didn't have so many concerns. She followed behind and muttered, "Brother, why did she come to your place?" Chen put the luggage in the corner and said calmly, "She will be your sister-in-law from now on." These words were like thunderclaps from a clear sky, completely shocking Gutong. What? Sister Wenwen is the one you're going to marry?" Gutong's face was filled with shock, her mouth hanging open as she watched the 2 of them glance back and forth. Ran Wenwen smiled a little embarrassedly and nodded slightly. "I just found out too. What a coincidence." She had no idea what her life would be like in the future, but the moment was really too embarrassing. But she also felt a little relieved at least Chen was not a stranger, but Gutong's brother, so he was not too bad. At this time, Chen poured her a glass of water and asked in a lukewarm tone, "How do you know I live here?" Ran Wenwen held the water cup and answered in a low voice, "The address is written on the marriage certificate, and my parents asked me to move here today." Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, as if she was apologizing for her haste, or as if she didn't have the courage to face reality. Chen nodded, but he knew in his heart that this kind of thing was not uncommon in today's social context. Due to economic pressure and family burden, many families were looking forward to settling their daughters out as soon as possible. "Okay, let's live here from now on." Chen didn't say much, his tone was still calm. "The meal will be ready soon, you should rest for a while." Gutong immediately followed up when she heard it. "Sister Wenwen, don't be so formal, this will be your home from now on." As she said that, she pulled Ran Wenwen to sit down, and the 2 began to chat about school matters again. Seeing that the atmosphere in the living room had become relaxed, Chen turned around and continued to cook in the kitchen. Not long after, Ran Wenwen also came in and stood at the door with a reserved look. Husband, is there anything I can help you with? This title made her blush, but she still tried to make herself look more natural. Gu Chen glanced at her, did not refuse, and handed over a few potatoes and a peeler. Then you peel these potatoes. Okay. Ran Woman immediately took it, walked to the sink, and began to peel it carefully. Her movements were smooth and it was obvious that this was not her first time. As she peeled, she whispered, I'll do the housework from now on, cooking and washing clothes. Gu Chen looked at her focused expression and silently gave her a thumbs up. This girl looked gentle, sensible, and not spoiled, which was good. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served. It was a simple home-cooked meal with meat, vegetables, and hot white rice. Although it was not luxurious, it was considered rich in this material-constrained society. Gu Chen picked up a piece of meat for Gu Tong and some for Ran Woman, saying naturally, Eat more meat. Gu Tong's eyes had already lit up, and she buried her head in the food, as happy as a little hamster. She hadn't eaten such delicious meat in a long time, and her mouth couldn't close. Ran Woman was stunned, looking at the pieces of meat in the bowl, her eyes reddened. She had not had a high status in her family since she was a child. At the dinner table, her father and brothers would often pick out the food first, and by the time it was her turn, there was nothing left to eat. And now, someone immediately offered her a piece of food, a piece of meat, and she felt a sudden pang of sadness in her throat. She lowered her head, eating bite by bite. The aroma of the meat mixed with the warmth of the rice brought a long-lost sense of peace to her heart. Perhaps this arranged marriage wasn't so bad after all. After dinner, she took the initiative to go to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Gu Chen wanted to stop her, but seeing her seriousness, he did not stop her. The sound of water splashed, and in the living room, Gu Tong was curled up on the sofa, chatting with them about all sorts of things. Ran Woman blushed at the thought of whether her brother would go out on missions in the future, or when Sister Woman planned to have a baby. It was quickly past 10:30 in the evening. Gu Tong yawned, smiled, and stood up. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm going to bed first. You should get some rest too. Then she scurried back to her room, slammed the door shut, and even locked it. Suddenly, only Gu Chen and Ran Woman were left in the living room. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The house was not big, with only 2 bedrooms. Now that one was occupied by Gu Tong, they naturally had to live in the other one. Then, let's go to bed early. Gu Chen broke the silence and pointed to the bedroom. Ran Woman nodded, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head and followed him in. The room was not big, with only a double bed and a small wardrobe. The bed was covered with a set of red sheets, symbolizing a newlywed couple. The door closed gently, and Gu Chen and Ran Woman entered the room silently. Neither of them spoke, and the silence in the room was a little awkward. Gu Chen sat down on the bed, thought for a moment, and asked in a low voice, Had you ever liked someone before? This sudden question made Ran Woman stunned. She shook her head subconsciously and answered softly, No. Gu Chen nodded after hearing this, his tone flat but sincere. Me either, I only thought about taking care of Xiaotong before, and I didn't have time to think about these things. After a pause, he continued, We will be a family from now on. I will occasionally be away from home due to missions, so you may have to take more responsibility for Xiaotong and the family matters. Ran Woman nodded, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Yes, I will take good care of my sister, and I will also take care of this family. Seeing that she agreed seriously, Gu Chen felt that he had said what he needed to say, so he stood up and glanced at the clock on the wall. It's getting late, it's almost 11 o'clock, go to bed early. Ran Wenwen's eyes fell on the small double bed, her hands unconsciously twirling the corners of her clothes, her expression a little flustered. After all, this was their first meeting today, and even though they were already husband and wife, she still felt very uncomfortable about having to share a bed all of a sudden. Gu Chen noticed her nervousness and didn't say much. He just took off his coat and lay down on the inside of the bed, leaving most of the space empty. Come up, don't stand. Ran Wenwen hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved to the edge of the bed, carefully took off her shoes, and lay down on the outside with her clothes on. Her body was as stiff as a piece of wood. The lights in the room were turned off, and the room was suddenly plunged into darkness. The only sound around them was the uneven breathing of each other. It was already late at night, and there was no movement in the next room. Xiaotong must have fallen asleep. The bedroom was so quiet that one could almost hear the sound of one's heartbeat. After a while, Gu Chen gently turned over in bed. Ran Wenwen suddenly tensed up and her heartbeat quickened, but she didn't know how to react, so she could only pretend to be motionless. At 3 o'clock in the morning, moonlight filtered through the thin curtains outside the window, casting a hazy glow. Gu Tong tossed and turned in the next room, irritably covering her ears with a pillow, muttering quietly, "It's so late and you're still not sleeping. You're so noisy. Isn't my sister-in-law going to school tomorrow?" The next morning, before the sun pierced through the thick clouds, Chen had already gotten up. The room was dimly lit, with a little morning light filtering through the gaps in the curtains. He tried to move as quietly as possible and glanced sideways at Ranwoman, who was still soundly asleep. The sleeping face was gentle and peaceful. The light fell on her fair shoulders, and a few red marks left by last night could be seen. Chen's expression paused, his face slightly hot, and a trace of apology and tenderness flashed through his heart. He was indeed a little impulsive last night. He didn't disturb Ranwoman, but quietly got up, dressed, and walked out of the bedroom, closing the door very softly. Ranwoman on the bed trembled her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes, her face still showing shyness and confusion from just waking up. In fact, she was awake when Chen got up, but she was too embarrassed to face him, so she pretended to be asleep. Her mother, Qing Yulan, had reminded her a few days ago that she should be restrained after her wedding night, as men might become less and less restrained after a taste of the sweetness. Last night's experience made her deeply understand the meaning of her mother's words. She lay in bed for another 10 minutes, listening to the noises coming from the kitchen outside, before she gradually relaxed, stood up, tidied herself, and walked out of the room. At breakfast was a bit awkward. Gu Tong had dark circles under her eyes, looking like she hadn't slept well, and she didn't say much. Ranwoman lowered her head to eat, occasionally stealing a glance at Chen, then quickly looking away, her cheeks always flushed. Chen noticed her embarrassment, and couldn't help laughing and feeling a little distressed, so he took the initiative to find a topic to chat for a few sentences to ease the atmosphere. After breakfast, Chen looked at the time and it was almost time to go out. He gave a few instructions, then left home and headed towards the garrison. Today was the day to assign Inhumans their tasks, and all newly tested Inhumans had to report in. Chen came to an area surrounded by high walls. It was a management area set up by the military specifically for on-duty personnel. At 10 o'clock in the morning, many strange people had gathered in the assembly square, and Chen was among the crowd. They chatted in low voices, their expressions a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Soon, several middle-aged men in military uniforms entered the square, holding lists in their hands. They called out the names one by one and took the newcomers away in batches. Chen, Fan Juni, Zhang Lian, Jing Moyan. As the roll call sounded, Chen looked up and responded, looking at the person who called him. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an ordinary appearance, but with a condescending attitude. After a brief introduction, Chen learned that the man's surname was Wu and he was the captain of the 78th Squadron in the Outer 7th Patrol Area. From today on, he would be fully responsible for Chen and his team's mission in the No Man's Land. There were 3 other people assigned to Team 1, 2 men and 1 woman, all new faces who had just passed the Inhuman qualification test. Captain Wu walked in front, his hands behind his back, his steps leisurely, looking quite bureaucratic. He would occasionally glance back at the newcomers. His words sounded conventional, yet tinged with a distinct sense of superiority. From now on, you guys will be under my command. No Man's Land is different from the city. Listen carefully to what you should listen to and don't cause trouble for yourself. Yes, Captain Wu, don't worry. The clever Fan Juni quickly responded with an apologetic smile. Zhang Lian also nodded hurriedly. We will definitely follow your instructions. Xing Moyan looked a little dull, but he also nodded in agreement. Only Chen stood in the back, silent and silent. He naturally disliked such pretentious people, and Captain Wu's behavior made him feel a little disgusted. But he didn't show it. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head for the time being. Especially in such a high-risk, no man's land, if you offend your superiors, you will ultimately suffer. If you are really assigned to dangerous areas or the most difficult work, the consequences will be disastrous. Chen was very clear about the current situation, and in fact, everyone else was also aware of it. Not long after walking a distance, Fan Juni, Zhang Lian, and Jing Moyan tacitly gathered around Captain Wu. Fan Juni smiled flatteringly, took out a small gift wrapped in oil paper from his pocket, and quietly put it into Captain Wu's hand. He whispered, Captain Wu, it's not a big deal, please take care of me. Jing Moyan followed closely behind, handing over a small, exquisite metal box that looked like it contained some high-end cigarettes. Zhang Lian was straightforward and simply stuffed a few large, crumpled bills into it. Captain Wu's originally somewhat arrogant expression softened considerably after accepting the gift. He nodded, his tone becoming a little warmer. Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will go wrong. But among them, only Chen stood still and did not go over. He really couldn't afford to pay for these favors. The family was already in financial difficulty, and Ranwoman had just married into the family. They lived a simple life, so how could they have extra money for gifts and bribes? Moreover, unlike them, he was a D-level mutant. According to Dragon Nation regulations, D-level mutants and above only had to perform patrol missions for 1 year, and whether to continue after the expiration of the mission was entirely up to their personal preference. On the other hand, Fan Junyi and his men, with lower ranks, usually had to rotate in the no man's land for 3 years, unless something happened during that time and they had to leave early. So for him, currying favor with Captain Wu was not a big deal. After Captain Wu received the gift, he looked at Gu Chen with a cold look, but said nothing. Then the group continued to move forward, boarded the military transport vehicle, and drove towards the border of the no man's land. The destination was the border between Outer District 7 and No Man's Land, where metal fences and barbed wire were heavily guarded. Every so often, tall watchtowers stood, maintaining constant vigilance. After showing their alien IDs, everyone passed through the heavy protective door one by one. It was the first time Gu Chen stepped into the legendary No Man's Land. He had only seen it from afar before, but now that he actually walked in, he still had some indescribable feelings in his heart. If the outer 7th district was desolate enough, then the No Man's Land was utterly dead. Looking around, all they could see were dilapidated buildings and collapsed walls, long since covered by weeds and vines. The original streets had long been buried under a thick layer of dust and fallen leaves, leaving little resemblance to their original appearance. The tall buildings lay in ruins, like the silent corpses of giant beasts, covered in cracks and moss, their windows shattered like eye sockets, empty and eerie. Captain Wu suddenly raised his voice, breaking the silence. "Don't be dazed, cheer up." He waved his hand and pointed around, saying that this was an area that the military had cleared many times, so it should be safe. "Occasionally, a strange beast slips through the net, but our patrol team can handle it. The real danger lies within the martial law zone 10 kilometers away." He pointed to the endless forest in the distance, explaining that this was the hardest hit area, where high-level strange beasts were frequently spotted. Team 78 is responsible for an area called Skyscraper Wall. Our primary mission is to prevent strange beasts from breaching the defense line. Upon hearing this, everyone responded in unison. "I understand." Zhang Lian turned to look at the towering wall and couldn't help but ask the question on her mind. "If the wall is so effective, why not build it along the entire curfew zone to save us the trouble of patrolling?" Captain Wu's lips curled up in a smile. "Materials aren't readily available. Building this wall is prohibitively expensive. Besides, a wall isn't a panacea, it can only keep out A-rank and below monsters." He added that before building the wall, the expeditionary force had already mostly eliminated the high-level monsters, leaving the remaining patrol duties to the garrison. Captain Wu paused, pointed at a slender iron pillar in the distance, and asked, "Do you see that thing?" Gu Chen looked in the direction he was looking. It was a detection tower that pierced the sky, looking like a sewing needle from a distance. Once this tower senses the approach of an A-level alien beast, a red light will turn on. Our garrison's duty is to clear out low-level alien beasts and ensure that the detection tower is not destroyed. This was the first time Gu Chen heard this, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. After walking a little further, the terrain began to become steeper, and in the distance, a towering rock wall appeared, rising almost vertically, piercing the sky like a split mountain. On the other side of the cliff, a vast forest stretched endlessly. Team 78's camp was located atop the cliff. They slowly climbed the steep path, finally reaching the summit. The view suddenly opened up, revealing a vast expanse of forest. The camp consisted of several reinforced shipping containers and makeshift huts, with an observation post near the cliff edge. This high terrain offered excellent visibility, and it reduced the need to guard one direction, making it a perfect base. Several veteran aliens were already stationed in the camp. Seeing Captain Wu return with the newcomer, they all came forward to greet him. After a few pleasantries, Captain Wu led the newcomer to the edge of the camp to arrange for the next patrol mission. In addition to the 4 newcomers, 4 veterans would also be participating in patrol rotations for the next 2 days. That's 8 people in total, covering a significant area. Captain Wu pulled out a rough topographic map and spread it out on a large, flat rock. The map was marked with colored markers, representing different patrol routes. He cleared his throat, picked up a branch, and pointed as he said, "The area we're responsible for is divided into 2 parts, the mountain and the foot of the mountain. The mountain is relatively safer and closer to the camp, so we can provide support if there's any situation. The woods at the foot of the mountain are more troublesome. It's large, the roads are difficult, and no one usually goes there, so we have to be extra vigilant." He circled a forested area near the cordon on the map. It was clearly the most dangerous. Then, he began calling out names and assigning tasks. "Fan Junyi, you'll be in charge of the eastern ridge. The terrain is flat, so focus on observation." Fan Junyi breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming. "Zhang Lian, patrol the downhill road on the south side. There are a lot of people coming and going, so don't relax. Xing Moyan, go to the slope on the west side. The terrain there is open, so be careful to hide." Zhang Lian and Xing Moyan also breathed a sigh of relief. The tasks didn't seem too difficult. Finally, Captain Wu's gaze fell on Gu Chen, and he paused. Then, he pointed the branch at the farthest, deepest forest on the map. Gu Chen, you'll patrol here, the outermost point of the entire area. You're a D-level mutant, and your abilities are the strongest among this group of newcomers, so I'm confident in you. Remember, don't act rashly when you encounter a strange beast. Contact me first using the pager and follow my instructions. When he said this, his tone was calm, as if it was just an ordinary arrangement. Chapter 13, Threatening the Ukrainian Team. Gu Chen's heart tightened. Then I immediately understood that Captain Wu had indeed made the arrangements based on the sincerity of the filial piety shown by the three people just now. The more expensive the gift, the easier and safer the position will be. And he, who was so stingy, was thrown directly into the theoretically most dangerous area. That place has almost reached the limit of their team's responsibility. According to what Captain Wu said before, there is a possibility of encountering strange beasts there. Gu Chen's brows knitted together instantly, but he suppressed the anger in his heart and did not explode on the spot. Questioning the captain in front of so many people would only make things worse and make you appear ignorant of the rules. Like everyone else, Gu Chen took over a palm-sized black communicator from Captain Wu. This thing is a communication tool in case of emergency, and he really hopes he doesn't have to use it. After assigning the tasks, Captain Wu announced that they would rest on the spot for half an hour and then set off on time. Taking advantage of this gap, Gu Chen seized the opportunity, avoided other people, and walked to Captain Wu, who was talking to an old team member. Captain Wu? Gu Chen tried his best to make his tones sound calm. Captain Wu turned his head and glanced at him. What's the matter? Captain Wu, regarding my patrol area. Gu Chen considered his words carefully. Isn't it too far out? According to the regulations of the administration, new aliens performing the most marginal patrol missions should be accompanied and guided by experienced veterans, and should operate in groups of at least 2. The meaning is very clear, either change to a closer area or send me more people. Unexpectedly, Captain Wu ignored his words about the regulations and just waved his hand, saying in a perfunctory tone. The team is short on manpower right now. The veterans are all in charge of their own areas, so how can we have extra people to follow you? Besides, they're sending you there because they value your abilities. After all, you're a D rank, much better than those E and F rank guys. That place won't be much of a challenge for you. These words seemed to be a compliment, but in fact they directly blocked Gu Chen's way. They push high-risk tasks onto you, saying they value you, leaving you with no reason to object. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. It seemed that Captain Wu was determined to make things difficult for him. Not enough manpower? Gu Chen's voice also turned cold. Captain Wu, I don't believe that these veteran team members are responsible for the marginal areas. With so many people, do you need a newcomer like me to be in charge of the most dangerous section? He didn't want to go to such a dangerous place. He had 2 relatives at home. If something happened, who would take care of them? Captain Wu's face darkened. Gu Chen, what do you mean? Are you questioning my arrangements? I'm the captain, and it's my right to decide how to allocate them. That power? Gu Chen retorted sharply, no longer concealing his dissatisfaction. Does your power also include accepting bribes from team members, and then assigning tasks based on the amount of the bribe? He took a step forward and lowered his voice. Captain Wu, what do you think would happen if I reported everything I just saw, as well as your current assignment method, to the leadership? When Captain Wu heard the word report, his expression changed instantly. Although there are various factions and unspoken rules within the garrison, once the grassroots team's blatant acts of accepting bribes and committing favoritism and corruption are reported and verified to be true, they will definitely be punished. Captain Wu stared at Gu Chen intently, his eyes full of shock and anger. He didn't expect that this seemingly taciturn newcomer was so bold and even had something on him. You dare to threaten me? Captain Wu gritted his teeth. This is not a threat, it's a statement of fact and an exploration of possibilities. Gu Chen met his gaze without giving in. I just want a fair arrangement. If you can do that, I can pretend that I didn't see what happened before. Captain Wu's chest was heaving violently, and he wished he could teach this ungrateful newcomer a profound lesson right away, but since the other party had the upper hand, it would not be wise to confront him head-on now. After a long time, the anger in his eyes was gradually replaced by gloom. He picked up the map again and swiped his fingers across it irritably, as if looking for a solution that would appease Gu Chen without completely losing face. Finally, his finger stopped at an area just below the skyscraper cliff. Captain Wu forced a smile and pointed to the new location on the map. Okay, let's move here. It's right below our camp, much closer, right? Are you satisfied? Gu Chen leaned closer to look at the map. It is indeed located at the foot of the skyscraper cliff, and there is a text annotation next to it. Mine Cave Group. This location is indeed much closer to the camp than the previous area, and the straight line distance is very short. But being under the cliff means that the line of sight and fire support from above is almost zero, and it is impossible for reinforcements to jump down directly from above to provide support. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it is indeed better than the previous area. Gu Qin did not continue to argue. He still understood the principle of knowing when to stop. If he continued to argue, given Captain Wu's personality, he would probably become angry and do something extreme. Continuing to argue will only make the conflict between the two parties completely public, which will not benefit you. Okay, here then. Gu Qin nodded, accepted the arrangement, and followed Captain Wu back to the gathering place in the camp. Captain Wu shouted to a team member who was wiping his weapon. "Haoran, come here!" The team member named Wen Haoran raised his head. He was about 30 years old, put down his gun and gun-cleaning cloth, and walked over quickly. "Captain Wu? What's the matter?" Wen Haoran asked. Captain Wu pointed at Gu Qin behind him and said, "Please work hard and go to the outermost area. Gu Qin is new and not familiar with this area. Let him be in charge of your original mine area, which is closer to the camp so that he can get familiar with the environment." Gu Qin originally thought that this old team member would be somewhat unhappy. After all, he was transferred to a farther and theoretically more dangerous place. Unexpectedly, Wen Haoran was only slightly stunned for a moment, and then responded very straightforwardly. "Okay, no problem, Captain Wu." Next, Captain Wu gave a few irrelevant instructions and then issued a temporary garrison member badge to the newcomers. Captain Wu said to Gu Qin and the others, "Put on your badges, then take out the communicators I gave you just now, and set the areas you are responsible for on the map. Remember, patrol strictly according to the area, do not cross the line, and do not miss any." Gu Qin picked up the communicator assigned to him, and turned it over. There is a display screen there, which is currently showing an electronic map. Captain Wu pointed out each one of them one by one and helped Gu Qin set the mine area to highlighted yellow on the map. "Once you set it up, the area you're responsible for will be yellow," Captain Wu explained. "Your own location will be indicated by a red dot. If the red dot leaves the yellow area, it will flash and sound an alarm to prevent you from going the wrong way. Is that clear?" "Understood." Several people, including Gu Qin, responded. After setting up the map and confirming that it was correct, several garrison troops said goodbye to each other and walked towards their respective areas of responsibility. Their figures quickly disappeared into the dense jungle. Watching Gu Chen's figure disappear, Wen Haoran packed up his things, but did not leave immediately. He walked slowly to Captain Wu and asked in a low voice as if unintentionally. "Captain Wu, Gu Chen is new here, right? The situation in the mine, didn't you explain it to him?" Chapter 14 Calculation. Captain Wu seemed to have just realized what was happening when he heard this. He pretended to be stunned and raised his hand to pat his forehead. "Oh, look at my memory! I've been so busy that I actually forgot about this. Didn't I tell him?" Wen Haoran's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded slowly. "No." "Oh." Captain Wu stretched out his words. "Just forget it. It shouldn't be a big deal. Didn't anything happen there yesterday? I can tell him in detail when he comes back from his inspection." Wen Haoran smiled knowingly. That smile contained a tacit understanding and a hint of gloating. "Okay, Captain Wu, I'll go over first." "Well, go ahead, and be careful." Captain Wu waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly. Wen Haoran turned and walked towards the dense forest. He knew very well that Captain Wu had not forgotten at all, but had done it on purpose. "Are you still waiting for Gu Qin to come back?" "Haha, it's questionable whether that kid can come back alive. All the old team members know that there has been a big problem in that mine complex recently. It is not a safe area at all, but a key monitoring area temporarily designated." Suddenly, an extremely ferocious beast appeared in the mine. Its fighting power was so strong that it took nearly 8 garrison troops to encircle and suppress it, including many skilled fighters, but they were all wiped out. This incident shocked the top brass of the garrison. After evaluation, they concluded that the strength of the strange beast was far beyond what the ordinary garrison could handle. "We have now urgently contacted the expeditionary force in the inner city and requested them to send experts to deal with the situation." Before the expeditionary force arrived, the garrison had only one task: to watch from a distance, and make sure that the strange beast did not leave the mining area. Rashly entering the mines for inspection? If you encounter that strange beast, you're basically dead. Among the garrison troops, the strongest is the C-level mutant, and this is the team leader level. Most of the ordinary team leaders and team members are D, E, and F levels. Facing the monster that can only wipe out an 8-person team, once they encounter it in the narrow mine, they probably won't even have a chance to escape. Captain Wu deliberately did not remind Gu Qin and sent him directly to the mines. It was obvious that he wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. As for the motive, Wen Haoran was too lazy to guess. Maybe it was a personal grudge, or maybe he simply disliked Gu Qin. Anyway, this newcomer named Chen is likely to be in danger. When Howren shook his head and quickened his pace to leave. He didn't want to get involved in such muddy water. Chen didn't know that he had been calculated by Captain Wu. He walked through the dense forest according to the instructions of the map on the communicator. The trees in this area are extremely tall, with lush branches and leaves, blocking out the sun. Sunlight can only shine through the gaps sporadically, making the light in the forest somewhat dim. The visible distance is very close, no more than 20 meters. There is a thick layer of fallen leaves under my feet, which are soft and make a rustling sound when I step on them. After walking down the steep mountain road for nearly 20 minutes, the red dot on the communicator finally entered the area marked in yellow on the map. As soon as I stepped into this area, a slightly impatient voice sounded from the treetops. "Why are you here so late? You're dawdling and you're already late for the handover." Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man jumping down from a tree with obvious fatigue and a bit of complaint on his face. It seems that he was the person who was responsible for patrolling this area before. "Hello, I'm Chen, here to take over." Chen was just about to say hello and make a simple handover. But the other party obviously didn't have the patience. Before Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand and interrupted. Okay, I'll leave it to you." After saying that, the man returned along the way he came without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the woods, as if he was afraid to stay here for another second. Chen touched his nose, but didn't care too much about the other party's attitude. It's a chance meeting, so don't demand too much. He looked around the area that he would be responsible for next. According to regulations, there is no fixed patrol route. You only need to ensure that you are within the area of responsibility. No one will be watching you all the time. Theoretically speaking, it is completely feasible for Chen to find a place to sleep. But Chen is not here to slack off. Although the no man's land is dangerous, it also provides many opportunities to make money. He walked slowly and aimlessly in the area, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Not long after he started walking, a scene not far ahead caught his attention. In a relatively open area, the trees were noticeably thinner, and the ground was littered with rocks of varying sizes. A dozen meters ahead, a dark cave entrance came into view. The entrance of the cave was about 1 person high and 4 people wide, and was embedded diagonally in a low rock wall. "Is this the mine marked on the map?" Chen understood. Driven by a strong curiosity, he felt that since he was already here, he would feel a little bit guilty if he didn't go in and take a look. He walked to the entrance of the cave and first carefully observed the rocks around the entrance. It looks badly weathered and is covered with cracks in some places. Chen reached out and knocked on a few rocks that looked loose, confirming that there was no danger of collapse for the time being. Then he took out a high-powered flashlight from his backpack and turned on the switch. A bright beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating a small area inside the cave. The cave was dead silent, with only the tiny dust particles dancing in the flashlight beam. It can be seen that there is a downward sloping passage inside. The slope is not steep and the ground is relatively flat, but the rock walls on both sides are also rough and uneven. There seems to be nothing special where the light reaches. After hesitating for a moment, Chen still stepped in. As soon as you enter the mine, you are hit by a cold and damp atmosphere. The flashlight can only illuminate a few meters in the narrow passage. Deeper in the passage is a thick, indissoluble mass of ink. He moved forward cautiously, taking light steps, trying not to make too much noise. After walking about a few dozen meters, he noticed some messy scratches beginning to appear on the rock walls on both sides. These scratches were of varying depths and irregular shapes, as if left by some kind of tool. There were also some angular gravel scattered on the ground. Chen stopped, squatted down, and picked up a piece of gravel with his fingers. The fractured surface of the gravel is very fresh and not covered with much dust. He rubbed the scratches on the rock wall with his fingers again. There was less dust in the scratch grooves than on the surrounding rock walls, and the color was slightly darker. It seemed it was produced recently? This was in contrast to the severely weathered marks at the cave entrance that he had observed outside. Something's wrong. Chen frowned. Even if someone has been here, why would they leave these marks on the wall? Soon, he felt relieved again. The strangers who patrol in the uninhabited areas will take advantage of their positions to secretly do some side jobs. For example, if they find some valuable minerals or usable materials, they will secretly take them back and sell them to make some extra money. Otherwise, without the salary of the garrison, they will not be able to make a living relying solely on the subsidies from the patrol. This mine looks like it was abandoned a long time ago, but it seems that someone has come back to dig recently. Are they those strange people patrolling here? Thinking of this, Chen's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. If there really is a mine here, and it was discovered recently, doesn't that mean I also have a chance to get a piece of the pie? As soon as this thought came to mind, the uneasiness and vigilance he had just felt were instantly suppressed by his desire for wealth. Chapter 15: The Seriously Injured Beast. Gu Chen licked his dry lips, held the flashlight tightly, and continued to walk carefully deeper into the mine. The passage continued down, winding and twisting. The flashlight flickered in the darkness, illuminating only a small area ahead. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of his own footsteps echoing clearly in the empty passage. After walking for about 10 minutes, a faint light seemed to appear in the darkness ahead. The light was not the white light of a flashlight, nor the warm yellow light of a flame, but a faint cold light with a strange blue tint, like a ghost fire, flickering at the end of the darkness. "What is that?" Gu Chen muttered in his heart, his curiosity growing stronger. He had heard that some special minerals would emit phosphorescence in the dark. Gu Chen slowed down his pace and approached the direction of the blue light little by little. The closer we got, the clearer the blue light became, but it was still very faint and seemed to be swaying slightly. The passage seemed to end here, and the front suddenly opened up to a small cave. Gu Chen stopped at the entrance of the cave and swept the light of the flashlight over. The floor of the cave was not flat. Near the inside, there was a small pool of water with clear water that reflected the light of the flashlight. And the faint blue light came from the other side of the pool, near the shadow of the cave wall. Just as Gu Chen was concentrating on staring at the blue light, he suddenly kicked something soft yet hard. Gu Chen subconsciously lowered his head and shone the flashlight downwards. After just one glance, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill instantly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was not a stone or debris at all, but a broken human limb. It looked like a leg torn apart from the thigh. The broken part was bloody and had turned black and solidified, but it was obvious that the person had not been dead for long, no more than 1 or 2 days at most. Not far from the severed leg, there were some torn clothes and scattered internal organs. Corpse. An incomplete corpse. Almost at the same time, Gu Chen caught a glimpse of the faint blue light he had just seen from the corner of his eye. It seemed to be beating. Moreover, it is moving towards him. The speed was not fast, but the flickering blue light was getting closer and clearer, gradually breaking away from the deepest shadow and entering the edge of the range illuminated by Gu Chen's flashlight. Gu Chen stared at the moving blue light, his heart pounding and his breathing almost stagnant. Finally, he saw the source of the blue light. That's not some ore at all, nor is it some ghost will-o'-the-wisp. Those were eyes. A pair of vertical pupils that flashed with a cold, cruel light. As the eyes approached, a creepy figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a roughly humanoid monster, nearly 2 meters tall, covered with a layer of dark green, snake scale-like skin that shone with a greasy luster. Its limbs ended in sharp claws, and it had a long, thick tail dragging behind it. The head is long and pointed, the mouth is wide open, revealing fine fangs, and a forked tongue pops out of the mouth from time to time, making a hissing sound. The whole shape is like a gecko that has been magnified countless times and is walking upright. Snake Man. What shocked Gu Chen even more was that the monster's body was covered with wounds of varying sizes. The wounds were very deep, with the skin and flesh turned inside out, and dark green sticky liquid was still oozing out. It was obviously a fresh wound. Strange beast. This word flashed through Gu Chen's mind instantly. There was no doubt that this was a strange beast. Moreover, judging by the injuries on its body and the broken corpse on the ground, a fierce battle had just taken place here. The corpse on the ground is obviously the masterpiece of this strange beast. The moment Gu Chen saw the appearance of the strange beast clearly, a translucent box that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him suddenly popped up in front of him. Inside the box is a line of concise text. Snakeman LV.52, severely injured. The color of the name and level is a dazzling bright red. There is also a line of things below that look like a health bar, but that health bar is already badly damaged, with only a short red line on the left side left, which is less than 1/10 by visual estimation. Gu Chen was not unfamiliar with this prompt box that suddenly appeared like a game interface. This is the same information he saw when his abilities awakened. Level 52? What level was he now? 30. A full 22 levels behind. What the hell was that? This Snake Man beast was nearly twice his level. This level gap is simply crushing. Before he could react, the box disappeared as abruptly as it appeared. Gu Chen forced himself to calm down, his eyes fixed on the strange beast called Snake Man, while his body moved backwards very slowly, bit by bit. The strange thing was that although the Snake Man stared at him with his dark blue vertical pupils and made a threatening hissing sound in his throat, he did not pounce on him and attack immediately. Gu Chen thought of the broken corpse he had just seen, and the new and old scars all over the Snake Man's body, combined with the data he had just seen: low health and serious injury. An inference quickly formed in his mind. This Snake Man monster had experienced one or several fierce battles not long ago. Although it killed its opponent, it also paid a heavy price. It was seriously injured and its strength was greatly reduced. It is now in an extremely weak state. The reason why it didn't attack me immediately was probably not because it didn't want to, but because it couldn't. In other words, it was also assessing the threat level of this sudden intruder and did not want to risk an uncertain battle in its weak state. Its approach and roar just now were more like a deterrent, trying to scare away this uninvited guest. This thought made Gu Chen's heart calm down a little bit. He continued to remain on guard, retreating step by step. Sure enough, the Snake Man just hissed and stared at him with his cold eyes, but his body never moved from where he was, and he had no intention of chasing him. Gu Chen retreated a few meters and was almost back to the entrance he had just entered. The Snake Man still didn't move. Looking at the weak beast that was at level 52, Gu Chen's heart suddenly started beating wildly. An extremely bold, even crazy idea emerged from the bottom of my heart. It's dying. Its level is so high. If I could kill it now, that would definitely make a lot of money. Once this thought appears, it can no longer be suppressed. The risks are huge, but the potential rewards are also crazy huge. Just as Gu Chen was fighting with his heavenly master, the prompt box about the Snake Man's information popped up again. Be a little less than the first time he saw it. The change was extremely slight, but Gu Chen was extremely confident in his eyesight and photographic memory. He definitely wasn't wrong. This means that the Snake Man's injuries are still worsening. Its vitality is constantly fading. Chapter 16: Killing the Snake Man. Gu Chen subconsciously swept his gaze around the Snake Man. Sure enough, at the distance where he had just retreated and the Snake Man followed, there were clear puddles of dark green liquid on the ground. It's still bleeding. Its vitality is slipping away. It might not be able to hold on for much longer. This discovery became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The hesitation in Gu Chen's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a crazy determination. Take a gamble. The risk is huge. If you fail, you will immediately become like the corpse on the ground. But the rewards are equally astonishingly huge. Done! Roar! Gu Chen no longer retreated, but instead let out a low roar. At the same time, the ability of gravity control was instantly activated. He kicked the rubble scattered on the ground and rushed towards the Snake Man. The Snake Man obviously did not expect that this human would dare to attack actively. He subconsciously raised his claws to block. With a clang sound, the gravel was knocked away by the hard claws, but it also successfully blocked its vision and movement for a moment. It's this moment. Gu Chen's figure suddenly rose up like a ghost, using gravity control to accelerate his body, flexibly dodging the claws swung by the Snake Man, and attacking with a long sword at the same time. The Snake Man was already seriously injured and had difficulty moving. At this moment, he was harassed by Gu Chen's completely unconventional style of play. He became even more irritable and roared continuously, but he could not really catch sight of Gu Chen's figure. Every attack and every movement it makes exacerbates the tearing of the wound and accelerates the loss of vitality. As one gained strength while the other lost strength, the Snake Man's movements became slower and slower, his roars became weaker and weaker, and his blue vertical pupils gradually lost their original ferocity and began to reveal a weak light. Gu Chen caught this change. He knew the time had come. No longer fighting, Gu Chen suddenly accelerated and approached the Snake Man again. This time, he did not dodge, but pushed the ability of gravity domination to the extreme. A huge rock on the top of the cave suddenly fell off and hit the Snake Man. The Snake Man tried to dodge, but the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank in, and his injured body lost its balance and fell to the ground. Crack! The boulder hit the Snake Man, and its bones cracked under the heavy weight. The intense pain made it howl miserably. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gu Chen gripped the sword tightly and used all his strength to fiercely stab it into the huge wound on the Snake Man's neck that was not covered by scales and was constantly bleeding. Puff! The Snake Man's howl came to an abrupt end, his huge body stiffened suddenly, and his dark blue vertical pupils lost all their luster in an instant. Kill Snakeman LV.52. Energy points gained, 30 points. Level up. LV.30-LV.34. Get a random reward bag. A series of prompts popped up in front of Gu Chen. Gu Chen leaned on his knees, breathing heavily, sweat soaking the back of his clothes. The seemingly short battle just now almost exhausted his physical and mental strength, especially the extreme use of gravity control at the last moment, which made him feel dizzy. But the huge gains and the relief of surviving the disaster made him recover quickly. 4 levels in a row. 30 more precious energy points. This time, the bet was right. Chen walked to the huge corpse of the snake man and confirmed that it was dead, then he breathed a sigh of relief. He took out several empty glass tubes he carried with him and carefully dug out the snake man's blood core. The blood used to develop psychic potions was taken from this blood core. The blood flowing in the body could not be used for development. This thing is the most valuable thing. After filling the 2 glass tubes, he took out the dagger and laboriously peeled off the relatively intact scales on the snake man's body. This thing has good defensive power and is a good material for making armor. The snake's skin was very large and very tough. Chen took great pains to peel off only a part of it. He carefully rolled up the skin and hid it in a secluded corner, planning to take it away when he left the day after tomorrow. The glass tube containing blood was stuffed directly into the backpack. After doing all this, Chen had time to look at the cave carefully. The flashlight swept over and found that in addition to the snake man's corpse and the broken human corpse he saw at the beginning, there were actually several human remains scattered around the pool and in the corners of the cave. Without exception, these corpses all died in a miserable state, with incomplete limbs, which was obviously the work of this snake man. There were still many snake man footprints left around, in the shape of 3 toes, large and small. Looking at these corpses, Chen felt nothing in his heart. It's a waste to keep things after the person is dead. He began to search the bodies. He picked up some valuable-looking accessories, as long as they were useful, and stuffed them into his backpack. Soon, his backpack became heavy. During the search, he also found their identification documents, alien certificates, and the wolf head medal representing the garrison's identity from several corpses. Zhang XX E-level mutant. Li XX D-level mutant. Wang XX E-level mutant. Looking at these strange witnesses, Chen's expression became uglier and uglier. So many aliens died here. Even the garrison troops were killed. Captain Wu, there's no way he didn't know. But he didn't tell me. Not a single word. Instead, he deliberately sent himself to this place. This isn't negligence. This is murder. Naked collateral damage. Captain Wu wanted to die here. Die at the hands of this snake man that even the garrison dared not provoke. Chen felt a sense of fear. If this snake man hadn't been seriously injured and dying. I'm afraid that now, I have become one of the debris on the ground. Captain Wu probably never dreamed that the killing plan he set up not only failed to kill him, but instead turned a disaster into a blessing and allowed him to pick up such a huge advantage, right? Chen clenched his fists. The joy brought by the looted spoils had long been dispelled by his previous speculation. He looked up at the deep mine tunnel, which seemed like a passage to hell. Captain Wu, I've made note of this. Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, took one last look at the Shura-like cave, turned around, and walked in the direction he came from without looking back. Outside the mine, the sun is still shining and the dense forest is silent. But Chen knew that some things were no longer the same. Chapter 17 Rich Harvest. Leaning against a relatively clean rock, he took out half a piece of bread from his backpack and began to nibble on it with the clean water in his water bottle. The fierce battle before, especially the extreme push of gravity domination at the last moment, made him feel as if his body had been drained out, and his stomach was growling with hunger. If I don't replenish my energy, I probably won't be able to defeat a wild boar. After taking a few bites of bread, the hunger in his stomach was slightly relieved, and Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he thought about it, the familiar light screen panel appeared before his eyes again. His eyes were fixed directly on the random reward bag, obtained after killing the snake man. I don't know what to come up with. Chen muttered to himself. Without much hesitation, he chose to open it. Swish! With a flash of light, new lines of text popped up. Awakening ability, paralysis venom. Paralytic venom, produces a toxic liquid with a weak paralyzing effect. After ingestion or blood contact, organisms will experience symptoms such as limb weakness and slow reaction within a short period of time. Obtained item, snakeskin coat, E-grade. Snakeskin clothes, inner armor made from the scales of a snakeman. Average defense, but provides some resistance to toxins. New ability? Chen's eyes suddenly widened and his heart beat wildly. Looking at the snakeskin coat, again, it was E-level equipment with average defense. Chen curled his lips and thought it was better than nothing. However, when he saw the words, "The appearance of the equipment can be hidden," his eyes lit up again. This is good. This is good. What he needs most now is to keep a low profile, and this thing is just a timely help. After looking at the rewards, Chen's eyes fell on the 30 precious energy points. He opened the exchange list and was dazzled by the dazzling array of good things, but unfortunately he couldn't afford most of them. Okay, let's solve the current trouble first. Chen calculated in his mind, and finally spent 20 energy points to exchange for a storage space. That was about the size of a car trunk. Storage space, independent storage space, can be accessed by mind. Chen grinned. Even though it cost him 2/3 of his energy points, this thing was incredibly useful. He no longer had to carry a heavy backpack around, and his safety was greatly improved. He exchanged the remaining 10 energy points for 2 bottles of healing potion, which is a life-saving thing that can save lives at critical moments. With a thought, Chen tried to put the bulging backpack beside him into the storage space. I saw a flash of light before my eyes, and then the backpack disappeared out of thin air. He concentrated again, and the backpack appeared in its original place intact. Oh my god, that's so convenient! Chen couldn't help but admire. Then he took out the snakeskin jacket. The texture of the clothes is a bit strange. It feels cool and flexible, with the unique texture of scales. After putting on the snakeskin jacket, it is as if you are not wearing anything at all, and there is no hindrance to your movements. Chen's mind moved, and he chose to hide his appearance. The next second, the clothes disappeared directly, and the eyes could not see the existence of the snakeskin clothes at all. Not bad, not bad. Even though I can't see it, it's definitely on my body. This gives me an extra trump card. Chen nodded with satisfaction. This thing has so many uses. Finally, Chen focused his attention on the newly awakened ability, paralyzing venom. Trying to mobilize the energy in his body, he soon felt a slight tingling and numbness in his fingertips. A drop of dark green sticky liquid slowly seeped out, emitting a faint fishy smell. Is this the paralyzing venom? Chen observed carefully, but a huge wave of emotion was rising in his heart. I actually awakened a second ability? This, paralyzing venom, sounds interesting. He is definitely a good hand at ambushing people at critical moments, or assisting in battle. If I need a tough opponent again in the future, I will quietly give him a blow, hee. The more Chen thought about it, the happier he felt. Then he became confused again. As far as he knew, for an inhuman to awaken a second ability, it was usually only possible through chance and coincidence after reaching the legendary S rank. Inhumans from A rank to F rank generally only had one ability, and all their combat skills were developed and extended from that ability. I'm only D rank, how come? Chen couldn't figure it out, but he knew that this was definitely not normal. This matter must be kept secret, and no one must know about it. He still understands the principle that a man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Especially when Captain Wu, the time bomb, is still staring at you, you must be careful to hide. It seems that I have more secrets than I thought. Chen's eyes became deeper. With the storage space as a weapon, Chen would naturally not let go of the spoils in the mine. He sneaked back into the cave again and stuffed the snakeskin he had hidden before into the storage space. He even collected the weapons and equipment that looked pretty good on the bodies of the aliens, as long as they were still usable. These things might come in handy in the future, or they might be sold for a good price. After searching for a while, the storage space was almost full. In a blink of an eye, it was the third morning since Chen entered the no man's land. He came to a secluded place outside the mining area. Not long after, a strange man with a garrison badge on his chest walked out of the dense forest. Chen imitated the old-fashioned people who had taken over the task before. After he appeared, he said nothing, just nodded at the other party, and turned around and left. The man was also silent. After watching Chen leave, he looked around vigilantly and disappeared into the dense forest. When we returned to the camp, there were only a few people sitting there, and the team members had not arrived yet. Some of the areas they are responsible for are relatively remote, so the journey will take longer. Of course, it is also possible that some people will never come back. This is a very normal thing in an uninhabited area. Chen found a secluded corner to sit down and close his eyes to rest. According to the regulations, all team members who went out for patrol must return and be confirmed by the captain before they can be dismissed. As for where you go after the team disbands, no one will care about you. It's up to you whether you want to go back to the city or stay in the no man's land and try your luck, as long as you don't miss the next group inspection mission in a week. Just like on the first day, Captain Wu personally led this group of newcomers into the no man's land to familiarize themselves with the route, and this was just a special treatment for the first time. Although the no man's land is dangerous, it is open to all registered aliens. As long as you are not a wanted criminal or a member of a rebel organization, you can enter and exit freely with your alien certificate. Before Chen could even sit down, he felt someone walking towards him. He opened his eyes and raised his eyelids slightly. The person who came was Captain Wu, who wanted to kill him. "Gu Chen," Captain Wu said with a smile on his face. "How do you feel about your first patrol? Did it go well?" "Thanks to Team Wu, everything went smoothly." Gu Chen answered expressionlessly, his voice unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. That's good. Captain Wu rolled his eyes and glanced at Gu Chen's empty hands and back. "Where's your backpack?" Chapter 18 Expeditionary Force. Gu Chen shrugged casually and replied, "In 3 days I've eaten and drunk all the things I brought with me. The empty backpack was a nuisance, so I just threw it in the woods." "I see." Captain Wu laughed dryly. "Did you find anything unusual during your patrol? Or did you encounter any strange beasts?" When asking questions, his eyes were fixed on Gu Chen. "Abnormal?" Gu Chen frowned in feigned confusion. "Nothing special was found. Captain Wu, thank you for arranging such a good place for me. I'm a newcomer with low strength. If I had met any powerful character, I probably wouldn't be able to come back now." These words, half true and half false, not only pointed out his own weakness, but also hinted that if there was real danger, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Captain Wu stared at Gu Chen for a long time, as if trying to find something from his face. But Gu Chen always looked calm, with clear eyes, and no trace of guilt could be seen. Finally, Captain Wu smiled awkwardly and patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. "That's right, it's always right to be careful. Okay, you can rest first." After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Chen watched Captain Wu's back, a sneer on his face. "It seems he's disappointed that I didn't die." I was secretly alert in my heart, and decided to be more cautious in the future. Captain Wu would never give up easily. This feud has been settled. After all the team members returned one after another, Captain Wu counted the number of people, briefly explained the time of the next meeting, and then announced the disbandment. Gu Chen walked out of the camp along with several team members who were returning to the city to rest. Some team members also chose to stay in the camp temporarily, obviously intending to take advantage of the free time during these days to try their luck in the surrounding areas to see if they could hunt some exotic beasts or pick up some valuable things. Not long after walking out of the camp gate, 2 people came towards us. The 2 men had tall and straight figures and walked steadily. The most eye-catching thing was that they both wore a lifelike eagle badge with spread wings on their chests. "They are from the Expeditionary Force." The faces of the several garrison troops traveling with Gu Chen changed when they saw the badges of the 2 men. They all stopped and retreated respectfully to the side of the road, lowered their heads slightly, and dared not breathe. Gu Chen's heart also shuddered slightly. Eagle badge. This is the symbol of the Expeditionary Force. The Expeditionary Force is an elite force specifically responsible for going deep into the more remote and dangerous unknown areas of the no man's land to carry out exploration, development, and clearing missions. Those who can join the Expeditionary Force are all the best among the extraordinary people. The lowest entry threshold is sea-level extraordinary people, and there are countless strong ones among them. In contrast, the garrison is mainly responsible for daily patrols and vigilance in the border areas of human cities, as well as maintaining security and order within the city. In theory, any registered alien has the opportunity to join the garrison, and the level restrictions are relatively loose. It can be said that although the Expeditionary Force and the Garrison Army are both official armed forces, there is a world of difference between them in terms of strength, status, and nature of their tasks. Why would the Expeditionary Force suddenly come to a place like ours? Gu Chen was muttering in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He also followed the other's example and stood aside with his head lowered. He didn't want to attract the attention of these big guys because of his inappropriate behavior at this time. The 2 expeditionary members walked past them without even glancing at them and headed straight into the camp. It was not until their figures disappeared deep into the camp that Gu Chen and the others breathed a sigh of relief and started walking again. However, everyone's hearts were shrouded in doubt. Not long after Gu Chen and his companions left, Captain Wu and several other team leaders in the camp, upon hearing their subordinates report that the Expeditionary Force was coming, immediately rushed out to greet them. After a brief contact, Captain Wu and others confirmed the purpose of the 2 men. The Expeditionary Force came this time because they received a request for assistance from the Garrison Army, in order to deal with the powerful monsters that recently appeared in the mining area. Captain Wu did not dare to delay. After briefly reporting on the recent inspection of the mining area, Captain Wu personally led the 2 expedition members and several other team leaders to the mine where the snake people had previously been entrenched. When the group carefully went deeper into the cave, they were all stunned. The powerful beast they had expected was nowhere to be seen, replaced by the stiff, cold corpse of a snakeman. Even more astonishing was the fact that most of the valuable scales and skin on the snakeman had been stripped away, leaving only a few broken pieces. Not far from the snakeman's corpse, the remains of several garrison members also lay there quietly, silently telling of the tragedy that had occurred here. What's going on? A team leader couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, his face full of disbelief. The strange beast is dead? Who did it? The other person was also confused. The two expeditionary force members looked at each other and frowned slightly. The intelligence they received was that a powerful monster appeared here that could easily slaughter multiple D-level and E-level alien garrison teams, so they came here specifically to check it out. But the scene before them seemed to no longer require them to take action. Did one of your people kill him? Captain Wu's expression kept changing, and he had a ridiculous guess in his mind, but he also felt that it was impossible. He quickly stepped forward and said respectfully to the two expeditionary forces, "Gentlemen, this mine area has always been monitored by our team. I can assure you that before you arrived, our men were only on guard outside, and no one dared to enter the cave without permission. Furthermore, sensors have been installed at each entrance, recording any living creature entering or leaving. But I've checked, and there's no record of any sensors being triggered in the past 3 days." Captain Wu said it in a decisive tone, as if it was a fact that was set in stone. In fact, the sensor was triggered during the time when Gu Chen was patrolling, so he was very surprised that Gu Chen came back alive and rushed over to ask about it. The other team leaders were also a little confused when they heard this, but seeing that Captain Wu was so sure and that the snake man's body was indeed cold, they were happy to avoid further trouble and did not say anything more. The two expeditionary force members pondered for a moment. For them, the strange beast was dead and the mission was indirectly completed. As for how this strange beast died, whether it was killed by other stronger strange beasts, or some hidden master who passed by and took care of it, they were too lazy to investigate further. Finding out the truth is the garrison's responsibility. "Now that the target has been cleared, we'll go back first." One of the expeditionary forces said this lightly, then turned and left with his companions, no longer paying attention to the mess on the scene. Captain Wu and others hurried to see him off. After the expeditionary force walked away, the other team leaders surrounded Captain Wu and asked him many questions. "Old Wu, are you sure no one has been in there? How did the snake man die? And was his skin peeled off?" Wu waved his hand impatiently. "I told you, the sensors don't record anything. That means no one has ever been in there." He insisted that no one had ever been in here. Although the others were skeptical, they could not find any reason to refute him and could only disperse in disappointment. As for Captain Wu, after returning to the camp alone and entering his own independent tent, the calmness on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by gloom and suspicion. He took out a palm-sized black instrument from his arms and started operating it quickly. Soon, various colors mixed together on the instrument screen. He fast-forwarded to the point in time when the abnormal reminder appeared. On the screen, a red human-shaped ball of light stayed on the picture for a while, then moved forward and disappeared. "That figure looks quite similar to Gu Chen." Captain Wu's pupils suddenly contracted. Gu Chen. Chapter 19 Homecoming. 3 days is neither long nor short. For Gu Chen, every moment of tension in the no man's land was for the purpose of returning to this home where he could let down all his defenses. When he dragged his slightly tired body and pushed open the door, what greeted him was the expected emptiness. The room was quiet. Both women were still in school, so naturally there was no one at home at the moment. That's good, it can give him some time to relax. Gu Chen threw his clothes into the laundry basket and walked straight into the bathroom. Cold water poured down from the showerhead, washing away the fatigue in the body and washing away the murderous aura that had been picked up outside in the past few days. Gu Chen closed his eyes, but Ran Wenwen's shy face involuntarily appeared in his mind. As newlyweds, they were just getting used to the sweetness of life. During these 3 days in the no man's land, in addition to being alert to the dangers around them, the person he thought about the most was her. After taking a shower and changing into clean and refreshing casual clothes, Gu Chen felt that all the bones in his body had become lighter. He didn't do anything else, just walked to the bed, fell onto it, and fell asleep almost touching the pillow. "I've been so nervous these days outside, and now that I'm back in a safe place, sleepiness is coming over me like a tide. I don't know how long I slept, but Gu Chen was awakened by the sound of pots and pans colliding and faint voices. He opened his eyes drowsily. The sky outside the window was already getting dark. It seemed that he had slept for quite a while. The sound came from outside the room. Gu Chen's heart moved. He got up from the bed, without making too much noise, walked quietly to the door, slightly opened the door and looked outside. In the kitchen, Ran Wenwen's slender back was busy with work in an apron. Tiny smoke was dancing between her hair and the light, and there was an indescribable breath of life. She was concentrating on cutting something with her head down. Her movements were skillful, and she had none of the awkwardness and nervousness that she had when they first met. On a chair in the living room, the little girl Gutong was sitting cross-legged with a small basin in front of her. She was holding some vegetables in her hands, picking them carefully one by one. From time to time, she was talking to Ranwoman in the kitchen, and her clear laughter was like wind chimes. This heartwarming family scene struck Gu Chen's heart without warning, causing his heart to soften suddenly, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. Is this what home feels like? He and Xiaotong used to depend on each other for survival, and although they were a family, they always felt that something was missing. Now, it seemed complete. Gu Chen opened the door and walked out. When you come back, don't wake me up. Brother! You're awake! Gutong was the first to react. She put down the food in her hand in surprise, jumped down from the chair, and ran to Gu Chen in a few steps, looking up with her little face and her eyes shining. Ranwoman in the kitchen also heard the sound and walked to the door. When she saw Gu Chen, her cheeks flushed slightly, with a hint of joy and relief in her eyes, and she said softly, Are you awake? Why don't you sleep a little longer? You look very tired. Well, I've slept all afternoon, that's enough. Gu Chen rubbed Gutong's head, then looked at Ranwoman, with a smile unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. What delicious food are you making? It smells so good. Brother, you must be hungry. Sister-in-law made your favorite braised pork. Gutong answered quickly. Ranwoman smiled a little embarrassedly. I heard Xiaotong say that you like it, so I spent money to buy some meat and tried to cook it. I don't know if it suits your appetite. It's definitely to my taste. I like everything you cook. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and said, Let me help. I can't let you two be busy. No, you just came back, just rest. Ranwoman waved her hands quickly. That's right, brother. You should go and have a rest. The meal will be ready soon. Gutong also agreed. Gu Chen was not willing to do that. He was not the kind of man who would act like a boss when he got home. Besides, he really enjoyed the feeling of being able to work with them for the family. Thus, the small kitchen and living room were filled with the happy scenes of a family of three. Gu Chen helped wash the vegetables and cut the chopsticks, Ranwoman was in charge of cooking, and Gutong assisted on the side, passing plates and bowls, and occasionally telling a few jokes from school, which made the two of them laugh. Dinner was ready quickly, with 1 meat, 3 vegetables and a soup. Although simple, it was particularly warm. Ranwoman's cooking skills are really good. The braised pork is fat but not greasy, soft and tasty. Gu Chen praised it highly. At the dinner table, Gutong chattered about the interesting things that happened in the past few days, while Ranwoman listened quietly, picking up food for Gu Chen from time to time, and her eyes moved with the tenderness unique to a newlywed wife. Gu Chen felt that this meal was more comfortable than any other meal he had eaten in recent years. Brother, sister-in-law, let's go for a walk in the park. I'm too full. After dinner, Gutong suggested going out for a walk. Okay. Gu Chen had the same idea. He had never walked around the area since he came to this place, so he should go for a walk and take a look. Ranwoman naturally had no objection and nodded obediently. There is a small park not far from here. Compared with the shabby place in Xiago Lane, the living environment is indeed much better. The three of them walked side by side on the relatively flat street. The street lights were dim, stretching their shadows very long. Gu Chen walked in the middle, with Ranwoman on the left and Gutong on the right. Suddenly, Gu Chen said to Ranwoman, Wife, tomorrow night when you come back from get out of class, let's go back to your parents' home together. I haven't formally visited my father-in-law and mother-in-law yet. He felt that he was not doing his job as a son-in-law well. He got the marriage certificate but had never even met his father-in-law and mother-in-law. It was a bit disrespectful no matter how he looked at it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Ranwoman's expression suddenly changed, her eyes evasive, and she whispered, How about forget it? My parents may not be very convenient. The situation at home is not very good now, and Ranwoman doesn't want to take Gu Chen there. She was also worried that her family was not well off, and Gu Chen would look down on her if he knew about it. Gu Chen frowned slightly, noticing the embarrassment in Ranwoman's tone. This reaction was a little unexpected for him. It is normal for newlyweds to visit their parents-in-law. What's wrong? Is there anything inconvenient? Gu Chen asked. No matter what, it's reasonable for me to go and visit them and let them rest assured to leave you to me. He was firm in his attitude, which was not only a courtesy but also a sign of his respect for Ranwoman. Ranwoman bit her lower lip, not knowing how to start. At this moment, the public broadcasts on both sides of the street suddenly sounded, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. An emotionless female voice came from the loudspeaker. Attention, residents of the Outer 7th District! Attention, residents of the Outer 7th District! To recover lost territory, rebuild homes, and develop new urban areas, The nation has decided to launch the second expedition of the year. This expedition's target is the Hufeng Plain. All Inhumans who are determined to contribute to the future of humanity can register at the designated window of the Inhuman Administration Bureau starting today. Generous bonuses and subsidies, supreme honor, await you as you once again set out to fight for the future of humanity. Chapter 20 Meeting Wang Jie again. The radio played on a loop, and the sound carried far away in the silent night sky. In previous years, the expeditionary force usually only went on 2 or 3 expeditions a year, at most 3 times. This year, it was only March, and they were already going on their second expedition, which was indeed a bit unusual. Gu Chen thought to himself. This Hufeng Plain, where the expedition failed just 2 months ago, is now organizing forces to go again so soon. Is there something there that the country is determined to obtain? Pedestrians on the roadside stopped and started talking to each other. Gu Chen and the other 2 also stopped and listened quietly. Another expedition. Ran Woman frowned slightly and complained softly. Life is already hard, and with expeditions every few days, I'm afraid taxes will have to increase again. If this goes on, I don't know how many people will starve. There was a hint of worry in her voice, and she was obviously thinking about the difficulties faced by ordinary people. Gu Tong pursed her lips and whispered. The last time I saw the expeditionary force coming back, many of them were transported back lying on vehicles, with limbs missing. It looked so scary. A trace of fear appeared on the little girl's face. Gu Chen patted Gu Tong's shoulder to comfort him, and said thoughtfully, Perhaps there are some strategic resources or important geographical locations in the Hufeng Plain that we must seize. Otherwise, the country would not gather its forces again so quickly after just experiencing a defeat. His perspective on things is always more profound than that of ordinary people. Oh, I hope it will go smoothly this time. Ran Woman sighed. The 3 of them continued walking and chatting about the broadcast content, and the atmosphere returned to normal. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind, accompanied by a slightly panicked girl's voice. Make way! Please make way! Gu Chen and the other 2 subconsciously looked back. They saw a slender girl running towards them quickly, waving at them as she ran, signaling them to make way. Not far behind her, there seemed to be a strong man cursing and chasing her. Gu Chen took a closer look, his eyes slightly condensed. Isn't this girl the girl named Wang Jie who I rescued in the alley a few days ago? How did she get into trouble again? Wang Jie obviously recognized Gu Chen in the crowd at a glance. Her somewhat embarrassed little face suddenly showed an expression of surprise and joy. As if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she shouted, It's you! Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed to Gu Chen's side like a gust of wind, grabbed Gu Chen's arm, panting, crying and saying anxiously, Brother Gu Chen, save me! Save me quickly! Gu Chen frowned slightly. He was not a kind-hearted bodhisattva. It didn't make sense for him to take action every time this girl was in trouble. But this girl held on to his arm tightly, and her big watery eyes were full of pleading, and the soft spot in his heart that couldn't be hardened was touched again. What's going on? What's wrong with you? Gu Chen couldn't help but ask softly. Wang Jie pointed at the several burly men panting after her and quickly explained. Yesterday, I teamed up with this guy to go hunting in an uninhabited area. We agreed to split the prey equally, but that brat only gave me a quarter. I was so mad that I took advantage of him not noticing and stole all the money we earned. Now he's chasing me for money. As soon as the words fell, the burly man caught up with her and pointed at Wang Jie, cursing. You stinky girl! Return the money to me right now! Otherwise, I'll break your legs today! Wang Jie was not willing to show weakness. Instead, she hugged Gu Chen's arm even tighter, raised her chin, and shouted at the strong man. This is my husband! He is a very high-level alien, much more powerful than you. Come and grab him if you have the guts. Your husband? The burly man looked at Gu Chen suspiciously, with disbelief and a hint of fear in his eyes. Nowadays, the identity of a high-level alien can indeed scare a lot of people. Gu Chen was speechless. This girl really knew how to take advantage of others. She arranged for him to be her husband? But in the current situation, he was too lazy to argue with her. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. Since Wang Jie came to him for help and was clearly being bullied, he couldn't just stand by and watch. That's enough, my friend. Gu Chen's voice was flat. He didn't make any big movements, just a slight shake of his body. The next second, he appeared in front of the burly man like a ghost, almost face to face. The sturdy man only felt a flash before his eyes, and a sharp breath rushed towards him. He was so scared that he took 2 steps back involuntarily, his heart pounding. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. This speed is definitely not something he can afford. Half of the money she took should have been hers. I'll ask her to return the remaining half to you. Gu Chen waved at Wang Jie. How about we end this matter here? The sturdy man looked at the money handed over by Wang Jie, then looked at Gu Chen's eyes, gritted his teeth, and although he was unwilling, after weighing the pros and cons, he still took the money, said, "You are so cruel!" and left. The storm was thus calmed down. Gu Chen turned around and looked at Wang Jie, who was still holding his arm tightly, and said helplessly, "Okay, the trouble is solved, can you let go?" Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong also looked at the girl, who suddenly appeared curiously, especially when they heard her say, "This is my husband." Ran Wenwen's eyes were obviously complicated. But Wang Jie not only did not let go, but rubbed her head against Gu Chen's arm, blinking her big eyes, and said in an almost coquettish tone, "I won't. Brother Gu Chen, you've saved me twice. This must be fate arranged by God. I should repay you for saving my life with my body. I want to marry you to repay your kindness." Chapter 21 Ways to Repay Gratitude. Gu Chen was so shocked by her words that he almost couldn't breathe. This girl, is her thinking process different from that of normal people? "What are you doing?" Gu Chen was at a loss for words. "I'm already married and have a wife." As he spoke, he took a special look at Ran Wenwen beside him. Unexpectedly, Wang Jie waved her hand nonchalantly. "Hey, what's the big deal? Our country has regulations that allow capable foreigners to marry multiple wives. It's not against the law." The veins on Gu Chen's forehead were throbbing. This girl is really unruly and loves freedom. He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. "I don't have the money to support you. Don't use the excuse of saving my life as an excuse to repay me with your body. Tell me, what is your purpose?" He didn't believe that there was such a proactive way to repay a favor in this world. After being pressed by Gu Chen, Wang Jie's playful smile subsided a little. She lowered her head, hesitated for a long time, and then whispered, "I'm telling the truth, don't be angry." Seeing Gu Chen nodded, she continued, "I'm already 20 years old this year and I have to get married within 6 months. I've been looking for one for the past 2 years, but the men I met were either greedy for my body and wanted to take advantage of me, or they saw that I could fight and wanted to use me to help them make money in the no man's land. None of them were sincere to me. I'm afraid that I won't find the right one within 6 months, and end up marrying a bad man and ruining me. Brother Gu Chen, you are the first one to help me without asking for anything in return. And I really have a good impression of you. I've dreamed since I was a child that I could marry a hero like the one in the storybooks, who would come down from the sky to save me when I was in danger. You are my hero." As Wang Jie spoke, her eyes turned red and her voice choked with sobs. Her pitiful appearance, as if on the verge of tears, made Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong feel sorry for her. Gu Tong tugged at the corner of Gu Chen's clothes and whispered, "She is so pitiful." Ran Wenwen also sighed softly and advised softly, "Hubby, since she said so, why don't you just accept her? Our family will be more lively with more people." When she said this, even Gu Chen was a little surprised. Wang Jie's eyes lit up when she saw this. She quickly took out 2 cakes wrapped in oil paper from her small bag and handed them to Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong respectively, saying sweetly, "Thank you, sisters. Sisters, you must help me speak well to Brother Gu Chen. I can endure hardships and work hard. I will also go to the no man's land to make money. I will never eat and drink for free, and I can also help share the pressure of the family." "Hey, I'm not your sister, I'm his sister." Gu Tong blushed when she was called sister, and quickly waved her hands to explain. Ran Wenwen took the pastry with a complicated smile on her face. She actually had her own little plans in mind. That night, she could feel that Gu Chen was still a little unsatisfied. Gu Chen stopped later, obviously concerned about himself, afraid that his body could not bear it. If there was another sister, maybe she could really help share some of the pressure and take better care of Gu Chen's needs. Thinking of this, there was a little more tacit approval in her eyes when she looked at Gu Chen. "Husband, why don't you take this sister in?" "Brother, I think this sister is quite pitiful." Gu Chen looked at the gazes of the 3 women in front of him. What else can he say? Well, Gu Chen sighed, feeling that this matter came a little suddenly and was also a little unreasonable. But looking at Wang Jie's hopeful eyes, he finally nodded and said helplessly, Okay, I'm scared of you. Does this count as agreement?" Wang Jie burst into laughter immediately, jumped up excitedly, and hugged Gu Chen's other arm. "Yeah, that's great. Husband, you are so nice. My sister and sister-in-law are so nice too." So, the original group of 3 became a group of 4 and continued walking towards the park. On the way, Gu Chen also asked about Wang Jie's family situation indirectly. "I learned that this girl was an orphan, who had no one to rely on since childhood and grew up eating at many people's homes. Later, she awakened her special abilities and was able to barely make a living, but she had always been wandering around alone and had no fixed place to live. When she told about her experiences of digging for food in the ruins, snatching leftovers from wild dogs, and fighting with others for a steamed bun until she was bloody, Ranwoman and Gu Tong sighed and their eyes became moist. Gu Chen didn't feel anything very much, and even felt that it sounded a little familiar. Because when he was raising Xiaotong, his life was not much better than what Wang Jie described, and was even worse. In this world, who isn't struggling to survive? There weren't many people in the small park. Under the dim light, a few people were walking around casually. Wang Jie quickly became friends with Gu Tong, chattering nonstop. Her liveliness and cheerfulness added a lot of vitality to the night. When I got home from my walk, it was already late. With the addition of new members, accommodation naturally needs to be arranged. There were not many rooms in the house, so Wang Jie was arranged to share a room with Gu Tong for the time being. Gu Chen took Ranwoman back to his room. After washing up, Ranwoman sat at the desk, spread out the textbook, and started doing her homework. Under the dim light, her serious profile looked particularly peaceful and beautiful. Gu Chen didn't urge her. He lay down on the bed first, put his hands behind his head, and looked at her quietly. This girl is really a good student who loves to study. Even at this time, she still remembers her homework. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Chen's eyelids began to twitch. Finally, he saw Ranwoman close the book and let out a long sigh of relief. Done? Gu Chen's voice was filled with excitement. Ranwoman nodded, her cheeks a faint pink under the light. Gu Chen turned over and sat up, holding out his hand to her. Then, it's time to rest, wife? Ranwoman's heart skipped a beat when he called her wife, and her face turned even hotter, but she still obediently handed her hand to him. Gu Chen pulled her to the bedside and hugged her in his arms. The lights went out and the room fell into a beautiful darkness again. In the next room, Wang Jie and Gu Tong lay side by side on the bed, but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. In the darkness, Wang Jie nudged Gu Tong beside her and asked in a low voice, Xiaotong, my husband and sister Wenwen, are they so noisy every night? Gu Tong blinked in the darkness, as if she had gotten used to it. She replied softly, Yeah, about the same. They always make a lot of noise when they're together at night. Oh my God! Wang Jie exclaimed. Then what time do they usually calm down? I can't sleep at all. She covered her ears and felt her little heart beating to the rhythm over there. Gu Tong stared at the dark ceiling, thought carefully, and then said uncertainly, Should be around 3 in the morning, right? 3 o'clock? Wang Jie's mouth opened into an O shape, with a look of disbelief on her face. She suddenly fumbled for a tissue from the bedside, carefully tore it open, crumpled it into 2 small balls, and was about to stuff them into Gu Tong's ears. Hey, what are you doing? Gu Tong was startled and quickly dodged. Shh! Wang Jie gestured for silence. Cover your ears, kid. It's wrong to eavesdrop on this. Gu Tong muttered in a low voice, somewhat unconvinced. Then you yourself are listening with your ears perked up. How can that be the same? Wang Jie said confidently. I'm an adult, and I'll be your brother's wife soon. I hear this is called early learning. You're different. You're your brother's biological sister. You shouldn't listen to this nonsense. I wasn't eavesdropping, Gu Tong retorted, puffing out her cheeks. It's just that the soundproofing is too poor. Besides, I'm almost an adult. Not even if you're almost an adult. The two of them were chatting and laughing in the dark, keeping their voices low so they weren't afraid of disturbing the neighbors. Before they knew it, it was late at night and the 4 of them fell asleep in a daze, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 22 for Spouse Quotations. Early the next morning, Gu Chen was awakened by the morning light shining in from the window. He opened his eyes and felt refreshed. Although he had been busy for a long time last night, he was in surprisingly good spirits. Ranwoman beside him was still sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow under her eyelids, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she had a sweet dream. Gu Chen lowered his head and pecked her lightly on the forehead before carefully getting up. After washing up and changing clothes, Gu Chen walked into the living room. Wang Jie and Gu Tong had already gotten up. Gu Tong was helping Wang Jie comb her somewhat messy long hair. The two were talking in low voices, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Brother, you're awake! Gu Tong called out sweetly when she saw Gu Chen. Wang Jie also turned her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes, her eyes full of anticipation and a hint of imperceptible shyness, which made Gu Chen's heart move slightly. This girl, after changing into clean clothes and combing her hair neatly, really has a bit of the pure feeling of the girl next door, but her heroic and unruly nature cannot be hidden. Well, Wenwen is still sleeping. Let's wake her up when it's almost time. Xiaotong, you and Wenwen should go to school as usual today. Gu Chen arranged, then looked at Wang Jie. Come with me. Wang Jie immediately stood up straight, like a soldier waiting for orders. Yes, husband. Gu Chen's mouth twitched when she called him that. This girl was really good at adapting. After a simple breakfast, Ran Woman woke up slowly, with a lazy look in her eyes, which made Gu Chen's heart warm again. After reminding Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong to be careful at school, he took Wang Jie out. Where are we going, husband? Wang Jie followed Gu Chen closely, looking around curiously. There were not many people on the streets in the early morning. Gu Chen glanced at her and said lightly, Go and do your business. He thought to himself that although this girl was noisy, she was quite capable and was deeply in love with him, at least that's what it seemed like at the moment. Now that Ran Wenwen has agreed, it would be nice to have some help. In this world, more people and more power are always good, and now he has the ability to take care of more people. The two came to the door of the marriage bureau. Wang Jie immediately understood the purpose of Gu Chen taking her out, and she felt happy. As a D-level alien, Gu Chen has special privileges. For example, he can legally have 4 wives. After marrying Ran Wenwen, he still had 3 spots left. The procedures went extremely smoothly. The clerk in charge of registration seemed to be accustomed to polygamy. He just asked some routine questions before Wang Jie signed. At this time, Gu Chen also looked at Wang Jie with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice. Wang Jie, I'm asking you one last time, have you really thought it through? Once we get married, as the bride, your 3 alien husbands will be frozen. Unless we divorce in the future, you can't marry another man. Do you understand? He had to be frank up front. He didn't want any trouble to arise in the future because of these things. Some female eccentrics do not like to get married. They like to marry several husbands and keep them at home to experience the feeling of being surrounded and served. Wang Jie listened to Gu Chen's words, and the laughter on her face gradually disappeared. She lowered her head and seemed to think seriously for a moment. Gu Chen did not urge her and waited quietly. He hoped that Wang Jie would really think it over and not act on impulse. A few seconds later, Wang Jie suddenly raised her head. I've made up my mind. I've decided on you for my whole life. Those places are not important to me. I'm content as long as I can follow you. She said this with a firm tone, without any hesitation. In those bright eyes, there was a sparkle of longing for the future and love for Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at her like this and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl looked carefree, but he didn't expect that she was actually a romantic. He nodded and said to the clerk, We've thought it through. The clerk nodded, said no more, and quickly completed the procedures. A brand new marriage certificate was handed to Wang Jie. She held the red book and smiled like a child who had received candy. Her eyes narrowed into slits. Gu Chen's marriage certificate was replaced with a new one with the portraits of 3 people on it. After walking out of the Marriage Administration Bureau, Wang Jie was still immersed in joy. She held the marriage certificate and looked at it over and over again, giggling from time to time. Gu Chen looked at her useless appearance and shook his head helplessly, but a strange feeling arose in his heart. It feels pretty good to be relied upon and trusted so wholeheartedly by someone. Just as the two of them walked down the stairs, a girl suddenly walked over. The girl looked about 17 or 18, like a student. She wore a washed-out, loose-fitting short-sleeved top and an equally faded skirt. 2 pigtails draped playfully over her shoulders, and a slightly worn straw hat on her head, the brim pulled low, covering most of her face. The girl didn't seem to notice Gu Chen and the others, and was walking hurriedly with her head down. When she passed by Gu Chen, she seemed to suddenly remember something, turned around abruptly, walked back quickly, and stuffed a flyer into Gu Chen's hand. Sir, please support us. Resist the cruelty to alien beasts and pursue peaceful coexistence with them. Giving them a way out is also giving us humans a way out. The girl's voice was a little anxious. Gu Chen lowered his head and glanced at the flyer in his hand. It was printed with some vague patterns of strange beasts and a few lines of eye-catching slogans, which were nothing more than slogans calling for peace and opposing killing. He raised his eyebrows and jokingly said, Coexist peacefully? Beautiful girl, tell me, how can we coexist peacefully with those creatures that pounce on people and bite them as soon as they see them? They can't understand human language, and we can't even communicate with them. Are there still such naive people these days? Gu Chen laughed secretly in his heart, thinking that it might be a flower grown in a greenhouse and had never seen the cruelty of an uninhabited area. The girl seemed to be choked by Gu Chen's directness, but soon raised her voice and retorted. How do we know it won't work if we don't try? Humans can live in peace with dogs and cats, so why can't we with other beasts? They're also living beings. Now, the first thing we need to do is release all those imprisoned beasts and give them freedom. I believe they will definitely remember the good things about humans. If we continue to fight endlessly like this, we humans will eventually be exhausted. The girl's voice was filled with an almost paranoid fanaticism, and her eyes gleamed with idealism. Chapter 23. Taking my wife back to her parents' home. Upon hearing this, Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He pointed at the surrounding buildings and said slowly, "Do you know why there's still electricity for lighting in the outer 7th district, and why there are buses for people to get around? It's because there are thousands of electric rats in the power station outside the city, constantly generating electricity. If they were all released, what do you think would happen to this city? The power system would be completely paralyzed. Then, you wouldn't even be able to turn on the lights at night." The girl was speechless after hearing what Chen said. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to refute him, but she didn't know where to start. After a long while, she said somewhat unconvincingly, Before, humans could generate electricity without exotic beasts, and now they can too." Chen sighed softly. This little girl was still too young, and took things for granted. The laws of survival in this world are far more cruel than she imagined. Chen shook his head, took Wang Jiayi's wrist, and prepared to leave. This kind of argument is meaningless. "Sir! Please wait a moment!" Seeing that Chen was about to leave, the girl hurriedly shouted again. "Our Symbiosis Association will have a lecture at Silver Moon Park this weekend. If you are free, you can go and listen to it and learn about our philosophy." Chen stopped, turned his head, looked at her calmly, but there was a hint of imperceptible pity in his tone. "Beautiful lady, I used to work at a power plant. To be honest, coal resources are almost exhausted, and solar panels can't even support the entire city's electricity needs. Now, this city relies heavily on those electric rats to keep running. Let me ask you the same question as before. If you let them all go, how would you make a living? Will you generate electricity from love?" The girl froze in place, and her eyes, which had been shining with light, dimmed, as if Chen's words had shattered some firm belief in her heart. Chen said no more, pulled Wang Jiayi and turned to leave. Some realities can only be understood after you have experienced them yourself and gotten hurt. Wang Jiayi had been following Chen quietly, and only at this moment did she mutter in a low voice, "This little girl, is there something wrong with her brain? She even let the strange beasts go. If those things are released, the first one to be eaten will be herself." Chen smiled faintly. "When I was young and frivolous, I always thought I could change the world. After hitting many walls, I naturally understood. Come on, accompany me to the market. I'm going to Wenwen's parents' house for dinner tonight, and I can't go there empty-handed." Wang Jiayi's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Okay. Honey, what should we buy? Do you want some exotic animal meat?" She looked excited, as if it was a great honor to be able to do something for the family. Chen was amused by her. "Just buy some normal ingredients." The two came to a nearby market, which was quite lively, with various stalls lined up one after another, selling all kinds of things. Chen brought Wang Jiayi to a meat stall. "Boss, give me 2 pounds of pork belly, with alternating fat and lean parts," Chen said. This kind of domestic pork is not cheap, so Chen doesn't dare to buy too much. He will buy some for his mother's family when his life gets better in the future. He took Wang Jiayi to the grocery store next door and bought a small basket of eggs and a box of packaged milk. Eggs can supplement protein, and milk can be given to Ran Wenwen's younger brother, which is good for his health. Wang Jiayi watched Chen skillfully select goods and pay for them, with a glint of light in her eyes. This man is not only powerful, but also very skilled in handling household chores. The more you watch him, the more you like him. She secretly made up her mind that she must take good care of the household in the future, help Chen share the burden, and not let him worry about such trivial household chores. In the evening, when Ran Wenwen came back from school, the sky was still bright. Chen asked her to change her clothes and took her out, leaving Wang Jiayi and Tong at home. Before leaving, he specifically told Wang Jiayi not to order Tong around for everything, as Tong still had homework to do. Wang Jiayi patted her chest and promised that she would treat her sister-in-law as her own sister. Chen looked at her like that and felt amused. Ran Wenwen looked at the pork belly, eggs, and milk in Chen's hand, and asked softly, "Husband, are these going to be taken to my house?" There was a bit of uneasiness and shyness on her face, and she seemed to feel a little embarrassed. Chen grinned, freed one hand to rub her head, and said in a relaxed tone, "Of course, this is my first official visit to my parents-in-law. I can't go empty-handed, right? Besides, your parents raised you so big, and you, a beautiful girl, are following me like this. I'm taking advantage of them, so what's the big deal about bringing these things?" He said this casually, but it made Ran Wenwen feel warm in her heart. Her eyes turned slightly red, her nose felt a little sore, and she nodded heavily, her voice choked with a barely perceptible sob. Chen looked at her like this, and felt pity in his heart. "Okay, lead the way quickly, I don't know where your home is." Ran Wenwen burst into laughter, took the box of milk and said, "Let me get it." At this moment, her mood was very complicated. She hoped that Chen could get the approval of his parents, but she was also afraid that her hot-tempered father would make Chen suffer. It is not easy to find a good support in this world, and she doesn't want Chen to have any opinion of her because of family matters. The two squeezed onto the shaky bus. The car was filled with the smell of sweat, but they were used to it. More than half an hour later, the bus stopped in an area that looked relatively tidy. The scene before us is rows of relatively neatly planned flat-roofed houses. Chen looked around. The living environment here was indeed much better than where he lived. At least the road was clean, and there was a small store not far away, which made daily shopping much more convenient. My dad used to be a chef, and his cooking skills were pretty good, so our family lived a decent life in the early years. Ranwoman led the way and softly introduced the situation at home. But my two younger brothers weren't very ambitious. They weren't good at studying, so they had to go out to work early. My parents used all their connections to find them decent jobs, and spend all their savings. Life became very tight all of a sudden. Later my second brother had an accident while working in a factory and damaged a machine. The factory had to pay a large sum of money, which made things even worse for our family. We ended up owing a lot of foreign debt. Chen listened quietly, and had a rough idea in his mind. Every family has its own problems. The situation of Ranwanwan's family is a microcosm of many ordinary families. Along the way, neighbors greeted Ranwanwan from time to time, with a familiar look in their eyes, and at the same time, they glanced curiously at Chen who was following her. It seems that Ranwanwan is quite popular in this area. Ranwanwan pointed to a lighted bungalow not far ahead and whispered, "Look, that's my home." Chen nodded, thinking about how to speak to satisfy his father-in-law. Before they reached the door, they could faintly hear the sound of quarreling in the house. A slightly rough man roared angrily, "You two bastards! All you do is cause trouble for me all day long. You can't even handle the smallest thing. Can you please learn from your sister and make me less of a bother?" Then, a slightly younger but equally angry male voice retorted, "Didn't you force my sister to get married? If it weren't for you, would my sister have endured that injustice?" Then a female voice said, "I don't know how Wenwen is doing now. Is she having enough to eat and warm clothes? If you're so worried, why did you marry my sister off?" The rough male voice sounded again, the tone even more hostile. "Humph! What are you worried about? That damn girl must have climbed up the social ladder and is living a comfortable life. She has long forgotten about us two old people. If she dares to come back, I will beat her up." Chapter 24 Ranwanwan's Family. Hearing these words, Ranwanwan's face turned pale, her steps stopped, and her eyes were full of grievance and uneasiness. Chen looked at her like this and sighed in his heart. This guy seems to have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He said that just because he didn't want to make the woman worry, but the knife was a little too sharp. Chen reached out and gently shook Ranwanwan's somewhat cold hand, motioning her to rest assured. Then he took a step forward and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The quarrel in the room stopped abruptly. Soon, the door creaked open from the inside. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman with fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and traces of tears on her face. When she saw Ranwanwan standing at the door, she was stunned at first, then she covered her mouth in surprise, tears welling up in her eyes again. Wanwan? Why are you back?" Then, a middle-aged man with a slightly burly figure and a fierce look on his face squeezed to the door. When he saw Ranwanwan, he frowned and then started cursing. "You damn girl, you still remember to come back. What's the matter? Can't make ends meet out there? You have no money to eat and you come back to ask for money? I'm telling you, stop daydreaming. There's no money at home for you." Ranwanwan's eyes turned red from what he said, and she defended herself aggrievedly. "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? I brought my husband back to visit you." When she mentioned the word, husband, she was still a little shy and her voice became softer. Only then did the people in the room notice that there was a young man carrying something standing behind Ranwanwan. The man had a tall figure and clear features. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had a calm demeanor. The middle-aged man's eyes moved around Chen and the things they were holding. The anger and harshness on his face subsided a little, and his tone softened a lot, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. "Oh, then why are you still standing outside? Come on, come in and sit down." Two boys aged 13 or 14 in the room also came over quickly, with a bit of curiosity on their faces. They took the things from Chen and Ranwanwan very swiftly, and shouted to Chen enthusiastically. "Hello, brother-in-law." Chen thought to himself that these two should be Ranwanwan's younger brothers. The middle-aged man led Chen into the house, pointed to the simple sofa, and motioned him to sit down. The house is not big, but it is quite clean. What's your name? Where do you work? The middle-aged man poured himself a glass of water and began to question. Gu Chen sat down steadily and answered in neither humble nor arrogant manner. Hello, Dad, my name is Gu Chen. I have just awakened to become an alien and am currently on duty with the garrison. He specifically pointed out his identity as an extraordinary person, which is undoubtedly a business card with some weight at the moment. Otherwise, her family would look down on her and make Ran Wenwen feel wronged. Sure enough, when he heard the word strange person, the middle-aged man's eyes changed obviously. The scrutiny on his face became less, and there was a hint of surprise and a hint of worry. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Irin, that's a life-threatening job. It's very dangerous over there in the no-man's land, so you have to be careful and smart. You have a family now, and you can't just feed the whole family like before. Gu Chen nodded seriously and said sincerely, Dad taught me this, I will remember it. At this time, Ran Wenwen also introduced them to Gu Chen one by one. Her father is Ran Libo, her mother is Chen Yulan, and she has two younger brothers, the elder one is Ran Haodong and the younger one is Ran Haoshi. What are you standing there for, Yulan? Hurry up and cook 2 more dishes and get some bowls and chopsticks for the kids. Haodong and Haoshi, put everything away and get ready to eat. Ran Libo waved his hand and started to make arrangements. This house is slightly bigger than Gu Chen's small house. Although it is simply decorated, it at least has a small dining room for dining, unlike Gu Chen's house where he can only set up a small table in the living room. 6 people sat around a not-so-big square table, which seemed a little crowded, but also added a bit of family atmosphere. The food was served quickly. Although it was not sumptuous, it was obvious that it was carefully prepared. The pork belly that Gu Chen brought was made into a large plate of fragrant braised pork by Chen Yulan. It was shiny and oily, which made people's appetites grow. During the meal, Ran Haodong and Ran Haoshi were obviously curious about their brother-in-law Gu Chen, and kept asking questions. Brother-in-law, is this no man's land full of strange beasts? Brother-in-law, have you ever killed a strange beast? Are you particularly powerful? Gu Chen patiently picked up what he could say and chatted with them about some basic aspects of the no man's land. As for his experience of encountering strange beasts, he downplayed it, and only said that he was mainly responsible for patrolling and guarding, and had not actually encountered any strange beasts. He didn't want to plant any unrealistic fantasies in the minds of these 2 boys. It would be troublesome if they wanted to go to the uninhabited area on impulse. Ran Libo would interject from time to time, sharing some so-called survival tips for no man's land that he had heard from somewhere. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Gu Chen maintained an attitude of respectful listening on his face. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ran Libo asked about Gu Chen's income again. When he learned that Gu Chen was currently living mainly on the meager patrol allowance issued by the garrison, he immediately frowned and said in a somewhat blaming tone, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but since you're short on money, why don't you buy so many things this time? You're wasting money. You're the head of the family now, and woman will be with you. We'll have a lot of money to spend in the future. You have to learn to be thrifty and plan the family expenses well. Gu Chen knew that this was because his father-in-law cared about him and was also worried about the money, so he quickly smiled and nodded in response. Dad, you are right. I will pay attention to it in the future. This promise came so naturally that the expression on Ran Libo's face eased a lot. When a plate of green bamboo shoots and stir-fried pork was served, Gu Chen took a chopstick and saw that the bamboo shoots were crispy and tender, and the pork was fresh and fragrant. He couldn't help but nodded and praised. Mom, your stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork are so delicious. The bamboo shoots taste really good. Chen Yulan smiled when she heard this. If it's delicious, eat more. These bamboo shoots were given to us by an old friend of your father last time. We usually don't want to eat them. Your father just asked me to take them out and cook them. Gu Chen was slightly surprised. Is this bamboo shoot very precious? Ran Libo took a sip of wine, put down his chopsticks, and explained. The little space in the city is all used to grow crops, raise pigs and cattle, and other things that can fill our stomachs. Where is there room to grow this thing specifically? Scarcity makes things valuable. Fresh bamboo shoots like this are a rarity in the city, so the price is naturally high. Ordinary people can't afford it, and there's no need to spend a lot of money to buy it. Gu Chen listened, his eyes moved slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. He put down his chopsticks and said, Dad, now that you mention that, I remember something. I was in a dense forest in an uninhabited area before, and I think I saw a lot of wild bamboo. The bamboo shoots were growing very lushly. Do you think if I picked those bamboo shoots and took them to the city to sell them, could I make some money? Chapter 25 The Satisfied Ran Family. When Ran Libo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He is a chef by profession, so he is naturally much more sensitive to the market conditions and value of ingredients than the average person. Of course you can. Xiao Chen, are you serious? If there really are bamboo shoots, that would be a great way to make money. I work at a restaurant. If you can get them, I can help you connect with them. Selling them won't be a problem. When the two boys from the Ran family heard that there was a way to make money, they became excited and came over to ask for details. Seeing this, Gu Chen already had a plan in mind. Next time I have the chance to go to that area, I'll pay more attention to it. Dad, besides bamboo shoots, are there any other ingredients that are relatively scarce in the city but might be available on the edge of the no man's land? When Ran Libo heard this, he became even more excited. He immediately asked Ran Haoshi to bring paper and pen. He wrote while recalling and soon made a list with items such as wild mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, wild rabbits, and even some special wild vegetables. These things, as long as you can get them fresh and in good condition, will sell easily in the city. Especially those big restaurants, they like to use these rare things to show off their class. Ran Libo patted his chest and made the promise. After this exchange, Gu Chen realized that the Ran family's attitude towards him had undergone an obvious change. The original scrutiny and courtesy have now turned into real closeness and enthusiasm. Ran Libo was even more excited. He asked Ran Haoshi to go to the nearby store and buy 2 bottles of better white wine. He insisted on taking Gu Chen to have a few drinks. Watching Gu Chen, his father, and his brothers toasting each other and chatting happily, Ran Woman sat beside them with a faint smile on her face, and the happiness and satisfaction in her eyes almost overflowed. This man not only gave her a stable life, but also gained her family's recognition so quickly and even brought new wealth to the family. She felt that she was so lucky. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became more and more lively. In the middle of the conversation, Qin Yulan pulled Ran Woman into a small room nearby and started talking in private. Wen, don't blame me for being so cruel. I forced you to get married early and was so anxious to kick you out of the house. Qin Yulan held her daughter's hand, tears streaming down her face. It was really difficult at home. You know your dad's temper. He was just trying to hold on. I had no choice but to take that step. After you left, I couldn't eat or sleep. I was so worried that you were suffering out there. Your dad even scolded me several times for this, asking why I was so anxious to get rid of you. Ran Woman listened to her mother's crying. Tears could not stop falling, and she choked up and said, Mom, I don't blame you. I know the difficulties at home. I understand everything. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried together, releasing all the grievances and worries that had been accumulating in their hearts for days. Ran Libo heard the commotion outside, poked his head in, and yelled in mock dissatisfaction. Why are you crying? Today is a big day, and it's the first time your son-in-law is visiting. Don't spoil the fun here, you two. Hurry and wipe your tears and come out to continue eating and drinking. His seemingly rude shout, but it carried a kind of care that was not well expressed in words, which made the atmosphere in the room a lot more relaxed. After eating and drinking, it was already very late. Seeing that it was getting late, Gu Chen took Ran Woman and stood up to say goodbye. Ran Libo and Qin Yulan insisted on seeing them off to the door. Qin Yulan even took out 2 jars of homemade pickled radish from the kitchen and forced them into Ran Woman's hands. Take this back and try it. Your dad pickled it himself. It tastes great and goes well with rice. Ran Woman did not refuse and took it and held it in her hand. The Ran family accompanied them to the entrance of the alley. When he met a few neighbors on the way, Ran Libo proudly introduced them to them. This is my son-in-law, Gu Chen, a D-level mutant. The pride in his tone was as if he wanted to let the whole world know that he had a promising son-in-law. When the neighbors heard that he was a D-level mutant, they all looked at him with envy and admiration, and repeatedly praised the Ran family for being lucky to have found such a good son-in-law. This feeling of being noticed and complimented made the smile on Ran Libo's face even brighter. Gu Chen and Ran Woman waved goodbye to them and walked side by side on the way home. After seeing the two off, inside the Ran family's house, Ran Haodong looked at the mess of cups and plates on the table, and remembered the envious looks of his neighbors just now. He couldn't help but say, Dad, Mom, how about we pull some money and let Haoshi and I try awakening as well? What if we can become extraordinary people too? Ran Haoshi also echoed, Yes, yes. If we also become extraordinary people, we can go to the no man's land and make some money in the future. Before he finished speaking, Ran Libo slapped Ran Haodong on the back of the head, glaring and cursing. You two are so flattering. Is awakening superpowers that easy? What if the awakening fails? Even if you succeed by chance, with your impulsive temperaments, you'll be no match for those monsters if you go out into the no man's land. Just stay in the city and work honestly, and stop thinking about those nonsense all day long. Qin Yulan also advised. Yes, your father is right. Being an alien is too dangerous. Mom doesn't want anything to happen to you. Our family will gradually get better. The two elders of the Ran family are actually quite conservative and disapproving of becoming an extraordinary person. It was precisely because of this that when Ran woman faced forced marriage, she was so resistant and desperate, fearing that she would be chosen by Chen, who was an alien. It was just fate that she was chosen by Chen to become his wife. Now it seems that this result is much better than she imagined. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the night was already too dark to dissipate before Chen and Ran woman returned home. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Tong and Wang Jie sitting side by side on the old sofa in the living room, with their heads put together, whispering something in private. When they saw them come back, they showed relaxed smiles on their faces. It seems that these two girls really get along well. "Brother, sister Wenwen, you are finally back!" Tong shouted happily and pulled Wang Jie up, apparently preparing to go back to their rooms to sleep. Originally she called Ran woman sister-in-law, but now there is another sister-in-law, and this title is likely to cause confusion, so she changed her name and called her back. Unexpectedly, Ran woman suddenly reached out and gently pulled Wang Jie, who was about to walk towards the second bedroom with Tong. Turning back, she looked at Chen tenderly. "Hubby, I've been sitting all afternoon and my body is about to fall apart. I want to go sleep with Xiaotong." As she spoke, she gently pushed Wang Jie's hand towards Chen, then she took Tong's arm affectionately, and walked towards the second bedroom with a smiling face, taking the confused Tong, and closed the door of the second bedroom. Chapter 26, Changing Rooms. Chen was stunned on the spot. This meaning is too obvious. Ran woman clearly wanted to stuff Wang Jie into his bed so that he could spend his wedding night with his new wife. During this period of time, Ran woman's satisfaction with her current small family has been visibly increasing. She really wanted to live with Chen for a long time, so she was thinking about how to make Chen happy and how to make this family more stable. She was not a little girl who had never seen the world. At school, she heard some gossip from the boys and knew that most men like to have women around them and enjoy the pleasure of having two women at the same time. Therefore, I took the initiative to create opportunities for Chen and Wang Jie tonight. In her opinion, since Chen and Wang Jie have already obtained their marriage certificate, they are a legitimate couple, and it is only a matter of time before they share a bed. Rather than waiting for Chen to lose his patience one day, or for Wang Jie to lose her patience, it would be better for her, the legal wife, to take the initiative to act as a matchmaker. This would show her magnanimity and make Wang Jie remember her kindness. In the future, the backyard would be more harmonious. Chen looked at the closed door of the second bedroom, then glanced at Wang Jie, whose pretty face was slightly red and whose eyes were 7 parts expectation and 3 parts shyness. "What else can I say? Come on, go inside." Chen no longer hesitated, and reached out to take Wang Jie's slightly cold little hand, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. Wang Jie seemed to be scalded. She hummed softly, lowered her head, and obediently followed Chen into the master bedroom. The light in the master bedroom is warm yellow, with a hint of ambiguity. As soon as she entered the room, Wang Jie seemed a little embarrassed and subconsciously reached behind her head, trying to untie the neat ponytail that had been holding her back for a whole day. He usually looks heroic, but at this moment, his fingertips trembled slightly, with a different kind of charm. "Don't!" Chen almost blurted out. "Don't untie it, just like this, it's fine." After a pause, an idea suddenly popped up in Chen's mind, and he added, "Or, if you know how to comb your hair, it would be better to tie it into 2 ponytails." As soon as these words came out, Wang Jie raised her head suddenly. A trace of surprise flashed across her bright big eyes. Then, as if she understood something, her cheeks suddenly turned red, and even her fair neck was stained with an attractive blush. In the next room, the lights were also off. Ran woman and Tong lay side by side on the slightly narrow bed, with the quilt covering their chests. Tong's mouth opened and closed, silently counting something in the darkness. 5, 4, 3. "Xiaotong, what are you counting?" Ran woman was a little sleepy and asked in a daze, with a hint of fatigue from just returning from her mother's home. Tong said nothing, but continued to count down. 2. Just as she was about to count to 1, a faint noise came from the next room. Tong's countdown came to an abrupt end. No matter how slow Ran woman was, she understood it now. She was stunned at first, and then her face seemed to be burning with fire, hot and spreading all the way to her ears. He gently pushed Tong and spat out in a mixture of anger and amusement. "What a little girl! You even dared to tease your brother, didn't you? And you're counting down!" Tong chuckled, not caring at all. Instead, she turned over as if she had succeeded, curled up in Ran Wenwen's arms like a kitten, and rubbed her little head against him. "Sister Wenwen, hee, do you think my brother will be very tired? Don't ask such questions, little kid!" Ran Wenwen was so embarrassed that she reached out to cover Tong's mouth, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a gentle arc. "Hey, sister woman, tell me something." Gu Tong twisted and turned relentlessly, her voice filled with the sweetness and innocence of a little girl. "How are you doing in our house? Are you happy?" After hearing this, the shyness in Ran Wenwen's heart was gradually replaced by warmth. Patting Gu Tong's back gently, he said softly, "Okay, of course. Especially, now that I'm your sister-in-law, I can bully you just as an elder. Let's see if you dare to talk back to me." "Humph, if you dare to bully me," Gu Tong pouted and said unconvincedly, "I'll go complain to my brother. Let him spank you." "Puff you!" Ran Wenwen was amused by her, and the slight discomfort in her heart that might have been caused by sharing her husband disappeared without a trace in Gu Tong's innocent words. The two girls, who were nominally sisters-in-law but were actually more like best friends, chatted happily about their daughter's concerns in the night with background music. It was not until about 3 in the morning that he fell into a deep sleep with a satisfied smile. The next day, just as the sky was getting light, Gu Chen woke up as usual. Wang Jie beside him was still sleeping soundly, and there seemed to be a hint of redness in the corners of her eyes that had not faded from last night. Gu Chen got up quietly, tucked the corner of the quilt for her, and then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The aroma of porridge gradually spread in the hut. After Gu Chen put some refreshing side dishes on the table, he went to wake them up one by one. Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong quickly finished washing up and sat down at the dining table in high spirits. Wang Jie was the last one to come out. Although her hair was still in the twin ponytails that Gu Chen requested last night, it was already a little messy after a night's sleep, with a few strands of hair hanging playfully on the sides of her cheeks. Her pretty face was flushed, her eyes were a little evasive, she didn't dare to look at the people at home, and her walking posture was a little unnatural. "Hey, Sister Jie, how did you sleep last night? Is the bed in our master bedroom comfortable?" Ran Wenwen blinked mischievously. Gu Tong also covered her mouth and laughed secretly, her big eyes rolling around at Wang Jie. Wang Jie's face turned even redder as they stared at her, almost bleeding. She lowered her head and muttered softly, "Comfortable, comfortable." The sound was as soft as a mosquito's hum, but it made Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong laugh even more happily. Gu Chen looked at the scene in front of him, his heart warm. Life is really getting better. While drinking porridge, Gu Tong secretly looked at Ran Wenwen and Wang Jie, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her childish face. "What kind of man will I marry when I grow up? Would my husband's family be like today, with several women living in harmony? Would life then be like today, simple yet full of joy? I just hope that in the future, I can meet someone who truly treats me well, at least half as well as my brother does." After breakfast, Gu Chen insisted on sending Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong to school in person. After sending the two of them off, Gu Chen returned home. Wang Jie had already dressed herself up, changed into a smart outfit, and combed her 2 ponytails into a single ponytail. "Let's go." Gu Chen smiled at her. "Wang Jie is also an extraordinary person. We can't let her stay at home idle. We have to go out and make money to support the family." Chapter 27 returned with a full load. The two came to the junction of the outer 7th area and the no man's land. After showing their alien certificates, Gu Chen and Wang Jie walked through the isolation doors side by side. The scene before my eyes suddenly became clear. No longer were there the oppressive and crowded houses in the city, but broken walls and overgrown vegetation. "At your current level, you should still go to the garrison to help patrol, right?" Gu Chen turned his head to look at Wang Jie and asked casually. Wang Jie nodded and brushed away the hair that had been blown to her forehead by the wind. "Well, but I've been patrolling for over a year now. Now I only need to go back to the outer District 9 for 2 days a month to assist with patrols. Next time I go back, I'll apply to be transferred to the outer District 7. Well, this will be your home from now on." Gu Chen replied without comment. He took Wang Jie and walked towards the skyscraper. When they were still some distance away from the skyscraper, they turned into the dense jungle next to it. "Husband, didn't you say that the place you were patrolling was the high mountain in front? Why did you change direction here?" Wang Jie was a little confused. Gu Chen explained as he pushed aside the branches that blocked his way. "The area over there is a regular patrol area. There are many people and eyes everywhere. There is no need to join in the fun there." Most of the ingredients that Ran Libo listed yesterday were not rare or exotic, but they were scarce in the city due to the scarcity of land and the lack of transportation. These things should not be difficult to find in a relatively primitive environment like an uninhabited area as long as you pay attention. Sure enough, not long after walking, Gu Chen discovered a large area of brightly colored wild mushrooms on a shady piece of humus soil. He was delighted and signaled Wang Jie to stop. "Is that what they are?" Wang Jie looked at the mushrooms, feeling a little uncertain. In her previous understanding, the only valuable things in the no man's land were the blood and fur of exotic animals, or some special minerals, or some valuable waste left over from the old times, and animals. She really had never paid much attention to these flowers and plants. That's right, don't underestimate these, they are in short supply in the city. Gu Chen said, took out the prepared cloth bag from his backpack, and began to pick them carefully. With this first discovery, the subsequent search went much more smoothly. They found all the wild vegetables and mushrooms on the various lists. Unfortunately, apart from these plant-based ingredients, there was no trace of the small animals such as the hares mentioned by Ran Libo. Gu Chen frowned slightly. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of small animals in a place with lush vegetation like this. How come I can't see any? He expressed his doubts. Wang Jie listened and thought for a moment before speaking. Maybe they've been hunted down by other Inhumans. As you know, most Inhumans who enter the no man's land rarely stray too far from the restricted area and go deep into the heart of the no man's land. Their main purpose isn't to kill those powerful Inhumans. That's too dangerous. Most people just hunt animals within this restricted zone, skinning them for fur and meat to spend. In the past, I also mainly hunted animals, searched abandoned buildings for supplies and bodies, hoping to find something useful. On the other hand, no one pays attention to flowers and plants unless they are particularly rare medicinal herbs. When Gu Chen heard this, he immediately understood. So that's what's happening. These uninhabited areas are like land that has been plowed back and forth several times by countless aliens. Any animals of some value have long been plundered. On the contrary, these inconspicuous wild vegetables and mushrooms, because they are not valued, grow lushly and benefit themselves. It seems that this is a good business opportunity. At least before others react, I can make a fortune. This time, the harvest far exceeded Gu Chen's expectations. The several large cloth bags that the two of them brought were all filled to the brim. Gu Chen also carried an even bigger one on his back, which was full of the best quality mushrooms and some wild vegetables. Wang Jie was not idle either. She was also carrying 2 heavy bags in her hands, with a hint of excitement on her face. This feeling of being able to reap a bountiful harvest simply by gathering was the first time for her. Let's go back. Gu Chen estimated that the time was almost up. If he stayed any longer, it would be dark. The danger factor in the no man's land at night was much higher than during the day. The two returned along the same route and came to the isolation gate of the 7th outer area again. The garrison soldiers who were in charge of guarding the isolation gate couldn't help but glance back and forth several times at Gu Chen, Wang Jie, and the bags on them that were stuffed to the point of bursting. They have been on duty here for more than a day or two. There are at least 80 strange people entering and leaving the isolation gate every day, but this is the first time they have seen people like Gu Chen and his group carrying so many unidentified objects. You know, most of the aliens would be lucky if they could get a small bag of alien beast materials or a few useful scraps when they go out. How could they be like them, looking like they just came back from a supermarket with a shopping spree? This unusual scene naturally attracted the attention of some strangers who were about to enter or exit the isolation door, or who were resting nearby. For a moment, several inquiring and curious eyes fell on Gu Chen and Wang Jie. Before Gu Chen and the others could walk away, a man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks came up with a smug look on his face and spoke to Gu Chen. Hey brother, you've got quite a good catch. What good stuff is all this stuff? This guy looks like he deserves a beating, and it's obvious at first glance that he's not a good person. This kind of people are the most common there, and they are good at taking advantage of opportunities and bullying the weak. Gu Chen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, and said in a flat tone, Nothing, I just picked up some worthless things. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks obviously didn't believe it. His small eyes were fixed on the bulging bags on Gu Chen and Wang Jie. His Adam's apple rolled and he said with a greedy smile, Brother, that's being modest, isn't it? Look at all the bags you have, almost like you're moving house. Can you open your eyes a little? This is the garrison's territory. In broad daylight, how can I possibly rob you? While this guy was talking, he wanted to move forward, as if he wanted to dig into Gu Chen's bag. Chapter 28 Rotation. I'll say it again. Gu Chen slightly turned his body to the side, easily avoiding the claw that reached out. Hand, don't touch my things. Otherwise, I will regard you as intending to rob and conduct self-defense. The man with the pointed chin and monkey face paused. He thought Gu Chen was just a rookie, but he didn't expect him to be so tough and able to withstand intimidation. In the past, whenever he showed a fierce look, those young people didn't dare to resist. Of course, he wouldn't go too far, he just wanted to get some benefits. Boy, you're quite arrogant, huh? The man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks laughed strangely, walked away backwards, and pointed at Gu Chen. Be careful when you go out next time. Gu Chen didn't take it to heart at all. There are a lot of people who want to get rich by illegal means, But who among those who can really live a comfortable life is not ruthless and ruthless, but also has some brains? A guy like this who only dares to make a lot of noise near the isolation gate and treats others as he pleases, wouldn't dare to really take action even if he had the courage. He ignored the pointed-faced man, took Wang Jiai's hand, and walked straight forward. Honey, do we really not need to pay attention to him? Wang Jiai lowered her voice with a hint of worry. Gu Chen's footsteps did not stop, his voice steady. Don't worry, this kind of person is just talking nonsense. Gu Chen took Wang Jiai to the Ran family. He thought to himself that he would probably have to do this job of picking wild vegetables often in the future. Wang Jiai can enter and exit the uninhabited area freely. Let her follow to learn the way and become familiar with the procedures. In the future, if she goes to patrol the garrison by herself, or if she is delayed by other things, Wang Jiai can take on this task alone. As for what the Ran family thought, Gu Chen didn't think much about it. It is very normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as he is good to Ran Wenwen and devotes himself to the Ran family, his father-in-law Ran Libo does not seem to be an unenlightened person, and his mother-in-law Chen Yulan is even more reasonable. Ran Wenwen herself didn't mind, so the old couple naturally wouldn't say anything more. Ultimately, strength and attitude determine everything. The two of them came to Ran's house carrying several large bags full of food. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Chen knocked on the door. It was his mother-in-law Chen Yulan who opened the door. It seemed that Ran Libo had not returned yet. Xiaochen, come in quickly! When Chen Yulan saw it was him, a smile immediately appeared on her face. When he saw Wang Jiai, he was stunned for a moment before asking, Who is this? Mom, her name is Wang Jiai. She is my new wife. Wenwen agreed. Gu Chen answered calmly. Chen Yulan didn't say anything. She warmly invited the two of them into the house to sit down, and also poured a glass of water for Wang Jiai. She was so affectionate as if she was treating her own daughter. Wang Jiai is also a sweet talker and good at dealing with people. She calls Chen Yulan, Auntie, all the time, which makes Chen Yulan very happy. Gu Chen nodded secretly. This development seemed pretty good. After placing several large bags of heavy food in the corner, Gu Chen clapped his hands. Mom, these are picked today. Take a look. Is the quality good? I don't understand this either. Chen Yulan walked over, unpacked a bag, took a look, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's really good, very fresh. As she spoke, she turned around and took out a small package wrapped in oil paper from the kitchen and handed it to Gu Chen. This is freshly made mung bean cake. Wenwen has loved eating this since she was a child. Take it back and let her try it. Gu Chen took it. It was slightly warm to the touch, and a faint sweet fragrance came to his nose. He knew very well that his mother-in-law's words were obviously full of hidden meaning, reminding him not to neglect his old love just because he had a new love. Gu Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth. Mom, don't worry, I promise to bring this mung bean cake to Wenwen, and no one else will touch it. Chen Yulan was amused by his serious look and pointed at him lightly with her finger. What are you talking about, kid? We are all family. We can eat whatever we want. Why are we being so particular about what to eat? If you like it, I'll make more next time. These words made Gu Chen feel very comfortable. His mother-in-law really treated him as a family member, and indirectly recognized Wang Jiai. That's great. Next time I'll be looking forward to your cooking skills. Gu Chen climbed up the pole. After chatting about family matters for a while, Gu Chen saw that it was getting late, so he stood up and said goodbye. As for how much this batch of ingredients can be sold for today, we will have to wait for Ran Libo to come back, deliver the food to the restaurant, and settle the bill to find out. When I got home, it was already dark. Gu Chen and Wang Jiai started to cook dinner. After a while, Gu Tong and Ran Wenwen also came back from school one after another. The dinner atmosphere was very warm. After dinner, Wang Jiai and Ran Wenwen whispered in the room for a long time. When they came out, Ran Wenwen glanced at Gu Chen with a slightly red cheek and said softly, Husband, tonight, I will accompany you. Wang Jiai added generously, We've agreed that each of us will have one day, taking turns. That's fair. When Gu Chen heard this, he felt very happy. Look at our daughters-in-law, how sensible and considerate they are. They have arranged everything for themselves, so you don't have to worry about anything. He actually wanted to interject something. Why divide it into so many categories? They were all family, and the bed wasn't very small. How about the three of them just squeeze in? However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. There's no rush about this. After a few days, when everyone gets to know each other better and their relationship becomes more profound, then it will all be a natural outcome, right? Gu Chen smiled in his heart. He felt that that day would come sooner or later. This night is naturally a short and bitter spring night, with a beautiful and tender girl in my arms. Although Ranwoman is quiet, she has a unique flavor when it comes to certain things, which makes Chen very fascinated. Chapter 29, Revisiting the Mine. Early the next morning, Chen got up refreshed. Today, I still took Wang Jia to the edge of the no-man's land to collect wild vegetables. With yesterday's experience, the two of them became more skilled and their efficiency improved a lot. In the evening, the two came to Rand's house again, carrying bulging bags. Chen Yulan is still at home. Mom, today's goods? Chen put the bag down. Oh, okay. Chen Yulan responded with a smile, then took out a stack of dragon coins from her pocket, counted out 400 yuan notes, and handed them to Chen. This is yesterday's money. Your father negotiated with the restaurant and sold it for a total of 500. The restaurant took 500, and our family kept 100. The remaining 400 is yours. Chen took the money and did a quick calculation in his mind. 400 a day, that's 12,000 a month, which is much higher than the subsidy for the garrison. He thought about it, took out a 100 yuan note from the 400 yuan and stuffed it back into Chen Yulan's hand. Mom, take this money. Chen Yulan was stunned and quickly declined. Hey, Xiaochen, what are you doing? Mom can't take your money. Mom, you can't say that. Chen was determined and pushed the money back. If it weren't for Dad's help, where would I find this way to make money? This is Dad's way. I just put in some effort. You take it and think of it as my filial piety to you and Dad. Besides, we are all family. You are so polite to me, are you treating me as an outsider? Chen Yulan was moved and comforted when she heard him say that. She refused several times but failed. Looking at Chen's persistent eyes, she finally accepted it. With a smile on his face, he patted Chen's arm. Okay, Mom will take it. Mom will take it. Xiaochen, you are sensible. You are much better than that girl Wenwen. Chen felt very proud that his mother-in-law could praise him like this. After saying goodbye to Chen Yulan, Chen and Wang Jia walked home side by side. On the way, Wang Jia shook the empty bag in her hand, her face full of excitement. Honey, if you calculate it this way, we can make a net profit of 300 yuan a day. That's a lot. Chen hummed, and was in a very good mood. Yes, it's 9,000 yuan a month, plus the 2,000 yuan subsidy from my garrison. My monthly income is definitely over 10,000 yuan. Besides, Wang Jia added, this job is easy. It's just like traveling, strolling around, and making money at the same time. There's no danger, and it's much easier than hunting animals. Chen deeply agreed. This kind of low-risk, high-return business is hard to find even with a lantern. He still has a batch of goods in the storage space, and he can get some money by selling them, but now is not the time to sell them. In a blink of an eye, it was time for another patrol rotation. Chen got up early, had a simple breakfast, then kissed his two wives goodbye, patted Gu Tong's little head, and told her to be obedient at home. Then he left home and headed for the camp where Team 78 was located. The sunlight today seemed particularly dazzling, making him feel uneasy and as if something was going to happen. The camp was filled with people, just like usual. Captain Wu still spoke in the same adjutant tone, standing on the high platform and reminding the several teams that were going out for patrol today of the same old things to pay attention to, which were nothing more than safety first and reporting any abnormalities in a timely manner. When the group is disbanded and each team member is ready to set off, Captain Wu walked towards Chen with a kind smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and patted Chen's shoulder heavily. Xiao Gu, be careful on patrol. Chen put on a flattered look on his face and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Captain Wu, for your concern. I will be careful. This guy, when did he become so concerned about me? Could it be that I have misjudged him? He is the kind of person who will forget the past unpleasantness when the sun rises, and is not the kind of person who holds grudges. After some insincere courtesy, Chen said goodbye and left. As per usual practice, the patrol teams would disperse as soon as they left the camp and freely go to the areas they were responsible for. Because an incident had occurred in the mine area where Chen was, the other team members chose to take a detour to avoid it. Chen was the only one on the road, which was exactly what he wanted. When he arrived near the mine, Chen was not in a hurry to go in. He climbed up the towering tree where he had hidden before with familiarity, found a thick branch, adjusted himself to a comfortable position, and closed his eyes. In order to finish the homework for the next 2 days ahead of time last night, he was exhausted and had to take the opportunity to catch up on some sleep. I slept until noon. There was a gurgling sound from his stomach, and Chen stretched and took out a lunch box from the storage space. These bento boxes were prepared by 2 women. They contained fragrant rice, topped with a layer of shiny braised pork skin, and some green stir-fried vegetables. Ever since I made a small fortune last time, the food standards at home have also improved, and now we can have meat at every meal. Ren Wenwen and Wang Jie's cooking skills are getting better and better. Gu Chen was so satisfied with the meal that he even wiped the soup clean with rice. After eating and drinking, Gu Chen burped, leaned comfortably against the tree trunk, and looked at the mine entrance not far away. He was actually wondering in his heart. Logically speaking, with so many garrison soldiers killed in the mine, it is impossible that there would be no movement from above for such a big thing. But unfortunately, since the last time I came back until now, everything has been calm. Even Captain Wu was polite to me in the morning, as if nothing had happened. What is going on? Didn't Captain Wu report the matter of the Snake Man? Or is it that the garrison leaders are also afraid of the Snake Man's strength and dare not send anyone to deal with it in depth, and simply want to suppress the matter? After thinking about it, he felt that the latter was more likely. Some officials are like this. It is better to have less trouble than more. Especially the garrison, a team that only bullies the people in the city and is afraid of death, should not want to provoke a powerful monster that can easily wipe out an entire team for no reason. After thinking for a long time, Gu Chen still felt uneasy. He decided to go in again and at least confirm the situation inside. Gu Chen carefully slid down from the tree and tiptoed to the entrance of the mine. The entrance to the cave was still deep and dark. Gu Chen paused at the entrance of the cave for a moment, then turned on the flashlight and walked in. This time, he was much calmer and moved much faster than last time. After turning several corners, we soon arrived at the familiar cave. The dark lake water was still as calm as a huge black curtain, without a single ripple. The skinned Snake Man's corpse was still lying alone on the ground, but it looked even more shriveled and terrifying due to the passage of time. Gu Chen's gaze lingered on the water for a moment, and a circle of tiny ripples gently spread out like an illusion, and then quickly disappeared without a trace. He frowned slightly and looked away from the water. However, the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. The remains of the garrison soldiers that were supposed to be scattered not far from the Snake Man's corpse actually disappeared. All that remained on the ground were a few pools of dried dark red blood and some tattered pieces of clothing. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped Gu Chen's heart. He immediately realized that this place might not be as simple as he thought. Almost instinctively, he turned around and wanted to go back the way he came. However, just as he turned around, a figure appeared silently at the entrance of the narrow passage leading to the outside, blocking his retreat. The man had a playful smile on his face and walked slowly into the cave from the shadows step by step. Chapter 30 Neural Resonance. The one who came was none other than Captain Wu. Haha, I knew it was you who did it. Captain Wu narrowed his eyes, with a hint of pride in his voice, as if everything was under his control. Gu Chen's heart sank suddenly, but his face remained calm. He calmed himself down and asked in confusion, Captain Wu, what do you mean? What do you want to do? But now that things have come to this, even a fool can see that this old fox definitely had this planned and was targeting him. Captain Wu did not answer directly, but smiled gently. That smile made Gu Chen feel a chill. He asked in return, Xiao Gu, don't be nervous. I'm just a little curious, how did you do it? That Snake Man is no pushover. I've fought him before, and I was no match for him. Gu Chen thought quickly in his mind. It seems that Captain Wu is convinced that he killed the Snake Man. Gu Chen thought for a moment and said half-truthfully, Captain Wu, you're joking. When I arrived, the Snake Man was already dying, lying on the ground unable to move. It seemed that he had fought with the brothers of the garrison and both sides were injured. I was just lucky and got a bargain. I killed it without much effort. Captain Wu listened, nodded from time to time, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. Well, that makes a lot more sense. I was saying it, how could a D-rank mutant like you possibly be able to single-handedly defeat a B-rank beast? He changed the subject and stated his intention directly without beating around the bush. Alright boy, let's be frank. Hand over everything you got from the Snake Men, as well as the remains of the dead garrison soldiers. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended to be confused. Captain Wu, I don't understand what you mean. What do you want to hand over? Captain Wu's expression instantly darkened, and his voice grew colder. Boy, don't play dumb in front of me. The Snakeman's scales, blood, and the belongings of the garrison soldiers are worth a lot of money. I saw you leave the camp empty-handed with my own eyes, and I haven't seen you around here in the past few days. The things must still be around here, hidden by you, right? I'm really curious about where you're hiding. I've searched several times but can't find you. Gu Chen listened to him rambling on for a long time, and then he slowly said, Captain Wu, according to the rules, the gains from hunting exotic beasts in uninhabited areas, or the ownerless objects found, belong to whoever gets them. But there is no rule that they must be handed over, right? Upon hearing this, Captain Wu snorted coldly, took a step forward, and scanned the entire cave with a sinister look. Kid, the rules are dead, but people are alive. There are rules that don't require you to turn yourself in. However, if someone dies inexplicably in this remote area, according to convention, the higher-ups won't bother to investigate. Don't you think that's the truth, Xiao Gu? How could Gu Chen not hear this naked threat and intimidation? A sense of nervousness appeared in my heart, and my brain started working rapidly. Captain Wu dared to block me so blatantly. He must have made all the necessary preparations. What he needs to figure out most now is Captain Wu's strength, and whether he has any accomplices. To be able to become a team leader, one must be at least a D-level mutant. This guy might already be at C rank. Did he come alone, or? Gu Chen glanced behind Captain Wu without leaving any trace. As if seeing through Gu Chen's thoughts, Captain Wu sneered and interrupted his guess. Kid, stop imagining it. I'm the only one here. As for my strength, I might as well tell you straight out, I'm C rank. That's more than enough to deal with you. C level. Gu Chen's heart trembled, and a trace of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Captain Wu is indeed not a good person. Unlike the seriously injured and dying Snake Man, the level suppression of a C-level mutant in his prime was too obvious for him. Moreover, since this guy dared to appear here alone, he must be prepared for a fight. My chances of winning are slim. No, we can't fight hard. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, forced himself to calm down, and squeezed out a trace of pain on his face. Captain Wu, since it has come to this, I won't hide it. I can hand over the things, and we can split them 50-50. What do you think? 50-50? Captain Wu's fat belly trembled as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Boy, don't you understand the situation? Now you're begging me. I'll take 8, you take 2. Looking at Captain Wu's face that looked like he had taken advantage of him, Gu Chen was filled with anger. But he showed a helpless expression on his face and sighed. Alright, 82 is 82. Captain Wu, I'll take you to get the things now. You're smart. Captain Wu nodded with satisfaction and motioned for Gu Chen to lead the way. Gu Chen took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the passage he came from. The moment he passed by Captain Wu, his eyes sharpened, and he swung his right hand, which had been hanging by his side, forward. A slight tearing sound was heard in the air, and a long sword flashing with cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. Like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, it slashed straight at Captain Wu's neck. This sword is as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. However, just when the blade of the sword was about to touch Captain Wu's skin, Gu Chen's movement stopped strangely. The long sword was hovering in the air, only a hair's breadth away from Captain Wu's neck. Captain Wu showed a sinister smile on his face, raised his right leg calmly, and with a swift side kick, kicked Gu Chen hard between the chest and abdomen. Bang! Gu Chen only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew backwards and hit the hard wall of the cave with a muffled sound. His throat felt sweet and he almost vomited blood. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked in astonishment at his right hand, which was still in the posture of swinging the sword but did not move at all. Ha, kid, you react pretty quickly. Captain Wu leisurely brushed the non-existent dust off his clothes, a cat-and-mouse grin plastered on his face. That was a spatial ability just now, right? Very good. But do you feel like your right hand isn't working as well as it should? Gu Chen stared at Captain Wu with cold eyes. It must be Captain Wu who did this to my right hand. But how did he do it? Was it his ability? He was completely unaware of it. Captain Wu paced and walked in front of Gu Chen, looking down at him condescendingly, looking extremely arrogant. Boy, my ability is called neuroresonance. Simply put, I can penetrate my power into your body and directly control your motor nerves, thereby controlling your limbs' movements. Chapter 31 Mind Crisis. Gu Chen's pupils shrank, and a storm surged in his heart. Control motor nerves? What a strange ability. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and asked, When did you penetrate your power into my body? Why don't I feel anything? Captain Wu's smile grew even wider. Kid, think about it carefully. This morning, when we were at the camp, did I give you some special care? As he spoke, he imitated the action of patting shoulders in the morning and made a gesture of pressing his palm downwards. In a flash, Gu Chen understood it instantly. Captain Wu's unusually friendly behavior in the morning, and that heavy pat on his shoulder. Could it be when you patted my shoulder this morning? Gu Chen cried out, his heart full of regret. I secretly decided that I would never let hostile people touch my body again. But I don't know if there will be a future. If no one helps me, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat the sea-level mutant. But in this no-man's land, in Captain Wu's territory, who would help him? That's right. That's when it happened. Captain Wu laughed triumphantly. Boy, I have to admit, your vigilance is still too low. Today, you will definitely not be able to escape from my grasp. Tell me honestly, where is the thing hidden? Gu Chen glared at Captain Wu fiercely, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he gasped and said, You saw my spatial ability just now. Yes, I did hide the things. I put them in the dimensional space and took them out. If you want to get them, you can't hurt me. Once I return to the city safely, I will naturally take the things out. At this point, we can only continue to delay time and look for opportunities to break the deadlock. Upon hearing this, Captain Wu frowned slightly and fell into thought. While Captain Wu was thinking, Gu Chen was also trying desperately in secret. He concentrated his mind, mobilized the energy in his body, and tried to regain control of his right arm. However, no matter how hard he tried, his right arm felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead and was completely unresponsive. After a moment, Captain Wu suddenly shook his head, a cruel smile on his face. No. I can't let you go back to get it. Boy, tell me where the thing is hidden, and I will get it myself. Gu Chen's heart sank, and he sneered. Tell you? I'm afraid that I'll be dead as soon as I finish speaking, right? Haha, that's not the case. Captain Wu licked his chapped lips and said, I won't let you die before I find the thing. However, I will control your feet first, so that you can stay here and not go anywhere. Once I get the thing, I will come back and let you go. Gu Chen's expression became increasingly ugly. Captain Wu became impatient upon seeing this. Don't waste your time, boy. You don't have a choice. Don't force me to confess under torture. As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and pretended to attack Gu Chen personally. Etc. Gu Chen shouted hurriedly. I said, things are at my house. Captain Wu paused, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Gu Chen's eyes as if trying to judge the truth of his words from his eyes. Gu Chen's words were not completely deceiving him. Before coming out, he did hide the garrison's relics, including the snakeman's scales, under the bed, and specifically told Ran Wenwen and Wang Jie not to touch them. In the end, Captain Wu seemed to have chosen to believe Gu Chen. He put away the dagger and asked, Where do you live? Gu Chen gave a random address. That address does exist, but it is completely different from his home. Captain Wu nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer, and said with a sinister grin, Very good. Boy, before I come back, you should reflect on yourself here. As he spoke, he walked towards Gu Chen, bent down, and stretched out his hands to Gu Chen's ankles, obviously intending to control Gu Chen's feet as well. Just when Captain Wu's fingers were about to touch Gu Chen's ankle, something strange happened. Gu Chen's left hand, which seemed to be hanging down powerlessly, suddenly swung out from behind. In his left hand, he had already tightly grasped a dagger taken out from the storage space, and stabbed it straight into Captain Wu's face. Captain Wu's face changed suddenly. He obviously didn't expect that Gu Chen could still launch a counterattack even when his right arm was controlled. He instinctively wanted to dodge backwards, however, at the moment he exerted force, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook slightly, and then the soil where his feet were standing collapsed without warning, forming two small pits of neither deep nor shallow, which just trapped his feet and slowed down his movements by half a beat. In desperation, Captain Wu had to try his best to lean his body backward. The dagger grazed the tip of his nose, and although it avoided the fatal eye, it still left a wound on his left cheek that was deep enough to see the bone. Bright red blood gushed out instantly, and dripped down his fat cheeks. Ah! The intense pain and anger at being teased made Captain Wu completely furious. He let out a wild beast-like roar, pushed his hands against the ground, and with the powerful strength of his waist and abdomen, jumped out of the two small pits. Just as he stood firm, Gu Chen shook his wrist, and the dagger stained with Captain Wu's blood shot towards Captain Wu like an arrow from a bow, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. With the help of Gu Chen's gravitational control ability, the speed and force of this dagger far exceed the throwing speed of ordinary people. Captain Wu was startled by the sudden attack. Seeing that the dagger was about to hit his chest, he hurriedly raised the dagger in his hand that he used to threaten Gu Chen to block it. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. The force contained in the dagger thrown by Gu Chen was extremely great. Although Captain Wu successfully blocked the flying dagger, the dagger also shook the dagger in his hand away and fell to the ground a few meters away. Captain Wu looked at his empty right hand, looked at Gu Chen in shock and anger, and shouted, You are a person with dual abilities? Gu Chen struggled to get up from the ground, his chest still aching slightly, but a sneer appeared on his face. That's right, he has dual abilities. But it was not the spatial ability that Captain Wu thought of and the gravitational control he just used. At the critical moment, I was able to catch the enemy off guard, but it was a pity that I didn't achieve any actual effect. Captain Wu's face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Good boy. You hit it well enough. Dual abilities. Humph. Even if I don't want those things today, I will never let you leave here alive. Indeed, letting a stranger with dual abilities and a mortal enemy leave would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain, which would cause endless troubles. Captain Wu really wanted to kill at this moment. Chapter 32. The Snake Man reappears. Gu Chen's heart tightened, knowing that today would not end well. Taking advantage of the moment when Captain Wu was stunned, he turned around and wanted to rush towards the exit of the cave. However, he had just taken 2 steps when the mutation occurred again. His right hand, which was controlled by Captain Wu, swung back suddenly without any warning, and a heavy punch hit his own left cheek solidly. Bang! Gu Chen felt stars in his eyes and was stunned by the sudden punch. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. He is completely stupid. This guy can actually control his hands and hit himself? Then, before he could react, his right hand seemed to have its own consciousness, and it started punching and scratching various parts of his body frantically. Asshole! Gu Chen was shocked and angry, and could only awkwardly stretch out his left hand, desperately trying to block and clamp his rebellious right hand. However, his right hand was extremely powerful and his moves were disorganized. He was unable to fully control the movements of his right hand and could only watch as new scars appeared on his body. Ha ha! Boy! Let's see how you can run away! Captain Wu stood not far away, looking at Gu Chen's funny self-harming appearance, and burst into extremely wild laughter. The wound on his face was pulled by the laughter, looking even more hideous and terrifying. Gu Chen's body soon turned blue and purple, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Under the frantic attack of his right hand, he staggered towards the cave entrance. Every step was extremely difficult, and the body and mind suffered tremendous pain. Finally, when he was about to reach the exit of the cave, he could no longer hold on. His legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. As Gu Chen fell to the ground, the right hand that had been attacking madly finally stopped moving and drooped down weakly. Captain Wu stopped laughing and jokingly said, Boy, how does it feel? Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will torture you slowly, peel off your skin bit by bit, and remove your bones one by one. Let you taste what it means to be worse than death. Gu Chen's left cheek was swollen, with blood at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head with difficulty, looked at the ferocious-looking Captain Wu, and grinned. The smile looked strange in the dim light. He stretched out his left hand tremblingly, groped to grab a fist-sized stone beside him, and threw it at Captain Wu with all his strength. Captain Wu had been watching Gu Chen's movements vigilantly. When he saw him throw the stone, he just snorted contemptuously, turned sideways easily, and dodged away. The stone fell into the lake behind with a plop, splashing a small amount of water. Humph, the donkey from Guizhou has run out of tricks, Captain Wu said disdainfully. Kid, don't waste your energy. With my strength, I can control a D-class mutant for more than 6 hours, and the effect is still far from over. Just wait for death. The blood flowing from the cut on his forehead blurred Gu Chen's eyes, making the scene in front of him tinged with blood. He blinked hard, looked at his right hand which had temporarily calmed down, and then looked at the standard long sword that had fallen not far away and was kicked away by Captain Wu. A crazy and bold idea rose up in his mind uncontrollably. Rather than being slowly tortured to death by this old dog, it's better to take a gamble. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, supported the ground with his left hand, forced himself to stand up, and then rushed towards the long sword desperately. Captain Wu saw Gu Chen's intention, frowned, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then turned into disdain. Want to take the sword? Do you think you still have a chance? Captain Wu grinned and was about to step forward to stop them. However, the moment he raised his foot, the stone wall above his head suddenly shook violently. Then, countless rubble and mud fell like raindrops, landing right between him and Gu Chen, forming a small obstacle, temporarily blocking his way forward. It's Gu Chen. While he was running, he secretly activated his ability of gravity control to move the loose rocks above his head. Although it only gained a short second or two, it was enough for him at the moment. Gu Chen endured the severe pain in various parts of his body and stumbled to the side of the long sword. His uncontrollable right hand seemed to have sensed his intention and began to move again, trying to snatch the sword. Gu Chen hurriedly stepped on his right wrist with his foot to stop it from making trouble, and then quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword with his left hand. Boy! You better think it through! Captain Wu had already bypassed the rockfall area. Seeing Gu Chen holding the sword, he couldn't help but shout. Even if you are really cruel enough to cut off your own hand and escape from here by chance, you will become a useless cripple. By then, I will still have hundreds of ways to kill you! Gu Chen clenched his teeth tightly, and his gums were bleeding from the force. He knew that Captain Wu was telling the truth, but now, he had no way out. Rather than dying in humiliation, it is better to fight to the death. His eyes became fierce, and he raised the sword high with his left hand, aimed at his uncontrollable right arm, and swung it down fiercely. However, just as the gleaming sword was about to cut off his arm, crash! An extremely clear sound of breaking water suddenly came from the lake behind Captain Wu. Gu Chen's movements suddenly stopped, and the long sword that was raised high stopped abruptly in midair. He turned his head suddenly and looked in the direction of this sound in surprise and suspicion. Captain Wu was also stunned and turned around subconsciously. Behind him, on the dark lake surface that was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly, without any warning, one wet head after another appeared. Each pair of vertical pupils flashed with faint blue light, staring intently at the two living creatures in the cave. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. He was very familiar with this kind of brain. It's a snake man. There is more than one snake man in this mine. There are so many snake people hidden beneath this seemingly calm lake. At this moment, Gu Chen and Captain Wu were completely shocked. Especially Gu Chen, in front of his eyes at this moment, rows of densely packed system information were frantically refreshing. Snakeman LV.28. Snakeman LV.35. Snakeman LV.42. The information about snake people of various levels made him dizzy and his scalp tingled. The lowest ones are over LV.20, and the highest ones are even over LV.40. This is like disturbing the snake people's nest. Chapter 33 Contacting the Camp. Fear was like an icy tide that instantly submerged the two of them. Almost at the same time, Gu Chen and Captain Wu both recovered from their extreme shock. The two looked at each other, and saw the same fear and desire to survive in each other's eyes. Run! No one cared about doing bad things to the other anymore, and they forgot all the previous hatred and calculations. In the face of this sudden strange beast, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. The two of them turned around at the same time and ran towards the only exit of the cave like crazy. The snake people that emerged from the lake obviously also regarded them as prey for invading their nest. They made bursts of sharp and piercing hisses, jumped out of the water one after another, and rushed towards Gu Chen and Captain Wu at an astonishing speed. Captain Wu was the first to attract the attention of most of the snake people because he was closer to the lake. In the eyes of these snake people, his body was undoubtedly a delicious buffet. Help! With a shrill scream, Captain Wu was caught up by several snake men and fell to the ground in an instant. The sharp claws tore at his flesh mercilessly. The sound of bones breaking and the scalp-numbing chewing echoed in the dark cave, which was extremely terrifying. Captain Wu's screams were like the most powerful catalyst, scaring Gu Chen so much that he ran away even faster. At this moment, he did not care about the pain in his body. He used all his strength to frantically activate the ability of gravity control. He felt as if there was wind under his feet, and his speed soared to the extreme. Fortunately, Captain Wu's fat body seemed to buy him a lot of time. Those snake people did not immediately split up to chase Gu Chen, but surrounded Captain Wu's body, scrambling to devour it frantically. Taking advantage of this precious gap, Gu Chen rolled and crawled, and finally escaped from the hell-like mine in a miserable state. The moment he escaped, Gu Chen turned around almost reflexively, pressing his hands towards the cave entrance, his eyes red, using up his last bit of strength, gritting his teeth and roaring. "Give it to me!" Boom! With a roar from him, the remaining gravity control ability was fully activated. At the entrance to the mine, the already loose rocks and soil collapsed instantly under the pull of this force. Huge rocks and soil poured down, completely blocking the entire cave entrance. After doing all this, Gu Chen could no longer hold on. His legs softened and he collapsed on the grass outside the cave. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, and he couldn't even move a finger. Cold sweat soaked his clothes and his heart was beating like a drum. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his right hand, which had been controlled by a strange force, seemed to regain consciousness. He tried moving his fingers, and the heavy and sticky feeling disappeared. Could it be that Captain Wu's death also means his ability has been lifted? A flash of enlightenment passed through Gu Chen's mind. Before he could recover from his relief at surviving the disaster, a light red, translucent information interface suddenly appeared before his eyes without any warning. The interface was very simple, a long blood-red bar. On the left side of the bar, his name was clearly displayed. Gu Chen LV.34. At this moment, the health bar has dropped below half, and the entire border of the health bar is still flashing red. Is this my health? Gu Chen was shocked. It seems that my injury this time is indeed quite serious, and my health bar is starting to sound the alarm. Without giving it much thought, he tremblingly raised his right hand that had regained consciousness. With the thought, a slender glass test tube filled with crimson liquid appeared in his hand. It was the life potion he had previously exchanged from the system with energy points. Without any hesitation, Chen pulled out the cork of the test tube, tilted his head back and drank the red liquid with a slightly sweet and fishy taste. The potion entered his throat and turned into a warm current that quickly spread to every part of his body. The next second, Chen saw the blood-red bar in front of him, representing his life value, suddenly soaring upwards as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It soon passed the halfway mark and continued to climb. The flashing red light on the health bar's border also disappeared, and the health bar slowly disappeared from sight. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout Chen's body. The severe pain that had previously come from all over the body miraculously disappeared without a trace within just a few seconds. Even the fatigue caused by overdrawing physical and mental strength was swept away. The wounds on his body caused by Captain Wu and his own right hand were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen only knew that the healing potion would definitely be effective, but he didn't expect the effect to be so immediate and so magical. This is even more powerful than the best healing medicine he knows of. This life potion is too awesome, right? Compared to this stuff, those so-called special therapeutic drugs on the market are simply garbage. Just as Chen felt relieved, his heart tightened again. This damn place is marked as a mine complex on the map. Since it is a group of mines, there must be more than one entrance and exit. It is entirely possible that those snake people came out from other passages. And even if the entrance to the cave was blocked by myself, with the ability of those beasts, it probably wouldn't take too long to dig out such a small landslide. Thinking of this, Chen dared not delay any longer. He hurriedly took out the palm-sized black communicator from his arms. Without even wiping the cold sweat from his palms, he directly pressed the emergency button to contact the camp. "Zizi." After a few electric beeps, a male voice came from the communicator. "This is Camp 78. Please state your reason." Chen licked his chapped lips and tried to make his voice sound calmer. "Report, I'm temporary team member Chen. I've been attacked by a large number of strange beasts in the mines. The situation is critical. Please give me some instructions." As for how Captain Wu died, Chen didn't mention a word. That guy clearly wanted to kill him and steal the treasure. He would definitely not tell anyone about such a shameful thing. Why bother yourself with trouble? There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds. It was probably frightened by the large number of strange beasts. Then a hurried voice came. "Chen, are you sure it's a large number of strange beasts?" "Absolutely true," Chen said decisively. "I saw it with my own eyes. There are at least dozens of them, and some of them seem to be powerful." Chen was not lying. Thinking about the densely packed level labels, his scalp still tingled. Chapter 34: The Lone Snake Man. "Understood. You must immediately find a safe location to hide and pay close attention to any movement around the mine. We will immediately send support. I repeat, ensure your own safety and await support." The voice on the other end of the communicator became noticeably nervous. Chen knew that he must have gone to ask the deputy captain on duty. Chen knew a little about the organization of the garrison's patrol squad. A squad usually had a captain, 3 deputy captains, and at least 80 regular team members. The team leader and deputy team leader take turns to lead the team to carry out patrol tasks in the area they are responsible for. After hanging up the call, Chen frowned. "Let yourself stare at the mine? What a joke. I finally crawled out of the snake cave, and now I'm waiting to die here?" However, the camp's orders cannot be completely ignored. These days, the rules of the garrison are above everything else. If you are found disobeying orders and leaving the mission area without permission, you will definitely be punished. Chen thought that he could just find a hidden spot on the outer edge of the mining area and hide there. As for the situation inside the mine, let it be whatever it wants. When the people from Team 78 come, they will naturally have to deal with it. In this dense forest, Chen had too many places to hide. He came to the edge of the area, found a leeward slope and hid behind it, looking around vigilantly. About 10 minutes later, light footsteps were heard in the distance. Chen's heart tightened, and he quietly stuck his head out. He saw 3 figures approaching him quickly, 2 men and 1 woman. Seeing the garrison badge on their chests, Chen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood out from behind the slope. The leader was a man of medium build with a resolute face. When he saw Chen, his eyebrows slightly raised and he asked in a deep voice, "Are you Chen? How is the situation in the mine?" "I'm Chen. Since I escaped until now, I haven't noticed any unusual movements," Chen answered honestly. The man nodded and pointed to his badge. "I'm Su Qing, the deputy captain of Team 78. This is Zhongyang, and this is Li Yutong. The burly young man behind him and the relatively petite female team member also nodded to me. Su Qing turned his gaze to the female team member named Li Yutong and ordered. Li Yutong, check the surroundings and see where those beasts are now. Li Yutong said, slowly squatted down, gently placed the palms of her fair hands on the cold ground, and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her expression was focused. Gu Chen watched carefully from the side. It seems that this Li Yutong is an auxiliary type of alien. Her ability is probably something like reconnaissance and perception. This type of mutant has almost zero combat power, and if they act alone, they are basically just a bunch of useless people, so they have to be protected by combat-type mutants every time they go on a mission. However, don't underestimate these auxiliary aliens. In this no-man's land full of dangers, they are very popular. A reliable auxiliary mutant can be worth several combat teams. They can detect danger in advance, survey the terrain of unfamiliar environments, and some can even perform part-time treatment. They are absolutely essential for adventure, treasure hunting, murder, and robbery. After a few tens of seconds, Li Yutong opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and reported to Su Qing. Deputy Captain Su, there are indeed a lot of signs of life from strange beasts in the forest. They have already emerged from the mine and are spreading everywhere. Su Qing frowned even more tightly and asked, Are there any single individuals? Or small groups? Li Yutong closed his eyes and sensed for a few seconds, then pointed to a certain direction in front of me and to the right. About a kilometer to the right, there is a lone target. Upon hearing this, Su Qing immediately took out his communicator and briefly reported the situation to the camp, asking them to notify all patrolling team members to gather near a giant monolith outside the mining area. Gu Chen, come with us and take a look. Su Qing put away the communicator and said to Gu Chen, then took Zhongyang and Li Yutong and moved in the direction Li Yutong pointed. Gu Chen was so reluctant in his heart. You just escaped from the snake's mouth, and now you want to go to the snake's nest again? Isn't this like holding a lantern in a toilet seeking death? But he is the deputy captain, and his rank is higher than others. Besides, with these 3 regular members of the garrison here, there shouldn't be any major chaos, right? As the deputy captain, Su Qing would not joke with his own life. Gu Chen could only bite the bullet and follow, constantly encouraging himself in his heart. With Li Yutong, the human-shaped radar, leading the way, the few of them didn't have to spend much effort to avoid several waves of small-scale snake people and quietly got near the lone snake person. Pushing aside the last obstructing bush leaf in front of him, Gu Chen carefully revealed half of his eye. In an open space not far ahead, a snake man covered with dark green scales, walking upright and dragging a thick tail, was wandering aimlessly. Those blue vertical pupils made Gu Chen feel a chill on the back of his neck. Gu Chen didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of alarming the monster. At this moment, someone suddenly patted my shoulder. Gu Chen shuddered with fear. Turning around, he saw Su Qing winking at him, then waving his hands repeatedly, indicating that he should retreat quietly. Gu Chen was puzzled. Wasn't it just a snake man that he said was coming? Why did he run away as soon as he saw him? However, Su Qing had obviously made up his mind. He probably confirmed with his own eyes that it was the strange beast that caused the previous mine tragedy, so he didn't dare to stay here any longer. Last time, nearly 10 team members were almost wiped out by this thing. How could he not be scared? But Gu Chen's mood at the moment was a little complicated. His eyes swept over the snake man, and a message box quietly appeared. Snakeman LV.28. Only level 28. 6 levels lower than mine. If you kill it, you can get energy points and experience. After Captain Wu's previous remarks, Gu Chen had a general understanding of this hierarchical system, and the actual level of strength division. He himself is a D-class mutant, showing to be LV.30. Captain Wu said that the first snake man discovered was level B, and Gu Chen saw that its level was LV.52. By this calculation, almost every 10 levels corresponds to 1 level in reality. LV.30 LV.39 is considered D level, LV.40 LV.49 is considered C level, LV.50 LV.59 is B level, and so on. The LV.28 snakeman in front of him is at most an E level monster. Gu Chen was naturally confident in dealing with it. He stared at the moving experience pack, then glanced at Su Qing and the others who had already started to retreat cautiously, and his heart was itching. However, the situation is indeed unclear now. Does anyone know if there are other snake people around here? If a fight breaks out and the noise is too loud, it will attract other snake people, and then we will end up losing more than we gain. Thinking of this, Gu Chen forced himself to suppress the urge in his heart, crouched down, and followed Su Qing and the others to retreat. However, what you fear will come to you. As soon as the few of them moved, the snake man who was originally strolling around suddenly shook his head, and his blue vertical pupils instantly locked onto them. Hiss! With a sharp hiss, the snake man got on all fours and pounced towards Chen and his companions like a flash of green lightning. Chapter 35 The Strength of Team 78. We've been spotted! Run! Run to the assembly point! Su Qing's face changed drastically. He growled and was the first to turn around and run. Zhong Yang and Li Yutong also reacted very quickly and followed immediately. Chen cursed his bad luck in his heart, and quickly ran away. Don't underestimate the female team member named Li Yutong because she is an auxiliary mutant. She runs very fast. Her two thin legs are like they are equipped with motors, rushing forward. It is obvious that she has been trained in escape for a long time. But the snake man's movements were even more swift and agile, and he could move freely through the complex woodland. The distance between Chen and the others and it was being shortened little by little. Zhong Yang! Cover! Su Qing yelled at the thin young man behind him as he ran. The team member named Zhong Yang responded and suddenly took out a peculiarly shaped metal longbow from his back. He didn't have a quiver with him, and no one saw him take out the arrows from anywhere. He just slightly pulled the bowstring, and a pale yellow light condensed into the shape of an arrow on the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow of light shot out from the air and headed straight for the pursuing snake man. Unfortunately, the snake man was extremely cunning. He twisted his body and easily dodged the light arrow. Zhong Yang was not discouraged. He ran with the team while constantly drawing his bow and shooting arrows. For a moment, the light arrows whizzed and caused some trouble to the snake man. Hit! Zhong Yang suddenly shouted excitedly. Chen was also delighted and turned his head to look. Sure enough, a yellow light arrow hit the snake man's thigh. As long as this beast is injured, its movements will be hindered. Then he might be able to find an opportunity. However, Chen was soon disappointed. The yellow light arrow exploded on the snake man's leg, turned into spots of light and dissipated, leaving only a shallow white mark on the snake man's tough scales. My goodness! Isn't the damage too low? If even an E-level snake man can't break through the defense, what's the point of this? Although Zhong Yang's light arrows could not cause any substantial damage to the snake people, each arrow shot by them did somewhat disrupt the rhythm of the snake people's pursuit, barely buying everyone a little bit of precious time to escape. However, in the forest, there were light arrows exploding and snake men roaring, and the noise was getting louder and louder. Chen was so anxious. Isn't this equivalent to sending a signal to other snake people? My steps couldn't help but quicken. As expected, good things don't work but bad things do. Just when they were about to rush out of this area, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes on the left, aiming directly at Li Yutong who was running at the outermost side of the team. Another snake man. Li Yutong had no time to react and was about to be knocked to the ground by the snake man. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she let out a short scream. Careful! In a flash, a burly figure rushed out like a cannonball and slammed hard into the side of the snake man who was attacking. Bang! The snake man was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a low chanting sounded, and 3 fist-sized, rotating fireballs appeared out of thin air, whistling towards the snake man who was just struggling to get up. Boom, boom, boom! The fireball exploded, and debris flew everywhere with a burning smell. Before the smoke cleared, a muscular man carrying a giant knife as big as a door panel took a few big strides and rushed to the front of the snake man who was blown unconscious. He roared, jumped high with the huge sword shining with cold light in both hands, and slashed at the snake man on the ground with all his might as if he was splitting Manhwa. The snake man seemed to sense danger and tried desperately to roll over and avoid it. But at this moment, several thick vines suddenly popped out from the ground, like tentacles, wrapping around the snake man's limbs and tail, fixing it firmly in place. Puff! The giant sword fell, unstoppable. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs splattered everywhere, and the snake man didn't even get to scream completely before he was cut in two by a single blow, deader than dead. Chen looked at the clean and neat coordinated kill in front of him in a daze. Although the snakeman that was killed instantly was only LV.22, even worse than the previous one, it was definitely the bottom of the E-level. But it is still quite surprising that he was killed in such a short time. At the same time, I felt a little regretful that I didn't give him a chance to finish him off. You came just in time! When Su Qing saw the person coming, he obviously breathed a sigh of relief and quickly greeted him. Chen looked carefully and saw that more than a dozen garrison troops and temporary team members came out from the surroundings one after another. They were the members of Team 78. It seems that Su Qing used the communicator to summon all the team members patrolling the nearby area. There were about 15 or 16 of them in total. These people arrived, the LV.28 snake man who had been chasing and biting everyone was instantly trapped. The shield is in the front, long-range attacks are harassing from the outside, and a few close combat experts will seize the opportunity to go up and chop a few times. Under the siege of so many people, the snake man was soon covered in wounds and his movements became slow. This time, Chen learned his lesson. He did not rush forward, but instead held his sword and patrolled around the periphery of the battle circle. His eyes were fixed on the snake man's blood bar. Seeing an opening, when the other team members had beaten the snake man to the point where only a trace of blood was left and his movements were almost stopped, Chen rushed forward in one step, and the long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and pierced the snake man's eye socket with incredible precision. Hiss! The snake man let out a short and desperate hiss, and his body fell to the ground with a bang, completely motionless. Kill Snakeman LV.28. Energy points gained, 5 points. A familiar prompt appeared in front of Chen. Unfortunately, there are too few energy points, and I can't upgrade to level 1. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. After killing 2 snake men in a row, the atmosphere in the team became noticeably more relaxed. The team members gathered together, wiped their weapons, and excitedly discussed the battle just now. Some of them had already started discussing how to catch the remaining snake people in the mine and gain some merit. In their words, the strange beasts that appear now are just minor characters. Only Chen's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Deputy Captain Su. Chen walked to Su Qing and said in a deep voice, I think it would be safer for us to retreat to the camp and ask for support from higher-level aliens. There are quite a few of these snake people, and I'm worried that there are even more powerful ones. Su Qing had just experienced a small victory, and saw that his teammates were in high spirits. It was a time of high spirits. At this moment, he also wanted to continue fighting. Patting Chen's shoulder, he said with a smile, Chen, you are too cowardly. The snake man who attacked us before has been confirmed dead by the team. Now these are just some insignificant minions. Everyone has gathered, and this is a good opportunity for our 78th team to make a contribution. After he said that, the players around him became even more excited. They were rubbing their hands and were eager to rush forward and kill everyone. Chapter 36 Chaos in the Camp. Chen looked at their excited expressions and sighed in his heart. He knew why this group of people was so active. Every time you clear out strange beasts, in addition to monetary rewards, you may be exempted from patrol duties and returned to the city to guard. In addition, the materials obtained from the strange beasts can also be sold at a good price. These are all real benefits. Chen. Seeing that Chen was still hesitant, Su Qing said, If you feel unsafe and don't want to participate in the next clearing operation, I allow you to return to the camp first. Everyone else, follow me to continue searching. Be sure to completely eliminate these beasts. What else can Chen say? You can't tell anyone that you can see the levels of the exotic beasts and know that there are many guys over LV.40, right? Maybe they won't believe it even if I tell them, and think I'm crazy. Chen could only give one final reminder. Deputy Captain Su, it's better to be careful, in case there really is a powerful character in there. Su Qing waved his hand and interrupted Chen. Don't worry, I have been leading the team here for 3 years, and I know what's going on. We won't rush in rashly. If we find that something is wrong, we will immediately lead everyone to evacuate. Having said that, Chen had nothing to say. Then, Deputy Captain Su, please be careful. Chen clasped his fists towards them, turned around and walked towards the camp. It is difficult to persuade a damned ghost with kind words, and it is self-destructive if you do not show mercy. If you want to die, I won't accompany you. I hope they have better luck. Chen's journey back to the camp was filled with fear and anxiety. My heart was always in my throat, afraid that another snake man would jump out from some corner. Any slight noise in the forest made him nervous. This damn place is not a place for human beings to stay. Chen cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to slow down his pace at all. Fortunately, the snake men had not spread yet, or their target was still in the mining area, and Chen returned to the camp safely. The camp at this moment seemed a little empty and deserted. Apart from him, there were only 3 scattered figures, each occupying a corner, with expressions of anxiety and confusion on their faces. It seemed that he was also frightened by the sudden appearance of the snake man. Chen nodded to them as a greeting, then he found a relatively clean wooden stake to sit on, and gently placed the blood-stained sword in his hand at his feet. Not long after he sat down, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s came over and sat down next to him. This young man probably couldn't hold it in any longer, and started chatting with Chen in a random manner. Brother, you're back from the mine? How's the situation over there? I heard that Deputy Captain Su and his men went hunting for exotic beasts. This is a great opportunity to make a contribution. It would be a shame to miss it. Gu Chen glanced at him. Too lazy to explain too much, I made up a half-truthful reason. I've only just become an inhuman. I'm a coward. My calves started to cramp when I saw that inhuman. I couldn't handle the situation, so I retreated. This was half true and half false, but Gu Chen felt that it was enough to deal with these young guys who were not very worldly wise. When the young man heard this, he showed an expression of, "I understand," and patted Gu Chen's shoulder. "It's okay, brother. Inhumans are also human beings. It's normal to be afraid. You will be fine after a few more experiences." Gu Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and said nothing more. "It's not just fear that makes me feel responsible. It's out of respect for life and responsibility to my family. If I die, what will happen to the 3 women in my family? Ran Wenwen and Wang Jiayi should remarry. She's just my sister, where should I go?" The two were chatting intermittently when a lot of people came in through the camp entrance one after another. These people were exhausted and wore the badges of the garrison. They were obviously members of the 78th Squad who were temporarily recruited to provide support. As soon as they entered the camp, they first communicated for a while, and then gathered around Gu Chen to inquire about the news. After all, Gu Chen is the only one in the camp who has just returned from the front line. "Brother, are there many strange beasts in the mine? I heard that Deputy Captain Su and his men have already started the cleanup. How strong is the beast?" Gu Chen's head ached from their noise, and he could only deal with it vaguely. With so many people being called back, it seems that the garrison takes this Snake Man incident very seriously, but their level of attention is probably far from enough. Just as the voices in the camp began to rise, a middle-aged man strode in. As soon as he appeared, the camp, which had been a bit noisy, instantly quieted down. The temporary team members all shouted respectfully, "Hello, Deputy Captain Zhang." Gu Chen looked up and understood that this person should be Zhang Ruiqi, another deputy captain of the 78th team. This person has a calm demeanor and walks with the efficiency of a soldier. He is level D. Zhang Ruiqi glanced at everyone, nodded slightly, and then asked directly, "Has Captain Wu been contacted?" The people around shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen Captain Wu. Zhang Ruiqi frowned slightly, without saying anything more, and walked straight to the largest shed in the center of the camp. "How's the situation with Su Qing?" Zhang Ruiqi's voice came from the shed, carrying a hint of the majesty of a superior. The team member in charge of communication quickly started operating, and soon, Su Qing's slightly excited voice came from the communicator. "Everything is going smoothly here. We've already killed 7 or 8 alien beasts. These guys look scary, but they're nothing special. Once you're all gathered, come over quickly. Let's try to clear this area today. It'll be a big job." Su Qing's voice sounded full of confidence, and the background sound was mixed with the loud and low shouts of other team members, as if victory was within reach. Gu Chen stood outside the shed, listening to Su Qing's confident tone, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Are these guys so lucky? Or were those Snake Men, who were over level 40, still sleeping soundly deep in the mines and not disturbed by them? The deputy captains of Team 78 are all D-level mutants. If they really encounter snake people above D-level, they probably won't get any benefits. If they encounter several of them at the same time, they will die without knowing how they died." Chapter 37 Mutation, Annihilation of the Entire Army. Zhang Ruiqi was obviously also infected by Su Qing's optimism. He asked a few simple questions and walked out of the tent. He looked at the people outside the tent who were craning their necks to eavesdrop, waved his hand, and said in a loud voice, "Did you hear that? The situation on the front lines is promising. Get your stuff ready and come with me to support Deputy Captain Su. Let's take down these beasts. Everyone will share in the credit. Oh! Kill those snake people." The atmosphere in the camp was instantly ignited. The team members who had been a little depressed due to waiting just now were now like chicken blood, shouting and rubbing their hands, their eyes flashing with desire for achievements and rewards. Gu Chen looked at the appearance of this group of people and shook his head secretly. These people probably don't even understand what the real danger is. However, at this moment when everyone was excited, something strange happened. "Ah!" A shrill, out-of-tune scream suddenly erupted from the machine in the communication tent that was still communicating, like a basin of ice water, pouring down on everyone's excitement. Immediately afterwards, there were screams, roars, and all kinds of chaotic fighting sounds and weapons clashing sounds, making the whole place a mess. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces in an instant. The camp, which had been bustling just a moment ago, suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with only the chaotic sounds coming from the communicator. "What's going on?" Zhang Ruiqi's face suddenly changed. He was the first to react and rushed back to the tent. He shouted into the microphone, "Su Qing! Su Qing! What happened? Answer me! However, the only response he received was even louder noises. The communicator seemed to shake violently, as if it had fallen to the ground, and then was kicked a few times randomly, making a dull, dong-dong sound. At this moment, the young soldier in charge of communications pointed at the communication equipment, his voice trembling. Deputy Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang, there is a new communication request. Bring it in. Zhang Weiqi made a prompt decision. As soon as the new communication was connected, a voice with a thick sobbing tone and extreme fear came out. Strange beast. There's a strange beast. Deputy Captain Su. Deputy Captain Su, he's been killed. The voice on the other end was incoherent and full of despair. Zhang Weiqi grabbed the microphone, veins popping out on the back of his hand, and demanded sharply. What kind of beast is that? What's the situation now? Speak the fuck up. However, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to be frightened and could not answer his questions at all. He just kept repeating, strange beast, and Deputy Captain Su is dead, incoherently. Suddenly, there was a muffled poochie, sound like a sharp weapon entering flesh, followed by an extremely short scream. Then, even the panic shouting stopped abruptly. Only a few heavy gasps and friction sounds were heard in the communicator, followed by a low roar filled with brutality and power. The communication was completely cut off, leaving only the rustling sound of electricity. Hiss! Zhang Weiqi's face was extremely ugly, so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. The other garrison members outside the tent had long lost their excitement and fighting spirit. They looked at each other, their faces filled with fear, and began to whisper to each other, discussing the horrific incident that had just occurred in the communication. Deputy Captain Su, really? What the hell is that sound? It's creepy. It's over, a big guy must have appeared. Zhang Weiqi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He walked out of the tent and gave a solemn order to the chaotic crowd. Don't panic. Contact headquarters immediately. Report the emergency and request high-level alien support. Report the situation here in detail and ask headquarters to formulate a battle plan. Yes. The team members in the tent responded with shaking hands and quickly operated the communication equipment. Deputy Captain Zhang, look, the detection tower is turning red. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the detection tower. I saw that the dark iron pillar was now emitting red light, like a red fluorescent stick. Everyone here understands what this means. In the martial law zone, strange beasts above level A appeared. Chen stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his expression looking somewhat grim. Su Qing is dead. Although this guy was a bit stubborn, he was still a D-level mutant after all. How could he die in such an unclear way? The opponent must be very strong. The detection tower happened to change at this time. Could it be that it encountered an A-level monster? Moreover, he heard clearly the last roar in the communicator just now. It was definitely not something that a snake man could make. What on earth is it? Gu Chen's mind was in a mess, with all kinds of speculations coming one after another. Just as he was daydreaming, a shadow fell over his head. Gu Chen looked up and found that Zhang Weiqi had walked in front of him at some point and was looking at him with a complicated look. Gu Chen, right? Zhang Weiqi's voice was a little hoarse. You are not an official member of our garrison. Now that an emergency has occurred here, according to regulations, you can return to the city first and sign in and report to the garrison station in the city every day. After a pause, his tone became more sincere. But I hope you can stay. As a D-rank mutant, you're stronger than 95% of the people here. The team has suffered a heavy blow, and Su Qing, we need your fighting power. As long as you're willing to stay and help, once this incident is over, I can make the decision and recommend you to officially join the garrison and enjoy all the benefits you deserve. The official organization of the garrison. In the eyes of many low-level aliens, this is simply the dream iron rice bowl. Not only do they enjoy certain privileges in the city and no one dares to provoke them easily, but they can also use this identity to obtain some additional resources and conveniences. More importantly, they have a stable salary every month and do not have to face the risk of fighting with strange beasts at all times like the expeditionary forces. If it were under normal circumstances, facing such an olive branch, Gu Chen might have seriously considered it. After all, multiple identities mean multiple paths, and the identity of a garrison can indeed bring many benefits in the end times. But now, Gu Chen shook his head at Zhang Weiqi without any hesitation. His tone was a little apologetic, but his attitude was extremely firm. Deputy Captain Zhang, thank you for your consideration. However, I have just awakened, my strength is still unstable, and my experience is limited. I'm afraid I can't be of much help, so I won't cause any trouble here. I'd better return to the city and await orders. Are you kidding me? Even a veteran like Su Qing has fallen, and all the A-level and above monsters have appeared. For him, a D-level newbie who has just awakened, wouldn't it be a waste of his life if he stayed here? He couldn't afford to mess with just a group of D-level snake people right now. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so he will not wade into this muddy water. Zhang Weiqi looked at Guqin, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he was soon relieved. He is a wise man. It is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm, especially at such a life-and-death moment. Zhang Weiqi sighed and nodded. All right. Then when you return to the city, remember not to spread the news of what happened here, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. I understand, Deputy Captain Zhang, please rest assured. Guqin responded solemnly. Go ahead. Zhang Weiqi waved his hand and ignored Guqin. He turned around and began to redeploy the camp's defenses and arrange for manpower to be on guard. Guqin clasped his fists towards him as a farewell, then picked up the long sword on the ground, turned around and walked out of the camp. Chapter 38. The hilltops are all plucked bare. The journey back to the city seemed even longer and more depressing than the journey here. Along the way, he saw group after group of people wearing garrison badges, running past him in a hurry, even a little confused, heading towards the sky wall. It seems that these are teams that were urgently transferred from nearby camps to provide reinforcements. They went towards the danger, while Guqin went away from it. Guqin remained silent, but just quietly quickened his pace, forming a sharp contrast with the people going against the flow. Now he just wanted to get back to the city, back to his home, and stay with Gutong and the others. As for the mess in the mine, let's leave it to more professional people to deal with. As for the unknown roar, it was like a thorn that pierced deeply into Guqin's heart. He always felt that this matter might not be that simple. I returned to the rented cottage and pushed open the wooden door. As expected, the room was deserted and there was no one in sight. At this point, Ranwen and Gutong should still be at the school. As for Wang Jie, this girl should have gone outside the city to collect food. Thinking about what happened in the no man's land just now, Guqin felt uneasy and uneasy. He knew how powerful the snake man was, and there was also that ominous roar. Guqin thought about it and decided to find Wang Jie back. The situation outside is not peaceful right now. Who knows if something might come out from the skyscraper. Just as he was about to step out, the door creaked and was pushed open from the outside. A little head popped in. It was Wang Jie. There were still some fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and his little face was red from the wind. Husband? When Wang Jie saw that it was Guqin, she was stunned at first, then her eyes lit up with surprise, and she threw herself into Guqin's arms. Why are you back? Is it because of the detection tower? She tilted her little face up, her voice full of joy, her arms tightly wrapped around Guqin's waist, and the two soft lumps on her chest were pressed against Guqin without any hesitation, and the warm touch came through the thin fabric. Guqin reached out and touched her still slightly damp hair. The uneasiness in his heart caused by the incident in the no man's land finally came to light. That's right. The situation is unclear now, so we temporary team members were arranged to return first. Guqin said lightly, not wanting Wang Jie to worry too much. Wang Jie didn't ask any further questions. This girl was just so carefree. As long as Guqin was safe and sound by her side, it was better than anything else. She nuzzled herself in Guqin's arms and said with a smile, That's great. When Sister Wenwen and Xiaopeng come back later, they will definitely be very happy to see you. Guqin deliberately frowned and pinched the tip of her nose. If you come back early, the mission subsidy will be deducted a lot. When the money is less, I wonder if you can still be happy. When talking about money, the smile on Wang Jie's face froze for a moment, then she lowered her head somewhat sadly and hummed softly. Seeing her like this, Guqin knew that something must have happened. What's wrong? Is picking wild vegetables not going well? Guqin supported her shoulders and asked softly. Wang Jie pouted and said dejectedly, That's right. More and more people are going outside the city to pick wild vegetables, and even some ordinary people have joined in. The nearby hilltops are almost being plucked bare by them. It used to take half a day to fill up the mountain, but now it takes half a day to only get a little bit. Guqin had anticipated this situation. After all, collecting food ingredients has a low threshold, and as long as you are willing to put in the effort, you can get some gains. When they first took action, although they tried to be secretive, the martial law zone was so small that it was impossible to do it without anyone noticing. They had only been collecting for 2 days when someone secretly followed them and discovered this secret. Then the news spread quickly from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. It's only been about a week since they started doing this, and the road has been almost completely crowded by the influx of people. Guqin looked at Wang Jie's sad face and couldn't help laughing. It's okay. In this situation, it's not suitable to do this anymore. Your husband, I have other ways to make money. Really? Wang Jia's eyes suddenly lit up again, as if she had found a savior. What's the solution? Tell me quickly. Gu Chen pulled her into the inner room with a smile on his face. Take out the big bag under the bed. Wang Jia looked at Gu Chen with some confusion. The bag under the bed? Husband, didn't you say that the things in the bag can't be moved for the time being? The bag contained relics of the garrison looted in the mines, including antibiotics, adrenaline, some bandages and disinfectants, and even a few weapons. These things are all treasures that aliens have when they walk in uninhabited areas. It's just that there has never been a good opportunity or channel to cash them in, so Gu Chen asked them not to move for the time being. This time is different from that time. The situation is different now. Gu Chen patted the back of her hand. Take it out. These things should come in handy. Although Wang Jia was still a little confused, she obediently walked to the bed, bent down, and dragged out a heavy canvas bag from under the bed. She unzipped the bag and looked inside. Her mouth immediately opened wide, her eyes widened, and she looked incredulous. This, so many medicines? And this, weapon? She took out a small bottle of pills from the bag, and picked up the dagger that still flashed coldly in the dim light, her voice trembling. Gu Chen nodded. Well, take all these things out, clean them carefully, and find a reliable channel to sell this batch of goods in the next few days. At the same time, in the uninhabited area, not too far from the sky wall, deep in the forest, there is an extremely dense forest. We're struggling to make their way through the forest, one step deep and one step shallow. Due to the obstruction of the dense forest and the fact that they did not pay special attention, the three people did not notice that the detection tower in the distance was shining red. The tall, thin man with a pointed face and rolling eyes walking in the middle pushed aside the branches blocking the way while cursing and complaining. Damn it, it's all your fault, you two losers. You can't control your mouths and you shouted out all the business we found. Now, so many people are trying to steal our food, forcing us to run to this godforsaken place. If Gu Chen was here, he would recognize this guy with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks at a glance. He was the man who was looking for trouble and whom he met at the city gate when he came back from collecting food for the first time a few days ago. The other two men following behind him were one who was slightly fat and the other who had a shallow scar on his face. At this moment, everyone looked embarrassed. The fat man scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Well, that's because I drank a few too many glasses a few days ago and I didn't control my mouth. Scarface looked a little worried. Brother Monkey, are we going too deep? The forest is getting denser and denser, and it feels eerie. If we go any further, we'll really reach the edge of the martial law zone. What if we run into someone? Chapter 39 Like iCasino. The man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks glared at him and interrupted him impatiently. What are you afraid of? Aren't we still in the martial law zone? What's there to be afraid of? It's because of you two idiots that those easy-to-collect places are overcrowded. Otherwise, why would I bring you to this hellish place to take risks? After being yelled at by him, the fat man and the scarred man shrank their necks and dared not say anything more. At this moment, rustle, rustle. A slight strange sound suddenly came from the bushes more than one person tall next to it. The three men paused at the same time, their nerves instantly tense. The fat man was so frightened that his face turned pale. He asked in a trembling voice, Brother W, what's going on? Could it be some strange beast? With their strength, they don't have the confidence to fight against the strange beasts. After 3 years of patrolling the garrison, they had never been so far away. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced man was also a little nervous, but he pretended to be calm and even managed a sneer of disdain. Look at your lack of talent. Maybe it's a pheasant or a rabbit or something like that. Just catch it and give us a snack. As he spoke, he pulled out a rusty machete from his waist and carefully moved towards the bushes that made the strange noise. Holding his breath, he suddenly pushed aside the dense branches and leaves. However, what was waiting for him was not some delicious game. Instead, it was a hideous head covered with dark green scales. Snake Man. The expression on the face of the man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks froze instantly. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his body seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place, not daring to move. He could even smell the strong fishy breath exhaled by the Snake Man. Hiss! The Snake Man let out a sharp hiss, suddenly opened his bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, and pounced forward as fast as lightning. Ah! The shrill screams instantly broke the silence of the forest. The man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks was violently thrown to the ground by the Snake Man. His sharp claws easily tore open the clothes and flesh on his chest, and his fangs bit directly into his neck. The fat man and the scarred man were initially frightened by the sudden change, but their instinct for survival quickly made them react. Big brother! You beast! I'm going to fight you! The two men roared and no longer cared about being afraid. They waved the simple weapons in their hands and attacked the snake man. Ding! Ding! However, their attacks landed on the snake man's tough scales, making only a few dull sounds, without leaving even a decent scar. Instead, it aroused the snake man's greater ferocity. The enraged snake man suddenly shook his head and threw the dying monkey brother aside. His cold vertical pupils stared at the fat man in the scarred face, and he let out a tyrannical roar and pounced on them. In a blink of an eye, it had been 3 days since Chen returned to the city. The red light of the detection tower had faded and returned to normal, and the restless hearts of the people in the outer 7th district had finally calmed down. During these 3 days, he would go to the garrison camp every day without fail, sign in, report, and at the same time, inquire about the situation in the no man's land in a roundabout way. Unfortunately, the garrison soldiers were tight-lipped, like gourds with their mouths sawed off. No matter how hard he tried to get any information out of them, he couldn't get any information out of them. Chen also knew in his heart that this group of people must have received orders from above and were blocking the news. At noon that day, the sunlight was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Chen led Wang Jie and strolled to the red brick street in the outer 7th district. The name of this street sounds simple, but it is a mixed bag of people. The 2-story building at the end of the street with the sign, Like I Casino, was their destination. Chen had spent a lot of effort to find out about this Like I Casino. On the surface, this is a place for gamblers to have fun, but secretly it hides a large underground money house. Who among those who are obsessed with gambling doesn't lose everything and still want to make a comeback? At this time, if you can't come up with the money, you can only use things as collateral. Isn't this where the underground moneylenders come in? It is said that the casino is backed by an alien organization called Demon Eye in the outer 7th district. It is quite powerful and has connections in both the black and white worlds. Therefore, these underground money houses are doing business with impunity, and it is common for them to accept shady goods that cannot be seen in the open. No matter whether you obtained it by murder and robbery, or stole it from the government, or even some body organs, as long as you dare to give it to them, they will dare to take it. Chen came here today just to get rid of the stuff he had looted from the mine. Both he and Wang Jie came with nothing in their hands, and looked no different from ordinary gamblers who came to try their luck. As soon as you enter the casino, a turbid air mixed with the smell of tobacco and sweat hits you in the face. In your ears are the crisp sound of dice colliding, the clicking sound of roulette wheels turning, and the shouts of gamblers that are sometimes excited and sometimes annoyed. The entire first-floor lobby was in chaos, like a vegetable market. Wang Jie is young after all, and it is her first time to come to such a place. She looks around with her eyes rolling around, and her little face is full of curiosity. She pointed to a gambling table not far away and excitedly tugged at Chen's sleeve. Honey, look at that guy! Wow, he won a lot of money in one go! Should we try our luck too? Chen took a glance and saw a skinny man holding a pile of chips, smiling so hard that his teeth were exposed. He snorted inwardly, put his arm around Wang Jie's shoulders, and whispered to her. This thing isn't a good thing. Look how much he's winning now, but he'll definitely lose it all with interest later. 9 out of 10 people lose in gambling, and that's no joke. If you're poor, there's still hope, just find a way to make money. But if you're addicted to gambling, there's no way even the gods can help you. Countless families have been ruined by it. Chen himself has seen too many examples of this. The fate of gamblers is often more miserable than those beggars on the streets. Wang Jie listened to Chen's serious words, nodded as if she understood, and responded obediently. Oh, I see. The first floor of this casino is a hodgepodge, with all kinds of monsters and demons, smoke-filled and noisy, which is very annoying. The second floor is for those who have some money, care about face, and like quietness, and they play bigger there. Moreover, the service on the second floor is more considerate. Not only are there free drinks and cigarettes, but there are also some young girls in cool clothes to accompany you. Of course, these are just superficial things. The real highlight lies deeper. Loan sharking is a highly profitable business and an absolute money-making machine. With the support of local tyrants like Magic Eyes behind them, they are not afraid that the borrowers will default on their debts. Can't pay it back? Simple. Men were forced to do hard labor, or worse, simply stripped down and sold for parts. Women, on the other hand, faced an even worse fate, often being sold to brothels, where they suffered a life worse than death. In addition to lending money, they also buy those shady things at low prices and then resell them at high prices. The profit in between is enviable. Chen led Wang Jie straight to a counter for exchanging chips. He glanced around casually, then leaned over to the pink-haired, gum-chewing girl behind the counter and whispered in her ear. Little sister, I have something I want to sell. I want to exchange it for some money. Is this convenient for you? Chapter 40 Underground World. The pink-haired girl didn't even bother to lift her eyelids when she heard this. She blew a bubble and said lazily, "Brother, if you want to pawn something for money, there are pawn shops in the city. You can exchange the money and come back to play. We don't do exchanging things for money here." Chen sneered in his heart. This little girl was pretending to be confused with him. There were no pawn shops within a few blocks of Laikai Casino. Who would dare to jeopardize Laikai Casino's business? It is precisely because of this that gamblers who have lost all their money and are eager to make a comeback have no choice but to choose their hidden underground banks. Chen still had a warm smile on his face, and his voice was lowered. "Little sister, it's too far to go to the pawn shop. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth. I heard that the underground route here is closer. There are many interesting things among the things I brought." He deliberately emphasized the word underground. The pink-haired girl's expression remained unchanged, but her gum chewing slowed down a bit. "What do you mean by underground? Big brother, are you kidding me? There's nothing but rock and mud underneath this casino. We only have the first and second floors here." Chen was not in a hurry. This little girl would not release the eagle unless she saw the rabbit. He leaned closer, almost to her ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "One-eyed third brother introduced me here." When she heard the name, One-Eye 3, the pink-haired girl stopped chewing gum abruptly, and a strange look finally flashed in her eyes, which were originally a little impatient. She raised her head and carefully looked at Chen again, then glanced at a colleague next to her who was also wearing revealing clothes and whispered a few words. Then, she forced a smile at Chen. "Boss, please follow me." Chen understood in his heart that it seemed that One-Eyed 3 was indeed a useful name. He winked at Wang Jie, and the two of them followed the pink-haired girl slowly. The younger sister led them through the noisy first-floor lobby and came to the relatively quiet second floor. The air on the second floor was indeed much fresher than that on the first floor, and the lighting was also much softer. There is no lobby on the second floor, only independent private rooms. Apart from the men's voices, there are occasional women's giggles in the rooms. The pink-haired girl brought them to the door of a room at the end of the corridor on the second floor, knocked on the door, pushed it open a crack, whispered a few words to the people inside, then stepped aside to let them in, and turned around and left with a twist of her waist. The room was a little dark, with only a dim wall lamp on. 3 burly men with fleshy faces were sitting around a square table. On the table was an old-fashioned radio, which was playing some unknown and lascivious music. Seeing Chen and Wang Jie come in, one of the big men with a shaved head and a tiger head tattoo on his neck stood up. He looked up and down at Chen and the other man, with a look of scrutiny and unkindness in his eyes, and asked in a muffled voice, "You guys want to sell something? Where are the things?" That look was as if he wanted to swallow me up. Chen's face was calm, and he didn't answer. He just flipped his palm casually, and a bulging small cloth bag appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then, he shook his wrist again, and the cloth bag disappeared without a trace as if by magic. This transformation of bare hands made the burly man with the crew cut's face, which was originally a little contemptuous, instantly become serious. He was not a fool, so he could naturally see that Chen was an alien, and an alien with spatial abilities. No wonder these two people came in empty-handed. It turns out they had this thing. The fat on the burly man's face twitched, and his attitude softened significantly. He walked to a wall in the corner of the room and reached out to press on an inconspicuous brick on the wall. With a slight click sound, the wall slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a small metal elevator that could accommodate 3 or 4 people. "Come with me." The burly man with the crew cut walked in first, turned around and motioned Chen and Wang Jie to follow. The elevator door closed and began to slowly sink, making a slight hum. Chen estimated in his heart that it must have dropped at least 10 meters. It seems that this underground bank is really hidden deep enough. With a ding sound, the elevator stopped and the doors slowly opened. Suddenly, the view opened up to a huge space that was almost as spacious as the casino hall upstairs. Unlike the hustle and bustle upstairs, the decoration here is extremely clean and tidy, even a little simple. Bright incandescent lamps hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire underground space as if it were daytime. The burly man with the crew cut led Chen and Wang Jie to an elegant long mahogany table in the center of the hall. He whispered a few words to an old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with meticulously combed hair sitting behind the table, then tactfully stepped aside and left in the elevator. Before Chen could speak, a young woman in a bright red high-slit cheongsam came over with a slender waist, holding a tray with 2 glasses of boiled water on it. She placed the water cups on the table in front of Chen and Wang Jie respectively, and said in a voice so sweet that water could be squeezed out, "Dear guests, please sit down for a moment." Chen's eyes swept over the woman, and he couldn't help but curse, which, in his heart, The slit of this Cheongsam is too big, almost reaching her waist. As she walks, her two long, dazzlingly white legs appear and disappear under the hem of the Cheongsam, which is very alluring. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with an oval face, but her eyes and brows revealed a charming look of a woman with a long history of experience. TSK, who can stand this? Gu Chen felt his mouth dry and he quickly looked away, fearing that he would embarrass himself if he continued watching, which would be embarrassing. He picked up the water glass, but did not drink it. He just put the glass on the table and tapped the wall of the glass unconsciously with his fingers. The old man sitting behind the long mahogany table had a friendly smile on his face from beginning to end. The old man stretched out his hand, made a please gesture, and said slowly, "Little brother, since you are here, let me open my eyes and see what kind of treasure it is." Gu Chen nodded, without any nonsense, and with a wave of his hand, the spoils that had been looted from the mine appeared on the long table. Glass test tubes filled with snake man blood, peeled snake man scales, a few weapons that were in good condition, and some scattered medicines and first aid kits. The old man originally had a nonchalant expression, but when he saw the tube of snake man's blood on the table, his eyes suddenly lit up. He coughed dryly and raised his chin towards the Cheongsam woman. "Hurry up and serve the distinguished guests some good tea." Xiaoyu, the Cheongsam girl, immediately understood and walked over again, twisting her waist. She swiftly took away the water cups in front of Gu Chen and Wang Jie and replaced them with 2 cups of fragrant hot tea. The old man took out a palm-sized instrument, carefully picked up the snake man's blood, and fiddled with the instrument for a while. After a moment, the smile on his face blossomed completely, and the wrinkles on his face deepened a little. Chapter 41 Transaction completed. The old man carefully checked the other weapons and medicines, then nodded with satisfaction, looked at Gu Chen, and asked with a smile, "Little brother, what price do you plan to sell these things for?" Gu Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Are you trying to test whether you understand the market?" Putting down the teacup, Gu Chen said slowly, "Old sir, since I've come here, I naturally trust the rules of your Lai Kai casino. You're an expert, so just give me a fair price for these things. Kick the ball back and test the opponent's bottom line first." When the old man heard this, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to appreciate Gu Chen's calmness. He pondered for a moment, his eyes darting back and forth between the items on the table. After a while, the old man stretched out 5 fingers and said slowly, 50,000. Little brother, how about I give you this amount for these things? 50,000? Hearing the price, Gu Chen almost spit out the tea he had just drunk. This old deng is such a fucking black-hearted person. Putting aside other things, just that tube of snake man's blood, if taken to the market and processed a little, could be sold for 60,000 yuan without any problem. Add to that these weapons and medicines, and the old guy gave us a 50% discount. However, Gu Chen also knew that although the price would be very low if he made a move in such a place, it would be safer and easier, and could avoid a lot of subsequent troubles. But the price is too outrageous. Gu Chen showed a trace of embarrassment on his face and shook his head gently. Old sir, your price, isn't it a bit too low? You also know that the blood of this exotic beast is precious. What's more, the prices of medicines and weapons in this city have been rising recently. This statement was just the right point, expressing his dissatisfaction while also implying that he was not a clueless young man. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was re-evaluating Gu Chen. He played with the teacup in his hand and mused. Oh, little brother, you should know that the price went up because of the appearance of the A-level exotic beast. But now the detection tower has returned to normal, which means that the A-level exotic beast was just passing through. I'm afraid that in a few days the price will return to normal. I know, but at least now, its price is still rising. Gu Chen was neither humble nor arrogant. A simple bargaining is more like a psychological game. Finally, the old man seemed to have made up his mind and slammed the table. All right. Since you're such a straightforward guy, I'll add a little more. 70,000. This is the highest price I can offer. What do you think? Gu Chen estimated in his mind that 70,000 was still far below the actual value of these things, but it was barely acceptable. After all, he needed money now, and he didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble because of this. Okay, let's do as the old man says. Gu Chen nodded in agreement. The transaction went smoothly, and the old man immediately had someone deposit 70,000 yuan in cash into the bank account provided by Gu Chen. The money and goods were paid. Before leaving, the old man specifically instructed, Little brother, if you have any good things in the future, just bring them to me. I promise to give you a fair price. Gu Chen politely agreed. Of course, I will have to trouble you in the future. Led by the Cheongsam woman, Gu Chen and Wang Jie took the elevator back to the ground again. The elevator doors slowly closed. The Cheongsam girl twisted her waist and walked back to the old man. She sat down in his arms without any hesitation. She hooked the old man's chin with her slender jade fingers and asked in a soft voice, "That guy doesn't look special. Why did you give him an extra 20,000 in the end?" The old man chuckled, reached out and patted the woman's perky buttocks lightly, but his eyes became somewhat meaningful. "What do you know? Things have been unsettled in the no man's land lately, and the higher-ups have begun secretly controlling all kinds of medicines and strategic materials. A price drop? Just trying to scare him." He paused, a gleam in his eyes. "At a time like this, he can even get exotic beast blood, weapons, and medicine. This young man has some skills. Let's give him a little profit today. It can be considered a good relationship and bring us more cooperation opportunities." The Cheongsam woman seemed to understand what he said, but she just leaned her head on the old man's shoulder and didn't ask any more questions. Return to the block on the ground level. Gu Qin tightened his old coat, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Although Gu Qin appeared calm during the negotiation, he was still a little worried. When the two passed by the vegetable market, they saw the vendors shouting hard and decided to buy some delicious food to celebrate tonight. "Now that I have enough money, I naturally cannot treat the three women in my family badly. Especially Gu Tong, she is still growing and needs to eat better food." As night falls, the air is filled with the aroma of food. After a sumptuous dinner, Gu Tong went to do her homework obediently, while Ran Woman sat quietly reading a book, looking up at Gu Qin from time to time. Gu Qin also found that he couldn't concentrate on reading while staying in the living room, so he went back to the bedroom. Tonight, it is Wang Jiayi's turn to sleep in the master bedroom. There was only a dim bedside lamp on in the room, and the light was ambiguous. After Wang Jiayi finished washing up, she was only wearing a thin nightgown and curled up in Gu Chen's arms like a kitten. "Honey, what do you think? If we have a baby, is it better to have a boy or a girl?" Wang Jiayi's voice was soft and sticky, and Gu Chen's heart was moved when he heard it. Gu Chen hugged the warm and soft person in his arms tightly, rested his chin on the top of her soft hair, and said softly, "It's all right, I like both boys and girls." Wang Jiayi adjusted to a more comfortable position and nuzzled into his arms. "We have excellent genes. The boy will definitely be as handsome as you and me, and the girl will be as beautiful as me. This girl is always so good at talking." Gu Chen felt very comfortable in his heart. He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead. He felt the delicate body in his arms getting hotter and hotter. Some beautiful thoughts popped up uncontrollably. He turned over and pressed Wang Jiayi under him. Looking at her watery eyes filled with emotion, his breathing became rapid. "Husband!" Wang Jiayi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Gu Chen didn't say anything else, but responded to her with actions. The next day. It was just dawn and Gu Chen was still asleep when he felt someone gently shaking his arm. He opened his eyes with great effort, and dimly saw Ran Wenwen's small face close to him, looking at him somewhat awkwardly. Chapter 42. I don't know what's going on. Ran Wenwen has changed into her school uniform and is carrying a bag, apparently getting ready to go to school. Wenwen, what's wrong? So early?" Gu Chen's voice was hoarse from just waking up, and he subconsciously wanted to sit up. Ran Wenwen's cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered, "Husband, there are people from the garrison outside looking for you." As she spoke, her eyes unconsciously glanced at Wang Jiayi, who was sleeping soundly in Gu Chen's arms, and then quickly looked away, as if she was afraid of seeing something she shouldn't see. Gu Chen only then reacted and was still holding Wang Jiayi's warm and soft body in his arms. He pulled the quilt up, covering most of Wang Jiayi's smooth shoulders to avoid embarrassing Ran Wenwen. This girl is thin-skinned and not as carefree as Wang Jiayi. "Garrison? Looking for me?" Gu Chen frowned. "Is there a follow-up to the mine incident?" he asked calmly. "Did they say anything?" Ran Wenwen shook her head and whispered, "I didn't say anything. I just said I would tell you when I see you." "Okay, I understand." Gu Chen nodded and smiled gently at Ran Wenwen. "You go out and wait for me first, I'll be there soon." Ran Wenwen responded, turned around and slipped out of the room with a red face. Gu Chen gently pulled his arm out of Wang Jiayi's arms, tucked the quilt into her, and then got up to put on his clothes. When they came to the living room, Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong were both sitting at the dining table with a simple breakfast in front of them, but they hardly touched it. Seeing Gu Chen coming out, the two women stood up from their chairs at the same time, with a hint of worry on their faces. The garrison came to their door early in the morning, which made both of them feel uneasy. They couldn't concentrate on school until they understood the situation. Gu Chen walked to the door, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a young man wearing a neat garrison uniform with a badge of identity pinned on his chest. This is different from the patrolling garrisons in the no man's land. Those people dress relatively casually and have no dress code requirements, while the garrisons in the city are required to wear uniforms during work. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen? The man's eyes swept over Chen. Chen nodded. It's me, what's the matter? The superiors have notified us to report to the garrison at 2 p.m. this afternoon. The man conveyed the order expressionlessly, then turned and left without saying another word. Chen looked at the backs of the garrison leaving, and his brows frowned slightly. So urgent? They didn't even reveal the specific reason, just the time and place? Honey, is something wrong? Renwen and Gu Tong also came over, their little faces full of worry. Chen came back to his senses, turned around and met the two women's concerned eyes, forced a smile, reached out and rubbed Gu Tong's head, patted Renwen's shoulder, and comforted. It shouldn't be anything serious, otherwise they wouldn't have left with just a few words of notice. Don't worry, I'll go check it out and see. He said this, but he felt in his heart that this matter was not simple. However, he didn't want to show any negative emotions in front of the two women. Hurry up and eat breakfast. After you finish, I will take you to school. As Chen said this, he went to get his coat. No need, brother, we can go by ourselves, Gu Tong said quickly. Renwen also agreed. Yes, husband, you just got up and haven't had breakfast yet. We can go by ourselves, we are not children. Chen insisted. I'll take you there. Eat quickly or you'll be late. Unable to persuade Chen, the two girls had to sit down obediently and quickly finish their breakfast. Chen sent Renwen and Gu Tong all the way to the school gate. After watching their figures disappear inside the school gate, he turned around and walked back. The breakfast left for her in small bites. Seeing Chen coming back, she raised her head and smiled brightly. Back from school? Chen responded, sat down opposite Wang Jie, and picked up a piece of bread to eat. The garrison troops were here just now. People from the garrison? Is it related to the cargo issue? Wang Jie asked while eating, tilting her head. Chen shook his head. Don't think too much about it. If it's that matter, they should take me away directly. Let me go to the garrison camp in the afternoon, and then I will know. Wang Jie nodded thoughtfully, then put on a relaxed expression. By the way, honey, we sold that batch of goods earlier. We should have a lot more money now, right? What are your plans for the future? Chen swallowed the bread in his mouth, drank a sip of water and said, Well, if you save this money, it should be enough for half a year. However, you can't stop making money. Look, now we can eat a plate of meat for every meal. If we make more money, we can have 2 plates of meat for every meal, and we can also buy you some nice clothes and dress up beautifully. Having said that, Chen nodded, seeming to be very satisfied with this prospect. This weekend, I'll take you to the mall and buy you some new clothes. Really? That's great. When Wang Jie heard about buying new clothes, her eyes lit up. Seeing Wang Jie's excitement, Chen's mood also improved a lot. Isn't the purpose of making money to give your family a better life? Afternoon. Chen arrived at the garrison on time according to the notified time. As soon as he arrived at the place, he was shocked by the scene before him. The square in front of the base gate was packed with people. There were at least dozens of times more people than when he usually came to sign in and report. There was a sense of anxiety in the air. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5, whispering and talking. Hey man, do you know why you called us here? I don't know. I just came here as soon as I received the notice. I was confused. I heard there's a shortage of manpower in the no man's land. It seems the A-level monsters killed quite a few people. Chen pricked up his ears and listened for a few words, and found that everyone was just like him, who were notified at short notice and knew nothing about the specific situation. He struggled to squeeze through the crowd to the front and finally found a man wearing a garrison uniform who looked like he was responsible for maintaining order. He asked, Hello, can you please tell me what mission it is that you asked us to come here on? The garrison looked Chen up and down, his attitude a little impatient. Go over there and line up to sign in first. After signing in, wait. Someone will explain the situation to you in a while. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Chen and turned around to scold other people who did not follow the order. Chen hit a soft nail, but he didn't get angry. He turned around and found a long sign-in table that was temporarily built. He took out his alien ID and handed it to the staff to sign in on the system. Then he found a relatively open place, stood against the wall, and silently observed the people around him. Just then, someone patted my shoulder gently. Chen looked back and saw a man and a woman. He is about 30 years old and judging by his clothes, he should be a temporary member of the team. Chapter 43 Team Invitation. Hello, brother. The man was the first to speak and greeted, with a flattering smile on his face. I saw you talking to the garrison just now. Did you find out anything? Chen shook his head. No, let's wait. Well, that's true. The man sighed and introduced himself. My name is Chen, and this is my wife, Liu Qiong. We're both on patrol with the 23rd Garrison Squadron right now. How about you, brother? Which squadron? Gu Chen, Team 78. Gu Chen replied concisely. Chen Jingxing nodded, then lowered his voice, a trace of worry on his face. Brother, looking at this situation, it doesn't look good. My husband and I are about to complete 3 years of patrol. If we can endure it for a while longer, we will be able to completely escape this suffering. Please don't let anything serious happen at this critical juncture. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's heart tightened slightly. These two people really have bad luck. However, he didn't show it on his face, and just comforted him lightly. Since it's here, just make the best of it. Relax, maybe it's not a big deal. I hope so. Chen Jingxing smiled bitterly. As the two were chatting, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd in front. Several people wearing high-level garrison uniforms walked up to the platform at the entrance of the garrison building, all with serious expressions. One of them, a middle-aged man who looked like the leader, cleared his throat, picked up the megaphone and began to speak. Everyone, temporary team members, we're urgently calling you here because of signs of A-level alien beast activity some time ago. Although the threat has passed, many alien beasts have entered the martial law zone, affecting our control of the area. Currently, the garrison is short-staffed, and we need the assistance of all the temporary team members in this alien beast cleanup operation. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below suddenly exploded, with discussions and exclamations rising one after another. What? Cleaning out the strange beasts? You must be kidding! That's so dangerous! We are just temporary members, not regular soldiers. Why should we go and die? The middle-aged man on the platform seemed to have anticipated everyone's reaction. His expression remained unchanged as he glanced at the restless crowd below. After the discussion subsided a little, he continued. I know everyone has a lot of concerns. But please rest assured, for this operation, all temporary team members will not only receive a 6-month reduction in their original patrol period as a reward, but also receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan per person per day during the operation. Reduce the inspection period by half a year. A subsidy of 1,000 yuan a day. As soon as these two conditions were put forward, the crowd below instantly quieted down, but then an even more heated discussion broke out. For these temporary team members who patrol in uninhabited areas with fear all year round, reducing the patrol period by half a year is undoubtedly a huge temptation. This means they can escape this dangerous and boring life 6 months earlier. A subsidy of 1,000 yuan a day is a considerable income for most people struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Seeing this, the middle-aged man on the platform curled his lips and continued. Also, for this cleanup operation, each temporary member will be operating independently, and will no longer be under the unified management of their original team. We will divide up designated cleanup areas for everyone and equip each member with a communicator. They must remain on standby 24 hours a day to receive instructions from headquarters. Now, please line up to receive the communicator and register your personal information. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned around and walked down the platform with several other garrison soldiers and left the square. After a brief silence, the crowd began to stir and rush towards the table where the communicators were being distributed. Gu Qin did not act immediately, but stood there with a frown, lost in thought. Eliminate the monsters? Move freely? He always felt that something was wrong. At the camp, he heard with his own ears that Zhang Weiqi had reported to his superiors and requested support from high-level aliens. Logically speaking, with the help of high-level aliens and so many garrisons, it shouldn't be a problem to eliminate some snake people. The garrison alone has 100 patrol teams, and each team has at least 80 people, which adds up to more than 8,000 aliens. Such a huge force, yet they couldn't even handle a mere snakeman? They still needed these temporary members to fill in the gaps. This doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Unless there weren't just snakemen there were other, more powerful creatures. Or perhaps the number of snakemen was far beyond their imagination. The garrison's top brass must have concealed some important information. The more Gu Qin thought about it, the more uncertain he became. His intuition told him that this so-called cleanup operation might not be that simple. Just as he was daydreaming, someone patted his shoulder again. Gu Qin came back to his senses and found that it was still the same couple from before. Brother Gu Qin, let's go get the communicator together. Chen Jingxing had a nervous expression on his face. It's a half-year exemption from patrol period, but I feel like this reward isn't that easy to get. Should we form a team? Liu Qiong also looked at Gu Qin with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Yes, brother Gu Qin, let's form a team together. There is strength in numbers, and we can take care of each other. Gu Qin looked at the couple in front of him. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He didn't think he was so strong that he could deal with those snake people alone. If the situation in the no man's land is more complicated than he imagined as he guessed, then having more helpers would naturally be a good thing. However, people's hearts are hidden. Can these two people really be trusted? There have been many cases of people being stabbed in the back in no man's land. Once you are betrayed by your teammates, you won't even know how you died, and you won't even have a place to seek justice. As if seeing Gu Chen's concerns, Chen Jingxing quickly expressed his stance. Don't worry, brother, my husband and I really want to find a reliable teammate to work with. We don't ask for anything else, we just want to spend the last period of patrol safely. It is much safer for 3 people to act together than to act alone. Li Yuqiong also spoke up, her tone very sincere. If you're worried, we can demonstrate our abilities to you first. My husband's ability is hardening, which gives him excellent defensive capabilities. Mine is healing. While I can't bring the dead back to life, I can still handle minor injuries. As for the weapons, we can give them to you for safekeeping temporarily. Without them, our abilities won't pose much of a threat to you. When you encounter a strange beast, you can return the weapons to us. This woman is straightforward. Chapter 44 The Eve of Departure. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's heart moved slightly. Hardening and primary treatment, these 2 abilities are indeed a reinforcement for me. Moreover, the other party's willingness to voluntarily hand over their weapons can be regarded as a certain degree of sincerity. Gu Chen pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, then we will temporarily form a team and act together. 2 more people is always better than 1 person going it alone. As for the trust issue, we can slowly observe it in the next actions. Very good! Seeing that Gu Chen agreed, Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. After the 3 of them reached a consensus, they lined up together to receive the communicator. After agreeing to meet at the designated location of the isolation gate the next time they received a mission assembly, the 3 of them dispersed and went home. After returning home, Gu Chen told Wang Jiai everything that happened at the garrison camp in the afternoon and his decision to participate in the cleanup mission. Hubby, count me in for this operation! After listening to Gu Chen's story, Wang Jiai patted her chest and said without any hesitation, I have nothing to do at home, so more people will take care of me. Besides, my ability can definitely help you. Gu Chen looked at Wang Jiai's sparkling eyes, which did not contain a trace of fear or retreat, and a warm current surged in his heart. The reason why he told Wang Jiai was actually because he wanted her to go with him. There are 2 reasons. First, he still had a little wariness towards Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong. Having more people around would always make him feel more at ease. Maybe Wang Jiai can be of great help at a critical moment. Second, the danger of this operation is probably far beyond his expectations. Faced with those unknown dangers, he was not completely sure that he could escape unscathed. 1 more person means 1 more strength and 1 more chance of survival. His, Gu Chen's, woman cannot just be kept at home as a vase. If you have the ability, you must use it. This is the way to survive. Okay. Gu Chen nodded, stretched out his hand to hold Wang Jiai in his arms, and kissed her gently on the forehead. I feel much more at ease with you here. Wang Jiai rubbed against his arms like a satisfied kitten. Gu Chen secretly felt fortunate that he had married the right person, Wang Jiai. This girl not only has a personality that suits his taste, but she also never lets him down at critical moments. She is a reliable and virtuous wife. As for Ran Wenwen, he naturally liked her very much. But Ran Wenwen has not yet awakened. The most important task now is to study and take good care of Gu Tong. After talking with Wang Jiai, the next thing we can do is to deal with the enemy with our own troops and block the water with earth. In the evening, Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong returned home one after another. As soon as Gu Tong entered the door, she shouted, "Brother," happily and fluttered over like a little swallow. Gu Chen smiled and touched her head, and told them in detail what happened at the garrison camp today, as well as his and Wang Jiai's decision to participate in the cleanup operation. Ran Wenwen's delicate brows knitted slightly, her eyes filled with worry. This operation sounds very dangerous. You must be extremely careful. She is not as lively as Wang Jiai, and her temperament is as calm as water, but this gentle care can always soothe Gu Chen's heart. I know, don't worry, Gu Chen comforted. But I know in my heart that this time I can't be safe just by being careful. Gu Tong played with the communicator that Gu Chen placed on the table, her face full of curiosity. Brother, I heard from Grandma Zhang next door that in the inner city, they have a kind of communicator called a mobile phone. It's amazing. Just by pressing a few numbers, you can talk to people far away. Is this the same? This crisp sound eased the tense atmosphere in the room a lot. Gu Chen leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the mottled ceiling, his thoughts drifting far away. He exhaled lightly, his voice carrying a subtle hint of yearning. Well, when we have money in the future, we'll move to the inner city. We'll buy a big house, and you and woman can live in it, and Jai too. Then we'll each buy one of those things called a cell phone, so we can talk whenever we want. These words outline a beautiful blueprint. There was a gentle smile on Ran Wenwen's lips. Wang Jie also came over and nodded vigorously. Yes. That's right. Let's move to the inner city and live a good life in the future. Family warmth is always short-lived, but what needs to be faced will eventually come. Gu Chen even felt that this happened too quickly. To beep rapidly. On the screen, a notification message from the garrison was clearly visible. Here we come. Gu Chen's heart sank. He picked up the communicator and said to Wang Jie, who was preparing lunch, Jie, pack up, the notice has arrived. I will go to the garrison to see how to arrange it. You pack up our things. Okay. Go ahead and don't worry. Wang Jie wiped her hands and responded neatly. There was no panic on her face, but instead she was eager to try. This girl is a natural lover of excitement. Gu Chen hurried to the garrison station. Many temporary team members had already gathered in the square. They gathered in twos and threes, whispering to each other, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. On the high platform was the same stern-faced middle-aged high-ranking garrison officer from last time. He glanced sharply at the crowd below, and only announced what he was going to convey when most people were present. Everyone, temporary team members, the alien beast cleanup operation in the uninhabited area will officially begin at 2 p.m. this afternoon. All participants must conduct alien beast cleanup within the designated patrol area. From 4 p.m. until the end of the mission, anyone who leaves the designated area without permission will be treated as a deserter and severely punished. Patrol area information has been sent to your communicators, please check. This mission is tentatively scheduled to last 3 days. 3 days. Chapter 45, Strange No Man's Land. Gu Chen muttered in a low voice. These 3 days. I'm afraid they will be exceptionally long. He took out his communicator and took a quick glance at the map. The area was sandwiched between the isolation gate and the skyscraper. Then he looked up and scanned the crowd, but did not see Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong. There were too many people, so Gu Chen didn't bother looking for them. He turned around and left the base and went straight home. After explaining to Wang Jie that they would set off at 2 p.m., the two of them quickly packed up their weapons, food, and water. In order to avoid exposing the secret of the storage space, Gu Chen carried his sword on his back and took out some food and put it in his bag. There is still more than half an hour until 2 p.m. Gu Chen and Wang Jie arrived at the isolation gate in advance. The isolation gate that was always open in the past to allow strangers to enter and exit was now tightly closed. There were also several teams of garrison soldiers in front of the gate, with solemn expressions, as if facing a powerful enemy. It seems that the situation is more serious than we thought. Gu Chen looked at the tightly closed isolation door, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. This doesn't look like an ordinary cleanup operation. There weren't many people there. Groups of temporary team members gathered near the isolation gate, waiting for the moment to set off. Gu Chen took Wang Jie and began to search for Chen Jingxing and his wife in the crowd. It didn't take long for Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong, who were looking around, to see them, and both sides walked towards each other at the same time. Brother Gu Chen! Chen Jingxing forced a smile on his face, but he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Li Yuqiong also nodded, looking a little nervous. The four of them found a relatively quiet corner and simply sat on the ground. Gu Chen also introduced Wang Jie to the two of them. Brother Gu Chen, after we go in, what should we do? Li Yuqiong spoke first. Old Chen and I have discussed it. How about we just wander around the edge of the assigned area, try to avoid those strange beasts, and then go back after these 3 days? Chen Jingxing nodded repeatedly on the side. Yes, I think Yuqiong is right. Safety first, safety first. These two people had obviously planned this long ago. After listening to it, Gu Chen did not comment, but just asked the question lightly. If everyone holds the same view as you and only shirks responsibility, how will the garrison complete this so-called cleanup mission? Couldn't they have figured this out? After these words were spoken, the expressions on Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong's faces froze for a moment. Yes, the garrison is not stupid. If everyone is passive and lazy, wouldn't this operation become a joke? However, the regulations do not require everyone to go to a certain place. Wang Jie nodded thoughtfully. My husband is right. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Such a generous reward is definitely not that easy to get. In the end, the four of them decided to go in and see the situation first. Keep Li Yuqiong's proposal as an alternative and adapt to circumstances. Time passed minute by minute, and around 2 p.m., there was already a huge crowd of people in front of the isolation gate, a sea of black, at least several thousand people. There was a sense of anxiety in the air. Sizzle! A sharp electric sound suddenly rang out from the huge speaker above the isolation door, followed by a mechanical notification. Attention, temporary team members! The isolation gate will open promptly at 2 p.m. Please follow the instructions on the communicator and proceed to your designated mission area. I repeat. 14 o'clock sharp. Crunch, boom. The heavy isolation doors slowly opened to both sides, revealing a deep passage leading to an uninhabited area. Began to stir like a flood that broke through a dam, and poured into the isolation gate one after another. Gu Chen held Wang Jiayi's hand and mixed in the crowd. Coming to the no man's land again, Gu Chen clearly felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from before, making people feel depressed from the bottom of their hearts. The most obvious change was that as he walked in, he actually saw 3 garrison squads with more than 10 people in succession. They patrolled the roadsides vigilantly, something that was impossible before. In the past, at most, one could see a lone garrison soldier standing guard at some distant key sentry tower. There shouldn't be such a dense guard force in this area close to the city. The main force of the garrison has always been deployed on the edge of the martial law zone to guard against strange beasts in areas that have not been cleared. It seems that the bigwigs in the city are really panicking this time. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze from the garrison squad not far away, without stopping at all. After walking a little further, the garrison troops were no longer in sight for some distance, and the surrounding environment had returned to its former desolation, with only the whistling sound of the wind playing in the forest. Sudden! There's a strange beast! Run! Suddenly, from the crowd not far ahead, there were bursts of terrified screams and chaotic shouts, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Chen Xingxing and Li Yuqiong's faces turned pale immediately. Wang Jiayi also subconsciously tightened the dagger in her hand and looked forward vigilantly. Gu Chen's heart also suddenly rose. A strange beast! It's a strange beast! In the chaos, someone shouted these 2 words at the top of his lungs. The crowd was like a swarm of bees that had exploded, and they began to flee in all directions recklessly, and the situation was out of control for a while. Husband, what should we do? Wang Jiayi looked at Gu Chen, her voice a little nervous. Gu Chen glanced at the chaotic scene and said in a deep voice, Don't walk around, stay calm, and continue on the route we originally planned. What? There's a strange beast ahead, and we're still going forward? Li Yuqiong widened her eyes, almost unable to believe her ears. Isn't this just seeking death? Gu Chen didn't look at her, but asked in return, Do you think there will be no more strange beasts if you run to other places? Chen Xingxing seemed to understand Gu Chen's meaning instantly and said, Brother Gu Chen is right. Now everyone is running around like headless flies. If we run to some remote and deserted place and encounter a strange beast, it will be like crying to the sky and crying to the earth, but no one will help us. At least there are more people here, so even if there is danger, it will be easier to deal with. Gu Chen nodded and continued to add, There's another more important point. You see, although many people are running, quite a few have chosen to stay, or even rush forward. Those who choose to flee immediately are likely weaker or more timid. Those who stay behind are probably quite strong. Following these people will be relatively safer. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiayi and Chen Xingxing subconsciously looked towards the center of the commotion. Sure enough, just as Gu Chen said, although most people were fleeing in panic, there was indeed a small group of people who, instead of retreating, showed their weapons and shouted as they rushed towards the direction where the strange beast appeared. These people exuded a sense of toughness in their actions, and they were obviously experienced veterans. Then, should we go up and help? Chen Xingxing asked hesitantly as he looked at the people rushing forward. After all, we are all temporary team members, and it seems natural to fight against the monsters together. Gu Chen shook his head. That's not necessary. We can just observe the situation from the back. With so many people rushing to take action, even if we kill the beast in the end, it won't be our turn to divide the spoils. It's a waste of energy. It's better to save some energy. There's still a long way to go, and there will be no shortage of opportunities to take action. Chapter 46. A group of snake people. The facts were indeed as Gu Chen expected. Although the temporary team members who stayed behind were few in number, they were all fearless and cooperated well. Although there were 2 or 3 unlucky guys who were hit by the monsters and fell down screaming, the monsters were eventually chopped to the ground by everyone's combined efforts. Gu Chen and his companions also walked to a nearby place, squinting their eyes and looking at the corpse of the strange beast that had been chopped into a bloody mess, and whose original appearance was almost unrecognizable. It's a snake man. Didn't they say they were already contacting high-level mutants to clean them up? It's only been a few days, how come they haven't been completely eliminated yet, and instead have come so close to the isolation gate? What kind of big thing happened in the deep no man's land? A thick shadow once again covered Gu Chen's heart. Over there, as soon as the battle ended, several groups of people immediately gathered around the snake man's corpse and started arguing endlessly, spitting everywhere, and were about to fight for the ownership of the corpse. At this moment, a burly man from one of the groups suddenly shouted, "Our Desert Eagle organization was the first to discover this snake man. Anyone who dares to snatch it from us will be in trouble with our Desert Eagle organization." As soon as the words, "Desert Eagle organization," were uttered, the atmosphere around them suddenly stagnated. Soon after, more and more people gathered around the strong man, and soon formed a group of about 50 people. These people all had a fierce aura and stared at the other groups with unfriendly eyes. At this point, those others who had originally wanted to fight for it had to disperse in disappointment. After all, the Desert Eagle organization is a considerable force in the 7th district, and ordinary lone wolves or small teams dare not provoke them easily. After a brief commotion, the crowd continued to move deeper into the no man's land. Wang Jie came close to Gu Chen and asked curiously, "What kind of beast was that just now? It looked so scary." "Snake man." Gu Chen replied indifferently. "Snake man?" Chen Jingxing, Li Yuqiong and Wang Jie asked questions almost at the same time and looked at Gu Chen at the same time. Gu Chen knew what they were thinking and quickly explained. "I once encountered this strange beast while on patrol. The garrison captain at the time said they were called snake men." "Then, how do these snake people usually attack? Do they have any special methods?" Li Yuqiong asked nervously. Gu Chen recalled the battle with the snake men in the mines and summarized it briefly. "The main attack method is the whipping of their flexible snake tails and sharp claws. They are very powerful and fast." After thinking for a while, he added, "Perhaps their teeth or claws might contain toxins. In any case, it's always better to be cautious." The four of them followed the majority of the crowd at a distance, neither advancing too far nor falling behind, and slowly moved towards the mission area. Just as they were about to reach the edge of the mission area indicated on the communicator, a burst of shrill screams came from the crowd in front again. Under attack again? Gu Chen had this thought for the first time. However, perhaps because of the experience from the previous encounter this time, most people did not flee in panic like last time. Instead, they stopped and showed their weapons, ready to go over to support or fight. But soon, things started to go wrong. Because the screams not only did not stop, but became more and more frequent and more shrill. Immediately afterwards, the crowd that originally wanted to rush forward, as if they had seen a ghost, began to rush back towards Gu Chen and the others like crazy, or fled desperately towards the ruins and jungles on both sides. The scene was several times more chaotic than the last time. "What's going on?" Chen Jingxing's voice was a little out of tune. As the number of people fleeing in front of him gradually decreased, the scene in the distance slowly came into Gu Chen's sight. With just one glance, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. 4 or 5 snake men were wreaking havoc among the crowd. Every sweep of their thick, serpentine tails would whip the temporary members flying, breaking bones and tendons, and killing them instantly with screams. The sharp claws tear flesh and blood as easily as tearing paper. So many snake people. Gu Chen's heart suddenly panicked. This was not what shocked him the most. When his eyes locked onto one of the snake men that was obviously bigger and stronger than the others, the information automatically given by the system panel in his mind made his face turn pale instantly. That snake man had reached level 42. Level 42 monster. This is far beyond what these temporary team members can handle. Not to mention them, even if the captain of the garrison encountered it, it would probably be a fierce fight. Damn it! What the hell just happened? Gu Chen cursed in his heart. Those high-ranking officials of the garrison really concealed the most crucial information. A large number of snake people appeared here, which was clearly sending temporary teammates to be cannon fodder and die. Gu Chen didn't even have time to explain to the 3 people around him, he just yelled, "Let's go!" Although Wang Jie and the other 3 didn't understand why Gu Chen suddenly lost his composure, they knew that the situation was definitely serious when they saw Gu Chen's extremely ugly face and the even more chaotic and miserable escape scene of the crowd in front of them. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them immediately turned around and ran away. Gu Chen ran in the front, his mind working rapidly, planning an escape route. You must go as far away from the mine as possible and find a relatively safe path to the mission location. If the mission location is also like this, then it is better not to do this mission. Just follow Li Yuqiong's advice at the time, find a place to hide, and leave after 3 days. While moving in the woods, Gu Chen said to the 3 people behind him in a deep voice, "From now on, all actions will be under my command. If anyone has a different opinion, or feels that I, Gu Chen, am not capable of it, you can raise it now. Let's part ways amicably and go our separate ways." Gu Chen said this in a decisive manner, without leaving any room for negotiation. If a team is not united and everyone holds their own opinions, then the team will be destroyed soon. Especially at this critical moment of life and death, Gu Chen had neither the time nor the energy to engage in democratic voting. Chapter 47 Promotion to C-Class. Wang Jia followed closely behind Gu Chen, almost without thinking, panting slightly. Hubby, I'll do whatever you say. If you say go east, I won't go west. Gu Chen's expression did not change. Wang Jia would definitely listen to him, and Gu Chen knew this very well. Chen Jingxing and Li Yiqiong exchanged glances in the back and slowed down their pace slightly. Chen Jingxing gasped and said, Brother Gu Chen, we admire your skills, but shouldn't the command be based on strength? After all, we have some experience in the no man's land. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. Experience? That so-called inspection experience is of no use now. But Gu Chen did not refute directly, he just slowed down his pace and asked without turning his head. Oh? Then what level are you? My husband and I are both E-level mutants. There was a subtle hint of arrogance in Chen Jingxing's tone. Among the temporary team members, E-level mutants are already considered very high. Gu Chen didn't say anything, he just took out the certificate representing the D-level alien identity from his arms and flashed it behind him. Behind him came the sounds of Chen Jingxing and Li Yiqiong gasping. D-level? Chen Jingxing's voice was a little stuttered. Brother Gu Chen, you are so young, and you are actually a D-level alien? Li Yiqiong also had an expression of disbelief on her face, and looked at Gu Chen with eyes full of shock. Gu Chen took back the alien certificate, his tone still calm. Now, do you have any objections? No. No more, Chen Jingxing immediately stated. Brother Gu Chen, we will do whatever you say. The command of the team fell into Gu Chen's hands. In this world, strength means the right to speak. It is simple and crude, but also the most effective. For the next section of the journey, the four of them avoided the main road where the snake people had previously broken out, and specifically chose to travel through remote ruins and jungles. Even so, sightings of snake people are not uncommon. Fortunately, the four encountered only some solitary guys, with only one being of D level, and most of them were of E and F level. These levels of snake men no longer posed much of a threat to Gu Chen. With Gu Chen's current fighting skills, it was quite easy to deal with them. In every battle, Gu Chen let Chen Jingxing go first, with Wang Jia assisting and harassing him from the side. Gu Chen was observing from the side, and feeding the snake man some tricks. This is also to exercise practical skills and teamwork. But Gu Chen had a hard requirement: the snake man's final blow must be delivered by him. Although Chen Jingxing and his wife were a little puzzled about this, since they had already taken Gu Chen as their leader, they naturally did not ask any more questions. Wang Jia didn't care at all. As long as Gu Chen said it, she would do it. A few people just thought that Gu Chen had some special hobby. Only Gu Chen himself knows that what Gu Chen needs is experience points. With the ability to see the health bar, Gu Chen could always stop Chen Jingxing and the others the moment the snake man's health reached the bottom, and then he would go up and make the final blow cleanly and neatly. This act of stealing heads may seem unnecessary to them. But for Gu Chen, every kill means an increase in the experience bar. Just like that, they traveled safely all the way, and before the stipulated time, Gu Chen and his three companions finally arrived at the edge of the mission area indicated on the communicator. An abandoned factory area half covered by giant overgrown plants. 11 o'clock at night. Gu Chen and his three companions chose a relatively flat and hidden huge rock as a temporary resting place. The compressed biscuits were cold, dry and hard, and they stung everyone's cheeks a little, but it was good to have something to eat at this moment. There were dangers lurking on every side, and the few people did not dare to make a fire, fearing that the flames would attract strange beasts. They could only use the hazy moonlight to simply replenish their energy. From the desperate escape in the afternoon to the cautious sneaking and fighting later, after most of the day, even Gu Chen felt waves of fatigue. Li Yiqiong's face turned even paler, and she was too lazy to even speak. Wang Jia leaned against Gu Chen, nodding her head, trying hard not to fall asleep. Gu Chen silently calculated today's harvest. After a series of battles, Gu Chen's experience level has soared to level 41. If his previous inference was correct, he should be a C-level mutant now. With a thought, Gu Chen opened the system interface and first opened the 3 random reward bags that were dropped from killing the snake man today. Gained 10 energy points. Obtained item, Paralysis Ring, F rank. Paralysis Ring, made from simply polished snake man teeth. After wearing it, your poison attacks have a small chance to extend the duration of the paralysis effect. Better than nothing, right? Gained 10 energy points. 20 energy points and an F-level ring. Gu Chen touched his fingers, put the bone ring on his hand, and then hid it. Although it is only F-level, the paralysis attribute, combined with his own, paralyzing venom, skill, may have the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. During the battle today, Chen also tried to apply venom on the sword, but found that it seemed to have little effect on the snake man. Chen guessed that as a poisonous beast, snake people might be naturally immune to the same or similar toxins. Adding these 20 energy points, Chen's energy points have accumulated to 125 points. Next is consumption time. Chen clicked on the list of redeemable items and calculated carefully. First of all, the storage space is still a bit too small. Chen spent 20 energy points to expand the storage space a little more. Being able to fit more things means more security and convenience. Then there are the healing potions. This thing is the key to saving life. Chen used up 1 bottle before, and now he spent 20 energy points to buy 4 bottles. According to the prompt, the upper limit of drinking healing potions per day is 5 times. Buying more is just to store them first, and they will not be used for the time being. Now that he had 5 bottles of spares, Chen felt much more at ease. Chen thought about the remaining 85 energy points and decided to draw a weapon. The current longsword is just an ordinary weapon bought in the city. It has limited power and looks like it is almost scrapped after a battle. Clicking on the weapon lottery interface, Chen raised his brows slightly. The last time the lottery only required 30 energy points, but this time it became 40 energy points. Could it be that the cost of this lottery is linked to one's own level? Chen understood in his heart that it seemed that it was not so easy to take advantage. After gritting my teeth, I chose to withdraw. Take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. A flash of light passed by, and a text prompt appeared. Obtained item, gold-tempered knife, D rank. Gold-quenched knife, the blade is heavy, and the edge has been tempered with gold, making it exceptionally sharp and capable of dealing a certain amount of extra damage to exotic beasts. A horizontal sword with a simple shape and a blade that shone with a dark golden luster appeared in Chen's storage space. The blade shines coldly, and it is obvious that it is a sharp weapon. These 40 energy points are worth it. After all this consumption, there are still 45 energy points left. Chen decided to keep it for the time being in case of emergency. Chapter 48: Encountering the Villain. Over there, Wang Jia had recovered and was chatting quietly with Li Yuqiong. Sister Yuqiong, look at my clothes. They're all covered in blood and mud. They're so dirty and sticky. I feel so uncomfortable. I really want to take a good bath. Wang Jia wrinkled her nose and tugged at the stained corner of her clothes with a look of disgust. Li Yuqiong smiled bitterly and shook her head. Sister, just be content. In times like this, it's good enough to be alive. Why would you care about whether it's clean or not? When we get back to the city, you can wash it however you want. For a girl to still think about taking a bath in such an environment can be considered as finding joy in suffering. Chen listened to their conversation, the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. Chen Jingxing was much more alert than them. He nibbled on the compressed biscuits, his eyes scanning the dark ruins around him from time to time, his ears twitching slightly to catch any suspicious sounds. Next to him was a large bulging canvas bag filled with snake skins and blood collected from the snake man today. At this moment, Chen's ears moved slightly. Rustle, ho-ah! A subtle but clear sound came from the depths of the ruins not far away, as if someone was running, mixed with the sounds of weapons clashing and painful groans. Is anyone fighting? Or being chased by strange beasts? Chen Jingxing obviously heard it too. He stood up suddenly and looked at Chen nervously. Brother Chen, there's movement over there. What should we do? After what happened during the day, he had subconsciously regarded Chen as his backbone. Chen's eyes narrowed, and he pursed his lips at Wang Jia. Jia, go check out the situation. Be careful and don't get too close. Wang Jia immediately understood, crouched down, and jumped out nimbly, disappearing into the dark ruins in the blink of an eye. Her ability is beast transformation. Although it is not a pure reconnaissance ability, in this environment, she is the best among the 4 in terms of stealth and perception. Chen quickly packed up the remaining biscuits, returned the weapons to Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong, and waited for news from Wang Jia. Not long after, Wang Jia came back, and her figure flashed out from the shadows like a ghost. Coming to Chen, she lowered her voice and spoke in a hurried tone. Honey, about 200 meters ahead, there are 5 people chasing 2 people. It looks like the 2 being chased are almost dying. They've been blocked and are being besieged. Chen Jingxing was a little excited when he heard this. Should we go over and help? He is a kind-hearted person and has a sense of loyalty. Chen did not answer immediately, but looked at Wang Jia and asked in a deep voice. Did you see clearly? Are there any injuries on the pursuers in the pursuit? What are their respective abilities? Wang Jia quickly recalled and said clearly. There are 5 people chasing us. 2 of them have some scratches on their bodies, but they're not serious. I saw one with what looks like a support ability, probably giving his companions a buff. The remaining 4 are all combat types. One wields a broadsword, one is accompanied by a black wolf that looks like a summoned beast or a tamed beast, and one is wearing pieced-together metal plate armor, like a tin can. The last one wields a spear. Where are the 2 being chased? Chen continued to ask. Those 2 were seriously injured. One of them seemed to have a broken arm, and the other had blood on his abdomen. They were also resisting, but they were obviously no match for their opponents. There were no obvious ability characteristics on their bodies. They were probably just ordinary strengthening or fighting types. Wang Jie replied. Chen nodded, already having a plan in mind. There were 5 people, 1 assistant, 4 fighters, and the 2 people being hunted were already at the end of their strength. Chen said slowly, I'm afraid we can't avoid this battle. But it's not to help those 2 people, but for ourselves. Chen Jingxing was stunned for a moment. Brother Chen, what do you mean by this? Chen glanced at him and explained lightly. It looks like that group is taking advantage of the chaos to kill and rob people. Since we've run into them, and they're all active in this area, if we don't take action now, and wait for them to deal with those 2 people and recover, do you think they'll one day cross paths with us? If they confront us head-on, we might not be able to get away with it. Glancing at Wang Jie and Liu Qiong, Chen continued. Instead of waiting for them to discover us, we should take advantage of the fact that they have just experienced a battle, their energy is exhausted, and some may even be injured. We should strike first and catch them off guard. By eating them, we can not only eliminate a potential threat, but we might even make a fortune. Chen Jingxing's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and Liu Qiong nervously held Chen Jingxing's hand tightly. Wang Jie licked her lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. She just liked this kind of stimulation. Chen did not give them much time to hesitate and gave the order decisively. Listen up! We'll move over later. Don't rush to attack yet. Wait for my signal. Jie, your target is the one with the auxiliary ability. You must kill him with 1 strike. Don't let him add status to others. Jingxing, your mission is to hold off the one who uses swords and spears and armor-piercing armor head-on to buy us time. Liu Qiong, you will mainly support Jingxing and take care of yourself. As for the one who can summon wolves, leave it to me. Clear! The 3 of them responded in unison. Although their voices were low, they were full of determination. A group of 4 people quietly moved towards the direction where the sound of fighting came from. Wang Jie's figure was almost invisible in the darkness. A pair of furry cat ears quietly emerged on her head and trembled slightly. A flexibly swinging cat tail appeared behind her. Her palms and paws turned into cat paws covered with thick pads, allowing her to walk and jump among the gravel and debris without making a sound. After a few jumps, she climbed up the wall of a dilapidated building, then jumped onto a tree branch and climbed silently like a gecko above the strange people who were committing the crime, hiding her body. Chen Jingxing and Liu Qiong were lying in a dense bush about 15 meters away from the battlefield. Through the gaps between the branches and leaves, they could clearly see the scene ahead. Just as Wang Jie said, there were 5 men, 3 of whom were grinning and besieging 2 men covered in blood. The 2 besieged men were already at the end of their strength, with new wounds on their bodies. Their movements were becoming slower and slower. They could only fight back with all their might and were on the verge of collapsing. The other 2 stood at the back with their arms folded, watching the show leisurely. One of them was indeed accompanied by a rather large black wolf, which was sticking out its tongue and making low threatening whimpering sounds. The other is an auxiliary alien holding a staff. Puff! With a dull thud, one of the besieged men was hit in the back by a knife. He screamed and fell straight to the ground, and the blood instantly dyed the ground red. The other one, seeing the miserable state of his companion, roared in despair and wanted to fight desperately, but the gunman with the spear shot through his shoulder and nailed him to the ground. Then the strong man with the knife stepped forward, raised his knife and slashed, and a head rolled out. Chapter 49, Victory over the Villain. Chen Jingxing's eyes twitched as he watched. He subconsciously looked at Chen, as if waiting for Chen's order to attack. If you don't take action now, that person will die. But Chen still did not issue any instructions, but stared at the front with cold eyes, his fingers lightly resting on the hilt of the sword. The 3 assailants killed the man who had fallen to the ground and began to grin and gleefully bend over the body to search for spoils. The 2 guys who had been standing by and watching also came over. The auxiliary alien among them seemed to complain about something, which caused his companions to laugh. Just when all their attention was focused on looting the corpse, and their vigilance was at its lowest, Chen suddenly pressed his hand down. Almost at the moment the gesture fell, Wang Jie moved. She was like a flash of lightning in the dark night, silently swinging down from the high branches, and her toes stepped on the shoulders of the auxiliary alien with incredible precision. The auxiliary alien felt his shoulders sink, and before he could react, Wang Jiai's hand, which had turned into a sharp claw, grabbed his head like lightning and twisted his waist. There was a crisp, click, sound, and the man's head drooped down at a strange angle. He died on the spot without even a scream. At the same time, Gu Chen shot out from the bushes like an arrow, aiming directly at the alien with the wolf. The long sword drew a cold arc in the air, with a sharp sound of breaking wind, and slashed straight into his face. The stranger's reaction was not slow. When he felt the strong wind coming, he subconsciously tried to dodge to the side. But he was a bit too slow, and although he avoided the fatal blow to his head, his right arm holding the weapon was slashed by Gu Chen's sword. Ah! The shrill screams suddenly pierced the night sky. Blood spurted out, and his right arm holding a short axe was cut off at the shoulder by Gu Chen's sword. This sudden change in screams instantly alarmed the other three strangers who were searching. They suddenly looked up and saw the miserable state of their companions. They were all shocked and angry. They roared, picked up their weapons, and rushed over to support. "Don't even think about going there!" Chen Jingxing roared angrily, rushed out from the bushes and stood in front of the three people. He didn't know when a retractable shield made of some kind of engineering plastic appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the shield unfolded with a swish, and was more than 1 person tall. Immediately afterwards, a layer of light khaki light flashed across the surface of the shield. He slammed his shield to the ground and met the first blows of sword and gun. Ding! Ding! A teeth-grinding sound of metal collision was heard. The seemingly ordinary plastic shield did not move at all under the opponent's powerful attack, but only trembled slightly a few times, as if it were an indestructible steel barrier. "I'll help you!" After dealing with the auxiliary alien, Wang Jia gave a delicate cry and came to Chen Jingxing's side in a flash. Taking advantage of this gap, Gu Chen continued to chase the alien with a broken arm without any pause. After losing an arm, this guy's combat effectiveness has dropped by at least half. "Bite him to death!" The armored stranger covered his broken arm that was bleeding profusely, his face twisted in pain. He screamed shrilly and gave orders to his black wolf. Ouch! The wolf let out a low roar and pounced towards Gu Chen. In its open bloody mouth, its sharp fangs flashed with a cold light. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he advanced instead of retreating. He swung the long sword in his hand into a sword flower. He did not fight it head-on, but took advantage of the gap when it attacked and turned the sword, skillfully passing it under its ribs. Puff! The wolf howled in pain as a deep wound appeared on its waist and abdomen, and blood spurted out. It felt pain and its attack stagnated, and it was forced aside by Gu Chen. "Useless! Come on!" Seeing this, the armored man with a broken arm became even more furious and issued orders to the wolf again. But this time, the wolf just whimpered a few times and lay on the ground with its tail between its legs. Although it was not dead, the wound in its abdomen made it temporarily lose its fighting ability, and it just wailed weakly. Gu Chen swung his sword, and the green tip of the sword, stained with wolf blood, drew an arc in the air, pointing towards the shocked and angry stranger. At the same time, Gu Chen's mind moved, and a fist-sized stone on the side of the road floated up silently, and then smashed towards the stranger. "What?" The stranger was horrified and subconsciously raised his remaining left hand to block. Crack! A crisp sound of bone cracking was heard, accompanied by his even more shrill screams. His intact arm and hand bones were actually smashed directly by Gu Chen's unexpected blow. "Kill him while he is ill." Gu Chen rushed to him in one step, and with his eyes wide open due to severe pain and fear, the long sword in his hand mercilessly wiped across his neck. "Well?" The stranger made a hoarse sound from his throat, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground dejectedly. With his death, the black wolf lying on the ground and howling gradually became illusory, and finally turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated into the air. It turns out to be a summoned creature, not a tamed beast. On the other side, with the support of Li Yuqiong and the harassment attacks of Wang Jia, although Chen Jingxing was struggling, the defensive power of his shield was amazing. In addition, he himself was also an E-level mutant, not much different from those people. For a while, he managed to stabilize his position and did not let the other party take advantage. Gu Chen immediately turned around and rushed towards the battlefield. 4 against 3, and the other side had already lost 2 men. As one side gained strength while the other lost, the battle situation instantly became one-sided. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining 3 strangers were killed on the spot one by Gu Chen and his companions. The last guy who tried to escape was torn open by Wang Jia's claws from the back, with several deep cuts visible to the bone. He fell to the ground with a scream, and was killed by Gu Chen with a sword. The battle is over. The 4 of them were breathing slightly, looking at the corpses all over the ground, but they felt relieved in their hearts. Chen Jingxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked to Gu Chen's side. There was still a trace of relief on his face for surviving the disaster, but his tone was a little puzzled as he asked, "Why didn't we take action earlier? If we had, maybe we could have saved those 2 people." Chapter 50, Provoking the Eagle. Gu Chen glanced calmly at Wang Jiayi, who was searching for spoils on the corpse. She had no psychological burden about this and moved very skillfully. Then Gu Chen looked at Chen Jingxing and said indifferently, "You have to understand one thing. In a place like this, either don't take action at all. If you do, you must aim for a single strike, achieving the greatest possible outcome at the lowest possible cost. Only when they completely let their guard down is the best time for us to take action. They were just committing a crime, their minds were highly focused, and they had the upper hand in numbers. If we rush out recklessly, we're still not sure whether we can win. Even if we can win, we're bound to get hurt. If we get hurt, how are we going to survive the next few days in this place? Not to mention..." Gu Chen's voice became a little colder. "Even if we rescued those 2 people, what would it matter? Do you think there are not many murders and robberies like this happening here every day? Can we rescue them one by one? We are not saviors. All we can do now is to ensure the safety of our own people." After listening to Gu Chen's words, Chen Jingxing lowered his head and fell into deep thought. The expression on his face was a little complicated, as if he was digesting Gu Chen's words. Gu Chen didn't say anything more. He walked around him, went to Wang Jiayi, and started to search the spoils from the corpses with her. The money of a dead person should not be spent unless it is wasted. The 4 of them divided the looted cash equally. As for the weapons and some miscellaneous items that looked valuable, they were temporarily handed over to Chen Jingxing to carry. He is powerful enough. Moreover, in front of these people he had just met, Gu Chen did not want to reveal the secret that he had a storage space too early. As for the low-quality armor worn by those people, most of them were beaten to pieces in the battle and had lost their usability, so Gu Chen simply threw them away. "These 5 people are from Eagle!" Chen Jingxing exclaimed. Gu Chen looked at Chen Jingxing and asked in a deep voice, "How do you say that?" Chen Jingxing didn't say anything, but just used force with his hands to tear open the tattered clothes on the dead man's chest. A ferocious blood-red eagle tattoo suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The eagle spread its wings as if ready to fly, its eyes ferocious and revealing an evil aura. "It's quite nice." Wang Jiayi sighed softly. Gu Chen didn't say anything. He walked to the other body, leaned over, and also reached out to tear open the clothes on the other person's chest. Sure enough, the identical blood-red eagle tattoo was glaringly imprinted on the man's skin like an ominous brand. "I have this one here too." Wang Jiayi also made a discovery and kicked the corpse beside her with her toes. Li Yiqiong frowned slightly. Although no one noticed, the person who moved the eagle still instinctively felt a little uneasy. She looked at Gu Chen and asked softly, "Then, what should we do now? These guys are not easy to deal with." Gu Chen's heart quickly became active. He had heard of the eagle, a considerable force in the 7th district outside of this area. They acted ruthlessly and would never let go of any grudge. "I killed 5 of them today. If we get discovered, the rest of my life will be difficult." Gu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "There might be accomplices of theirs around here. The fire makes too much noise, which will easily attract attention and expose us. Let's find a secluded place and dig a hole to bury it. As long as we are careful and no one sees us, we should be fine for the time being. If handled well, maybe it can even cause some confusion among their own people, so they might think it's an internal conflict or that they're being bullied by other forces." Although he said so, Gu Chen knew in his heart that this was just a temporary measure. These bodies will be discovered sooner or later. But for now, they must first eliminate the hidden dangers in front of them. So the 4 of them didn't delay any longer and started to clean up the battlefield. They dragged the 5 bodies to the corner of the ruins, where the broken walls and ruins were densely packed and less likely to be discovered. Digging a hole is a strenuous job. Fortunately, Chen Jingxing is strong, and Gu Chen also helps. Wang Jiayi and Li Yiqiong are responsible for guarding and cleaning up the bloodstains. The smell of soil mixed with a faint smell of blood permeated the night wind, making this already depressing night even more eerie. After finishing all this, it was completely dark and not even a star could be seen in the night sky. "It's not advisable to stay here for long," Gu Chen said in a low voice. "They can no longer stay in this area. Who knows if the eagle people have special means of communication, or if there is someone with a nose sharper than a dog." The 4 of them did not dare to stay any longer. After identifying the general direction, they quietly left this troubled place in the hazy night and moved quickly towards a more remote area. After running a long way in one breath and feeling that they were almost safe, the 4 of them stopped on a hillside to take a short rest. Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong handed their weapons to Gu Chen at the same time. Gu Chen looked at them, smiled, and reached out to push back the weapons they handed over. No need, you can take these with you. From now on, your weapons will be kept by you. He wasn't being polite. After spending all this time together, especially the battle just now and their actions along the way, Gu Chen has basically accepted these two companions. Now everyone has to maintain combat effectiveness at all times, and it would be inappropriate to put away Chen Jingxing and his wife's weapons. Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong were both slightly stunned when they heard this, and then a look of understanding appeared on their faces. The two also understood that Gu Chen truly accepted them and treated them as his own. Good! Chen Jingxing grinned and put the weapon back beside him. Li Yuqiong also gave Gu Chen a faint smile and put away the staff. Let's take turns keeping watch tonight. I'll go first. You guys take this time to recover your strength, Gu Chen said, and at the same time found a relatively hidden corner with a wide view to sit down, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Wang Jia yawned, sat down next to Gu Chen, and leaned her head lightly on his shoulder, her voice lazily. Honey, call me if there's any movement. Gu Chen hummed, then reached out and patted her head gently. As the night deepened, only the occasional night breeze blew, rolling up the branches and leaves of the grass and trees, making a humming sound. Shortly after Gu Chen and the others left, they returned to the area where they had fought before. Rustle! A burst of light footsteps approached from afar, breaking the dead silence. The moonlight was dim, barely illuminating a group of shadowy figures. After a careful count, there were more than 20 people in this group. Each of them had a fierce aura and most of them were holding various weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they were not good people. One of them walked quickly to the front of the team and whispered something to a one-eyed man. After hearing this, the one-eyed man's only remaining eye flashed with a fierce look. He raised his hand and said in a deep voice, Go and take a look! The group immediately changed direction and headed towards the corner of the ruins where Gu Chen and the others had buried the bodies. The soil there had been dug up, revealing 5 bodies hastily buried underneath. Chapter 51 Sharing Information. When they saw the corpse, everyone present looked extremely ugly. It's them! Someone cursed with gritted teeth. The one-eyed man squatted down, carefully examined the wounds on the body, and looked at the surrounding environment. There was a wolf-like fierce light flashing in the single eye. Have you found anything around here? Have you found any trace of the murderer? The men in charge of the inspection shook their heads. One of them said, The scene was cleaned up very cleanly. Apart from the bodies of the brothers, there are no useful clues left. Judging from the wounds, the attacker acted very decisively. He must be a tough guy. The one-eyed man slowly stood up, the skin on his face twitching slightly with anger. He looked around at his men and spoke through gritted teeth. Pass on my orders! Everyone, stay alert for the next few days and don't disperse. Find all the living people in this area. I want to see who is so bold as to touch our eagles. Brother, we don't know who the murderer is. If we find him. A small leader nearby asked tentatively. A cold light flashed in Hawkeye's single eye, and he said in a stern voice, No matter who the murderer is, kill them all without leaving a single one alive. Use their blood to commemorate our dead brothers. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with violence. This night, in the area surrounding the ruins, was destined to be restless. From time to time, there would be shrill screams piercing the night sky, and then quickly returning to silence, as if it was just a strange sound made by the night wind blowing through the woods. When the first ray of morning light broke through the darkness and shone on the devastated land, Gu Chen and his companions finally survived the night without any danger. After eating some biscuits and replenishing some water, the 4 of them sat together to discuss their next plans. Our current location is outside the mission area, Gu Chen said, opening the map on the communicator. He pointed to a marked area on the map and said to everyone, Look at this, do you notice anything special? Chen Jingxing, Li Yuqiong and Wang Jia all came over to take a look. It was an irregular area marked out in yellow. The 3 of them looked at it for a long time and shook their heads in confusion. Husband, isn't this the scope of your mission this time? Wang Jia blinked, somewhat puzzled. Gu Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out his finger, and slowly moved it along a certain section of the yellow area. It was a clear arc. Look here. Gu Chen's voice was low. Does this look like a semicircle? Or does it look like it's trying to enclose a certain area? When he said that, Li Yuqiong seemed to have thought of something. She pointed her slender finger at the small area surrounded by the semicircular arc. You mean this place? Gu Chen nodded. That's right. Wang Jia's curiosity was piqued. She moved closer, carefully examining the area on the map, and asked, What is that place? Are they going to such great lengths to draw a circle around it to protect it? Is there some treasure inside? Gu Chen shook his head, his tone solemn. I'm afraid it's not protection, but isolation. He paused, looked at the puzzled looks from the three people, and continued to explain. The semicircular mission area we're in now is more like a line of defense used to prevent anything in that area from escaping. Stop things from escaping? Chen Jingxing's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He remembered the snake people he encountered yesterday and subconsciously asked, Brother Gu, are you saying those snake people ran out from that place? Is this accurate? Gu Chun looked at the shocked expression on Chen Jingxing's face and pondered in his heart. The matter regarding the skyscraper wall and the snake people involved some matters concerning the garrison, and he originally didn't intend to say much. But the current situation is not optimistic. Letting them know more about the situation will be beneficial to the survival of the entire team. At least, it can make them understand what they are about to face, rather than sending themselves to death in confusion. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, That place is called Sky Wall. Sky Wall? It was the first time Wang Jie heard this name, and a puzzled look appeared on her face. Gu Chen nodded and continued, The area that the patrol team I belong to is responsible for is the Sky Wall. And I have personally witnessed that kind of strange beast snake man within the Sky Wall. What? Chen Jingxing became agitated upon hearing this, and his voice rose a few notches. Brother Gu, why didn't you tell us such an important thing earlier? If we had known where the snake people came from, Gu Chen understood his feelings. Anyone who knew that they might have been on the edge of great danger without knowing it would feel emotional. He raised his hand to signal Chen Jingxing to calm down, and explained calmly. Don't get too excited. A few days ago, when the snake men first appeared in large numbers at Sky Wall, I returned to the city to check on the situation. I don't fully understand what happened at Sky Wall afterwards or what measures the garrison took. I only know that the situation was extremely urgent and that a large number of snake men appeared at Sky Wall. From the missions we've received and the markings on this map, it's clear that the garrison has failed to effectively control the spread of the snake people. He paused, his eyes swept over the three of them, and his tone became heavier. So, what we need to do now is to stay as far away from the skyscraper as possible. Theoretically, the farther we are from the skyscraper, the lower the chance of encountering snake people. Li Yiqiong nodded thoughtfully and said, You mean we should try to stay on the edge of this mission area? That's pretty much what we thought before. That's right. Gu Chen confirmed her statement. That's the general direction, but this edge is also particular. We should choose the edge farthest from the skyscraper. That way it will be relatively safer. Chapter 52 Operations Meeting. After listening to Gu Chen's analysis, everyone had no objection. Having a clear goal and relatively reasonable speculation is always better than rushing around like a headless fly. After reaching a consensus, the four of them immediately packed up their luggage and carefully moved towards the edge of the area that Gu Chen pointed out on the map. The roads in the uninhabited area are rugged and difficult to travel, so they try to choose relatively hidden paths and remain vigilant at all times. Along the way, they also encountered several other waves of temporary team members. Most of these people were in groups of 3 or 5, and like Gu Chen and the others, they all began to spontaneously form teams and act. It seems that those who can survive on the first day have some brains and have gradually figured out some ways to survive, such as staying on the edge of the mission area, which seems to be the safest choice at the moment. However, these people were more or less wounded, their clothes were stained with dried or fresh blood, and they looked tired and alert, obviously having experienced more than one fierce battle. When Gu Chun and the others passed by, both sides were like frightened hedgehogs. They stopped at a distance, stared at each other vigilantly, and carefully maintained a safe distance of dozens of meters. Only after confirming that the other party had no ill intentions did they slowly pass by. No one dared to take it lightly. In this damn place, people's hearts are more unpredictable than wild animals. At the same time, in the outer 7th district, the city government meeting hall. The arched conference table, which should have been solemn and dignified, was now filled with politicians and military leaders from District 7 with various expressions on their faces. There was an invisible pressure in the air, making the entire hall seem a little dull. In addition to these local bigwigs, there were 2 single chairs placed inconspicuously in the corner next to the conference table. A man and a woman sat on it, with different expressions, but they both wore an exquisite silver eagle with spread wings badge on their chest, showing their status. If Gu Chen was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize at a glance that these 2 people were the 2 men and women from the expeditionary force, whom he met at the door when he left the temporary camp. At this time, the expeditionary man crossed his arms in front of his chest, leaned back slightly on the chair, his eyes seemed a little empty, and he seemed to be listening with interest to the heated discussion of the people at the conference table next to him, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The expeditionary girl next to him had black shoulder-length hair with slightly messy ends, and she looked cold but with a hint of heroism. The upper body is a dark red short shirt with loose flared sleeves, and a wide black leather waist belt is tied around the waist, outlining the slender waist. The waist belt is also decorated with metal chains and buckles, adding a bit of cool style. She wore a long black skirt with a drapey feel and a wide hem, and a pair of black marten boots on her feet. Chai Shinto. The girl lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes, and breathed evenly. It seems that he has fallen asleep in this serious occasion. She turned a deaf ear to the arguments around her, not caring at all whether she was being rude or not. But strangely, none of the bigwigs at the conference table spoke up to wake her up, as if they condoned her behavior. I believe that in dealing with this crisis, victory isn't simply about numbers. Quality matters, not quantity. A man with a protruding beer belly and dressed in a neat official uniform was spitting out his opinion. We should immediately extract the best troops from the garrison and form 2 elite teams of about 10 people. They should follow the expeditionary force into the mines to carry out the clearance mission. As for the rest of the garrison, they should retreat to the isolation wall and concentrate their forces on protecting the city proper. This is the best strategy. I don't agree. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stood up to refute him. Director Zhang, you're gambling with the safety of the entire Outer District 7. What if those teams fail? Wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain? To ensure the mission is foolproof, I believe we should dispatch as many people as possible to increase the chances of success. This is the safest approach. That's right. Don't we still have 20 transport planes in the city? We are fully capable of carrying out large-scale airdrops of troops and launching saturation attacks. Someone else echoed loudly. Nonsense! A high-ranking garrison commander slammed his desk and shouted angrily. Those 20 transport planes are our only strategic air reserves in the outer 7th district. How can we so easily throw them all into this kind of battle? If flying monsters appear and there are any losses, who will be held responsible? In this way, with the elite troops' strategy and human wave tactics as the core, 2 completely different viewpoints formed 2 distinct factions, and a fierce debate broke out at the conference table. For a while, no one could convince the other. After a while of noise, a middle-aged man who looked quite prestigious and was sitting next to the main seat raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. He cleared his throat and turned his gaze to the expeditionary man who had remained silent in the corner. Mr. Wu Sihua, the middle-aged man asked politely, I wonder what you think of our current discussion. Or, in other words, how many people do you think we should send from District 7 to support your operation? The core operation to deal with the Snake Man crisis was nominally led by the garrison of the outer 7th district, but in fact, everyone knew that the 2 expeditionary forces from the distant capital played a truly decisive role. The garrison plays more of a supporting and coordinating role. Therefore, at this time, it is reasonable to ask the other party for their opinion. Wu Sihua, who was called, seemed to come back to his senses. He stretched out his hand and scratched his ear in a somewhat casual manner, as if he had no interest in the heated debate just now. He spoke lazily. No need to bother. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and the quarrel in the conference room stopped abruptly. Wu Sihua continued leisurely. I can go by myself. Chapter 53 Man and Girl. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Those politicians and military officers who had just been arguing fiercely over how many people to send were now like ducks with their necks strangled, staring at Wu Sihua blankly, with disbelief written all over their faces. Mr. Wu, an official stammered, trying to confirm whether he had heard correctly. You mean, not even taking this colleague next to you? Another officer couldn't help but ask. Mr. Wu, are you sure? According to the intelligence we have so far, there's a high probability that there's at least 1 A-level mutant snakeman, or even higher, lurking in the target area. Wouldn't it be too tiring for you to go alone? A-level exotic beast. That is a terrifying existence that is enough to easily destroy a fully armed elite force of 100 people. Most of the people present had only seen a B-level monster a few times, let alone an A-level one. Upon hearing this, Wu Sihua turned around and glanced at the girl who was still sleeping beside him. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and it was unclear whether she was awake or dreaming. Wu Sihua's eyes swept across the girl's face, then he turned back and calmly swept his gaze over the politicians at the conference table who had different expressions due to shock. He repeated clearly in that calm tone. No. I'll go by myself. At this moment, the conference room completely exploded and there was an uproar. How can this be possible? It's too risky. This is simply playing with your life. It's better to let your colleague go with you. Noisy discussions came one after another. After a brief and chaotic discussion, or rather, after everyone tried to persuade Wu Sihua to change his mind but failed. In the end, they had no choice but to accept this decision, which seemed almost crazy to them. After all, they are an expeditionary force, A-level aliens sent by their superiors. Apart from cooperating, they don't seem to have much room to comment. Finally, Lu Ziwu, the deputy commander of the 7th District Garrison Army, who had been sitting in the main seat and had not spoken much, made a summary in a deep voice. He looked at Wu Sihua solemnly and said, "Since Mr. Wu insists, our garrison will fully cooperate with your actions. First of all, on behalf of the 7th District, I would like to thank the expeditionary force for their timely support. Once the snake people hiding in the mines are lured out, we will immediately arrange a plane to take you, Mr. Wu, to the target area." After saying this, Lu Ziwu stopped looking at Wu Sihua and turned to an official and asked, "Minister Zhou, how are the temporary team members doing in the martial law zone?" The head of the reconnaissance department immediately stood up and replied respectfully, "Reporting to the deputy commander, all temporary team members have successfully entered the designated activity area according to the plan. I believe that it won't be long before that area will be a river of blood." His tone was calm, as if he was stating a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziwu nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Have the aircrew be prepared. Once the snakes in the mine are lured out by the blood, immediately initiate the action plan and escort Mr. Wu to the mine area." "Yes." The meeting ended in a strange and depressing atmosphere. After the meeting, Wu Sihua and the still sleepy girl did not leave the city hall, but strolled in the garden of the city hall. The garden is large and elegantly maintained. It is a rare quiet place in the outer 7th district. The girl rubbed her eyes and yawned slightly. She followed Wu Sihua half a step away and said in a soft voice, as if she had just woken up, "Brother Wu, I also want to go to that mine with you to take a look." Wu Sihua didn't pause and said without turning his head, "No. We agreed when we came here that if the mission situation changes, all actions will be arranged by me." "Oh." The girl curled her lips somewhat reluctantly and muttered softly, "But it sounds like it's really interesting." "It's meaningless." Wu Sihua's tone left no room for doubt. "You wait for me here. If I can't come back." He paused, his voice still flat. "Just ask them to help you return to the capital. Don't stay in the outer 7th district." "I know. If you don't want to go, then don't go." The girl kicked the pebbles under her feet and responded sullenly. It was unclear whether she had taken Wu Sihua's advice to heart. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something new. Her eyes lit up. She stopped, pointed at a not-too-tall jujube tree nearby, and shouted in surprise, "Green dates!" I saw a green and juicy date hanging alone on the bare branch of the date tree. The date grew quite high, much taller than the girl's current height. The girl tilted her head to look, then curved the corners of her mouth upwards in a playful arc. She gently raised one foot and stepped lightly into the empty air in front of her. The moment her toes touched down, an incredible scene happened. Ka. A crystal-clear piece of ice condensed out of thin air and appeared right under her feet, holding her up steadily. Then, the ice seemed to come alive, spreading, condensing, and growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a spiral staircase made of ice cubes was formed in the air, flashing a faint cold light. The girl chuckled and walked lightly up the magical ice stairs. She stretched out her fair little hand and easily picked the green date. Crack! She put the green date into her mouth and took a light bite, making a crisp sound. So sweet! The girl narrowed her eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on her face, as if the action just now was just a trivial matter to her. Wu Sihua stopped at some point and stood not far away, looking at her quietly. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. A whole morning slipped away quietly in this anxious yet relatively calm state. Except for the time when Chen and his companions first arrived in this new area and discovered a D-level snake man wandering around, they never encountered any major trouble. Not to mention strange beasts, not even a human figure was seen. This area is indeed relatively safe, at least it seems so for now. Just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was hanging brightly in the sky, and it was very scorching. Chen and his companions found a place with relatively dense branches and leaves to rest under the shade of a tree. They chatted and their nerves, which had been tense all morning, finally relaxed a little. "I think we're pretty lucky." The Yiqiong smoothed her sweat-soaked hair, a look of relief on her face. "If the next 2 days remain peaceful, maybe we can actually get back safely." Wang Jia immediately perked up when she heard this, nodding her head like pounding garlic. "Of course. My husband picked a great place. It's so safe here." As he spoke, he winked at Chen on purpose. That clever look made Chen's tense heartstrings relax. Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, which was considered a smile, and said soothingly, It's always right to be cautious, but there's no need to be too nervous. In fact, Chen himself was not sure. This damn place, who knows what will happen next second. Chapter 54 Earthquakes. Chen Jingxing leaned comfortably against the tree trunk, took a long breath, closed his eyes and sighed. It's so cool here, and the wind is so nice. Indeed, the breeze that blew by, carrying a hint of the fragrance of grass and trees, dispelled a lot of the heat from the sun. Chen felt a little more at ease. He stood up, stretched, and his eyes fell on the branches and leaves swaying gently in the wind. The fragmented sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, making people dizzy. For some unknown reason, Chen reached out and broke off a leaf with smooth edges, rolled it up, and put it to his mouth. Woo! A somewhat discordant sound came from the leaves. Chen chuckled and laughed himself. I didn't expect that after so many years, I still have this skill. When he was a child, this was a trick Chen often played. Wang Jia was originally tugging at the corner of her clothes out of boredom, but when she heard the noise, she immediately became interested. He also imitated Chen's behavior, plucked a leaf from the tree next to him, and blew hard with his cheeks puffed out. As a result, there was no sound except the puff-puff sound of air leaking. Unconvinced, she jumped down from the short tree branch, ran a few steps to Chen, and looked up. Honey, please teach me. How do you play this thing? That coquettish look is particularly endearing. Chen was about to speak, but swallowed the words back. It's out in the middle of nowhere, and the noise is so loud, will it attract anything? He was just in a good mood just now and blew the whistle subconsciously. Now that he thinks about it, it was indeed a bit rash. I'll teach you when we get back. It's not good to make a lot of noise here. It would be troublesome if we attract the enemy. I just blew it casually, and I didn't expect it to be so loud. Wrong. Liu Qiong, who had been quietly leaning against the tree trunk to rest, suddenly spoke. Chen turned his head and looked at her doubtfully. What's wrong? Liu Qiong frowned slightly, with a look of uncertainty in her eyes. This wind is a little strange. She raised her head and felt the breeze brushing against her cheeks. Don't you think so? Normal wind should fluctuate, or blow for a while and then stop. But the wind now, feel it carefully, isn't it too steady? It's like someone is fanning it at a constant speed. Hearing her say this, Chen's heart was also startled. I was so busy enjoying this rare coolness before that I didn't think about it in this way. Chen stretched out his hand, feeling the air current brushing against his fingertips, and looked at the leaves that were still swaying rhythmically. The amplitude of their swaying had hardly changed. Indeed, too regular. Chen slowly turned his body, his fingers moving slowly along with the direction of the wind he sensed, and finally stopped in one direction. The wind is blowing from that side. Chen Jingxing stood up from the ground with a jerk, and looked in the direction that Chen pointed, with a hint of confusion on his face. That's the direction of the city. Just as he finished speaking, there was a slight vibration on the ground. It was very slight at first, like something heavy falling to the ground in the distance, almost invisible. But then, the vibration became clearer and stronger, and the ground beneath my feet seemed to be shaking slightly. What's going on? Wang Jia grabbed Chen's arm, with obvious panic in her voice. No one spoke. Because no one knows the answer. Chen always had a bad feeling in his heart, and his mind was in a mess. Brother Gu, what should we do? Chen Jingxing looked at Chen eagerly. Liu Qiong and Wang Jia also looked over at the same time, their eyes full of nervousness. Chen knew that at this time, he was everyone's backbone and he couldn't panic. Boom! Before Chen could speak, bursts of dull and loud noises suddenly came from the distance. The sound became clearer and clearer as it got closer, as if the whole mountain was about to collapse. Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Hold your weapons! Jia, go to the top of the tree and see what's happening in the distance. Wang Jia responded and swiftly climbed up a relatively tall tree nearby. She parted the layers of branches and leaves, gazed into the distance for a moment, then pointed in the direction of the skyscraper and shouted in a somewhat tense voice. Over there is such a huge dust! It's blocking out the sun! Dust? Chen bit his lip and lowered his head to think quickly. The wind blew from the city, the ground shook, and in the distance there were loud noises and clouds of dust. These clues were quickly connected in Chen's mind. A terrible thought suddenly popped up. Jia! Come down quickly! Chen suddenly raised his head and shouted towards the treetops. Everyone, follow me, back to the city! Quick! Ah? Going back to the city? Chen Jingxing was stunned for a moment, a little hesitant. Brother Gu, it's still mission time. If I go back to the city without permission, will I be punished? Why worry about punishment now? Gu Chen roared, his tone extremely anxious. Saving your life is the most important thing. Wang Jia had already slid down from the tree using her hands and feet, and landed beside Gu Chen. She asked with a puzzled look on her face. Husband, what happened? Gu Chen didn't have time to explain. He pulled her up and ran towards the city first. If I'm not mistaken, the ground shaking is caused by a large number of snake people running. Large quantities? Chen Jingxing was stunned when he heard this. He stumbled after Gu Chen while talking to himself, and seemed to be asking Gu Chen. Oh my god, to be able to cause such a big commotion, then, how many snake people would be able to do it? Thinking of the scene of snake people rushing in like a tide, covering the sky and the earth, he was so scared that his face turned pale and his steps became faster. Compared to my life, any mission penalty is nothing. On the way to escape, they also met a lone ranger who was also panicking and running back desperately. Seeing his miserable look, he obviously realized the seriousness of the matter, and thought the same as Gu Chen. When passing by, Gu Chen asked, Brother, what happened to you? The man looked at Gu Chen in shock and said very quickly, A beast tide. It's a beast tide. Our team was resting in a valley when suddenly a horde of strange beasts rushed out from all directions, densely packed. I was damn lucky. My ability is to control the wind, so I was able to float myself and escape from one side of the valley to the other. My companions, they're all finished. They were all killed by those beasts. As he spoke, his voice became intermittent, and he was obviously frightened. These words undoubtedly confirmed Gu Chen's previous speculation. Gu Chen didn't reply, but just nodded and continued to run forward with Wang Jia. The buddy also knew that now was not the time to talk, so he wiped his face and ran away behind Gu Chen's butt. The roar and vibration behind them became clearer and closer, as if thousands of troops were chasing them. Just by listening to the noise, I estimate that there are at least hundreds, or even thousands of snake people coming this time. This is like disturbing the snake's nest. Just then, a huge engine roar came from overhead. Gu Chen subconsciously looked up and saw a transport plane painted with the Garrison Army logo roaring past his head at a low altitude. Brother Gu, look at that plane! Chen Jingxing panted, pointing at the plane that was flying farther and farther away. What is it trying to do by flying out of the city at this critical moment? How would Gu Chen know? He was not a clairvoyant, so he replied unhappily. How should I know? My ability isn't to predict the future. Chapter 55. Not allowed to return to the city. They were running all the way and were surprisingly lucky. They didn't run into any snake people at all. I didn't know how long I had been running, but I could finally vaguely see some scattered figures gathered together in front of me, all moving in the same direction. Then I ran a little further. I saw a row of uniformed garrison troops appearing in front of me. They formed a long human wall, holding weapons, and blocked all the roads back to the city. Gu Chen and the others didn't even have time to catch their breath and ran over quickly. As I got closer, I could hear bursts of chaotic noise coming from the crowd. Get out of the way! Let us pass! There's a tide of beasts behind us! Someone was shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone, get back! Return to your mission area! You're deserting your post. Are you planning a rebellion? Stern orders were heard from the garrison. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Gu Chen's heart. I walked to the edge of the crowd, and came to a young woman who was squatting on the ground crying, and tried to make my voice sound gentler. Sister, what happened? Why won't the garrison let us into the city? The woman raised her head, her voice choking with sobs. They blocked the way back, saying that the city is under martial law and no one is allowed to enter. Whoa, what should we do? Gu Chen frowned, pushed aside the people blocking his way, and walked towards the garrison. All the garrison soldiers had stern faces, their weapons held straight in their hands, staring at the rioting crowd vigilantly, and from time to time they uttered fierce curses, asking everyone to retreat. Someone in the crowd shouted, We've already violated the rules by leaving the mission area. You can arrest us and put us in jail. Some people covered the wounds on their arms and pleaded weakly. Sir, I'm injured and I really can't fight anymore. Please let me in. But no matter what these people said or how they begged, the garrison troops were like stones, motionless and refused to give way. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and moved forward again. Stop! Don't come any closer! Otherwise you will be killed without mercy! The garrison soldier closest to Gu Chen immediately pointed his weapon at Gu Chen and shouted sternly, his eyes as fierce as if he wanted to eat someone. Gu Chen's eyes subconsciously swept to the ground, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Right at the soldier's feet, on the mud ground, there was a dark red mark. That color was blood. And judging from the wetness and coagulation state, it is clearly blood that has just flowed out not long ago. Gu Chen's footsteps were instantly nailed to the spot, and a chill ran up his spine. These garrisons are here for real. They really dared to use guns. Thoughts raced through his mind, and Gu Chen pointed at Wang Jie behind him and said, "Sir, we have someone here who isn't part of this temporary recruitment. She's not participating in the mission and just wants to go home. Please give her some time." As he spoke, Gu Chen pulled the still dazed Wang Jie in front of him. Upon hearing this, the garrison soldiers looked at each other, whispered a few words to each other, and seemed a little hesitant. Wang Jie was also very smart. After being pulled like this and listening to what Gu Chen said, she immediately understood what Gu Chen wanted to do. She immediately shook her head and said, I don't want to go back, I want to be with you." "Did you hear that? No one wants to go back. Get out of here! Don't get in the way!" A garrison soldier immediately seized on the conversation and shouted impatiently. Gu Chen was anxious and said to Wang Jie in a low voice, "Jie, the situation is a bit chaotic right now. Tong Tong and women in the city haven't awakened yet. What if something happens in the city? They won't be able to take care of themselves. Now we can only rely on you. You must go back to the city." Wang Jie's eyes turned red instantly, with sparkling tears swirling in them. She sniffed hard, wiped her eyes vigorously, and nodded heavily. "Hubby, I understand. Hurry! Take out your alien certificate and show it to them," Gu Chen urged. Wang Jie quickly took out the alien certificate from her pocket and handed it over. The garrison took a quick glance but remained unmoved. Instead, they shouted even louder. "So what if they're not temporary members? The city is now completely blocked. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I say again, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The nameless anger in Gu Chen's heart suddenly rose up. Just as he was about to argue, someone pulled his shoulder from behind. Looking back, I saw a man about 50 years old, with gray hair and a weather-beaten face. He shook his head at Gu Chen, moved his lips, and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Little brother, it's useless. Don't be impulsive. Just now, someone tried to force his way close, and was directly beaten to death." As he spoke, he glanced behind the crowd. Gu Chen followed his gaze and his heart trembled suddenly. At the back where the crowd was a little thinner, there was indeed a figure lying motionless on the ground, his body curled up. The soil beneath him was stained red, and it was obvious that he was dead. I originally thought that he was just injuring someone, but I didn't expect that he was beaten to death. In an instant, all the anger and anxiety were like being poured over by a basin of ice water, leaving only bone-chilling cold and powerlessness. Gu Chen stood there, motionless. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. I originally thought that the worst-case scenario would be deserting the battlefield and being captured and punished by the garrison. But no one could have imagined that they would actually block the city and keep everyone out. This is going to drive everyone to death. Chapter 56, Rivers of Blood. At this moment, the communicator on the waist of a garrison soldier suddenly rang. After he answered the phone, I only heard him whisper, "Got it," and understood a few times, and then hung up. Then, he waved his hand suddenly, and the garrison soldiers beside him immediately raised their weapons in unison, and the black muzzles of their guns were once again aimed at us who wanted to return to the city. "Everyone listen!" the garrison soldier shouted in a cold, emotionless tone. "I'm giving you one last chance. Leave here immediately. Return to the mission area. Otherwise, we will take all necessary measures and launch an indiscriminate attack. I repeat, indiscriminate attack." As soon as these words came out, the crowd suddenly exploded. "What? Are you crazy? Go back? Isn't that sending us to our deaths? There are only snake people behind us. You can't do this. We temporary members are also your garrison." Various exclamations, curses, and pleas were intertwined, and the scene was in chaos. But although most people were angry, they did not dare to actually rush forward. No one would joke with his own life. The garrison was too numerous. Moreover, to rebel against the garrison was to rebel against the state. Gu Chen stared at the garrison soldiers intently. The group of people had cold eyes, their hands tightly gripping their weapons, their bodies leaning forward slightly, in a fighting stance. Gu Chen could see that they were not joking. They are really ready for war. Gu Chen grabbed Wang Jie's hand with a bit too much force, and Wang Jie felt a little pain from being pinched. "Follow me," Gu Chen said in a low voice. Then, Gu Chen no longer looked at the garrison troops or the crowd. He pulled Wang Jie, turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. When passing by Chen Jingxing and his wife, Gu Chen winked at them and nodded slightly, motioning them to follow. Brother Gu, we really need to go back?" Chen Jingxing asked as he staggered out, his voice full of unwillingness. Gu Chen nodded then shook his head vigorously. Several people looked at Gu Chen with a bewildered look on their faces, obviously not understanding what nodding and shaking their heads meant. Gu Chen stopped and looked absent-mindedly at the people around him who were also panicked and didn't know where to go, and then looked at the garrison troops. A huge feeling of powerlessness and confusion came over me. I don't know either, Gu Chen said bitterly, his voice full of confusion. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came from the direction of the garrison's defense line. Immediately afterwards, there were heart-wrenching exclamations and screams from the crowd. Damn the garrison! Let's fight them! We'll die anyway! Brothers, charge! Murder! The garrison killed someone! The chaotic shouting was like thunder, instantly waking Gu Chen from his distraught state. Gu Chen turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the garrison in horror. I saw that the situation over there was in complete chaos. Some emotionally excited or completely desperate strangers finally couldn't hold back and chose to confront the garrison head-on. The flash of fire, the explosion of energy, the sound of weapons firing, the screams before death, intertwined together. People kept falling down, including temporary team members and garrison soldiers. Blood dyed the land red. Yes. Gu Chen's heart was chilled, and a deep sorrow arose spontaneously. The right to choose is never in the hands of the weak. The weak are just cattle and sheep driven by a whip. They can only run where the whip goes. Resist? Perhaps one or two would get their heads broken and bloodied, but in the end, they would still be whipped with even more ferocious whips or simply slaughtered. Let's go! Get out of here! Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the various emotions surging in his heart, and said to Wang Jiai and Chen Jingxing beside him. The three of them didn't say anything, but nodded silently, looked at the area that had turned into a battlefield with complicated eyes, and then followed Gu Chen closely. The alien with wind abilities who had escaped back with Gu Chen and the others also stopped at this moment. He stared blankly at Gu Chen's departing back, then turned to look at the crowd and garrison troops who were fighting fiercely. A hint of hesitation and fear first flashed across his face, but soon, that hesitation and fear were replaced by determination and madness. He roared angrily, and a light blue airflow suddenly burst out from his body. He turned around resolutely and rushed towards the chaotic battlefield. The open area where the conflict took place has turned into a sure field. The battle was over in just half an hour. The dark red blood soaked almost every inch of the ground, and the strong fishy smell seemed to be able to penetrate people's nostrils even from a distance, making people nauseous. A soldier in a garrison uniform kicked a face-down corpse at his feet out of boredom, turning it over. The corpse made a slight gurgling sound from its throat, and its lips moved slightly. It seemed as if he was using up his last bit of strength to say, "Save me." The soldier looked as if he had heard a huge joke. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his eyes were filled with disgust instead of pity. He said "Pooh," and cursed. "Unlucky!" Then he raised the sword in his hand and stabbed it into the man's heart. This scene is just a microcosm of this bloody slaughterhouse. Countless garrison soldiers shuttled back and forth among the piles of corpses. Their mission is simple. Check on every fallen person. If they are temporary team members, as long as they still have a breath, they will be stabbed again without mercy to ensure their complete death. If one of their own people is injured, they will shout loudly for the medical team to let the aliens with healing abilities provide emergency treatment. This kind of differential treatment blatantly disregards the lives of temporary team members as worthless. At this moment, the communicator on the waist of a garrison captain rang. He answered quickly and whispered a few words. Then he hung up the phone, waved his hand, and shouted, "Everyone, retreat! Return to the city! Don't worry about the rest!" Following his order, the garrison soldiers who were still clearing the battlefield retreated quickly towards the towering isolation wall like a tide. Soon, this land that had just been filled with killing and wailing returned to its deathly silence. No, it wasn't complete silence either. If you listen carefully, you seem to hear some faint, intermittent moans floating in the air. However, in this land littered with corpses, it was impossible to tell who had made the sound. The top of the towering isolation wall was now filled with rows of garrisons. Among them, there were also some people wearing various costumes. These people are wind-type aliens temporarily recruited from various organizations. In addition to these people, dozens of huge metal windmills were temporarily built on the top of the wall. The blades slowly turned in the breeze, making a monotonous, whoosh sound. Chapter 57 City Wall Defense. The garrison officer in charge of commanding the separation wall position was a man named He Fingyu. He was about 40 years old and a little overweight. At this moment, he raised his hand to look at the communicator on his wrist, which showed the time. He seemed to feel that the time had come and gave the order in a deep voice. "Start!" At a command, the huge windmills that were originally rotating slowly suddenly accelerated and spun like crazy, bringing up gusts of strong airflow. At the same time, those wind-type aliens also mobilized the energy in their bodies, pushed their arms forward, and wind blades and whirlwinds appeared out of thin air, gathering into a powerful wind force visible to the naked eye, whistling towards the uninhabited area outside the wall. Hifengyu looked at the increasingly strong wind. A smug smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself, "Excellent! Very good! Plus, with so many people killed in that conflict just now, the strong smell of blood, combined with this strong wind, will definitely draw those strange beasts further away." He was laughing happily when he was suddenly hit on the back of his head by something, not light or heavy, but enough to scare him. "Who?" Hifengyu was furious and turned around abruptly. He was about to start cursing, but after seeing who was coming, the anger on his face froze instantly, and was replaced by a flattering smile that was uglier than crying. Not far behind him, on the battlement of the city wall, sat a young girl in a red dress and black skirt. Her skin is whiter than snow and her features are picturesque. At this moment, she was leisurely swinging her legs hanging over the wall, holding a bag in her hand, taking out a juicy green date from it, and smiling at Hifengyu. Then he took a bite with a crunch, and the crisp sound was particularly clear in the silent wall. Hifengyu doesn't really want to have a conflict with the expeditionary force. The garrison has branches in all major cities in Longwa and is the main armed force for maintaining local security. But the expeditionary force is different. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there is only one expeditionary force, and its headquarters is located in the capital. Compared with the garrison's recruitment standards that almost accept everyone, the expeditionary force's selection is extremely strict. Therefore, the expeditionary force is far smaller than the garrison, but every member is the elite among the elite. They do not have any substantial power within the territory of Dragon Country, but even the highest officials of major cities dare not offend them easily. Many garrison soldiers saw the scene where the girl hit Hifengyu on the back of the head with a green date. Although they did not dare to laugh out loud, their red faces from trying not to laugh and their shoulders that kept shaking were enough to explain everything. Hifengyu felt his old face burning hot, but he didn't dare to get angry. He could only force an awkward smile at the girl, then turned around awkwardly, and continued to stare at the direction outside the wall. But his eyes would glance towards the girl from time to time. He was so angry. Hifengyu was, after all, a well-known military officer, in charge of so many people. When had he ever been made fun of like this in public? This was a great shame and humiliation. So what if she's from the expeditionary force? She's just a little girl. In his opinion, this girl was probably just a C-level mutant, otherwise Mr. Wu Sihua, who was an A-level mutant, would not have let her stay and went into the depths of the mine alone to destroy the snake eggs. Thinking of this, Hifengyu felt a little restless. He himself is also a C-level mutant. If he hadn't been concerned about the background of the expeditionary force and was afraid that Wu Sihua would come back to cause trouble for him, he would definitely teach this ignorant girl a lesson. He stole another glance at the girl. I have to admit, this girl is really fucking beautiful. That little face is as delicate as a painting, especially when she bites the green dates. Her slightly pouting little mouth is rosy and plump, simply captivating. If I could marry such a stunning beauty, that would be such a great feeling. I'm afraid I would be as happy as a god every night. As if she had noticed his undisguised gaze, the girl suddenly turned her head and looked straight at Hifengyu with her clear eyes. Hifengyu's heart skipped a beat, as if he was a guilty thief caught on the spot. He turned his head back in a hurry, his heart pounding uncontrollably. After eating the green dates in her hand, the girl spat the pits to the bottom of the city wall. Then she stood up lightly from the battlement, jumped onto the solid wall, and walked leisurely towards the elevator leading to the bottom of the wall. When she passed by Hifengyu, she said without turning her head, "Please open the isolation door." Hifengyu was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Ms. Chai, are you going to?" The girl paused and said calmly, "Open the door, of course you want to go out." Hifengyu's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly stepped forward and tried to dissuade him. "Ms. Chai, this is unacceptable. Mr. Wu specifically instructed you to stay in the city when he left and not to go out without permission. You know what the situation is like outside right now. It's too dangerous." The girl slowly turned around, and her eyes, which had originally held a lazy smile, now narrowed slightly, revealing a heart-pounding chill. "Oh? That's what Wu Sihua said? I don't remember that. How about this? I'll take you to the mine now so you can ask him in person?" A thin layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Hifengyu's forehead. Go to the mines? There are strange beasts everywhere in places like that. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare go there. This little girl was clearly threatening him. The muscles on Hifengyu's face twitched a few times, his expression changed constantly, but he finally gave in. He took out the communicator from his arms and whispered into it. Open the isolation door later and let Miss Chai out. After receiving He Fengyu's instructions, the coldness on the girl's face gradually dissipated, and she showed her harmless, sweet smile again. She waved her fair and tender little hand at He Fengyu and pressed the down button of the elevator. As the elevator descended, her figure slowly disappeared from He Fengyu's sight. It wasn't until the elevator indicator light went out that He Fengyu suddenly spat in the direction of the elevator like a deflated ball, cursing viciously. Damn it! You little bitch, I gave you face! You're looking for death. Don't blame me for not warning you when you get torn apart by a monster. Do you think you can open this isolation door whenever you want? It's a pity that this body will be destroyed by the strange beast. After cursing, he turned around and returned to his previous position. Chapter 58 Terrifying Strength. After a moment, the heavy isolation door slowly opened to both sides. The girl walked briskly through the deep doorway and stepped into the uninhabited area outside the city wall. The deserted area was eerily quiet at this moment. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. The garrison troops had already withdrawn completely, and not even a shadow of them could be seen. The girl murmured softly, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Alas, now that I'm here, I can't just sit there and watch this city fall. I don't know when Wu Sihua will come back. As we went deeper, we could hear faint dull roars in the distance. It was like a galloping horse or a mountain torrent, approaching rapidly from afar. The girl seemed oblivious to all this and continued to look carefree, as if she was not in a dangerous situation but taking a walk in her own back garden. She took out another green date from the bag, took a bite, and while savoring the sweet juice, she walked slowly towards the area where the conflict had broken out between the temporary team members and the garrison. As she walked, the Shura field appeared before her eyes. The ground was littered with broken limbs and arms, a pool of coagulated dark red blood, and the strong smell of blood in the air made the girl's beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows slightly frown. She seemed a little uncomfortable with this situation, and her small nose wrinkled slightly. Suddenly, a hand covered in mud and blood stretched out from under a corpse stacked on top of another, and accurately grabbed the girl's clean black boots. The girl stopped and lowered her head to look at the owner of the hand. It was a man, his whole body covered in blood, and his original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Only a pair of eyes appeared unusually bright against the backdrop of blood. At this moment, he was staring at the girl with an almost desperate look, his lips moving silently, as if begging for something. The girl looked at him, sighed softly, and said with a hint of apology in her voice, "I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to heal." After a pause, she said softly, "The only thing I can do for you is to help you relieve your pain." After saying this, the girl bowed solemnly to the man. Then, she slowly raised her right hand, and gently clenched her white and slender fingers in the air. An ice blade flashing with a cold light appeared out of thin air in her palm. The ice blade is crystal clear, and the edge is extremely sharp. The girl turned her wrist, and the sharp ice blade drew a tragic arc and slashed towards the man's throat. Just as I helped the man get free, the roaring sound like thousands of horses galloping in the distance was getting closer and louder. The earth shook, smoke and dust billowed, and countless twisted and hideous black shadows appeared and disappeared in the smoke and dust, rushing towards the girl at an extremely fast speed. Those hundreds and thousands of snake people who came here smelling the strong smell of blood. Already approaching the girl. The snake man's ugly head and vertical pupils flashing with cruelty and ferocity could even be seen clearly. Faced with this terrifying tide of beasts that came like a tide, the girl remained calm, as if these monsters in front of her that were choosing people to devour were just a group of harmless ants. She casually spat the green date pit she had just eaten into the palm of her hand, then snapped her fingers, and the small date pit flew into the sky and disappeared into the gray sky in an instant. After doing this, the girl slowly and crisply snapped her fingers. Bang! Just as the snake men who rushed forward first were only 100 meters away from the girl, waving their claws, ready to tear this delicious-looking snack into pieces. The sky suddenly darkened. An indescribable terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Then, an ice ball that was huge beyond imagination, dragging a long white tail, like a meteor falling from the sky, smashed into the ground with a devastating momentum. Boom! The earth is shaking. Countless snake people didn't even have time to scream before they were hit and crushed by the huge ice ball that fell from the sky. The violent shock wave, carrying ice chips and gravel, spread wildly in all directions. The girl sat down on the ground, her buttocks pressed against the corpse. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand and muttered softly, "I'm so sleepy." Meanwhile, the top of the wall. He Fengyu was listening to the galloping sound outside the wall that was getting closer and closer with fear, and his palms were full of sweat due to nervousness. He has ordered all garrison troops and temporarily recruited aliens to be ready for battle and to respond at any time to any alien beasts that may rush under the isolation wall. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from afar. The ground beneath my feet shook violently, as if there was a small earthquake. Immediately afterwards, the deafening sound of the beasts rushing disappeared in an instant. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. Hifengyu was confused by this sudden change. He swallowed his saliva and asked in a somewhat dry voice, What happened? The garrison soldiers around him were also bewildered, looking at each other, and no one could answer his question. Where's the reconnaissance team? Quick! Find out for me what's going on out there! Hifengyu roared. A moment later, a soldier in charge of reconnaissance came running over and reported with a stuttering voice. Report! We're too far away, and the impact just now created a lot of smoke and dust. For the time being, we can't observe the specific situation clearly. In the few short seconds that they were talking, they seemed to hear the faint roars and running sounds of strange beasts in the distance. However, that sound was much smaller than the terrifying sound of thousands of horses galloping just now, and it sounded much sparser. The other side. Chen and his companions did not foolishly fight with the garrison, and of course they did not return to the mission area. What a joke! If you go back, you will be torn to pieces by the snake people. Chen and the others haven't lived enough. The safest place I can think of right now seems to be that direction. The detection tower is not far away, hold on! Chen said in a deep voice, encouraging himself and the people around him. The tower is high enough, climbing up may be able to temporarily avoid the siege of the snake people. Also, I remember there seems to be a garrison camp there, try your luck, maybe you can be accepted by them. That being said, he actually wasn't sure. The garrison had just killed the temporary members of the team. Would they be kind enough to take them in now? But for now, we can only try our best to save the situation. It's better than staying where you are and waiting to die, or running into a group of snake people and dying. Chapter 59, Surrounded. Wang Jie and Chen Jingxing looked at each other. Now Chen was their backbone, so naturally they would listen to whatever Chen said. Boom! Just as they were on their way, a dull crash sound came from the distance, from the direction they had just escaped. Although there was a long distance between them, the movement was still clearly audible. What's that noise? Li Yuqiong subconsciously grabbed her husband Chen Jingxing's arm and looked in the direction of the sound with some horror. Chen's brows also furrowed tightly. Judging from the noise and the shaking of the ground, it sounded like a tall building had collapsed. Could it be that something happened on the other side of the separation wall? Chen was panicked. He hated the garrison, but he didn't want anything to happen to the wall. If something happens to the wall, then the city will lose its defense line and will definitely be in chaos. Gu Tong and Ran Wenwen. Chen shook his head and suppressed his thoughts. Now was not the time to think too much. He had to ensure his own safety first, and then he could find a way to go back. Never mind him, it might be the noise caused by the fight between that group of people and the garrison. Chen tried to make his voice sound calmer. Let's go quickly and go to the detection tower. I don't know what the situation is like over there, but I can tell with my toes that it must be a bloody scene. Honey, Wang Jie bit her lip and suggested in a low voice. How about we try running a little further, to the outer 6th district next door? Once we get to the outer 6th district, we can take the tram back to the outer 7th district. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing grinned and revealed a bitter smile. Your idea is good, but where do we have to go? It's much more dangerous than this martial law zone. I'd rather go back and fight the garrison than venture into the depths of that no-man's land. Chen also nodded, indicating that he agreed with Chen Jingxing's opinion. That would require passing through an area that even aliens rarely set foot in, and the danger was far beyond their imagination. In this situation, it is better to play it safe. Several people walked quickly along a relatively remote path towards the detection tower. Not long after, another roar was heard. This time, everyone was used to it. No one stopped to ask what was happening. Because of this drastic change, there is now unrest everywhere in the martial law zone. Even though they tried their best to avoid areas where snake people might appear, sporadic encounters were still inevitable. No one knows where these snake people came from, and there are so many of them that the entire martial law zone is likely to have fallen. After all, Wang Jie and Chen Jingxing had limited strength, and the continuous running around and fighting were a bit exhausting for them, especially Chen Jingxing, who was carrying a huge backpack on his back. Chen saw it and thought that this was not a solution. He stopped and said to Chen Jingxing, "Give me what you're carrying," in order to move quickly and to have hands free to fight at critical moments. Chen simply stopped hiding it and put Chen Jingxing's bulging backpack into his own storage space in front of Chen Jingxing and his wife. Chen Jingxing and his wife were so shocked that their eyes widened, their expressions looked like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Spatial ability. This ability is even rarer than combat-related abilities. Fortunately, Chen Jingxing and his wife were not talkative people. After being shocked, they quickly came to their senses. In addition to surprise, their eyes were filled with admiration for Gu Chen. They tacitly agreed not to ask any more questions about the storage space. Chen Jingxing even patted his chest and guaranteed that he and his wife would keep this matter a secret, and only heaven and earth would know about it, and you and I would know about it. In their opinion, Brother Gu is really a hidden talent. Not only is his combat prowess off the charts, but he's also a dual-ability psychic with spatial abilities. This is a true genius. His future is limitless. Seeing that they were so sensible, Gu Chen felt relieved. After unloading the heavy burden, Chen Jingxing felt much more relaxed and his pace became faster. We almost killed our way through. Thanks to these snake people, various text messages appeared in front of Gu Chen's eyes. His level was raised to level 47, and his strength increased again. He was one step closer to becoming a B-level alien, and he felt a lot more at ease. Now he was even more at ease facing those snake people, and could often take care of one with just 3 or 2 sword strikes. When you feel tired, drink a bottle of recovery potion exchange for energy points to restore your mental and physical strength to the best state. Chen Jingxing and his wife looked at Gu Chen's skills, which became more and more powerful as the battle went on. The stars of admiration in their eyes were almost overflowing, and they were even more grateful for their decision to follow Gu Chen. If it weren't for Gu Chen, the couple would have probably lost their lives in this uninhabited area. After getting rid of a few more blind snake men, Chen Jingxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed to a not-too-high hill in front of him, and said, "Brother Gu, I've been here before, so I'm quite familiar with this area. Once we get over the gentle slope ahead, we should be able to spot the detection tower camp." Hearing this, everyone became more spirited and quickened their pace. As they climbed up the hillside panting and looked down, the base of the detection tower came into view. However, the current situation is a little different from what they imagined. There were several obvious flames in the camp area at the bottom of the detection tower. There were many shadowy figures swaying around the flames. It did not look like the garrison was stationed in an orderly manner, but rather there was an indescribable chaos. Chen Jingxing's expression changed, and he lowered his voice. "Something's wrong! This campsite looks like a fight just happened!" Gu Chen's heart sank. This situation was indeed beyond his expectations. He narrowed his eyes and observed carefully for a moment, then said decisively, "Don't go over there yet, let's retreat first and find a place to observe." But just as they were about to crouch down and slip away, suddenly, more than 10 people emerged from the surrounding grass and rocks, each holding a weapon in their hands, with the black muzzles of their guns and the shining swords pointing directly at them, and surrounded them. "Don't move! Put your weapons down! Put your hands up, or don't blame us for being rude!" a strong man shouted sternly. Gu Chen gripped the sword tightly in his hand, and glanced coldly at these people who suddenly appeared. These people have a lot of evil energy, and don't look like good people. He didn't think that if he really handed over his weapons, the other party would politely invite them to sit down and have a chat. In the no-man's land, without weapons, we are truly at the mercy of others. The two sides were in a stalemate, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. The other side has more people and more power, but Gu Chen is not a soft persimmon either. If a fight really breaks out, Gu Chen is confident that he can break out. Just then, a group of people slowly walked over from the direction of the fire in the camp. The leader was a one-eyed man with a black patch on his left eye. Chapter 60 Trapped. The one-eyed man was about 40 years old, with an unfathomable smile on his face, and he came to Gu Chen and the others with 3 steps and 3 staggers. "Don't be nervous, brother," the one-eyed man said with a wide grin. "My name is Su Hongjin. We're all wanderers in this desolate wilderness. Meeting here is fate. Why fight?" Gu Chen didn't believe his nonsense, he just stared at him coldly without saying a word. In his mind, however, he was quickly calculating the other party's strength and intentions. This one-eyed man has a fierce aura and is definitely not someone who is easy to deal with. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Su Hongjin didn't get angry, and still said with a smile, "Brothers, we don't mean any harm. We've all been forced into this situation by those damned garrison troops, unable to return to the city. In my opinion, we should unite and help each other to survive in this damn place, don't you think? It's getting dark soon. Honestly, it would be more dangerous for you to leave now. You'd better stay with us." Although this person definitely has bad intentions, his last sentence does make sense. Gu Chen gestured in the direction of the camp with his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on over there?" Su Hongjin touched his smooth chin, smiled, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. "Oh, you mean those? To be honest, we slaughtered all those bastards from the garrison. They wouldn't let us enter the city and wanted to use us as cannon fodder. Who else should we kill? They deserve it. Gu Chen's heart trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, We also have nowhere to go. We just want to find a place to take refuge. We have no ill intentions. Hey brother, you're right. We're the right place. Su Hongjin smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. This no man's land is so dangerous right now. There are snake people everywhere. There's strength in numbers. We can all look out for each other, right? At this moment, Chen Jingxing quietly moved closer to Gu Qin and said hurriedly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Brother Gu, this one-eyed man. I remember him. He was the leader of a group of people who robbed the snake people's spoils on the road before. He's from Eagle. Gu Chen's heart suddenly twitched, and the hand holding the hilt of the sword tightened unconsciously. What you fear will come true. I didn't expect that. Despite all my precautions, I still ran into them. Despite the ups and downs in his heart, Gu Chen remained calm on the surface. Instead, he smiled at Su Hongjin. Since Brother Su said so, we naturally hope to join, so that everyone can take care of each other. Great! That's straightforward. Su Hongjin laughed heartily, appearing quite pleased. However, since you're joining us, you must abide by our rules. To show your sincerity, and for the sake of everyone else, you must surrender your weapons first. Don't worry, this is only temporary. After the observation period, when we're sure you have no ill intentions, we'll naturally return your weapons. This rule applies to all new members, so don't overthink it. Without even raising his eyelids, Gu Chen threw the sword in his hand to the ground. Seeing this, Wang Jia, Chen Jingxing and Liu Qian were reluctant, but they knew that the situation was stronger than them, so they could only grit their teeth and throw their weapons to the ground. Su Hongjin nodded with satisfaction, took a step forward, patted Gu Chen's shoulder affectionately, and smiled even more happily. That's right. Welcome, brothers. From now on we are all family. As he spoke, he took out 4 small glass bottles from his arms, which contained some transparent liquid, and handed them to Gu Chen and the others. Come, 1 bottle each, drink it. Liu Qian looked at the small bottle and couldn't help asking. What does this mean? Everyone can recognize that this is the ultimate power liquid. After drinking it, it can temporarily prevent the alien from using his abilities for a day. The smile on Su Hongjin's face remained unchanged. Don't be nervous, this is the rule. After all, people's hearts are hidden, so we have to be on guard. After the 1-day observation period, or if you encounter any danger, we will give you regeneration fluid to restore your abilities. Don't worry, we won't harm our brothers. These words sounded high-sounding, but Gu Chen knew it very well in his heart. What the hell is this observation period? It's clear they're trying to completely control them. But he did not hesitate. He took the bottle of the ultimate liquid, tilted his head back and drank it down in one gulp, smacking his lips. Then he turned to Wang Jia and the others and said, Drink it. Now that you've joined, you have to abide by their rules. Although Wang Jia and the others were extremely reluctant, seeing that Gu Chen had already drunk it, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and pour the unknown liquid into their stomachs. 2 men and 2 women came out, searched Gu Chen and the others, and then nodded to Su Hongjin. Seeing how cooperative Gu Chen and the others were, Su Hongjin's smile became more sincere. He put his arm around Gu Chen's shoulder and wanted to pull him towards the camp. Gu Chen calmly avoided his arm and followed him. As we walked into the camp, a strong smell of blood hit our noses. The place was in a mess. More than a dozen corpses in garrison uniforms were lying on the ground, with broken weapons scattered around them. Their deaths were miserable. Of course, several of Su Hongjin's own men also fell, obviously having experienced a fierce battle before. The corpses were just lying there on the ground, blood still seeping from their wounds, and no one came forward to deal with them, leaving flies and mosquitoes circling over them. Gu Chen and his companions were brought to an open space under the detection tower. Su Hongjin pointed to the open space and said with a forced smile, Everyone, rest here first. Remember, don't run around. This area is not safe and there are dangers everywhere. After saying this, he left with his men. In this open space, besides the 4 of them, there were a dozen or so unarmed people sitting sparsely there. These people were dejected, with empty eyes, and wearing all kinds of clothes. They looked like the same unlucky people as them, who were hired by Su Hongjin using similar means. Around the open space, there were several men with weapons, lazily sitting high up on the steel supports of the detection tower, looking at them with malicious eyes, obviously guards. The main body of the detection tower is a huge cylindrical building with circles of steel supports welded to the outside, extending upwards layer by layer like scaffolding. In addition to fixing the tower body, these brackets are probably also used to facilitate maintenance personnel to climb and inspect in the future. Chen Jingxing sat down on the cold ground, sighing and complaining. Alas! Now I'm in trouble. I've lost all my abilities and weapons. I'm completely like meat on the chopping board. My life is in their hands. Chapter 61 Evil Deeds. Chen glanced at him and lowered his voice and said, Do you think he would let us leave safely after seeing the bodies of these garrison soldiers? From the moment we were surrounded by them, there was no turning back. Chen Jingxing was choked by his words, and then sighed helplessly. Then, what should we do now? We can't just wait here to die, right? Chen shrugged casually. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way, and when the boat reaches the bridge, it will be straight. It's good to have someone protecting us outside. Relax and see what happens first. Although he said to relax, his mind was racing with thoughts. How many people does Su Hongjin have under him, and what positions do they hold? Bringing them here for surveillance is really for the purpose of observing and then deciding whether to take them in? If you were to leave here, where would you go next? There are so many things that Chen needs to think about. After hearing what Chen said, Chen Jingxing smiled bitterly. It's already this late, and you're still relaxing? His heart is almost in his throat. Chen ignored his expression, his eyes calmly observing everything around him. His eyes finally fell on the steel support outside the detection tower. He noticed that at a height roughly equivalent to that of a 3-story building, there was a simple tin hut built on the supports, with a faint light coming through the windows of the hut. Did you see it? Chen nodded with his chin towards the 3rd floor of the iron tower and whispered to Chen Jingxing. There is a small iron house there. Su Hongjin just brought a few people over there. He was acting mysteriously. I don't know what he was doing in there. Chen Jingxing looked in the direction he pointed. The hut was blocked by a wall, so he couldn't see anything, so he shook his head. The sky gradually turned dark. Outside the camp, from time to time, there were the sharp cries of snake people, as well as the roars and screams of humans. These sounds slowly tugged at everyone's tense nerves, making people feel uneasy. It's quite ironic that Chen and his group are under house arrest here, so they don't have to worry about those snake people for the time being. It can be considered a blessing in disguise, and they can take a breather. Chen pulled Wang Jia into his arms. The girl's warm and soft body pressed against him, bringing a sense of comfort. Wang Jia leaned obediently on his chest, breathing shallowly. Next to them, Chen Jingxing and Li Yiqiong also snuggled up to each other, absorbing each other's body warmth in this cold night. The 4 of them gathered together. Chen squinted his eyes, seemingly resting, but his brain was actually working rapidly. This damn place is definitely not a place to stay for long. There is absolutely no way Su Hongjin would really take them in. At this moment, a chaotic and hurried sound of footsteps came from afar, waking up all the people who were dozing or sleeping lightly in the open space. Everyone's heart tightened and they all looked up. 3 men came out of the darkness cursing. Their clothes were torn and tattered, stained with dark red blood, and it was impossible to tell whether they belonged to monsters or humans. The smell of blood mixed with sweat made people frown even from a distance. The man walking in front had a bleeding wound on his face. His eyes wandered through the crowd, his desire revealed in no way. When those cunning eyes swept over Wang Jia, they lit up obviously, and her Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Wang Jia's appearance is still very eye-catching even in this dusty and disheveled crowd. You come out! The man with the wound on his face stretched out a dirty finger, pointed it at Wang Jia from a distance, and spoke in a commanding tone. Wang Jia buried her head in Chen's arms, ignoring everything. Chen's eyes turned cold, and he gently patted Wang Jia's back, as if to signal her not to be afraid. Seeing that Wang Jia didn't move, the man with the wound on his face showed a trace of impatience, and he wanted to go forward and catch her while cursing. Damn, that little girl is quite stubborn. You're so shameless, aren't you? What do you want to do? Chen Jingxing next to them stood up suddenly, blocking Wang Jia and Chen like a bull protecting its cubs, glaring at the 3 uninvited guests. The man with the wound on his face was furious when he saw someone dare to stand up, and he glared at Chen Jingxing fiercely. If you don't want to die, get out of here! As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his hideous tattoos, and looked like he was about to take action. A companion behind him pulled him and said in a low voice, Come on, mad dog, why are you getting mad at a loser? There are plenty of women here, just change one. The man with a wound on his face spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground, narrowed his eyes, and swept his gaze over the shivering women in the crowd again. Finally, he pointed to a young woman who was huddled in a corner, hugging her knees and shaking like a frightened quail. You! Get out here! The woman was already pale with fright, and she was even more frightened when he pointed at her. She shook her head desperately, making pleading sounds, and refused to move an inch. Fuck! You're so shameless! The man with a wound on his face cursed angrily, rushed forward, grabbed the woman's hair roughly, and dragged her off the ground. Ah! The woman let out a shrill scream, and the pain of her hair being pulled almost made her faint. Next to her, a man who was also imprisoned, who seemed to be her companion, moved his body suddenly, as if he also wanted to stand up and protect her like Chen Jingxing did. However, he had just raised half of his body when he met the other party's fierce gaze. He seemed to have lost his spine and squatted down dejectedly, holding his head, not daring to look again. This scene chilled the hearts of the other prisoners around. The three men ignored the woman's cries and struggles, pointed and talked in the crowd, and rudely selected another woman who looked slightly pretty. The two women, crying and wailing, were dragged along like lambs to the slaughter, disappearing into the dark woods at the edge of the clearing. The desperate pleas and the men's obscene teasing echoed in the silent night sky, making people feel chilled. The crowd around Gu Chen was in deathly silence. Only the conversation of a few guards on the overpass could be vaguely heard. It's probably something like, "They also want to go there and have fun." The men subconsciously pulled their female companions behind them, lowered their heads, and did not dare to meet the gazes of the guards, fearing that they would be the next. Fear spread among them like a plague. Gu Chen's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He didn't say anything, but his tightly clenched fist showed his mood. In his chest, an uncontrollable anger was burning. Chapter 62 Dead. Wang Jie felt the stiffness of Gu Chen's body, stretched out her slightly cool hand, and gently covered Gu Chen's fist, using her softness and warmth to try to calm his turbulent emotions. "Husband!" Her voice was weak, but she looked at Gu Chen firmly, her eyes full of concern. Before long, on the other side of the woods, the suppressed cries and screams of the women gradually faded away, and were replaced by the increasingly exaggerated and obscene laughter and flattery of the men. There was also a man's scream. Those voices drilled into everyone's ears like poisonous snakes, making people shudder. Then, a man came out of the woods, cursing, dragging a woman with him. He threw the woman back into the clearing like trash. Gu Chen looked up. The woman was now naked, her body covered with purple bruises and slap marks, and she had obviously suffered inhuman abuse. Her eyes were lifeless, with blood foam at the corners of her mouth. She collapsed on the ground like a broken doll without a soul. "Lily! Lily!" The man who had wanted to stand up but backed off before finally broke down at this moment. He rushed over crying and hugged the woman's body, his voice shrill. The man who dragged the woman back was the man with the wound on his face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, spat on the ground, and cursed. "What fucking bad luck! This woman is useless. She can't even handle 5 brothers. Fuck!" After saying that, his eyes full of desire fell on Wang Jie again. He was still angry because he was dissuaded by his companions. Now those two were still having fun in the woods. He came back alone, but he had no intention of letting go of Wang Jie, this delicacy. He grinned and pointed at Wang Jie again. "Little beauty, it's your turn. Get out here and save me the trouble." Wang Jie still held Gu Chen's arm tightly, with no intention of getting up. Seeing this, the man with the wound on his face strode over, cursing. "You stinky bitch, if you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Get out of here!" Chen Jingxing roared again and stood up, blocking the man with the wound on his face. "You're looking for death." The man with the wound on his face was completely enraged this time. A flickering flame suddenly emerged from his palm, and a scorching air wave blew towards his face. He stared at Chen Jingxing viciously and grinned. "If you dare to meddle in other people's business again, I'll burn you to charcoal. Sit down or else." Before he could finish his words, he felt as if the back of his head was hit hard by a heavy hammer. His vision suddenly went black and the intense pain made him groan. He subconsciously reached out to touch the back of his head and felt a wet, hot, and sticky liquid. He looked down and saw it was blood. "Blood!" He uttered a word incoherently, his body swayed, his eyes became unfocused, and then with a thump, he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, and there was no movement anymore. Gu Chen slowly put down the sharp-edged, blood-stained stone in his hand, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Killing this beast feels so fucking good." This sudden change caused the people imprisoned in the open space to panic, and several people screamed in fear. "Someone's causing trouble! Help come quickly! Damn it, he killed the mad dog!" The men in charge of surveillance on the steel support of the detection tower also immediately noticed the movement here. One of them shouted at the top of his voice, and the other slid down from the height in a hurry and rushed towards Gu Chen with weapons in hand. One of the men who rushed forward first checked the man lying on the ground and found that he was dead. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he roared angrily, raising the machete in his hand and was about to chop towards Gu Chen. "What's going on?" At this tense moment, a voice with a certain majesty was heard. Su Hongzhen walked over with 2 guards, his face gloomy. When the men who rushed over saw Su Hongzhen, they stopped immediately, and recounted what had just happened in a flurry of words, adding more details to the story. After listening to this, Su Hongjin frowned, glanced at the corpse on the ground with a sinister look, and then looked at Gu Chen. He walked up to Gu Chen, his eyes fixed on the bloody stone in his hand, and said in a cold tone, "Put the stone down." Gu Chen threw the stone to the ground expressionlessly, making a dull, dong sound. Su Hongjin stared at Gu Chen, his face showing no emotion, and said slowly, "Boy, you are ruthless enough. I admire your ruthlessness. However, if you kill someone here, you must be punished according to my rules." Gu Chen met his gaze, showing no sign of weakness. "That scumbag, he raped women, committed violence, and killed people. He deserves to die." Upon hearing this, Su Hongjin curled up his lips into a sarcastic smile. He looked around at the prisoners who dared not speak, then looked at Gu Chen and said slowly, "You can't say that. The brothers were out there fighting those man-eating beasts, exhausted as dogs. They came back to relax with a woman. What's wrong? It's just for fun. It won't cost them a piece of meat. When they're done playing, they'll naturally return the person. As for that woman just now, it was because the brothers didn't handle it well, and she bit someone. I've already asked them to be careful, and I promise that such an accident won't happen again next time." These words sounded like they were being explained to Gu Chen, but they were actually spoken to the other prisoners, with obvious soothing and warning implications. If it weren't for the growing threat of the snake people, and the continuous reduction in the number of his men in battle, and the urgent need for these new recruits to replenish the combat power, Su Hongjin would probably have turned against him and killed people long ago, and he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking here. Gu Chen took a step forward, almost face to face with Su Hongjin, and the tips of their noses were about to touch. He stared intently at Su Hongjin's single eye and said word by word, "Boss Su, there are women in your team. If you really can't hold it in any longer, you can go and worry about your own family. The women here are not objects for you to touch at will." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. The imprisoned people all looked at Gu Chen with shock and disbelief, as if they couldn't believe that he dared to contradict Su Hongjin so bluntly. The whispers buzzed like mosquitoes. The men behind Su Hongjin laughed unrestrainedly as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Su Hongjin's face twitched a few times, and he raised his hand to rub his forehead. A trace of impatience and ruthlessness flashed in his single eye. "Kid, you know what? The thing I hate most in my life is reasoning with people." Chapter 63 Counterattack. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth curled up into a strange smile. "Really? Unfortunately, now you can't choose whether to tell it or not." Su Hongjin's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He subconsciously looked down and saw cold light close to his clothes, and a sharp dagger was firmly pressed against his heart. All the hairs on his body stood up. "Where did you get this dagger?" Su Hongjin's voice became a little hoarse because of fear. He couldn't figure it out. He had clearly searched him and didn't see anything in his hand just now. Where did this guy get the dagger from? Gu Chen just smiled and didn't explain. With a slight movement of his wrist, the dagger moved upwards like a slippery poisonous snake, and finally landed firmly across Su Hongjin's carotid artery. Then, Gu Chen used his arms to strangle Su Hongjin's neck from behind, controlling his entire body in front of him, forming a human shield. Su Hongjin's breathing suddenly became heavy. He could clearly feel the cold metal touch on his neck and the powerful force coming from Gu Chen's arm. The one eye that was usually full of arrogance and calculation was now filled with shock, anger, and a hint of fear. As long as Gu Chen exerted a little force, his life would be over here and he would have to report to the King of Hell. "Boss! Let our boss go!" When Su Hongjin's men saw this, they froze in an instant. They raised their weapons and aimed at Gu Chen as if they were facing a great enemy, but because Su Hongjin was in their hands, they were afraid to act rashly. And those imprisoned people were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. They huddled in corners, silent as a mouse, for fear of being caught up in this sudden turmoil. "Hand over all the recovery fluid," Gu Chen ordered. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard from the outskirts of the camp. It sounded like there were quite a few people, and they were approaching this side quickly. A fierce glint flashed in Su Hongjin's single eye, and he forced himself to smile calmly. "Boy, even if you kill me, you powerless losers won't be able to escape. Let me go now, and I swear to heaven that I will forgive what happened today and will never hurt a hair on your head." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen showed a mocking smile on his lips. "Yeah?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hongjin's men who were running towards this side in the distance, and happened to pass by the place where the bodies of the garrison troops were piled up before suddenly felt a sharp pain in their feet. The scattered and broken metal weapon parts on the ground seemed to be controlled by an invisible giant hand. They suddenly floated into the air and turned into cold rays of light, cutting towards the ankles and calves of those people with incredible precision. "Ah! My feet! Damn! What the hell? For a moment, screams and curses filled the air, and the few people who rushed over aggressively instantly fell to the ground wailing, covering their bloody legs and feet. Su Hongjin made a low gurgling sound in his throat, as if he had seen a ghost. He turned his head to look at Gu Chen in disbelief, and his voice changed. Why can you still use your abilities? I clearly saw you drink the absolute energy liquid. How is this possible? Not only Su Hongjin, everyone present was completely stunned by this scene. Someone who drank the absolute power liquid could actually use supernatural powers. This completely overturned their cognition. My patience is limited. Gu Chen interrupted him coldly, and pressed the hand holding the dagger slightly. Hiss! Su Hongjin immediately felt a sharp pain on the side of his neck, and a warm liquid flowed down his skin, obviously bleeding. Oh shit! Su Hongjin cursed. The threat of death on his neck made him dare not play any tricks anymore. A deep resentment flashed in his one eye, but the desire to survive ultimately overcame everything. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. The regeneration fluid is in the bag around my waist, but there isn't much, only 10 bottles. Just as Su Hongjin finished speaking, Wang Jie's ears moved, and she suddenly kicked towards the empty air beside her. Bang! With a dull thud, a thin figure appeared from the air as if hit by a high-speed truck, flew backwards with blood spurting from the mouth, and hit the steel support of the detection tower not far away heavily with a dull impact sound, then slid softly to the ground, and it seemed that he could not move for a while. Wang Jie swung her legs and pointed at the pair of cute cat ears on her head that were trembling slightly. With a playful smile on her lips, she said to Su Hongjin's stunned subordinates around her. Hee, my ears are very sensitive. Want to launch a sneak attack? No way! One of Su Hongjin's men pointed at Gu Chen and Wang Jie, his voice trembling with shock. Have you all recovered your abilities? Wang Jie snapped her fingers and smiled brightly. Bingo! Congratulations, you got it right! Too bad there's no reward. Gu Chen ignored everyone's astonishment, and with his other hand quickly unzipped the bulging cloth bag on Su Hongjin's waist and reached in to feel around. I just touched a few cold glass bottles and was about to take them out when I suddenly felt a slight pain in my fingertips, as if I was bitten by something sharp. He pulled his hand away suddenly as if he had been electrocuted, only to see 2 tiny teeth marks on his index finger, oozing with black blood. Ha 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 ha! Upon seeing this, Su Hongjin burst into a crazy and triumphant laugh. Idiot! You've been bitten by my poisonous centipede! I'm the only one who has the antidote to this poison. If you don't let me go, within 3 hours you'll bleed from all 7 orifices and turn into a pool of pus and die. Ha ha! Quick! Let me go! Otherwise, just wait. His laughter and threats stopped abruptly. Gu Chen held the dagger in his hand and pulled it sideways without any hesitation. Well? Su Hongjin's one eye was as big as a copper bell, filled with disbelief and endless horror. He turned around and stared at Gu Chen intently, and a ho-ho sound of air leaking from his throat, like an old bellows. Blood gushed out from the hideous gap in his carotid artery, instantly staining his clothes red and splashing all over Gu Chen, who was nearby. His body twitched violently for a few times, and then he collapsed limply like a puddle of mud. The last light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his life force completely disappeared in just a few seconds. Plop! Su Hongjin's body fell heavily at Gu Chen's feet. This bloody and abrupt scene plunged the entire open space into a suffocating silence. Chapter 64 Kill all the villains. But this dead silence lasted only less than a second. Boss! Fuck! You're looking for death! You bastard! I want you to pay for my life! After a brief moment of shock, Su Hongjin's men started shouting. They subconsciously took a few steps back, putting some distance between themselves and Gu Chen and the others. At this moment, among the group of people whose legs and feet were injured by Gu Chen with metal fragments, there were still a few who were less seriously injured and could still move, and they also struggled to crawl over. They immediately shouted at their accomplices who had just arrived and were unaware of the situation. The boss was killed by that brat. They've all recovered their abilities. The ranged ones. Quick! Kill them with ranged attacks. Gu Chen didn't even look at those shouting minions. He squatted down and turned out the contents of the cloth bag. A palm-sized, pitch-black centipede was wriggling with its fangs and claws bared. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold, and the dagger in his hand stabbed down and picked up as fast as lightning. Laugh! The poisonous centipede was directly pierced by the dagger and cut into 2 pieces. It flew to the side and continued to twitch. He then picked up 10 small glass bottles from the ground, which were exactly the regeneration liquid. Gu Chen stuffed all the energy-recovering liquids into Wang Jiai's hands and said in a deep voice, "Give it to others!" Wang Jiai took the rejuvenating liquid, glanced at the half-centipede still twisting and struggling on the ground, frowned in disgust, then raised her foot and stepped down hard, crushing the poisonous creature into a pool of meat paste. After doing all this, she took the regeneration fluid and turned to walk towards the shivering prisoners. At the same time, Su Hongxin's subordinates who had reacted not far away had already launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The sharp sound of gunfire and the sound of energy attacks breaking through the air intertwined together, and all kinds of attacks poured towards Gu Chen and the others. Gu Chen's mind moved slightly, and the shields and weapons he had seized earlier flew out of his storage space in an instant. Qingxing Yuqiong, catch it! Chen Jingxing grabbed a half-man-high shield and roared. A layer of khaki light appeared on his body, which was his hardening ability. He slammed his shield to the ground, blocking everyone. Li Yuqiong quickly retreated behind him, formed seals with her hands, and muttered something. A series of enhancement halos fell on Chen Jingxing, increasing his strength and defense again. Dang 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 dang! Dense bullets and energy attacks slammed into the shield, making a series of deafening metal collision sounds and sparks flying everywhere. Even though Chen Jingxing was extremely strong, and had the assistance of Li Yuqiong and his own hardening ability, he was still beaten back by the violent attack, and his arms were numb. He could feel that the shield was vibrating violently, and he was afraid that it would not be long before the shield would be completely scrapped. At this moment, a light blue energy shield appeared out of thin air with a hum, like an upside-down giant bowl, covering Gu Chen, Wang Jiai, Chen Jingxing and his wife, as well as the prisoners who had just received the energy recovery liquid. All the attacks that hit the light shield only caused ripples but could not hurt the people inside at all. Chen Jingxing suddenly felt the pressure relieved and looked back. I saw a tall, thin young man wearing glasses with his arms outstretched, struggling to maintain this huge energy shield. Veins bulged on his forehead, and it was obvious that he was struggling. It turned out that those who had recovered their abilities after drinking the recovery liquid distributed by Wang Jiai came to help at the first time. But it seems that this light shield will not last long. Everyone, listen up! Gu Chen's voice resounded throughout the open space. Su Hongxin is dead. His gang of scum have committed many evil deeds. Now that we have recovered our strength, are we going to let them slaughter us? If you don't want to die, fight your way out with me. Kill all these villains! His words were full of incitement, and ignited the anger and hatred that had long been pent up in the hearts of those people. Damn it! Fight them! These sons of bitches, I've wanted to kill them for a long time. Kill! Kill all these beasts! These people had been bullied and humiliated by Su Hongxin and his men before, and the resentment in their hearts had long been boiling. Now that he has regained his abilities and has Gu Chen leading the way, why would he hesitate? Each of them responded with an angry roar as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Without saying a word, they picked up anything they could find around them, or directly condensed their supernatural powers, and followed Gu Chen to charge back towards the enemies outside. Seeing that Gu Chen and his men were not dead, but counterattacked as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and there were quite a few of them, Su Hongxin's men were suddenly a little panicked and shouted for help towards the outskirts of the camp. Quick! Come and help! We can't hold on here! However, a moment later, a reply tinged with anxiety and despair came from the outskirts of the camp. Strange beasts! The strange beasts are coming! We can't take care of ourselves here! Hold on! Find a way to hold on! The battlefield situation changes rapidly. A melee broke out. Swords flash and energy roars. Gu Chen took the lead and took out the tempered gold knife he had obtained before. Every time he attacked, he would take a life. As he was at the peak of sea level, it was relatively easy for him to face these E-level and F-level aliens. Wang Jiai was as agile as a cat, moving through the crowd, and blood splattered wherever the dagger passed. Chen Jingxing and his wife worked in perfect harmony, with one focusing on defense and the other assisting in performing sneak attacks, and they firmly held one side. Those aliens who had just recovered their abilities vented all their anger and humiliation on these oppressors. I don't know how long it took, but when the last scream disappeared in the night sky, the entire detection tower area returned to silence again, but in this silence, there was an even stronger and more pungent smell of blood. Su Hongxin's men, along with a few snake people who happened to pass by here, were eliminated by Gu Chen and his men, leaving no one behind. The night wind blew, ruffling the broken hair on Gu Chen's forehead that was soaked with sweat and blood. He stood among the corpses, his chest heaving violently, but his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle. Survived. The night wind smelled of blood and felt a little cold when it blew on my face. The thrilling fight just now, although satisfying, also consumed a lot of energy from everyone. At this moment, the battle was over and everyone was more or less injured. Those healing mutants who were previously imprisoned by Su Hongjin and had now regained their superpowers did not care about their own embarrassment and immediately began to treat the wounded. A soft healing light illuminates the crowd. Chen Jingxing panted and strode to Gu Chen's side. His tiger eyes looked up and down at Gu Chen carefully, as if he wanted to see a flower from his face. Gu Chen didn't even need to guess, he knew he was going to ask what happened when he was imprisoned just now. As expected, Chen Jingxing spoke in a muffled voice. Brother Gu, what's going on? We've all drunk the absolute power fluid, so how can you still use your spatial abilities? Chapter 65. Please save these dozens of lives. Gu Chen's eyes moved slightly, with a confused expression on his face, and he spread his hands. If you asked me about this, I don't know either. I was just trying to save my life at the time, thinking I'd give it a try. I didn't expect it to actually work. Maybe I have some special abilities. This sounds far-fetched, but there is no other way at the moment. The secrets on my body must not be exposed. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing grinned, a mixture of fear and relief. Hey, who cares? As long as it works, it's fine. This time, it's all thanks to you carrying the regeneration fluid, otherwise, all of us would have died here today. Wang Jie also came over, her watery eyes filled with worry, looking up and down at Gu Chen. Honey, are you really okay? Didn't that bastard just say you were poisoned? How are you feeling now? Seeing the concern in her eyes, Gu Chen felt warm in his heart, and a reassuring smile appeared on his face. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek, which felt smooth to the touch. It feels good. Don't worry, everything is fine. That guy was just talking nonsense. If there's really a problem, there are still some healing aliens here. Gu Chen said casually, and then gestured around. Don't just focus on me, go help and check the surroundings. Now is not the time to relax. In this damn place, who knows if there will be other dangers? Wang Jie and Chen Jingxing nodded, then turned around to strengthen the vigilance and comfort the frightened strangers. Looking at their departing backs, the smile on Gu Chen's face slowly faded. As soon as he thought about it, he saw an inconspicuous abnormal status prompt lying quietly below the health value that only he could see. Poisoning, being eroded by toxins, blood volume slowly drains away. Can be removed with primary antidote. That guy Su Hongjin is not talking nonsense. He was indeed poisoned, but this poison can be cured. Gu Chen's eyes swept towards the lonely little house on the elevated platform not far away, and he walked towards the house as if nothing had happened. When passing an obstacle, he turned his wrist slightly, and an inconspicuous small glass bottle appeared in his palm. Taking advantage of the opportunity when no one was paying attention, Gu Chen raised his head and drank it. A stream of cool medicine slid into the throat, and after a moment, the vague feeling of stagnation and weakness in the body quietly disappeared. The poisoned status on the attribute panel also disappeared. The bottles of rejuvenating liquid that he had given to Wang Jie and the others were also temporarily exchanged by Gu Chen using energy points. After killing those snake people along the way and accumulating energy points with great effort, I now have 135 points left after exchanging them for 4 bottles of recovery liquid and 1 bottle of primary antidote. As long as you don't try to play the lottery or exchange for expensive combat items, this amount of energy points is enough for the time being just to exchange for some potions. Soon, Gu Chen arrived at the small house on the elevated platform. The hut is not big, and there are several instruments placed inside, with various wires crisscrossing like a spider web. Gu Chen glanced around and roughly understood that this should be the control room of the detection tower. I walked over to a machine that looked like the main console, but found that the screen was dark, and it was not running. Gu Chen tentatively reached out and pressed a few buttons, then flipped a few switches, but the machine didn't respond. He finally understood that these things were not something that a layman like him could figure out. Just when Gu Chen was about to give up and go down to look for someone who knew the business, the door of the hut was flung open. Wang Jie held onto the door frame with one hand and covered her chest with the other, panting slightly. She said to me in a panic, "Hubby! There's someone down there! Something's wrong!" Gu Chen's heart trembled, and he was afraid that the visitor had bad intentions. He hurriedly followed Wang Jie and walked down the overpass. As soon as I reached the ground, I saw a dozen or so aliens who had been rescued earlier. They were now standing in a semicircle with nervous expressions, staring vigilantly at the center of the circle. In the center of the circle stood a girl in a red shirt and black skirt. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with skin so white that it was almost transparent, and facial features as delicate as a doll, but her eyes did not have the slightest emotion that a human should have. She just walked quietly, as if the strange people around her who were on the verge of a fight were just there. With every step she took, the strangers surrounding her subconsciously took a step back. He didn't take action, nor did he retreat. "Stop! Who are you?" A braver man shouted sternly, holding the weapon in his hand tighter. "What are you doing here?" another voice asked with a trembling tone. However, the girl in red seemed not to hear anything and continued walking forward with an expressionless face, not saying a word. That attitude of disregarding everything is more frightening than any threat. Chen stepped forward quickly and separated the crowd. When he saw the girl's face clearly, he was struck by lightning and his pupils suddenly shrank. "It's her! How could it be her?" Chen quickly suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart and said in a deep voice to the nervous people around him, "It's okay, disperse. Go back and continue to keep an eye on them, and stay alert." Although everyone was puzzled, seeing Chen's serious expression, they did not dare to ask more questions and retreated one after another. But his eyes still swept over the girl from time to time. The red-dressed girl paused slightly, her cold eyes turned to Chen, and spoke lightly in a clear voice. "Are you their leader?" Chen replied calmly, "I don't dare to be the leader. I'm not a leader, just a temporary leader." The girl glanced at the corpse and bloodstains on the ground that had not yet been cleaned up, and asked in a calm tone, "Did you kill all these people?" Chen quickly explained, "Not entirely. Those garrison troops were killed by the group that occupied this place before. As for that group, we killed them. We were also trying to protect ourselves. We were forced to do so and had no other choice." After hearing this, the girl didn't say anything. She just stretched out her slender white hand and touched the black bag hanging around her waist, as if she was groping for something inside. She grabbed it twice, then took her hand out. Her palm was empty, nothing in it. Chen saw that her brows were slightly frowned, and she seemed a little unhappy. Then, the girl no longer paid attention to Chen, walked straight past Chen, and headed towards the detection tower. The moment she passed by Chen made a decision. Chen turned around and bent down deeply towards her back. "Masters of the Expeditionary Force! Please save these dozen of our lives!" Chapter 66 Girl Chai Shinto. Chen had seen this girl before. When he returned from his first patrol mission, 2 expeditionary forces came to Skywall, and the girl was one of them. To be honest, because he was stopped by the garrison and not allowed to return to the city, Chen did not have a good impression of these officers and soldiers, and even had some hatred towards them. But if he wants to return to the city now, the girl in front of him is his only hope. Wan Jie, who was standing next to Chen, was so shocked when she heard this that her eyes widened and she looked at the back of the girl and read in disbelief. Expeditionary Force? This girl in front of her, who looked even younger than her, was actually a member of the Expeditionary Force, the most elite team of the Dragon Country? She didn't believe it at all, and wondered if Chen had been beaten so hard that he was talking nonsense. However, the red-dressed girl's subsequent reaction instantly overturned all her doubts. The girl stopped and slowly turned around. Those calm eyes looked at Chen, and there was a rare hint of confusion in them. "How do you know my identity?" Chen secretly said in his heart. "The bet is right," still maintaining the posture of bowing, and answered respectfully. "Your Excellency, I used to be with the 78th Squadron of the Garrison Army. When you went to Skywall, I had the honor of meeting you. I was deeply impressed by your demeanor." The girl had a stunning appearance, and Chen took a quick glance at her, and remembered her immediately. "I didn't expect to meet you here." After hearing what Chen said, the girl fell into a brief silence. After a moment, she said calmly, "I still have things to deal with now." After she finished speaking, she stopped looking at Chen and turned around and walked straight towards the small house on the iron frame. Chen looked at her back, his thoughts racing in his mind. "No, we can't give up like this." Chen made up his mind and quickly followed. "Husband!" Seeing this, Wan Jie became a little worried and wanted to follow. Chen didn't even turn his head, but just waved at her, signaling her not to come over. A boss of this level cannot be dealt with by just a large number of people. Chen walked quickly into the cabin, and the girl was already standing in front of the main control console. The girl didn't even turn her head, and her voice still lacked any emotion. "Why did you follow me here? Aren't you afraid that I'll get angry and kill you?" Chen forced a sincere smile on his face and said, "You are joking, sir. If you are really the kind of person who kills innocent people, you would have taken action long ago when so many people were pointing weapons at you. Why wait until now?" The girl didn't say anything, but took out a thin card and gently placed it on a groove in the machine. Drip, drip. A rapid electronic sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, the detection tower outside the cabin suddenly lit up, and a dazzling scarlet light pierced through the darkness. "Failed?" Chai Shintong murmured softly. But Chen no longer cared about her. He opened his mouth wide and looked at the red detection tower in shock through the window of the cabin. Red. It's actually red. This means that a strange beast above level A has appeared nearby. The changes in the detection tower were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves. Everyone noticed. The aliens who were in charge of surveillance below the detection tower looked up in horror at the ominous red light, and the blood drained from their faces. Those who were scattered within the curfew zone and had managed to escape from the mouths of the strange beasts also poked their heads out from their hiding places and looked at the red light in despair. Further away, in the outer 7th district near the isolation wall, all residents who saw the red light, whether they were resting at home or wandering the streets, felt as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and were once again covered by thick fear. Who activated the detection tower? In the outer 7th district, on the rooftop of the municipal building, a middle-aged man with a dignified face asked in a stern voice. He is the mayor of the outer 7th district, Wu Qingshan. The secretary's forehead was covered in sweat as he trembled as he answered. Mayor, the communication with the detection tower was cut off in the evening. We don't know what's going on there. Wu Qingshan's face turned pale. He suppressed his anger and gave the order in a deep voice. Immediately! Immediately! Activate all emergency plans. Calm the citizens, deploy more personnel, and do our utmost to maintain public order in the city. We must not let panic spread. For a moment, the entire outer 7th district was shaken by the sudden red light. On the streets and alleys, people put down their work, walked out of their homes, gathered together, looked up at the ominous red light in the distance, talked a lot, with fear and anxiety written all over their faces. Gu Chen's home. Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong were leaning against the window, their small figures huddled together, looking towards the uninhabited area. Gu Tong's face was filled with worry, her voice trembling slightly. Sister Wenwen, have you heard? Over there at the isolation wall, the detection tower is lighting up red again. Ran Wenwen pursed her lips tightly and nodded, feeling heavy in her heart. She naturally knew what that meant. Gu Tong's small hand tightly grasped Ran Wenwen's hand, and her voice was filled with tears. Brother, they are in an uninhabited area. If they encounter an A-level monster, what should we do? Ran Wenwen's heart suddenly tightened. Encountering an A-rank monster? What else can you do? Ordinary people, and even most mutants, are like ants in front of A-level monsters and have no power to resist at all. But she couldn't show any weakness in front of Gu Tong. She reached out and pulled Gu Tong into her arms, gently patting her back and comforting her in the softest and most resolute tone possible. Don't be afraid. Your brother has always been very lucky. He's survived so many dangers before, and he'll be fine this time too. He promised us he'd come back safely. Having said that, she herself had no idea. At this moment, the loudspeakers installed on all the streets of the outer 7th district suddenly rang, and a female voice broke the oppressive silence. Attention, all citizens! Attention, all citizens! A-level or higher alien beasts have appeared in the martial law zone outside the city. The municipal government has activated the highest emergency plan. Please remain calm and do not panic. The city is currently safe. In response to the possible threat of A-level alien beasts, the Expeditionary Force Headquarters has immediately dispatched an S-level alien team to provide support. They are expected to arrive in our city tonight. Please trust the government and the Expeditionary Force. I repeat. The sound of the horn was repeated over and over in the sky above the city without stopping, as if it wanted to use this method to forcibly dispel the fear that shrouded people's hearts. Inside the detection tower cabin, the girl didn't seem surprised by the red light. She turned around and walked past Gu Chen, who was still in shock. When he reached the door, he seemed to remember something, took 2 steps back, and returned to Gu Chen. Those cold eyes looked at Gu Chen again. You just said you've been near the sky wall? Gu Chen came back to his senses and nodded quickly. Yes, my lord. Then do you know? The girl's tone remained calm. Where exactly did those strange beasts come from? Is she here for those snake people? Gu Chen calmed down and answered truthfully. My lord, as far as I know, those strange beasts came out of an abandoned mine. Very good. The girl nodded and said, My name is Chai Xintong, and I'm a member of the Expeditionary Force Special Forces. Now I order you to take me to the mine complex you mentioned. Chapter 67 The Correct Use of Chai Xintong. When Gu Chen heard this, his face turned pale. Going to that damn place? What a joke! God knows how many snake people are in that mine complex, and there might even be something more powerful. Now he just wants to take Wang Jie back to the inner city as soon as possible so that the family can stay together peacefully, and he doesn't want to get involved in these messes. Chai Xintong seemed to see the reluctance on Gu Chen's face. A trace of barely perceptible sneer flashed in her cold eyes. She spoke lightly and put forward a condition. As long as you are willing to lead the way, I can guarantee that those people below will be safely sent back to the city. Gu Chen was silent. Send everyone back to the city? This is indeed a huge temptation, and it is also the purpose of Gu Chen's conversation. With her around, the journey back to the city would undoubtedly be countless times safer. Moreover, the detection tower lit up red, and this place would soon become a disaster area where strange beasts would gather. If we stayed here any longer, we would die. Although I can't go back, if Wang Jie goes back, at least there will be someone to rely on at home, which is much better than the current situation. After a few seconds, Gu Chen nodded. Okay, I'll take the adults there. After a pause, Gu Chen added, leaving himself a way out. But, my lord, if we encounter danger that we cannot resist on the way or at the place we arrive, I can choose to leave at any time. This is Gu Chen's bottom line. He can take risks, but he can never risk his life in vain. Chai Shintong seemed to be unconcerned with Gu Chen's little thoughts, and just said softly, which was considered as her agreement. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The two then returned to the ground. Gu Chen immediately gathered all the survivors. Everyone! Let me introduce you, this is Master Chai Shintong, a prominent figure in the expeditionary force. As soon as these words were spoken, a muffled exclamation and discussion suddenly arose in the crowd. Gu Chen continued, I believe everyone has seen that the red light on the detection tower is on. A large number of exotic beasts may be attracted by the light at any time. Lord Chai has promised to escort us back to the city safely. So everyone, set off now. Remember, you must obey the command on the way. Everyone stay together and don't disperse. Pay attention to your surroundings and be careful. Gu Chen was talking non-stop about various precautions, fearing that these people who had just escaped would cause trouble again. Leave. Chai Shintong seemed to have no patience to listen to Gu Chen's nagging, and interrupted Gu Chen coldly. After leaving behind 2 words, she took the lead and walked towards the city. The hem of her black skirt fluttered slightly in the night wind, and her back looked lonely, proud and resolute. Well? Gu Chen was interrupted and felt a little embarrassed. He quickly called out to everyone. Everyone heard it. Follow up! Follow up! Hurry up and be careful on the road! Most of these people were unlucky people who were previously stopped in the martial law zone by the garrison and were not allowed to enter the city. Now that they had the opportunity to return to the city under the escort of the expeditionary force, they were naturally overjoyed. They dared not delay any longer and followed Chai Shintong excitedly and nervously. Heading towards the isolation wall of the outer 7th district, Gu Chen soon discovered that his previous cautious reminders were completely redundant in front of the big boss Chai Shintong. With her around, those elusive snake people posed no threat to the crowd at all. Whenever a snakeman jumped out from the shadows and tried to attack the team, Chai Shintong would not even turn her head before they got close. She would just raise her slender hand slightly, and in an instant, a biting cold air would spread. Those ferocious snake people would immediately be frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, and then with a series of fine, crackling sounds, they would shatter into countless ice crystals and scatter on the ground. Along the way, such scenes were repeated over and over again. Everyone knows that there are many strong people in the expeditionary force. But Chai Shintong's power is terrifyingly strong and also terrifyingly cold. Everyone in the team, including Gu Chen, had a deep respect for this girl from the expeditionary force. This is a true strong man. In the blink of an eye, masts and oars are reduced to ashes. After walking for a while, Gu Chen rolled his eyes and carefully approached Chai Shintong, smiling and saying in a negotiating tone. Lord Chai. I have an unwelcome request, but I'm not sure if I should mention it. Chai Shintong looked straight ahead, still walking slowly forward, only uttering a single syllable from her nose. Explain. Gu Chen rubbed his hands and smiled. It's those strange beasts. Can you show some mercy and don't kill them directly? Just freeze them and make them unable to move. The rest, leave the rest to me? These are all experience and energy points. It would be such a waste to be killed by Chai Shintong like this. Having such a powerful fighter to help you and following behind to finish off the enemy, how cool is that? Upon hearing this, Chai Shintong paused slightly, and her cold eyes finally glanced at Gu Chen, with a hint of, probably, is there something wrong with your brain? In her eyes. However, she seemed too lazy to delve into Gu Chen's thoughts and just nodded lightly. Can. Yeah. Gu Chen made a scissors hand gesture in his heart. The next part of the journey became a peculiar mode of cooperation between Gu Chen and Chai Shintong. Whenever a snake man appeared, Chai Shintong would freeze the snake man's lower body or most of its body in place, allowing its upper body to still roar and show its fangs and claws, but it would be unable to break free. Then, Gu Chen rushed forward, raised his knife and slashed, and killed these immobile living targets cleanly and neatly. The tempered gold knife is extremely sharp, and it is very easy to chop these E-level and F-level snake men. Look at the two snake men who were frozen as soon as they appeared. Chen licked his lips and rushed over. Kill snakeman LV.22. Energy points gained, 2 points. Kill another one. Kill the snakeman LV.37. Energy points gained, 5 points. Text prompts appeared in front of Chen one after another, and it made people feel comfortable just looking at them. Chen's energy points and experience points also increased steadily bit by bit during this pleasant cooperation. Chapter 68, Blocked Outside. As I walked, I returned to that familiar place again, but the scene in front of me made my heart sink. A huge circular pit appeared in front of everyone, with a diameter of about 20 to 30 meters. The pit wall looked hideous and rough, as if it had been torn apart by some tremendous force. Some dark red liquid can be vaguely seen at the bottom of the pit, emitting a faint fishy smell. What was even more disgusting was that there were some shapeless pieces of flesh and bone remains scattered around the bottom and edges of the pit, as if they had been crushed by something heavy, and their original appearance was no longer recognizable. This place, Chen had never seen such a big pit when he passed by before. Could it be something falling from the sky? Is this a meteorite crater? Wang Jie was the first to exclaim, her tone tinged with curiosity. Honey, do you think there's any treasure underneath? Meteorites from outer space are really valuable. As soon as she said this, Chen Jingxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't tell me it's a meteorite. You all know that 100 years ago, it was a meteorite that fell from outer space, and then strange beasts appeared, turning our world into the terrible state it is today. If it happens again, I'm afraid humanity will really be finished. Chen Jingxing's words made many people turn pale, obviously bringing back some bad memories. Chen carefully observed the surroundings and said, It's probably not a meteorite. The soil and trees around this crater show no signs of being scorched or burned by high temperatures. If it was a meteorite falling at high speed, it would be impossible to leave no trace at all. What would that be? Wang Jie blinked, looking puzzled. The people in the team were also talking and speculating about the origin of the deep pit, but no one could explain it clearly. In contrast to everyone's curiosity and surprise, Chai Xingtong acted as if she had seen nothing. She continued to lead the team around the edge of the deep pit with an expressionless face and continued to move forward. There was not even a trace of fluctuation in those cold eyes. Chen glanced at her, and his mind suddenly became clear. Judging from her calm demeanor, she probably knows what the pit is, or even, maybe she made it. However, Chen was not stupid enough to ask. It seems that the other person doesn't want to say anything. If I go up to him, I will just be asking for trouble. Besides, what will happen if I know? Curiosity kills the cat. It's better to know less at times like this. The team continued to move forward, but the atmosphere became a little depressing because of the strange deep pit and Chen Jingxing's words. After walking a little further, the smell of blood in the air became stronger. Then, the scene before them made everyone gasp. The crowd that was originally talking in low voices suddenly fell silent. There were corpses everywhere, lying in a mess among the rubble and weeds. There are human ones and snake ones. Most of the human corpses died in a miserable state, and many were incomplete, obviously having been eaten by strange beasts. The internal organs and flesh mixed with dirt were exposed to the cold air, emitting a disgusting stench. Although Chen had seen life and death before, such a large-scale tragedy still made him feel sad. These people who fell here were just like them not long ago, struggling to survive and trying to return home. Although everyone knows from the day they become an alien that this road is full of dangers and they may lose their lives at any time. But when I really saw the scene of corpses exposed in the wilderness, with no complete body parts, and thought that I might end up in the same miserable state one day, with no one to collect the bodies, I couldn't suppress the sense of loss that came from the bottom of my heart. The atmosphere in the team became extremely heavy, and everyone silently quickened their pace, just wanting to leave this Shura field as soon as possible. Fortunately, the road further down was much cleaner, and there were almost no corpses to be seen. The occasional snake people that appeared were all frozen by Chai Xingtong, and then easily dealt with by Chen. After walking for an unknown amount of time, when the towering isolation wall finally appeared at the end of their sight, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going home, finally going home. Under the isolation wall, the situation was better than Chen had imagined. There were indeed quite a few snake man corpses piled up under a long row of wall foundations, but relatively few human corpses. Most of them were soldiers wearing garrison uniforms, and some were dressed in different clothes. They were probably civilian psychics who were temporarily recruited. It seems that there was a fierce battle here. The snake people obviously wanted to attack the isolation wall, but were stubbornly blocked by the garrison. Moreover, judging from the number of corpses, the garrison should have won the victory and the casualties were well controlled. Also, the wall itself is a huge defensive advantage. The wall was so high that the snake men, a strange beast that could only fight in close combat, were nothing but sitting ducks facing the long-range firepower from above, and couldn't get any advantage. Stop! Just when Chen and his group were approaching the isolation wall within 100 meters, a loud shout suddenly came from the top of the wall, and then several beams of light from searchlights suddenly shot over, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Chai Shitong raised her eyes slightly, looked calmly at the top of the city wall, and said lightly, "Open the door." The voice was not loud, but light, as if he was talking to himself. Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. "Beauty, I'm on a wall that's dozens of meters high. Your voice is as loud as a mosquito's hum. Who can hear me?" Helplessly, Chen cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and shouted for her. "Listen up there! We are human! Open the door immediately!" Silence on the wall for a few seconds, and then a voice came. "Please wait, Master Hifengyu will be here soon." Meanwhile, inside the wall, Hifengyu was walking quickly towards the elevator leading to the top of the city wall. As he walked, he asked the adjutant beside him, "Are you sure it's that woman Chai Shitong?" The adjutant nodded quickly. "Yes, sir, it has been confirmed that it is Miss Chai herself, and she has brought back a group of survivors." Hifengyu's expression turned even uglier upon hearing this, and he cursed under his breath. "Is this woman sick? Instead of thinking about how to defend the city, she's concerned about the lives of those people. If she were in the city, would we have sacrificed so many brothers in the battle just now? The expeditionary force is incredible. They all have eyes on the top of their heads." He lowered his voice, but the dissatisfaction and resentment in his tone were not concealed at all. The adjutant next to him lowered his head and dared not breathe. As a small fry, he was wrong no matter what he said if he got involved in such a fight between gods. It would be better for him to turn a deaf ear and dumb. The elevator quickly reached the top of the wall. Hifengyu walked out of the elevator and saw the crowd below and the familiar figure standing at the front. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, but then he put on a businesslike expression and asked through the loudspeaker, "Ms. Chai, it's great that you're back, but for safety's sake, we need to make sure there are no strange beasts lurking in the surrounding area." Another officer beside him reported in a low voice, "Sir, we have completed the investigation. No signs of strange beast activity have been found within 500 meters. Hifengyu said, but he felt unhappy in his heart. Damn, why is it so clean? As long as there was another snake man nearby, he could use this as an excuse to openly refuse to open the door and discuss Chai Shitong, avenging her for hitting him on the head with green dates. However, even if there were no strange beasts, he still had plenty of ways to make things difficult. This is the outer 7th district, Hifengyu's territory. Hifengyu grinned and continued speaking loudly into the loudspeaker. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. However, we have just experienced a fierce battle. Although we have temporarily repelled the monster, we still need to further confirm whether the area below the isolation wall is absolutely safe. The isolation gate is related to the safety of the entire city, and cannot be opened at will. Chapter 69. Stop joking about human life. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below exploded instantly. What? You're not allowed in? We managed to escape with great difficulty. Sir, we are very safe here. There are really no strange beasts. Please open the door. There was a mixture of crying, begging, and angry curses. After finally seeing the hope of returning home, I was ruthlessly blocked outside by an order. Who can bear this feeling? Hifengyu listened to the noise below, but the smile on his face became even more playful. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to let Chai Shitong see that she was nothing to him. Hifengyu cleared his throat and spoke again. I understand everyone's anxiety. To ensure complete safety and for your own safety, I need your cooperation in verifying this. Please form groups of 2 and spread out around the isolation wall, carefully patrolling the surrounding area. After 3 minutes, if everyone can return safely, I will open the door immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below fell into deathly silence, and then even greater panic broke out. What? Let's disperse. What if we encounter a strange beast? Sir, you are putting us in danger. Fear and resistance were written on everyone's face. It was with great difficulty that I arrived here safely thanks to Chai Shitong's protection. Asking them to disperse now, doesn't it clearly mean that we don't take their lives seriously? If there really are strange beasts lurking there, they might be in real trouble. Just when everyone was at a loss, Chai Shitong, who had been silent all the time, suddenly moved. she simply said to the crowd behind her. Come here and stand behind me. Although they didn't understand what she wanted to do, at this moment, Chai Shintong was their only lifeline. Without any hesitation, the crowd immediately crowded behind Chai Shintong and stood closely against the cold isolation wall. He Fingyu, who was on the wall, frowned when he saw this and whispered to the adjutant beside him. What does she want to do? The adjutant also shook his head in confusion. I don't know, sir. Another team member's expression suddenly changed, and he said in surprise and doubt. She's not going to just break through the isolation wall and force her way in, right? How dare she? He Fingyu flew into a rage upon hearing this, then sneered. Humph, wishful thinking. Even if an A-level monster came, it would take some effort to break this isolation wall. With just her alone. Before he could finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped, as if someone had strangled him. Below, a small group of people, led by Chai Shintong and Gu Chen, began to slowly rise in front of everyone's horrified gazes. No, it's not rising slowly, but rising rapidly. It's like getting on an elevator. Almost in the blink of an eye, the crowd that was originally at the corner of the wall, including Gu Chen, suddenly felt a huge force under their feet. Then, a thick ice crystal pillar rose from the ground, holding up everyone, and directly broke through a height of dozens of meters at an incredible speed. Call! The wind whistled past my ears. By the time everyone reacted, it was already hovering steadily on the top of the isolation wall, facing He Fingyu and others, and its height was even slightly higher than theirs. He Fingyu and the garrison soldiers around him were all stunned, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. Unbelievable and a little bit scary. You. He Fingyu pointed at Chai Shintong, who had a calm face, and kept saying, you, for a long time, unable to utter a word. His face turned pale and blue. Chai Shintong moved. He just raised his right hand slightly, and pointed his index finger at He Fingyu's face. The next second, as He Fingyu looked in astonishment, a slender and sharp ice spike suddenly condensed out of thin air at Chai Shintong's fingertips. The ice spike shot forward as fast as lightning. Sizzle! There was a slight sound of flesh breaking. He Fingyu only felt a piercing chill running down his cheek, followed by a burning pain. He subconsciously took 2 big steps back, staggered and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, the adjutant next to him was quick to help him up. A trickle of blood slowly flowed down He Fingyu's cheek, appearing particularly glaring under the pale light. He covered his face and stared at Chai Shintong in disbelief. In addition to horror, there was more of a rage in his eyes at being humiliated in public. You're crazy! He Fingyu's voice was a little distorted due to anger. You dare to hurt me? Chai Shintong slowly put down her hand, and the ice spike on her fingertips disappeared into thin air. Don't joke about human lives anymore in the future, Chai Shintong said slowly. He Fingyu's expression instantly became even uglier than before. Seeing that deflated look, Gu Chen felt secretly happy. I let you show off and make things difficult for me, and now you are dumbfounded. Gu Chen's impression of the garrison became even worse. Chai Shintong didn't look at He Fingyu again, and said to the crowd behind her calmly, Everyone, go down and go home quickly. Oh. Thank you, sir. The survivors finally woke up from their dream and burst into cheers of surprise. They jumped carefully from the icicles to the solid ground of the isolation wall, and the feeling of stepping on the wall made them excited. At this moment, the fear, despair, and fatigue suppressed in my heart were finally completely released. Some people even cried with joy and hugged each other to celebrate their hard-earned survival. Wang Jie jumped lightly onto the isolation wall, her little face flushed with excitement. She did not leave immediately, but turned around, her sparkling eyes looking at Gu Chen, who was still on the icicle, and stretched out her hand to Gu Chen, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. Husband! Come down quickly! Gu Chen looked at her outstretched hand, his heart warmed, but he shook his head slightly. Chapter 70 Why didn't you help? At this moment, only Gu Chen and Chai Shintong were left on the huge ice crystal column, hovering in midair, forming a strange confrontation with the people on the wall. Wang Jie's smile faltered slightly, as if she had a premonition of something, and her tone was filled with a hint of uneasiness. Husband? Why don't you come down? It's safe, let's go home. Gu Chen took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Jie, I promised Master Chai that I would accompany her to the no man's land to do something. I will be back as soon as I am done. Going to an uninhabited area? What for? Wang Jie's voice suddenly rose. No! It's too dangerous. You can't go. Otherwise I'll go with you. As she said this, she wanted to jump back onto the icicle. Don't! Gu Chen quickly spoke up to stop her. Be good and go home first. At home, there are Tong Tong and Woman at home who need your help to take care of them. They must be very worried about me now. If you go back, they will feel more at ease. I promise that I will rush back as soon as I finish my work, okay? When Du Tong and Ran Woman were mentioned, Wang Jie stopped moving. What Gu Chen said was the truth. At this time, the family really needs her more. Wang Jie's eyes were red. She bit her lower lip tightly with her teeth, trying hard to hold back her tears. She nodded heavily, her voice choked with sobs. Okay, husband, don't worry about home. I will take good care of Tong Tong and sister woman. You must pay attention to safety and come back safely. Gu Chen looked at her tearful appearance, and his heart ached, but he still tried to squeeze out a smile and nodded to her. Don't worry, when have I ever let you down? Go back quickly and don't keep them waiting anxiously. Wang Jie looked at Gu Chen deeply, as if she wanted to carve Gu Chen's appearance into her heart. After convincing Wang Jie, Gu Chen finally put his worries to rest for the time being. Next, we must work hard to protect ourselves. Minds, snake people, I hope I won't lose my life this time. Gu Chen also felt bad. He knew that this trip to the uninhabited area was extremely dangerous, but he dared not repay Chai Xintong's favor. Just as Gu Chen's thoughts were churning, a man suddenly emerged from the crowd. He pushed away Wang Jie, who was blocking his way, and rushed straight to the edge of the isolation wall, pointing at Gu Chen, who was still on the icicle. You've recovered your abilities a long time ago. Why didn't you take action sooner? Why did you just watch my wife being dragged away by those beasts and tortured to death? The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely emotional. He looked so sad and angry that it seemed as if he was ready to devour someone. Gu Chen recognized him. He was the man whose wife was dragged away and returned with a corpse. Before, when they were in the no-man's land, the dangers were lurking everywhere. The man was terrified and his mind was full of how to survive. He had no time to think about anything else. Now that he was safe, looking at Gu Chen and Wang Jie's parting of life and death, he was moved by the scene and thought of his wife. Gu Chen sighed in his heart. This guy's wife died tragically. But it is somewhat unreasonable to put the blame on myself. You know the situation better than me. If I rashly reveal my strength, I will only be in greater danger. I must wait for the right moment to act. Gu Chen explained. Danger? Hearing this, the man became even more agitated, his saliva almost spraying on Gu Chen's face. What is the right time? My wife died because of your shitty timing. If you had stood up earlier, she wouldn't have died at all. His words immediately caused people around him to talk about it. Some garrison soldiers who did not know the truth began to look at Gu Chen with strange eyes, with a bit of scrutiny in their eyes. Seeing that the discussions around him seemed to be gradually turning in his favor, the man became bolder and his voice became a little louder. It was as if Gu Chen was the eternal sinner who killed his wife. You watched someone die without helping. You clearly had the ability, but you just watched them die. Gu Chen frowned slightly. He is not a cold-blooded person, but he is definitely not a saint either, and he does not have the time to argue with a poor idiot who has lost his mind. Gu Chen scratched his ears with a somewhat nonchalant movement, then glanced at the man lightly and asked calmly. Is it illegal to see someone in danger and not help them? Just one simple sentence made the scene quiet down instantly. Yes, is it illegal in this world to watch someone in need and not help them? It's not illegal. To save or not to save is everyone's choice. Especially in such an uncertain environment, it is good enough to be able to save your own life. Who has the right to force others to risk their lives to save irrelevant people? The man opened his mouth, his face flushed red, but he couldn't refute a word. He knew that what Gu Chen said was reasonable, but he had no place to vent the resentment in his heart, so he could only stare at Gu Chen. Gu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. He turned to look at Chai Xintong beside him and said, Master Chai, should we set off? Chai Xintong's face remained calm. She nodded in response. Just when Gu Chen thought she would control the icicle to descend, Chai Xintong suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Chen's waist. What's going on? Gu Chen was stunned at that time. The next second, the huge ice crystal pillar under his feet shattered with a crack sound without any warning. The feeling of weightlessness came instantly. Gu Chen only felt his body suddenly sinking down, and the sound of wind whistled past his ears. The free fall didn't last long. At the moment when the two were falling rapidly, Chai Xintong lightly tapped the air with her other foot, and a palm-sized piece of ice appeared out of thin air, just enough to support her toes. Then, she stepped on the ice, her figure like a nimble flying bird, and she borrowed momentum several times in midair. New ice cubes continued to condense under her feet as her landing point, and she fell to the ground with Gu Chen. The posture was so graceful and elegant that everyone on the city wall was stunned. As Gu Chen was led by her, he had a new understanding of Chai Shintong's strength. This woman not only has perfect control over her ice abilities, but her skills are also definitely not simple. On the city wall, He Fengyu saw that Chai Shintong and Gu Chen had disappeared from his sight. The fear on his face subsided a little, and then he resumed his condescending demeanor, and waved impatiently at the survivors who had just escaped from the no man's land. All right, stop standing here. Go home if you need to, and do whatever you need to do. His eyes swept through the crowd and soon fixed on Wang Jie. At this moment, Wang Jie was facing away from him, looking in the direction where Gu Chen and Chai Shintong disappeared. Her shoulders were slightly shaking, and she was obviously still wiping away tears. That tearful look, even with just a back view, reveals a pitiful and touching look. He Fengyu's eyes lit up instantly, like a hungry wolf seeing a fresh lamb. This woman looks pretty good. He is a sea-level mutant, and had just divorced his first wife some time ago, so one of his 5 wives happened to be vacant. He didn't dare to think about that woman Chai Shintong. But He Fengyu had no scruples about the crying woman in front of him. He is just an ordinary alien, and he has plenty of ways to control him. Chapter 71. Thank you. He Fengyu grinned maliciously, walked towards Wang Jie, and spoke in a gentle tone. Sister, don't be too sad. Men always have to go out and work hard. As he spoke, he put his hand dishonestly on Wang Jie's shoulder. Wang Jie was immersed in her worry about Gu Chen, when she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Her body reacted faster than her brain. She shook her hand violently, took 2 steps back, and turned around vigilantly. When she saw clearly that it was He Fengyu, Wang Jie frowned and her eyes were full of disgust. He Fengyu was not angry. Instead, he took back the hand that touched Wang Jie, put it under his nose and sniffed it, then rubbed his fingers, and the smile on his face became even more obscene. Don't be afraid. I just wanted to comfort you because you were crying so hard. What's your name? Wang Jie said nothing. She hated He Fengyu's malicious eyes and frivolous behavior, but the other party's identity was there. What could she, an ordinary person, do? I could only suppress the unhappiness and nausea in my heart, turn around and follow the crowd towards the elevator not far away. The elevator slowly descended, and Wang Jie and the others soon disappeared from the city wall. He Fengyu stood on the wall, looking in the direction where the elevator disappeared, still with that cheesy smile on his face. He nodded to a subordinate who looked like an adjutant beside him and whispered, Send 2 smart guys to follow quietly and find out where the woman lives. The adjutant nodded in understanding. Yes, sir. After saying that, he immediately turned around to make arrangements. Chai Shintong landed lightly on the ground with Gu Chen. The feeling of weightlessness has not yet completely faded from Gu Chen's senses. The hand around the waist loosened. Gu Chen stood there, his feet on the solid ground, but he was still a little dazed. Being held in that way and jumped around in the air by a woman, especially a woman like Chai Shintong who exudes an aura of keeping strangers away, this experience is absolutely the first time for him. It feels quite special. Gu Chen subconsciously raised his hand and touched his waist, where there seemed to be a faint chill lingering. Could this woman's body really be made of ice? How could it be so cold? What are you daydreaming about? Lead the way! Chai Shintong's cold voice interrupted Gu Chen's wild thoughts. She seemed to have taken the thrilling aerial acrobatics performance seriously at all, and her expression remained calm. Gu Chen came back to his senses, responded, and then took a step forward and began to lead the way. The sky in the early morning is still so dark. Along the way, thanks to Chai Shintong, Gu Chen's level has been raised to LV.50 as she took him to kill monsters. He could clearly feel that his body's various functions had also been significantly improved. Now he is already considered a B-level mutant. If other people knew about this speed of improvement, their eyes would probably pop out of their heads. Chai Shintong followed behind Gu Chen. Seeing that Gu Chen had just split a snake man in half with one knife, his movements were clean and neat, without any dragging. A strange light was almost imperceptibly revealed in his calm eyes. She noticed that this man's strength seemed to be improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first, although he was decisive in killing the strange beasts, it still took some effort. But now, every time he struck out with his sword, it was precise and efficient, and he could easily cut some weak strange beasts in half. What's your inhuman level? Chai Shintong's voice suddenly came from behind. Gu Chen paused and considered it in his mind. He didn't want to reveal the secret of his rapid upgrade. He still understood the principle that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Maybe it's sea level, Gu Chen answered vaguely. Perhaps? There was no emotion in Chai Shintong's tone. Gu Chen scratched his head and pretended to be a little uncertain as he explained. Well, I was at level D during the previous test. but I feel that my physical fitness has improved a lot during this period. I should have broken through to level C. Chai Shintong did not ask any further questions, seemed to accept his statement, and continued to follow him in silence. Now that the conversation was open, Gu Chen had a lot of questions in his mind, so he opened his mouth. Master Chai, what exactly are we doing in this no-man's land? He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. He had to know why he was risking his life. Chai Shintong had no intention of answering his question, and her pace remained steady. Seeing that she didn't answer, Gu Chen didn't get angry and changed the question. What about the detection tower? This time, Chai Shintong spoke up. Can't you guess? The city government shut down the detection tower to avoid widespread panic. If everyone knew that an A-level monster had been lurking around the city, what do you think would happen? Gu Chen's heart trembled. So that's how it is. He subconsciously looked up at the sky. The dark white crescent moon looked particularly ominous. Is this woman going to pick a fight with an A-rank monster? When Gu Chen thought about rushing towards an A-level exotic beast, his scalp tingled. This is simply like living with your head tied to your belt. Just when Gu Chen was feeling uneasy, Chai Shintong suddenly spoke, and her voice was slightly fluctuating. Thanks. Gu Chen was lost in thought and didn't react for a moment. Thank me for what? Thank you for leading the way. Chai Shintong's voice returned to normal. It was me who got you into this danger. Gu Chen curled his lips and muttered in his heart. It's good that you know. But he said, we agreed before that if we encounter danger that we cannot handle, I can leave immediately. Otherwise, you can kill me, and I will never agree to lead the way for you, my lord. I know, Chai Shintong replied, but I still want to thank you. It's rare for someone as selfish as you to risk your life. Hearing the comment of selfishness, Gu Chen was not angry at all, but laughed at himself. This woman is quite good at judging people. I am indeed not a noble person who would sacrifice myself for others. Chapter 72 Past Events. What is selfishness? Gu Chen asked back with interest. Chai Shintong's footsteps didn't pause as her voice came through clearly. Earlier at the separation wall, that man accused you of standing by and watching someone die. I want to ask you, if it was your wife who was dragged away by those thugs, what would you have done? Would you have continued to endure, waiting for the so-called right moment to strike, or would you have rushed forward recklessly? Gu Chen almost didn't think about it and blurted out. I'll rush forward. He said this with absolute certainty, without any hesitation. Wang Jia's face flashed through his mind. That was the person he had to protect at all costs. Chai Shintong asked again. During this operation, once you encountered uncontrollable danger, the first thing you thought of was to escape. Is that correct? That's right. But not entirely. Before I leave, I'll ask you to come with me. Gu Chen answered quickly and calmly as always. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the instinct of all living things. What's more, he has a sister and a wife to take care of. His life is precious. A strange look flashed across Chai Shintong's eyes, and then she calmly gave her conclusion. That's selfish. As soon as he finished speaking, a snake man suddenly jumped out from the ruins in front. This snake man is not of high level, only LV.23. Almost at the same time as the snake man appeared, Gu Chen's figure suddenly rushed out, and his speed was several points faster than any previous time. Before Chai Shintong could make any freezing movement, the knife in his hand had already flashed a sharp cold light. The snake man didn't even have time to let out a hiss before he cut it in half cleanly with a single stroke, and blood spurted out. Gu Chen shook off the blood on the knife, put it away and stood up, his movements done in one go. He turned around and looked at Chai Shintong with an inexplicable smile on his face. Master Chai is right. I am selfish and don't have many friends. But I never regret being this kind of person. After a pause, he asked again. Master Chai, do you want to hear my story? Chai Shintong glanced at him. Her eyes seemed to say, just do whatever you want. Then, he nodded slightly. As Gu Chen led the way, he began to narrate his past in a calm, almost indifferent tone. When I was a kid, my parents would always take out a few candies from their pockets when they got home from get off work. They were the kind of maltos that you could buy 5 for $1. My sister and I would share half and half, and it felt like the sweetest thing in the world. Every day we waited eagerly at the entrance of the alley outside our house, waiting for the candy and for our parents to come home. Until that night. Gu Chen's voice paused slightly, as if he was caught in a scene that he didn't want to recall. We sat there from dusk till dawn. The door opened, but the people who came in were not them. The people who came told me that when they were sent to build a watchtower in an uninhabited area, something went wrong and they were killed by strange beasts. I rushed to the crematorium like crazy. Luckily, the furnace had just been preheated. If I had gone 3 hours later, all I would have gotten back would have been a handful of ashes where I couldn't tell whose was whose. I wouldn't have even been able to see them one last time. That year, I was 14 years old, and my sister Gu Tong was only 10. I didn't even have the right to cry. I had to hold myself together in front of my sister, pretending that I wasn't afraid of anything and could handle anything. My father's best friend, a man I always called uncle, helped us with our funeral arrangements and sold our house. Then, he confidently took the largest sum of the proceeds, saying we owed him and that it was a loan from our father. We moved into a small, shabby shanty town. Since then, that uncle has never come to see my brother and me again. I had no choice but to drop out of school and do odd jobs. I relied on my meager salary and the little money my parents left me to make a monthly budget to support my sister's continued education. My boss at the construction site withheld my wages. I was so angry that I went straight to my superiors to complain. I just wanted to get back my hard-earned money, but they accused me of not knowing the rules. Every day after work, I rush home as fast as I can, just to prepare dinner for my sister so she can have a hot meal when she gets home from school and focus on her homework. But they scold me for being lazy and lacking a spirit of dedication. They keep talking about rules and dedication, but then they turn around and exploit me, suck my blood, and treat me like a slave. I remember one time I was sick with a high fever, but I was still called back to work, and no one gave me a single pill. Sometimes, when money was tight and I was so hungry I felt dizzy and couldn't even stand, no one would share a bite of food with me. They just watched coldly, even smiling, as if they were watching a starving stray dog. Later, I slowly learned some things. As a human being, all you have to do is live your life well. One of my coworkers was dishonest and stole things from the factory. I reported him and got a bonus of several dozen yuan. That way, my sister and I could have an extra dish at dinner. The factory asked me to buy some kind of insurance, saying it would cover injuries and medical treatment, but I didn't pay a cent. With the money I saved, I could enroll my sister in an extra weekend cram school. Those foremen and team leaders rely on gifts and connections to climb the ladder. I don't have that kind of money, so I can only work hard. I don't seek promotion, but only hope to keep my current job and work hard to keep my brother and me alive and live a better life. Gradually, there was no one around me who I could call a friend. They all said I was unsociable, selfish, and unscrupulous. That man's wife, if I had taken action at that time, his wife might not have died, but other people would have died even more. He scolded me, but I don't regret it at all. Gu Chen's voice calmed down, with a hint of relief. I don't want my sister to be left at home, foolishly waiting for someone who will never come back. I just want to live in peace and accompany her as she grows up. In the silent forest, there were only the light footsteps of the two people and Gu Chen's low narration. After listening to Gu Chen's statement, Chai Shintong's face still did not show any obvious changes in expression. After Gu Chen's voice fell, she said calmly, "There is no absolute right or wrong in this world. What exists are just different choices made by each person based on his or her own standpoint." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a complicated smile. This statement is quite clear. Lord Chai, you are from the inner city? You should not have the worries that little people like us have, right? Gu Chen sighed. In his opinion, people like Chai Shintong should stand in the clouds and look down at the suffering of all living beings. Chapter 73, A-Level Exotic Beast, Green-Winged Python. Chai Shintong's gaze seemed to drift off into the distance, somewhat vacant, and there was a subtle hint of desolation in her voice. There's no one in this world who doesn't have worries. I once had a very good friend. He's a poor fellow who looks a lot like you. Oh? Gu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chai Shintong to make such an ordinary friend like himself. So how is she doing now? Chai Shintong's footsteps suddenly stopped. Gu Chen noticed the movement behind him and stopped, turning around to look at her in confusion. In the dim light, this girl, who had always been as cold as an iceberg and seemed to have no emotional fluctuations, could see a faint light flashing in her clear but cold eyes. She is dead! Chai Shintong's voice was very soft. After saying these 3 words, she raised her feet again, walked past Gu Chen with an expressionless face, and continued to move forward, as if the emotional expression just now was just Gu Chen's illusion. Gu Chen stood there in a daze, his heart skipping a beat. It's over. I seem to be bringing up something irrelevant, and bringing up other people's sad stories. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he shut up silently and followed quickly. It seems that we have said enough along the way. It's better to say less. The atmosphere between the two returned to the initial silence. Gu Chen glanced at Chai Shintong, who was walking in front of him. Her slender but straight back looked a little lonely at the moment. Perhaps, people in the inner city may not be able to live a prosperous life. After walking for about another 10 minutes, the surrounding trees became increasingly dense, and some dry dark green bloodstains were scattered on the ground. Gu Chen stopped, lowered his voice, and pointed to a woodland in front. That's it. I saw the snake man coming out of the mine behind that forest. As soon as he finished speaking, Chai Shitong, who was walking in front of him, suddenly stopped. Without even turning her head, she uttered 2 words in a voice so light that it was almost blown away by the wind. Stand back. The voice was very calm, without any ripples. Back off? Gu Chen was stunned and was about to ask, What's wrong? A huge force came from behind, or to be more precise, it grabbed the back of his collar. The next second, his body flew backwards uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground a few meters away. Gu Chen fell so hard that his head was buzzing. He was about to ask Chai Shitong what was going on with this woman, but the scene before him made him hold back all his words. There was a loud crack-bang sound, and the big trees in front of where he had just stood were broken at the waist as if they were swept by an invisible giant blade. The huge tree crown soared into the sky with broken wood chips. Immediately afterwards, a huge monster rushed out from the woods. The giant's head alone was as big as a room. It opened its bloody mouth and a visible stream of white air gushed out like a high-pressure water cannon, heading straight for the 2 of them with overwhelming force. At the critical moment, Chai Shitong had already stood in front of Gu Chen. She stretched out her right hand forward with her 5 fingers spread out, and with a cold shout, a thick ice wall rose from the ground, crystal clear and emitting a chilling cold air. Bang! The air flow collided with the ice wall with a loud bang. The ice wall only lasted for less than a second before it exploded into ice chips with a crisp sound. But this 1 second of cushioning has already relieved most of the impact. Chai Shitong's body only slid back a few meters and soon stabilized itself. Poor Gu Chen had just climbed halfway up from the ground when he was caught in the residual air flow. He rolled over and over like a ball on the ground covered with dead leaves and mud for several times before he stopped in a mess. Pa pa pa! Gu Chen spat out the mud in his mouth, shook his still dazed head, and then raised his head, having the opportunity to see the true face of the giant. It was a giant python that was difficult to describe in words. Its entire body was covered with green scales, which shone with a metallic luster in the dim light. The most horrifying thing is that it has a pair of broad fleshy wings on its back. The body, several dozen meters long, was squatting there like a moving hill. With a casual sweep of its thick tail, the nearby trees, which were as thick as bowls, were easily swept away like toothpicks. Green-winged python. At this moment, Gu Chen finally understood what Chai Shitong meant by step back. He got up from the ground, patted the dirt off his body, and shouted at Chai Shitong's back in a bad mood. Master Chai, next time you encounter a life-threatening situation like this, can you please not be so calm when you shout? Can you use a little more force, be a little more anxious, and yell it out? If someone doesn't know, they'd think you were calling for dinner. He cursed in his heart, and only then did he manage to concentrate and look at the information that appeared above the giant snake's head. Green-winged python LV.63. Level 63, A-level monster. Is this the A-level monster that is active within the martial law zone? Gu Chen felt his throat was a little dry, he swallowed his saliva, and his feet moved back half a step uncontrollably. This thing is no joke. If you get touched by it, you will die. If you touch it, you will get hurt. Chai Shitong seemed not to hear his complaints at all, and there was not even a trace of emotional fluctuation. She simply raised her hand, pointed to the sky, and snapped her fingers lightly. After the crisp sound, a huge amount of ice condensed out of thin air in the air, and in an instant it gathered into a huge ice ball with a diameter of more than 5 meters. With a sharp whistling sound, it smashed down towards the green-winged python on the ground like an ice meteorite. Boom! The green-winged python obviously didn't expect that this tiny human would dare to attack it actively. It couldn't dodge in time and was hit hard by the ice ball. The huge body was pressed into the ground by the huge impact force, creating a terrifying deep pit. For a moment, the earth shook and smoke and dust rose up. Gu Chen's eyelids twitched. Wow, now he finally knows where that big pit he saw before came from. This woman's strength is simply abnormal. However, before he could be happy, he saw that the green-winged python's health bar had only dropped slightly. This little damage is just a tickle for its huge body. Sure enough, the next second, an angry roar came from the deep pit. The green-winged python suddenly broke free, spread its wings, and soared into the air. It circled in the sky, making a series of sharp and strange calls, and the sound waves spread far away. Immediately, a rustling sound came from the woods on all sides, coming from far away and becoming more and more dense. Gu Chen's face changed and his scalp exploded. Master Chai, this is bad. That guy seems to be calling for help. Chapter 74. Another A-level monster. Leave the small ones to you. I'll take care of the big ones. Chai Shintong's voice was still cold, but it carried an unquestionable determination. Before she finished speaking, she slammed her palm on the ground. With her as the center, countless sharp ice cones broke out of the ground, like a wildly growing bamboo forest, densely packed and piercing the green-winged python in the air. The green-winged python twisted its body flexibly in the air, dodging left and right, and actually avoided most of the ice cones. For some things it couldn't avoid, it would use its huge body to ram into them, smashing the several-meter-high ice cones into pieces, and ice debris fell from the sky like raindrops. It would swoop down from time to time, open its huge mouth, and try to swallow Chai Shintong on the ground in one gulp. On the other side, Chen no longer had time to care about the fight between the gods over there. On the ground, countless snake people were swarming in from all directions, their green eyes flashing with tyrannical light in the dim light. Unlucky! It's not so easy to leave now. Chen's eyes condensed, and he tightened his grip on the gold-tempered knife in his hand. With a thought, he exchanged a few bottles of recovery potions for use, and then checked the items he had obtained from killing along the way. These were all from random reward bags. There's an orb that grants him stealth for a certain period of time, an orb that summons a fireball, and another that reduces the next damage he takes by 90%. After finishing the inventory and having a clear idea in mind, Chen rushed towards the snake men tied. Phew! 1 knife. 2 knives. 3 knives. He had forgotten how many times he had swung his sword, nor could he remember how many snake people he had chopped down. Thick dark green blood splattered all over his body. The stench made him feel nauseous, but he didn't dare to stop for a moment. Fortunately, after being promoted to Class B, his strength and speed had made a qualitative leap, otherwise he would have been torn to pieces facing the siege of such a large number of snake men. Taking advantage of the brief gap when one wave of snake men was cleared out, and the subsequent ones had not yet surrounded him, Chen took out a bottle of recovery potion and drank it with his head tilted back. A warm current surged through my body, and my consumed strength quickly recovered. Only then did he take the time to glance at the battle situation on Chai Shintong's side. The battle over there seemed to be coming to an end. Chai Shintong was standing on top of an icicle more than 3 meters high, breathing slightly. Her clothes were torn in several places, and some strips of cloth were fluttering in the wind. Through the broken gap, you can vaguely see the white lace inside. This kind of disheveled yet stubborn beauty of battle damage is indeed a bit touching, but Chen doesn't have the leisure time to appreciate it now. He looked away. The green-winged python in the air was not in a much better condition. Its body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and large areas of its green scales were stained red with blood. Its flying speed and altitude had obviously slowed down, and it seemed a little overwhelmed. It seems that Chai Shintong's strength has just reached the threshold of A-level, or it is a bit difficult for her to deal with this kind of flexible A-level aerial beast, otherwise she would not have been unable to solve it after fighting for so long. Chen looked down at the remaining recovery potion in his storage space. As long as we let her drink this, with the explosive power she just showed, the battle should be over quickly. But... Chen hesitated again. How could he explain the origin of this thing? Did it appear out of thin air? What would he say if she asked him about it? He didn't want to reveal his biggest secret. Just as he was struggling with his conscience and hesitating, there was suddenly a huge roar, as if something was rushing out from deep underground. Boom! Suddenly, less than 50 meters away from them, the ground suddenly arched upwards and then exploded. A twisted figure 3 or 4 meters tall jumped out from the broken soil. It was a strange beast that Chen had never seen before. Its forelimbs could no longer be called limbs, but were 2 huge, ferocious bone blades, like the scythe of the god of death, with teeth grinding fine serrations on the edges. However, all these horrors were nothing compared to its torso. From the top of the head to the chest, its entire upper body seemed to have been split vertically by an axe, and it rolled weakly to the sides, revealing the bloody and constantly wriggling and contracting scarlet tissue inside. There was no face, no eyes, no mouth, nothing. There was only a disgusting mass of flesh and blood exposed to the air. A sticky, unknown liquid was dripping from the terrifying crack, leaving behind dark stains emitting white steam on the ground. Disemboweled ghost. Broken Boar level 67. Chen's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Level 67. It's several levels higher than that green-winged python. There isn't just one A-level monster, there are 2. This is a difficult situation. The newly appeared chest-breaking ghost casually swung the bone blade on its right side. A black shadow was thrown out from the bone blade, drew a parabola in the air, and fell heavily to the ground not far away. Only then did Gu Chen realize in shock that there was actually a person hanging on its bone blade. After the man fell to the ground, he actually struggled to move, then supported himself with his hands and stood up shakily. His body was covered with wounds so deep that the bones could be seen, and blood was oozing out. His condition looked terrible. "I knew you wouldn't die that easily." Chai Shintong's voice was still as cold as ever. The man who was holding on to the ground grimaced in pain, and the excruciating pain from the torn wound almost made him faint. But he still used all his strength and shouted hoarsely, "Didn't I tell you not to come out? If the situation is not right, go back to the capital first? You know, I have never been an obedient person since I was a child." Chai Shintong's answer was still brief, her eyes fixed on the two A-level beasts, not daring to relax at all. Listening to the conversation between the two, Gu Chen probably guessed the purpose of Chai Shintong's visit. Probably looking for this guy. This person was the man who appeared in the camp with Chai Shintong. But the current situation is simply terrible for Gu Chen. This new chest-breaking ghost is level 67 and is more difficult to deal with than the green-winged python. It seems to be in good condition and its health is about half. On the other hand, Chai Shintong had consumed a lot of physical energy. Her companion was a half-dead bloody man. It was a miracle that he could stand, let alone fight. As for myself, a strange person who has just reached the B-level threshold, in this kind of battle between gods, I am just cannon fodder. Must run. This thought popped into Gu Chen's mind the first time. Chapter 75 S-Class Alien. But he didn't run away immediately. Gu Chen shouted at the two men. "My lords! Since the person has been found, shouldn't we retreat first? As long as there is green mountains, there is no fear of running out of firewood." He didn't directly shout, "You can't win, run away," because he was afraid of offending the self-esteem of these two big guys. Anyone who is not blind can see that if you continue to fight, you will be a dead end. However, Chai Shintong and Wu Sihua, as if they didn't hear his words, still stood there without moving. Fortunately, the two strange beasts did not rush to attack. The green-winged python slowly flew to the side of the broken-chested ghost, stretched out its huge tongue, and licked the broken-chested ghost's split, bloody chest. The scene was weird and disgusting. "What's going on now?" Chai Shintong lowered her voice. Wu Sihua gasped heavily, his eyes filled with resentment. "The mission, the analysis was wrong. The city government's intelligence was wrong. There are no snake eggs at the bottom of the lake. Underwater, there's a passage underwater that leads to another place. These ghost creatures should have come from there. I was just about to go investigate when I was attacked by this guy. What should we do now?" Chai Shintong asked. Wu Sihua smiled bitterly and glanced in the direction of Gu Chen. "The suggestion of that kid just now is good. Go away and leave me alone." "What about you?" "I can't take it anymore. My internal organs are almost shattered. I can't survive." Wu Sihua's tone was full of relief and calmness. "If I stay, I can buy you some time. Otherwise, none of you will be able to escape." Hearing this, Gu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone who understood. As soon as Chai Shintong nodded, he would immediately run away. But unexpectedly, the next second, Chai Shintong's words almost made him spit out blood. "I can't abandon my teammates." Chai Shintong's voice was not loud, but every word she spoke was extremely firm. Gu Chen was stunned. "Big sister. What a time. You're still talking about camaraderie? Your life is almost gone." Wu Sihua was clearly furious. He suddenly raised his voice and roared. "This is an order. Chai Shintong. I am the person in charge of this mission. I order you to retreat immediately." Perhaps it was this roar that completely broke the eerie silence at the scene. The two strange beasts that were still being affectionate were instantly awakened. The broken-bellied ghost let out a silent roar, his chest heaving violently, and two ferocious bone blades were suddenly aimed at Wu Sihua. The green-winged python in the air circled and locked its target on Chai Shintong. Seeing this scene, the last bit of luck in Gu Chen's heart was shattered. "Fuck you. I won't keep you company anymore." Without any hesitation, he turned around, took a step forward, and ran towards the depths of the forest without looking back. It was agreed that his mission was only to escort Chai Shintong to the mine. Now that she has been found, he has done his best. The rest is their internal affairs and has nothing to do with him, an ordinary citizen. He is neither a hero nor a saint. He has his own home and a wife and sister waiting for him to return. He is just an ordinary person who wants to live a good life with his family. Thinking this in his heart, Gu Chen's pace became faster. The sounds of fighting behind him had begun again, but he turned a deaf ear to them and just kept running forward desperately. After running for an unknown amount of time, the noise behind him could no longer be heard. Gu Chen slowed down his pace, panting, and leaned against a big tree, gasping for breath. The early morning sunlight shines through the dense leaves, casting mottled beams of light in the forest, dispelling some of the chill. Just then, a buzzing sound of engines came from the sky. Gu Chen was startled and quickly climbed up a big tree with a wide view using his hands and feet, and looked towards the source of the sound. Seconds later, an armed transport plane appeared on the skyline. It's the garrison's plane. The plane's altitude is not high. When it flew past not far from Gu Chen's side, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that at the cabin door of the plane, there was a person standing facing the wind. He was a man wearing a black coat, with a tall figure and a stern face. Gu Chen recognized him. He had seen this face several times on the big screen in the square. S-Class Psychic Union, codenamed Eye of Insight. He has participated in 4 expeditions and killed more than 1 S-level monsters with his own hands. He is a well-known top powerhouse in Dragon Country. Gu Chen looked at the direction of the plane, which was exactly the direction of the mine he had just escaped from. He understood immediately. It must be that the 7th District City government reported the news of the appearance of the A-level alien beast, which alarmed the top management, so they specially sent this great god to deal with it. With him around, the 2 A-level monsters were nothing but chickens and dogs, unable to cause any waves. The outer 7th District can finally be at peace. Chai Xintong and Wu Sihua. If they can hold on until Union arrives, they should be able to survive. Thinking of this, Gu Chen felt inexplicably relieved. Although he was not very familiar with Chai Xintong, they had been together for some time, and she had helped him to upgrade his level. He did not want her to die here. But soon, Gu Chen's brows furrowed tightly again. A new question came to his mind. Chai Xintong, will that woman blame him for deserting the battlefield? Although they had agreed that he could leave on his own if he encountered danger he couldn't handle, judging from her previous conversation with Wu Sihua, she clearly despised abandoning teammates. If she survives, will she hate me? Thinking of this, Gu Chen felt a little confused. It seems a bit inappropriate to continue running away. Gu Chen glanced in the direction he came from. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Ponder for a few seconds. Gu Chen turned around and walked back the way he came. Going back now doesn't mean I'm going back to be a hero. As long as Yun Yan had settled the matter, Gu Chen would appear by chance to make up an excuse that he was entangled by a strange beast, so that he could make the matter of deserting the battlefield disappear. It doesn't matter whether you save face or not. What's important is not to let Chai Xintong hold a grudge against you. Having made up his mind, Gu Chen no longer spared his strength, and his legs moved like clockwork, running madly through the woods. Just as he was running, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distant sky. Boom! Gu Chen looked up suddenly, and saw a huge fireball exploding in the air in the direction he came from, like a deadly firework. Thick black smoke, mixed with burning metal fragments, fell towards the forest below. It's that plane! Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. Just because a plane exploded doesn't mean anyone is safe. That's the S-level alien Union. How could he die so easily at the hands of an A-level monster? It was probably the pilot who was unlucky and was attacked by the green-winged python. Yes, that's definitely the case. Chapter 76, Immortal Heroic Spirit. Gu Chen comforted himself, but his steps did not stop, but became faster. After rushing forward for about another kilometer, there was suddenly movement in the dense forest ahead. 2 figures staggered out and ran straight towards him. Gu Chen took a closer look, and his pupils suddenly contracted. It's Chai Xintong. She was holding the half-dead Wu Sihua in her arms. But Chai Xintong's short black hair turned into a strange ice blue at this moment. In the sunlight in the forest, an ominous light flickered. What is going on? Gu Chen didn't understand what was going on, but he subconsciously raised his hand and said hello. Hey! This... Before he could finish his words, Chai Xintong, who had rushed in front of him, suddenly felt limp and fell straight towards him, while holding Wu Sihua. Gu Chen was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He took a step forward and caught the 2 of them. So heavy. He struggled to steady the 2 of them, and looked closely at Chai Xintong's gorgeous blue hair to make sure he was not dazzled. This woman, what on earth happened? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Sihua in his arms began to cough violently, and with every cough, dark red blood clots flowed out of his mouth. He grabbed Gu Chen's arm with such amazing strength that his nails almost dug into Gu Chen's flesh. Take her, away, quickly! The hoarse voice sounded like it was squeezed out of a broken bellows. Chai Xintong, who was standing next to him, supported herself on the ground and took a deep breath. Her ice blue hair faded at a speed visible to the naked eye and slowly turned back to its original dark black. She gasped, looked up at Gu Chen, her voice weak but still commanding. You carry him on your back and go. After saying this, she struggled to get up, as if she wanted to lead the way. Gu Chen glanced at the cuts on her body caused by sharp blades, some of which were so deep that the bones were visible. Then he looked at Wu Sihua, who was almost breathing only, and felt a numbness in his heart. Go? Where can you go in this state? Wu Sihua pushed away Gu Chen's hand that was trying to support him and shook his head with difficulty. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at his chest. Gu Chen looked down and found that Wu Sihua's chest was already a bloody mess with wounds of all sizes. Where his heart was, there was a bloody hole as big as a fist, with the edges turned outward, and one could even see the broken organs inside. Blood was gushing out, and there was no way to stop it. This injury, even a god can't save him. Gu Chen's heart sank, but he somehow managed to take out a bottle of healing potion. I don't know what the situation is now. If Wu Sihua is alive, it will at least provide an extra layer of security. If you ask about the origin of the healing potion, you will only hear nonsense. He put the bottle mouth to Wu Sihua's mouth. However, a strange scene happened. As soon as the red liquid was poured out, before it touched Wu Sihua's lips, it disappeared in midair, as if it was evaporated by an invisible barrier. Gu Chen was stunned. It seems that this potion can only be used for myself. What did you feed him? Chai Xintong noticed his movements and asked. A healing potion, Gu Chen said casually. I thought it might be helpful. Wu Sihua smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's useless. My internal organs are all broken. Unless there is an S-level healing mutant here, otherwise, no one can save me. As he spoke, he suddenly used up all his last strength, struggled to slide out of Gu Chen's arms, and knelt straight down towards Chai Xintong. This action made Gu Chen stunned. What kind of plot is this? In the previous conversation, wasn't Wu Sihua the team leader? Why was he kneeling before Chai Xintong? Chai Xintong did not help him, and even her facial expression did not change at all. She just looked at him quietly with a complicated look in her eyes. Wu Sihua raised his head, his face showing an unprecedented solemnity and piety, and said word by word. Miss, please leave quickly. Time is running out. He will catch up soon. I failed to protect you and teach you anything during this trip. It is my fault. Please, return safely. I hope the Chai family will take good care of my wife and daughter in consideration of my many years of service. Miss? Gu Chen's mind buzzed. This name contains too much information. Chai Xintong finally responded and nodded solemnly. After receiving a positive response, Wu Sihua seemed to have put his last worry behind him, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He raised his right hand tremblingly, drew a complex symbol on his forehead, and with his last bit of strength, uttered 4 words. Heroic soul, immortal! Chai Xintong also raised her hand and made the same sign on her forehead, then bowed deeply to Wu Sihua and responded softly. Heroic spirits are immortal. After he finished speaking, Wu Sihua's head slowly drooped, and he was completely silent. There was dead silence all around. Chai Xintong stood up straight, turned around and slowly walked towards the city. But she had obviously reached her limit. After taking just 2 steps, her body swayed and she fell down. Gu Chen rushed over and held her again, and her hand was soft. Her clothes had long been torn to pieces, and large areas of her snow-white, delicate skin were exposed to the air. The cold touch spread along her arms and spread throughout her body, causing a ripple in Gu Chen's heart. Really comfortable. It feels completely different from the 2 at home. But the thought only flashed through my mind. The cool temperature and weak breathing of the delicate body in his arms instantly woke him up. Now is not the time to think about these messes. Gu Chen picked up the unconscious Chai Xintong, looked at the road, and decisively changed direction, walking towards the place where the plane crashed. Now, the safest place is where the S-level alien Yunyan is. The 2 seemed to have good luck. Gu Chen had not walked far with Chai Xintong in his arms when he saw a figure walking towards him in the forest ahead. It was the man in the black coat, Yunyan. Gu Chen was overjoyed, as if he had seen a savior, and he quickly shouted at the top of his voice. Master Yunyan! Here! Help! Yunyan obviously noticed them at the first moment, and took a few steps forward. He glanced at Chai Xintong, who was unconscious in Gu Chen's arms, with a hint of subtle surprise in his eyes, and asked, What's going on? Lord Yunyan! This is Lady Chai Xintong from the Expeditionary Force. In order to protect her companions, she was attacked by a strange beast and was seriously injured and fell into a coma, Gu Chen explained breathlessly. From the Expeditionary Force? Yunyan nodded, his tone calm. Leave it to me, it's safe here. Okay. Gu Chen responded repeatedly, hurriedly stepped forward, and carefully handed Chai Shintong in his arms over. Yunyan stretched out his hands ready to take it. At this moment, Gu Chen's gaze inadvertently fell on Yunyan's hand. In his right hand he held a strangely shaped long knife with blood still lingering on the blade. He shuddered, his gaze suddenly shifting from the knife to the shocking wounds on Chai Shintong's body. The shape, depth, angle of these wounds, and that knife. It's a damn accurate match. Chapter 77 Unexpected Enemy. Gu Chen's brain was in a mess, but his body did not stop moving. He handed Chai Shintong to Yunyan's arms, then took a step back and forced out a simple smile. Sir, please take care of it first. I'll go check around to see if there's any danger. After saying that, he turned around and tried to run away. Just after taking 2 steps, Yunyan's voice with a hint of smile came from behind. It seems that you have discovered it. Gu Chen's steps froze, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He turned back with forced composure, his face filled with bewilderment. Sir, what did you say? I don't understand. Yunyan hugged Chai Shintong, gently patted her face with a bloody knife, and said with a smile. Of course. I was the one who found this woman and injured her like this. Boom! Gu Chen felt that all the blood in his body solidified in an instant. Run? Can you escape from an S-level mutant who is determined to kill and silence you? The answer is, no. Since we are going to die anyway, we might as well give it a try. Fuck! Gu Chen cursed angrily, murderous intent boiling in his heart. Without any hesitation, he turned around, drew his sword, and gathered all his strength into one point, transforming it into a sharp cold light, and chopped it fiercely towards Yunyan's neck. The early bird catches the worm. However, facing this life-and-death attack, Yunyan didn't even move an inch. He just held Chai Shintong and raised his right hand casually, and the bloody knife arrived first. Clang! With a crisp sound, Gu Chen's knife, which was about to hit him, was blocked by him lightly. Gu Chen's heart sank, and he immediately changed the position of his feet. The blade turned and stabbed at Yunyan's ribs from a more tricky angle. Clang! There was another crisp sound. No matter how frantically Gu Chen swung his sword or from which angle he attacked, Yunyan seemed to have predicted it in advance. He held him in one hand and swung the sword with the other, always able to dissolve all his attacks with the smallest movement and the most precise angle. It's useless. Yunyan's lips were filled with a hint of playful laughter, like a cat and mouse. Every muscle contraction and every breath you take tells me where you're going to attack me next. In front of me, you're like a naked. Before he could finish his words, his movement to block the next attack suddenly slowed down a little. Although it was only a tiny trace, it was extremely sensitive to him. Yunyan's expression changed instantly. He glared at Gu Chen and shouted, What did you do to me? He guess? Gu Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen fist-sized stones flew towards Yunyan with the sound of wind. Humph! Go to the underworld and ask the king of hell to play a guessing game with you. A trace of disdain flashed in Yunyan's eyes. He swung the knife in his hand, and a condensed knife energy broke through the air, instantly chopping all the stones into powder in midair. The sword's energy remained unabated, tearing through the air and heading straight for Gu Chen. Too fast. Gu Chen's pupils shrank sharply, and he only had time to cross the long sword across his chest. Phew! The sword energy slashed his body fiercely. Gu Chen's body flew backwards like a broken sack and fell heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ahem, still, not working. He moved his lips weakly, uttered his last words feebly, then his head tilted and he was completely motionless. An S-class expert is truly terrifying. Yunyan looked at Gu Chen who was lying motionless on the ground and sneered disdainfully. A small character dares to play tricks in front of him. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. He looked down at Chai Shintong in his arms. This woman is truly a top-notch beauty. Her facial features are so delicate that she looks like she came out of a painting. Her figure is even better, with curves in every possible way. Even though he was unconscious now, his face still had a coldness that kept people away, which made people want to conquer him even more. What a pity the girl from the Chai family will die here today. A trace of regret flashed through Yunyan's mind, but the movements of his hands were unambiguous. He raised his right hand, and the knife that had chopped Gu Chen away, with a cold gleam on its tip, was aimed precisely at Chai Shintong's smooth, jade-like neck. Just as he was about to exert his strength, a strong wind suddenly swept in from the depths of the forest. Stinky, violent, and crazy. Yunyan's eyelids twitched, and he looked sideways, only to see a ferocious monster running towards him. The monster's upper body seemed to have been split open by a giant axe, its scarlet tissue wriggling and squirming, and its two forelimbs were two huge bone blades, drawing a trail of death in the dim forest. "It's that broken bolter ghost." "A clown." Yunyan's tone was full of arrogance. He didn't even take this thing seriously. He turned the knife in his hand and prepared to kill this troublesome thing with one stroke. But at the moment he exerted force, he was horrified to find that his arms felt an indescribable sluggishness, as if countless tiny insects were drilling in his muscles, making him feel numb and weak, and his movements were more than a beat slower. "It's poison! When did that guy poison me?" Just as this damn thought flashed through his mind, the ferocious bone blade of the broken heart ghost had already slashed in front of him with tremendous force. In a hurry, Yunyan could only barely raise his knife to block. Clang! There was a loud bang, and the sound of metal clashing made people's eardrums hurt. Yunyan only felt an irresistible force coming from the blade, and the whole person was blown away. He rolled on the ground for several times before he stabilized his body. Chai Shintong, who was in his arms, also slipped out of his hands under the violent impact and was thrown into the grass beside him like a broken doll. Yunyan's face turned pale. He didn't bother to care about Chai Shintong. He immediately took out a blue potion from his arms and drank it down with a gulp. A cool feeling spread through the throat and throughout the body, slightly suppressing the strange numbness, but the movement of the arm was still a little unsmooth. Roar! The broken boar ghost succeeded in his attack and didn't give him a chance to breathe. He rushed up again with a roar. Yunyan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he rushed forward with a knife. At the beginning, due to the influence of the poison, he was a little restrained and fought back and forth with the broken boar ghost. But after a few rounds, the terrifying strength of the S-level strongman was fully revealed. Although the toxins in his body have not been completely eliminated, he still has no pressure in dealing with grade A. Every attack of the broken heart ghost seemed to be within his expectations. Just like that? Yunyan snorted coldly, and his body flashed, dodging a bone blade like a ghost. However, the knife in his hand was like a poisonous snake out of a hole, and the moment the broken chest ghost raised its other arm, it fiercely stabbed into its joint. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was crisp and harsh. Yunyan succeeded in one strike and his offensive became more fierce. He was like a skilled butcher, always able to find the weakest point in the Nos defense, and with one cut after another, he left deep wounds on its body. The broken body ghost roared madly and waved the bone blade, but couldn't even touch the corner of Yunyan's clothes. In the end, as Yunyan rushed forward and cut off its only remaining bone blade arm cleanly and neatly, the battle became a one-sided massacre. Puff! 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 The knife flashed and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The huge body of the broken-bellied ghost fell to the ground with a loud bang, cut into pieces and completely lifeless. At the moment it fell, the detection tower in the distance also dimmed. Yunyan spat at the corpse of the broken boar ghost and cursed. You ignorant thing! Instead of hiding yourself, you come here to avenge your stupid snake. It's a good opportunity for us to go together. After saying this, the anger in his chest eased a little, and he turned and walked towards the direction where Chai Shintong was thrown. But when his eyes swept across the grass, his pupils suddenly contracted. The grass was empty. Where was Chai Shintong's shadow? Chapter 78 Under the Lake. A bad premonition came to his mind, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the place where Gu Chen fell. Where are the people? That damn B-level kid is gone too. Asshole! A roar mixed with shock, anger, and disbelief shook the leaves of the entire forest, rustling. You two can't get away! At the same time, Gu Chen was running frantically in the woods with a person on his back. The mountain road was rugged and bumpy, and the soft body on his back kept rising and falling as he ran. The amazing elasticity could be clearly felt from behind. Under normal circumstances, this would definitely be an experience that would make any man fantasize, but Gu Chen was not in that mood at all. He now had only one thought in his mind. Run! Run as far as you can! He didn't dare to walk back to the city. He knew with his toes that Yunyan would definitely chase him back to the city as soon as possible. The only way to survive is to go against the trend and go deeper into the more dangerous no man's land. Master Chai, you must remember that I saved your life. Saving your life is more important than anything else, understand? Gu Chen was panting and muttering to himself to the unconscious Chai Shintong on his back. You can't just turn your back on me when you wake up. The main thing is that you have to help me and not let that guy Yunyan kill people to silence them. He didn't care whether Chai Shintong could hear him or not, he just kept nagging over and over again in different ways. In his opinion, this time he really took a gamble, and it would not be too much to ask Chai Shintong to repay him with her body. A B-class player snatched someone away from an S-class player who was about to kill someone to silence him. No one would believe this if they told others about it. Fortunately, everything went right. He started to think about it the moment he noticed that there was something wrong with the knife in Yunyan's hand. When he handed Chai Shitong over, he seemed cautious, but in fact he quietly released the paralyzing venom and smeared it on Chai Shitong's exposed skin. This toxin is very effective and takes effect very quickly. When Yunyan took Chai Shitong over, he didn't notice the slight abnormality on her skin. Sure enough, she was infected. As for Yunyan's determined sword attack, it was thanks to the damage reduction magic ball that blocked more than 90% of the damage for him. Otherwise, he would not be pretending to be dead, but really dead. His original plan was to sneak away using the concealment orb while Yunyan wasn't paying attention. But plans cannot keep up with changes. The broken boar ghost unexpectedly appeared and was so powerful that he managed to hold back the poisoned Yunyan. Chance? It's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was torn between his conscience and his desires. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to take a greater risk and take Chai Shitong with him. If he ran away alone, once Yunyan found out, he would definitely hunt down him as a witness all over the world, and he might not be safe even if he returned to the city. But if I take Chai Shitong with me, as long as this woman can survive, with her identity, maybe she can help me get rid of Yunyan's trouble. After much thought, I decided to do it. So, he quietly got up, picked up Chai Shitong, and covered them both in a halo of invisibility. While Yunyan was dealing with the chest-breaking ghost, he slipped away. Just as Chen was running and nagging, a cold voice sounded in the woods without any warning. Hide well, don't let me find you. It's Yunyan. Chen's heart skipped a beat. He caught up so quickly? Does this guy have a dog nose? He looked around. The forest was so deep and dense that there was nowhere to hide. What to do? In a hurry, his eyes locked on one direction. Gritting his teeth, Chen carried Chai Shitong on his back, turned around, and rushed towards the mine. Perhaps because the snake people were all lured away, there were only a few snake people left nearby. Chen raised his sword and slashed it, quickly clearing out several snake men that were blocking the way. Soon, he rushed to the foot of the cliff. The sight before him made him gasp. The original pitch-black entrance to the mine had completely disappeared, replaced by a huge, hideous crack in the mountain, like a huge mouth of the abyss opened in the earth, surrounded by piles of rubble as big as a hill. I think this is the masterpiece that the green-winged python squeezed out from the ground. Without stopping for a moment, Chen exerted force on his feet and rushed into the depths of the cave that looked like a rift valley, carrying Chai Shitong on his back. Not long after he entered, Yunyan's figure appeared outside the cliff. He glanced at the snake men corpses on the ground and frowned. Strange. The beast was clearly just killed, so how could the person just disappear out of thin air? He raised his head suspiciously. His eyes fell on the huge crack in the mountain, and then walked in. Soon, Yunyan came out again. The passages in the mines are intricate, and although most of them have been destroyed, many are still intact, making it difficult to find someone. Yunyan glanced at the cave entrance, and said hatefully, Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in there? The long sword in his hand burst out with a blazing white light, and then he slashed at the cliff wall several times. The mountain collapsed, and the cave entrance was buried. The deafening sound gradually disappeared, and then silence returned to the area around the mine. Wu Sihua was not talking nonsense. The bottom of the lake in this mine was indeed very large, and there was a passage leading to an unknown place. The lake water is icy cold. Chen held the unconscious Chai Shitong tightly in his arms. The body in the water was like a heavy piece of iron, constantly pulling him deeper. Chen knew very well that it was a terrible thing for a person to drown in a state of deep coma. There was no struggle, no instinctive coughing after choking on water. The cold lake water poured into her lungs unimpeded, silently taking away Chai Shitong's life. He didn't know what Chai Shitong's current situation was, nor did he know how long she could hold on. This woman is his life-saving talisman, she must not be gone like this. As I swam, the air in my chest became thinner and thinner, and a suffocating feeling of oppression pressed in from all directions. Chen took out a bottle of life potion from the storage space, unscrewed the lid and poured it into his mouth. A warm current instantly surged through my limbs and bones, and the feeling of suffocation that was on the verge of limit receded like a tide, and my lungs were filled with strength again. He could only drink this potion 5 times a day, and this time it was gone. Chen didn't dare to delay, and his arm paddling movements became even faster. At this moment, there was a violent shaking behind me, and the entire underwater world seemed to be shaking. Boom! A dull roar came through the water layer, and Chen subconsciously looked back. They saw that the ground above their heads was collapsing on a large scale where they had just swam. Countless huge rocks and soil mixed together, and crashed into the water, instantly making the area turbid. It must be that bastard Union. He wanted to destroy the entire mine and bury them alive. This person acts so ruthlessly and decisively, leaving no room for maneuver. Gu Chen no longer dared to look back. Holding Chai Shintong, he used all his strength to swim desperately towards the unknown depths of darkness. Chapter 79 Escape. Fortunately, the violent collapse did not affect too far away, and the turbid muddy water was gradually left behind. I don't know how long I swam underwater, maybe 10 minutes, maybe longer. Just when Gu Chen felt that the effect of the 4th bottle of life potion was about to run out, he finally saw that there seemed to be something different in the front and above. It was an area completely different from the deep darkness around it. Is it the exit? Gu Chen was delighted and suddenly exerted force with his legs and rushed upwards. Crash! Water splashed everywhere, and Gu Chen's head was the first to break out of the water. Hoo ha ha! Fresh air! He opened his mouth greedily and breathed in big gulps. His lungs felt a burning pain as he regained oxygen, but this pain was so wonderful and soothing. It feels so damn good to be alive and breathing. Gu Chen dragged Chai Shintong ashore and laid her flat on the ground. Then he took out the flashlight he had bought earlier from the storage space and turned it on with a click. A beam of white light instantly pierced through the darkness and shone on Chai Shintong. The woman's eyes were closed, and her face looked extremely pale and lifeless in the dim light. Gu Chen shook the water droplets from his hair to keep himself awake. He also knows some knowledge of first aid. Saving lives is important. Without any hesitation, he leaned over and used one hand to open Chai Shintong's jaw, which was tightly closed due to her coma. Then he took a deep breath, lowered his head without hesitation, and pressed his lips against those cold and soft lips. It feels cold to the touch, soft yet a little stiff, without any trace of the warmth of a living person. Gu Chen had no distractions and slowly passed the air in his lungs over. Then he stood up, folded his hands, and pressed them on Chai Xian's elastic chest, pressing hard at a specific frequency and strength. 1, 2, 3. The soft touch came clearly through the wet clothes, but there was no romantic thought in his mind now, only the precise counting and the desire to save people. Hey! Master Chai! Wake up! Press 30 times and breathe in twice. After several rounds of this, Gu Chen was exhausted and out of breath, but the woman under him still didn't react at all. He stopped and sniffed her breath, which was a little confused. Then he took out the hemostatic spray and the powerful healing injection from the storage space and gave Chai Shintong's wound a simple treatment. After finishing all this, Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and sat down aside. It seems that she won't die for the time being, and the rest depends on her own luck. Only then did he have time to look around. It was a pitch-black cave, and the flashlight moved, illuminating the scene inside the cave. The scene before him made Gu Chen's pupils shrink slightly. In the corners of the cave, there were a large number of broken white eggshells as big as wash basins scattered around. And around the eggshell, there were dozens of little snake men lying in all directions, each only half his height. These little guys are curled up and sleeping soundly at this moment. Snakeman LV.2. Snakeman LV.1. It turned out that he had broken into the Snake Man's lair. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he pulled out the gold-tempered knife from the storage space. He stood next to the snakeman cub closest to him, aimed at its still sleeping head, and stabbed it mercilessly. Hiss! The dying cub let out a sharp, piercing wail, and the sound instantly broke the silence of the cave. Kill the snakeman LV.2. Energy points gained, 1 point. The rest of the sleeping snake cubs were like frightened rabbits, suddenly awakened, their green eyes filled with fear. They swung their tails in panic and fled in all directions, disappearing in the shadows deep in the cave in the blink of an eye. Just a little energy? Gu Chen curled his lips and lost interest in chasing. Killing these little guys is a waste of energy. The most important thing now is to wake up Chai Shintong and then go back to the city. To grope his way along the only passage in the cave. It is not known whether this passage was formed naturally or dug by the snake people, but it is extremely large. But if you think about it carefully, you will understand. If it is not bigger, how can the green-winged python get in and out here? Not only was it big, but it was also like the human intestine, winding and twisting. The ground was also uneven and covered with slippery moss. It was extremely difficult to walk with a person on his back, and Gu Chen was exhausted. He walked along with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, feeling that time was losing its meaning. He didn't know how long it had been, maybe an hour, maybe even longer, but he finally saw a long-lost light in front of the passage that did not belong to a flashlight. Finally going out. Gu Chen was invigorated and quickened his pace. When he finally got out of the narrow exit, the glaring sunlight made him squint. It's already bright outside. He looked around immediately, and found himself in an unfamiliar forest. Looking around, all you can see are rolling hills and endless green. This is a location halfway up the mountain. After staying for a few seconds, Chen turned around and climbed up the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, he looked into the distance. Soon, his eyes were fixed on the highest mountain in the distance. That is, the sky wall. Knowing the direction to go home, Chen's heart settled down. When he first came to the sky wall, he carefully observed the surrounding terrain from the top of the mountain and was deeply impressed by this highest mountain nearby. Although we swam in the water for quite a while and walked in the underground passage for over an hour, judging from the distance, we should not have strayed too far from the sky wall. As long as you find the highest mountain, you can determine the location of the sky wall and roughly determine your current location. However, this peace of mind was soon replaced by another heavy emotion. I have already strayed far away from the curfew zone and deep into the heart of the no man's land. This place is full of unknown dangers for human beings. Chen looked down at Chai Xintong, who was lying on the ground and still unconscious, and frowned tightly. He squatted down, stretched out his hand and gently patted Chai Xintong's cold face, and couldn't help muttering, "Miss Chai, when will you wake up? If you don't wake up soon, I'm really going to throw you here to feed the wild animals." Of course, this is just a rant. He pulled out a bottle of bright red healing potion and decided to try again. What if this potion can't be drunk by men, but can be drunk by women? Chen roughly pried open Chai Xintong's small mouth, pressed 2 fingers against her upper and lower teeth to prevent her from closing them subconsciously, and then carefully put the glass tube containing the potion into her mouth. The blood-red liquid slowly flowed out of the tube. Chapter 80 Choice. However, a strange scene happened again. The bloody liquid seemed to have life. As soon as it touched Chai Xintong's mouth, it disappeared out of thin air, and not even a drop could actually flow in. It was exactly the same as when I poured it to Wu Sihua before. Oh shit! Chen cursed in a low voice and completely gave up. It seems that this thing can only be used by him, and no one else can use it. There's nothing I can do. He drank a bottle of recovery potion himself, feeling the fatigue in his body slowly dissipate, then resigned himself to his fate and carried Chai Xintong on his back again, identified the direction of the skyscraper, and began to go down the mountain. Deep in the no man's land, it was not as he had imagined before, where he could encounter a strange beast every 2 steps. There were deadly dangers lurking everywhere. He carried Chai Xintong down most of the hillside before encountering a foolish E-level monster, which he easily dealt with. The journey was relatively safe. Just as he was about to reach the foot of the mountain, his eyes suddenly caught a detail. In the wet mud beside the path, there was a clear shoe print. Chen immediately stopped and squatted down to take a closer look. Judging from the clarity of the footprints, they were definitely left not long ago. There is someone nearby. A thought instantly jumped out of Chen's mind. Most of those active in the no man's land are teams of aliens. In order to ensure the survival rate of a team, they usually find a person who has healing abilities or is proficient in medicine. This may be a good opportunity to save Chai Xintong. But this cannot be done rashly. Chen didn't dare to show up rashly. People's hearts are hidden, and in this no man's land without law and order, murder and robbery are commonplace. Who knows whether the other person is good or bad? If you happen to encounter a group of ruthless characters who, seeing that you are outnumbered and powerless, have evil intentions, you would be asking for trouble. Not to mention. Chen looked back at the unconscious woman on his back. Chai Xintong looks like a fairy. After the previous ordeal, her clothes have turned into strips of cloth, exposing large areas of snow-white skin. The scattered wounds do not affect her beauty at all. Her current state, naked and unconscious, is simply a test for men. Not everyone is like him, able to keep the clarity in his heart. Chen didn't believe that a rough man who had been licking blood on the edge of a knife could remain rational and act like a gentleman after seeing such a beauty. But in the current situation, returning to the city for treatment is obviously not realistic. First, the journey is too long. Carrying an unconscious person on a long journey, who knows what accidents might happen on the way, and whether the best time for treatment will be delayed. Second, Yunyan. That person will definitely not give up. With his power, it will be easy for him to find out his identity information. The city might have already set up a tight net, waiting for you to fall into it. Thinking of this, Chen's heart sank suddenly, and he thought of his family. Tong, Ranwen and Wang Jie. Will Yunyan attack them because she can't find herself? As soon as this thought came to mind, a violent murderous intent instantly surged from Chen's heart, and his fists clenched involuntarily. He swore that if Yunyan dared to touch a hair on his family, no matter what the price he had to pay in the future, he would make Yunyan pay with blood. Gu Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the emotions surging in his heart. Now is not the time to think about these things. The most urgent task is to solve the current difficulties. In the end, he decided to go look for the person who appeared here. Gu Chen carefully looked at the direction in which the footprints extended, and he became extremely alert, paying close attention to the surrounding plants and trees. He followed the subtle traces of trampled grass and broken branches, and carefully followed them step by step. He seems to have good luck. After following the trail for about 20 minutes, the sound of rushing water and the faint aroma of grilled fish drifted over on the wind. Gu Chen's heart moved, he slowed down his pace, and quietly pushed aside the dense bushes in front of him. Scenes came into his sight. There is a clear stream not far away, and 2 tents are set up on the flat grass beside the stream. There was a bonfire in front of the tent. A man who looked about 50 years old was sitting on a stone, holding a sharpened branch, roasting a fat river fish with great concentration. The fat dripped into the flames, making a sizzling sound, and the aroma filled the air. On the open space next to the man, there were several pieces of exotic animal skins that had just been peeled off and the blood on them had not yet dried. At this moment, a man's voice came from the tent, with a somewhat boastful tone. "Brother, you didn't see how fierce that wolf cub was today. Its claws came at me in a flash. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have had my kidneys gouged out." The man called brother didn't even turn his head. He just chuckled twice and replied in a hoarse voice. "All right, I told you to stay away and help me heal my wounds. You always get so close to me. When you've had enough of lying down, come out and have something to eat. The fish is grilled." There are 2 people? It seems that there really is a strange person with healing abilities. Gu Chen's heart began to beat faster. Chapter 81, Asking for Help. As the tent curtain was lifted, a man with shoulder-length hair walked out. He looked a little younger than the man by the fire, about 40 years old, and the frost in the corners of his eyes made him look a little vicissitudes of life. He sat down beside the fire, stretched out his hand to break off a large piece of roasted fish from the fire, and without fear of the heat, stuffed it directly into his mouth, mumbling incoherently. "It smells really good. Brother, your cooking skills are getting better and better." The long-haired man chewed the beer in big mouthfuls while picking up a beer can from the ground, knocking it against a stone and pulling the ring open. The cold beer went down his throat, making a gulp-gulp sound. "Cool." The short-haired man called brother chuckled, picked up a beer can, clinked it with the long-haired man's can, making a crisp, clang sound, and then he tilted his head back and drank it down in one gulp. "Pooh! Pooh!" Just after taking a sip, the short-haired man suddenly spat twice, and a small red ladybug came out with it. He frowned and cursed with disgust. "This worm really knows how to pick places. Why did it even drill into the wine?" Seeing this, the long-haired man laughed heartily, and shook the beer can in his hand with a gloating look. "It means you attract bugs." As he spoke, he raised his head again with a proud look, ready to take another big gulp. However, before the smile could fully bloom, it froze on his face. He made a strange sound in his throat, and then, like his brother, he spat out some wine and a similar little ladybug with a puff. "What bad luck!" The long-haired man cursed, and wiped his mouth. "Do the bugs in these mountains like wine so much?" Now it was the short-haired man's turn to make fun of him. He laughed so hard that the grilled fish in his hand almost fell into the fire. Just as the 2 brothers were joking with each other, and the atmosphere was peaceful, their movements suddenly stopped. Snap! Snap! There were 2 soft sounds, and the beer cans and unfinished grilled fish in their hands fell to the ground at the same time, as if the strength had been drained away. A sudden feeling of numbness quickly spread from their limbs to their bones, making their bodies stiff and unresponsive. The short-haired man's face turned pale in an instant, and he cursed softly. "Oh no! It's poisonous!" The instinct for survival made him struggle to get up, his eyes fixed on an axe lying on the ground not far away. But as soon as he took a staggering step, his body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and his movements were as slow as a slow motion in a movie. Just at this moment, a black shadow flashed out from his side, so fast that he had no time to react. The black shadow didn't stop at all and stood directly between him and the axe. A long knife flashed with a cold metallic light, and the tip of the knife was pointed exactly at his throat. The owner of the knife was Gu Chen. "Don't move!" Gu Chen's voice was flat and a little cold. Of course, the short-haired man would not just surrender like that. He gritted his teeth, gathered all the remaining strength in his body, twisted his neck, and punched Gu Chen in the face. As long as he can repel this guy, even for just a moment, he can get the axe. Unfortunately, he overthought it. In Gu Chen's eyes, his punch was soft, and his speed was ridiculously slow. Gu Chen didn't even move his weapon, but just slightly turned his body and easily dodged his fist. Then he raised his foot and kicked the short-haired man in the chest accurately. With a dull bang, the short-haired man flew backwards and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The long-haired man standing by was stunned. He wanted to move but was too weak to do anything. He could only watch his elder brother being subdued in one move, his face full of horror. Chen ignored his expression, but slowly walked to the short-haired man and gently placed the blade of the tempered gold knife on his neck. The cold touch made the short-haired man's body tremble involuntarily. "I don't want to kill anyone, I just want to ask you two for a favor." Chen's voice was still calm, but the knife on his neck was more convincing than any words. The two brothers looked at each other, their eyes full of vigilance. The long-haired man said, Is there anyone you would ask for help like this?" He didn't dare use his ability to try to detoxify, fearing he would be killed if he did. "This world is too dangerous, it's always better to be careful," Chen said lightly. "As long as you cooperate honestly, I promise not to hurt you." In this lawless land, so-called goodwill and trust are the cheapest things. Only absolute suppression by force is the most effective way of communication. He is alone now and has a burden with him, so he can't afford to take any risks. The long-haired man seemed to have realized the reality, and gave up the idea of resistance. He asked with a gasp, What do you want us to do for you?" "I just heard you guys chatting, it seems like some of you can heal injuries?" Chen stated his purpose directly. "I have a friend who was seriously injured and needs treatment." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the long-haired man's eyes. He nodded and admitted, "My ability is to heal people." "Where are they?" "Don't worry." Chen's knife was still firmly against the short-haired man's neck, without any relaxation. "Follow me and you will know." Under Chen's coercion, the two could only drag their bodies, which were slowed by the paralyzing venom, and follow Chen step by step into the depths of the bushes. Not long after walking, the three of them arrived at the place where Chen had been hiding before. When the two brothers saw Chai Shintong lying on the ground, covered with a few layers of leaves and covered with wounds, they were stunned. Especially when they saw Chai Shintong's face, which was still stunningly beautiful even in a coma, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. The long-haired man quickly came to his senses. He glanced at Chai Shintong's injuries, then at Chen, and said in a deep voice, "You must first remove the poison from my body, otherwise it will be inconvenient for me." Chen stared at him for a few seconds, as if trying to determine the truthfulness of his words. Finally, he nodded. But he didn't completely let down his guard. The tempered gold knife was still against the short-haired man's neck, and he reached out with his other hand and gently patted the long-haired man on the shoulder. A weak warm current surged from Chen's palm, instantly dispelling the numbness in the long-haired man's body. The long-haired man stretched his arms, stopped hesitating, and immediately squatted next to Chai Shintong. He stretched out his hands, palms facing down, and hovered above Chai Shintong's chest. A soft green light slowly lit up from his palm, like a pool of spring water, gently enveloping Chai Shintong. With the injection of green light, Chai Shintong's pretty face, which was as pale as paper, gradually showed a faint hint of blood color. Although the hideous wounds on her body did not heal immediately, the flesh around the edges seemed to be wriggling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most importantly, her breathing, which was originally so weak that it was almost imperceptible, became much smoother. Although he was still unconscious, his lips would occasionally tremble slightly. Finally, there is a glimmer of hope. Chapter 82. It's so cold. Chen's tense heart finally relaxed a little. After about 10 minutes, the long-haired man withdrew his hand, and a layer of fine sweat beads had already seeped out of his forehead. He gasped and said, "Her injuries are truly severe. All her internal organs are damaged, and she has lost a lot of blood. With my current abilities, I can only temporarily stabilize her condition and get her out of danger. A full recovery will take time." Chen nodded to show his understanding. He brought the two brothers to the tree next to the tent, took out a rope from the storage space, and skillfully tied up the two brothers tightly. Then he fed each of them a mouthful of paralyzing venom to ensure that they had no ability to resist. Then he put Chai Shintong in the tent next to him. After doing all this, he found a clean stone to sit on and looked at the two brothers tied together. "Don't worry, I told you, as long as you cooperate, I won't do anything to you." Chen took out some water and some dry food from his backpack and handed them to their mouths. "Just tell me if you're hungry or thirsty." In order to kill the unbearable waiting time, Chen began to chat with them in a casual manner. Through the conversation, Chen learned that the short-haired man was called Qin Lin and the long-haired man was called Qin Mu, and they were brothers. They originally had proper jobs in the city. Although they didn't earn much, they lived a relatively stable life. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned. Their mother got cancer, and the drugs to treat cancer were extremely expensive. In order to raise medical expenses for their mother, the two brothers had no choice but to quit their jobs and take the risk of becoming aliens. They ran to this uninhabited area to hunt alien beasts and exchange the materials of the alien beasts for huge sums of money. "Aren't you afraid of danger?" Gu Chen asked. Qin Lin smiled bitterly. "Of course I'm scared. But there's nothing I can do. I can't just watch my mom die, right? Chemotherapy, targeted drugs, all kinds of tests, it's all money burning through like water. This area was previously cleared out by an organization, and most of the powerful high-level monsters were killed. Only a few small fry are left. If my two brothers are careful, we can still handle it." Qin Mu looked towards the tent and asked curiously, "Brother, what happened to your friend? She doesn't look like she was injured while hunting a strange beast." A cold light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "We were also here to hunt exotic beasts, but we ran into a group of blind guys who wanted to kill and rob. My friend was badly injured because he was trying to protect me. So, don't blame me for being cruel. In a place like this, I have to be on guard against you. Once my friend wakes up and confirms that you have no ill intentions, I will naturally let you go." Hearing this, Qin Mu nodded, revealing a look of understanding. "No wonder. I saw the wounds on her body. Some of them really look like they were caused by swords." Gu Chen took the opportunity to recount his experience of escaping by jumping into the water with Chai Shintong, and embellished it a little, omitting the existence of Yunyan. After hearing this, Qin Mu frowned and said with a somewhat angry tone, "Brother, you're really reckless. She was already seriously injured and unconscious. How could you drag her into the water? If it were someone else, even if they didn't drown, they would have choked to death. Your friend is really lucky." Gu Chen nodded silently and admitted, "The situation was urgent at the time, and it was indeed my neglect to consider it." But he didn't feel any regret at all. If it happened again, he would still jump into the bottom of the lake with Chai Shintong in his arms. Are you kidding? If they don't jump down and face Yunian, they will both die. If he jumped, at least he would have a chance to survive. As for Chai Shintong, to be cold-blooded, her life or death was not Gu Chen's primary consideration at the time. The first thing he had to ensure was his own life. Of course, he wasn't just relying on luck. Gu Chen thought at the time that the abilities of aliens came from the essence and blood of alien beasts, and their bodies would more or less acquire some characteristics of alien beasts. For example, some fire-type mutants are not afraid of fire, and some thunder-type mutants are not afraid of electricity. Then, for Chai Shintong, a woman who is good at using ice abilities, would her body's resistance to water and tolerance to low temperatures be much stronger than that of ordinary people? This woman's skin is different from normal people's, it's cold. As it turned out, he made the right bet. Just as the three of them were chatting, there was a sudden noise in the tent next to them. Gu Chen immediately stood up and rushed in. Inside the tent, Chai Shintong still had her eyes closed. Her complexion looked much better than before, but she still hadn't woken up. Only her lips kept moving and faint, and vague moans came from her throat. Cold, so cold. Gu Chen leaned over and put his ear close to her mouth. Only then could he hear what she was muttering. Cold? Gu Chen quickly reached out and touched her forehead. It was icy cold. Same as before. Unable to figure out what was going on, Gu Chen picked up the quilt next to him and covered Chai Shintong tightly with it. But even so, Chai Shintong's body continued to tremble under the quilt, and she kept moaning. Cold, so cold. Useless? Gu Chen frowned, ran to the tent next door, took the quilt over there, and covered himself with both quilts together. But Chai Shintong was still dazed and shouting that she was cold. Now Gu Chen was completely helpless. He walked out of the tent quickly and asked the two tied-up Qin brothers. She keeps crying out for cold. What's going on? Qin Mu thought for a moment and said, This should be a good sign. It means that her body functions are recovering, she is beginning to feel and respond. What should we do now that she is so cold? Gu Chen asked. First, check if her clothes are wet. Qin Mu reminded him. She was badly injured and had been in the water for so long. Wet clothes sticking to her body will cause her body temperature to lose very quickly. This is probably the reason. Take off her wet clothes first, change her into dry ones, and then wrap her tightly with a blanket. She should feel much better. A word can wake a dreamer up. Gu Chen suddenly remembered that Chai Shintong was still wearing the clothes that had been soaked in water. The forest was damp along the way, and there was no sunshine at all. Her clothes were probably still half dry. He was really out of his mind. He actually forgot such an important thing. Chapter 83 Hugging for Warmth. Gu Chen walked quickly back to the tent, looking at Chai Shintong who was trembling in the quilt. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Change clothes. This meant that he had to take off all her clothes with his own hands. He, Gu Chen, is not a villain who takes advantage of others. But in the current situation, there seems to be no other choice. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind. Saving lives is the most important thing. I can't care about anything else. Gu Qing took a deep breath, as if to encourage himself, then leaned over and whispered in Chai Xingtong's ear in a voice as steady as possible. Master Chai, you are not feeling well now. You must change your wet clothes, otherwise it will be very dangerous. We have to make decisions in an emergency. I don't mean to offend you. I hope you will understand when you wake up. I don't know whether I am saying this to her or to myself. Gu Qin stretched out his hand. First, he lifted a corner of the quilt, revealing Chai Xingtong's upper body. The red shirt, which had turned into strips of cloth, had become dull due to being soaked in water and stained with blood, and it stuck tightly to her exquisite body. Gu Qin tried his best to keep his eyes level and not look around. His fingers touched the first button on his chest with some stiffness, and with a light touch, he unbuttoned it. Then came the second one, the third one. As the buttons were undone one by one, the lapels opened to both sides, exposing large areas of skin to the air. The crisscrossing wounds now looked even more shocking. Gu Qin could smell a faint scent, a mixture of blood and a woman's fragrance, lingering at the tip of his nose. My heart beat faster involuntarily. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. After taking off the outer garment, the tight-fitting bra underneath was revealed, which had been torn in several places. Gu Qin closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and quickly untied and pulled it out, then the equally torn black skirt on his lower body. Throughout the whole process, Gu Qin felt like he was going through a long ordeal. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his movements seemed a little clumsy due to nervousness. Finally, he took off all the wet clothes. Chai Xingtong's skin was as white as the finest mutton-fat jade. Although it was covered with scars and blood, it did not diminish its beauty at all. Instead, it added a kind of broken and sad shock. Gu Qin only took a glance and quickly looked away, feeling his cheeks getting hot. He found a clean t-shirt and sweatpants from his storage space and helped Chai Xingtong put them on with awkward movements. His clothes seemed a little big on Chai Xingtong's body, and the hem of his t-shirt reached her thighs. After doing all this, he walked out of the tent with the pile of tattered clothes that Chai Xingtong had changed out of as if he was escaping. The red dress and black skirt were completely unusable, so he threw them away. The only thing left was the underwear that was still usable. He found a branch and hung it in the sun with some embarrassment. Back in the tent, he covered Chai Xingtong with 2 quilts again. However, the situation did not improve as he expected. Chai Xingtong was still shivering, and her mumbling to herself changed from, "It's so cold," to a monotonous, "Cold, cold." Although there was one word missing, the bone-chilling chill seemed to be conveyed through her voice. "What's going on? I've changed my clothes and used 2 blankets, but why am I still cold?" Gu Qin ran out of the tent again and looked at the Chen brothers anxiously. "It still doesn't work, she still says she's cold. What should I do?" Jin Mu also frowned, unable to figure out the reason for a moment. Qin Lin, who was tied to the side, curled his lips and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Isn't this easy? The simplest and most direct way is to go in and hold her while she sleeps. Use your body temperature to keep her warm. I guarantee it will work better than anything else." "What?" Gu Qin was stunned. "Holding Chai Xingtong?" He shook his head, almost subconsciously refusing. It's not that he was so resistant to such intimate contact with Chai Xingtong. To be honest, any man would have some thoughts about such a stunning beauty. What he was afraid of was that Chai Xingtong would kill him directly after waking up. Changing her clothes just now was already a huge offense, but at least it could be explained by saying that saving a life is like putting out a fire. If we sleep together, that's really like yellow mud falling into your crotch. It's shit if it's not. There's no way to explain it. This woman looks like a tough character. Seeing Gu Qin hesitate, Qin Lin rolled his eyes. "Hey you, why are you so fussy? It's already this time, what are you still worried about? Saving people is the most important thing. Is face more important, or life? Is this method reliable?" Gu Qin still had some doubts. "Why is it unreliable?" Qin Lin said confidently. "When I was a child, my family was poor. It was so cold in the winter that I couldn't sleep. My brother and I would just cuddle together and sleep. We didn't feel cold at all." Qin Mu beside him also nodded and echoed. "I've seen a similar method in an ancient medical book before. It says that for those with hypothermia, a healthy person can sleep next to them on the same bed. This balances yin and yang, transferring yang energy and warming them up. To put it simply, if 2 people hug each other, they will both be warm." One speaks from personal experience, the other quotes from classics. Gu Qin looked at the tent behind him where groans of "cold" continued to be heard, and he felt a conflict between his conscience and his desires. To save or not to save? This is a problem. No, the problem is how to save them. In the end, reason overwhelmed the fear of Chai Xingtong. Chai Xingtong is now his important support in escaping from Yunyan's pursuit, and he can't let her die like this. As for what will happen after waking up, that was later. Let's get through the current difficulties first. Gu Chen's eyes were determined. Without hesitation, he turned around and went into the small tent again. In the dim light inside the tent, the air seemed to freeze. Gu Chen stood beside the quilt, looking at the shivering figure, and let out a long breath. It's okay to offend her. It's better than watching her freeze to death. He gritted his teeth and slowly lifted a corner of the quilt. He crawled in with stiff hands and feet, moving very small movements for fear of making too much noise. When he lay on his side next to Chai Xingtong, a cold touch instantly came from the contacted skin, making him shiver involuntarily. It's so chilly. This temperature doesn't seem like that of a living person, but more like a human-shaped piece of ice. He covered himself with the quilt again. In the narrow space, he could clearly see Chai Xingtong's profile close at hand. Her eyelashes were very long and were trembling slightly at this moment. Her delicate eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Her lips had lost their color due to the cold, and were slightly open, and she kept muttering, "Cold." Chapter 84. Chai Xingtong wakes up. Gu Chen thought of the Chen brothers' unreliable method. Holding. He looked at the exquisite body in front of him, and swallowed. His arms trembled a little as he slowly stretched them out, passed over her slender waist, and finally held her in his arms. It felt cold and smooth to the touch, and through the thin t-shirt, I could feel her body trembling uncontrollably. Gu Chen's body tensed up instantly, and he held his breath. Apart from hugging her tightly and passing his body temperature to her, he didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. The effect of this hug is surprisingly good. Chai Xingtong seemed to have found a source of heat, and instinctively shrank into his arms. The violent trembling caused by the cold gradually subsided. Although the word cold would still pop out of his mouth occasionally, the frequency had been greatly reduced. Gu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this method works. Fortunately, his physical condition is no longer what it used to be. If it were Gu Chen, the ordinary person before he awakened his ability, sleeping with a large piece of ice in his arms like this, he would definitely catch a fever and catch a cold within half an hour. Time passed by bit in this unbearable silence. Gu Chen hardly moved throughout the whole day, like a full-time human heater, diligently providing warmth to the woman in his arms. He only went out once during the journey, to give the Chen brothers some more paralyzing venom so that they could continue to enjoy the quiet treatment, and then he went back to the tent and continued his heating business. The sun sets in the west, and the night falls on the branches. There were only the occasional chirping of insects outside the tent, which made the place seem even more dead silent. After lying down for too long, Gu Chen's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he dozed off unconsciously. It was precisely because of his nap that he failed to notice at first that the person in his arms had quietly changed. Chai Xingtong first felt as if her body was tied up by something, which was heavy and made it difficult for her to breathe. She wanted to turn over, but found that she couldn't move at all. What's going on? She struggled to open her heavy eyelids, her vision still a little blurry. What she saw was something close at hand, something that looked soft. She subconsciously wanted to move her head back to get a better look. As she moved, she finally saw clearly that it was a man's lips. As her eyes moved upwards, a familiar face appeared before her. Gu Chen? As consciousness gradually returned, the senses throughout the body began to become clearer. She noticed something was wrong. Something is very wrong. It felt like something was pressing on my chest. It's a human hand. Chai Xingtong's heart trembled, and she forced herself to calm down and not explode immediately. She first felt the situation between herself and the man next to her. Although there was a dim emergency desk lamp on in the tent, the light could not penetrate the thick quilts covering the two people. It was pitch black in the bed and she couldn't see anything. However, just based on the touch and pressure coming from her body, Chai Xingtong already had an extremely clear understanding of her current situation. She, Chai Xingtong, was lying on a bed with a man whom she had only met a few times, and their posture was extremely ambiguous. She could feel Gu Chen's hand passing under her neck, wrapping around her back, and holding her firmly in his arms. And his other hand. What made her even more ashamed and angry was that her own hands were still inexplicably holding the hand that he had placed on her chest, as if she was afraid that hand would leave. That's not all. One of her legs was draped over his leg without any scruples, and her entire body was almost wrapped around him. What the hell is going on? A surge of shame and anger suddenly rushed into my brain. Chai Shintong did not scream immediately, but just pushed the hand pressing on her chest hard, trying to move it away. However, the hand seemed to be welded to it, and did not move at all. Open! A cold, emotionless voice rang out in the silent tent. Gu Chen was not a deep sleeper to begin with, and he felt it when his arm was pushed. Coupled with the sudden words in his ear, he woke up instantly. When he opened his eyes, he met Chai Shintong's frighteningly bright eyes. You finally woke up! He was stunned at first, then an expression of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't notice that Chai Shintong's pretty face had become as cold as ice at this moment, and the murderous intent in her eyes was almost condensed into substance. Fortunately, Chai Shintong is weak now and cannot use his abilities. Otherwise, according to her personality, it would be impossible for her to talk nonsense to Gu Chen, but she would directly use an ice cone to make a hole in his arm first. I said, get out of my way! Seeing that he didn't respond, Chai Shintong's voice became even colder, and she almost squeezed out every word from between her teeth. Gu Chen finally realized that something was wrong. This tone, this look, it doesn't seem like surprise, but murderous intent. He looked down and suddenly realized how intimate their posture was at the moment. His hands, his legs. Oh shit! Gu Chen wanted to sit up and get out of this embarrassing situation. In a panic, he habitually put one hand down to push himself up, trying to gain leverage. However, the touch from the palm of the hand felt wrong. It's not a hard ground, but a surprisingly soft and elastic one. Gu Chen's whole body froze, as if he had been electrocuted. Only then did he realize where he had been holding on to. I'm sorry! He hurriedly crawled out from under the quilt, rolled and crawled to the corner of the tent, and looked at Chai Shintong, who was slowly sitting up on the bed with a look of panic. Lord Chai, please listen to my explanation. This is a misunderstanding. Gu Chen explained. I'm treating you. Really? I don't mean anything else, please don't misunderstand. Chai Shintong slowly sat up, and a loose t-shirt slipped slightly from her shoulders, revealing her fair shoulders and delicate collarbone. She glanced at Gu Chen coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Is there anyone who treats people like you? This sentence choked Gu Chen speechless. His face turned red and white, and he felt very embarrassed. That posture just now really can't be explained. But I swear to God, that was not his subjective wish. He fell asleep, his body reacting purely on instinct. Besides, before falling asleep, she was the one who kept snuggling into his arms, hugging him tighter than he did. Of course, Gu Chen would never dare to say this. After spending some time with Ran Wenwen and Wang Jie, Gu Chen completely understood a truth: never, ever try to reason with a woman. Chapter 85. How can you warm others like this? He still remembers that one time when he and Wang Jie went out. He clearly remembered that they should turn left at the intersection, but Wang Jie insisted on turning right. He gave a rigorous argument for 10 minutes from multiple angles, including logic, direction, and landmarks, to prove that it was indeed time to turn left. I spoke in a hurry, so my voice was inevitably louder. What happened? Wang Jie killed him instantly with just one sentence. You yelled at me? You yelled at me for a broken intersection? All roads lead to Rome, so turning right won't get you anywhere. From then on, Gu Chen understood that sometimes, reason is useless. So, he decisively gave up his excuses and promised sincerely. Master Chai, I really didn't mean it. I fell asleep and had no idea what I did. I swear. I saw you kept complaining about being cold, and I was worried you'd get frozen, so that's why I held you while sleeping, purely to keep you warm and make you feel more comfortable. Chai Shintong listened silently, her eyes fixed on Gu Chen the whole time, as if judging the truthfulness of his words. She looked down at herself, at the loose clothes that were obviously for a man, and thought about her physical condition and the warmth she had felt when she was hugged just now. She knew in her heart that her quick recovery was probably related to this man. Although the process is shameful, the result is good. After realizing this, most of the anger in her heart dissipated, leaving only a lingering awkwardness. She gave Gu Chen a cold look, and her tone softened a little. How can you keep someone warm like this? When Gu Chen heard this, he knew that the matter was over, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His mind raced, and he immediately found someone to blame. He pointed outside the tent and said indignantly, It's all the fault of those two guys outside. They were the ones who came up with this perverse idea, saying something about hugging each other and everyone getting warm. Don't worry, Master Chai, I'll go out and teach them a lesson later. Hearing Gu Chen's complaints, Chai Shintong couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on her cold face. That smile was like a crack in the frozen lake, letting in a burst of spring light. Although it lasted only for a brief second, it was enough to make the world pale in comparison. Gu Chen was instantly stunned. It was the first time he saw Chai Shintong smile. It turned out that this woman who was like an iceberg looked so beautiful when she smiled. Chai Shintong naturally noticed Gu Chen's dull reaction. She has always been very confident about her charm. From childhood to adulthood, there have been so many men around her who have lost their minds because of her eyes or smile, and she has long been accustomed to it. After knowing the whole story, although she was taken advantage of by this guy, she decided not to bother with him for the time being because he actually saved her life. She restrained her smile, returned to her cold demeanor, and spoke lightly. You get out. Huh? Oh, okay. Gu Chen nodded quickly as if he had been pardoned. He didn't dare to look at her any longer and turned around in embarrassment to leave the tent. As soon as he took a step forward, a cold voice came from behind him. Stop. He turned around stiffly and forced a smile that looked as innocent as possible. Master Chai, do you have any other instructions? Chai Shintong didn't look at Gu Chen's face. Her eyes fell on the loose men's t-shirt on her body. Her slender fingers pinched the collar and pulled it gently. Who changed into this outfit? The air in the tent grew a bit colder. Gu Chen's scalp instantly went numb. This is really what you fear. Your clothes are all soaked. Wearing them all the time is bad for your health. You'll catch a cold easily. He tried to explain himself incoherently, trying to shift the focus to his own good intentions. However, Chai Shintong did not give him this opportunity at all. Who changed it? Chai Shintong interrupted him, raised her eyelids, and stared at him with her cold eyes without a trace of emotion. Gu Chen felt his throat was a little dry. Well, there's no way to hide. He gritted his teeth and admitted. It was me, I changed it. It was an emergency. You were unconscious, and there were no other women here. I really had no choice. When someone was unconscious, you held him in your arms and took off his clothes. How can you seek justice for this? No matter how you listen to it, it sounds like a hooligan taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Sure enough, Chai Shintong's face turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a layer of frost condensed between her brows. She was silent for a moment. The silence made Gu Chen suffer a lot, and it felt even more uncomfortable than being surrounded by dozens of snake people. Finally, Chai Shintong spoke again, her voice as soft as a breeze. So, did you see everything? Gu Chen quickly shook his head like a rattle, and waved his hands frantically. No! Absolutely not! I swear! I asked you to face away from me, and I pulled the wet clothes out of your back and put dry clothes on you. You absolutely had your eyes closed. I didn't see anything I shouldn't have seen. He spoke these words quickly and urgently. Chai Shintong looked at him intently for a few seconds, as if analyzing the truthfulness of his words. Finally, she retracted her almost murderous gaze and lowered her eyes again. Go out. Finally, she added, with a tone of warning that left no room for argument. Once this matter leaves this room, I'll keep it to myself. Don't ever mention it again. I understand. I'll forget it right now. I promise to forget it completely. Gu Chen nodded repeatedly as if he had been pardoned. He didn't dare to stay for another second and walked out of the tent. When the cold wind blew outside the tent, he realized that his back was covered in cold sweat. Brother Gu, what's going on? Is that girl feeling better? Qin Mu asked hurriedly in a low voice when he saw him come out. Qin Lin next to him also looked expectant. I thought I heard you talking just now. It seems my method is good, right? The people are fine now, can you let us go? Gu Chen had just gotten angry, and when he heard this, he raised his leg and gently hit Qin Lin's butt. You're such a bad idea. You almost killed me. He cursed, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the people in the tent to hear vaguely. This blame must be passed on. No matter what Chai Shintong thinks, sharing some of the responsibility, and letting her know that the culprit is someone else will always reduce her pressure. As for the Qin brothers, he just pretended to do so, kicked them twice symbolically, then walked aside and sat down without saying anything else. Seeing his expression, the two Qin brothers knew that the person in the tent was not someone to be trifled with. They immediately shrank their necks and wisely chose to shut up. Chapter 86 Ability Guidance. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, just after dawn, Qin Mu was dragged into the tent by Gu Chen again to treat Chai Shintong. After this treatment, the effect was immediate. When Chai Shintong lifted the tent curtain and walked out, her face was still a little pale, but her movements were no longer slow. She walked out of the tent and saw Gu Chen holding a rope, preparing to tie up Qin Mu, who had just been treated. Chai Shintong said nothing and just walked straight over. She came to the tied Qin Lin, stretched out two jade white fingers, and gently brushed the rough hemp rope. Pa! With a slight sound, the tough hemp rope broke, as if cut by an invisible sharp blade. Gu Chen's movement stopped. He understood. This is telling him that there is no need to tie people up. He shrugged, took back the rope in his hand, and stopped making things difficult for Qin Mu. Thank you, thank you! The two brothers regained their freedom, their faces filled with joy at surviving the disaster. They thanked the two of them repeatedly, and then looked at Gu Chen cautiously. Brother, look at our poison! Gu Chen glanced at Chai Shintong, who was slowly walking towards the river, and moved his body calmly, just blocking the view of the river, and then detoxified the two brothers. The two brothers thanked him profusely and turned around to escape. Stop! Gu Chen stopped them. Take all your things away. As he said that, he turned and went back into the tent, took out a dagger from the storage space and threw it to Qin Mu. Take this as well. It's your reward for helping me this time. Although this dagger is not a magical weapon, it can be exchanged for some money as a token of gratitude for saving Chai Shintong's life. The two brothers looked at the daggers in their hands and were suddenly extremely excited. They thanked Gu Chen again, then packed up their things and left contentedly. But the two of them left a tent for Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at Chai Shintong, who was sitting quietly by the river, gazing into the distance. The loose clothes made her look even thinner and more desolate. He thought about it, took out a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water, and walked over. I just recovered, eating something is good for my health. He handed her food and water. Chai Shintong did not refuse. She took it silently, opened the package, and took small bites of the biscuit. She ate very politely and quietly. Gu Chen stood behind her and followed her gaze. What are you looking at? You're so engrossed. River and mountains. Chai Shintong pointed to the river in front of her, and the rolling green mountains in the distance, shrouded in morning mist. This kind of scenery can't be seen in the capital. Gu Chen also took a look. A river, a few mountains everywhere. He felt a little disapproving. What's so good about this? In the outer 7 districts, if you go to a high-rise building near the wall and look outside the wall, you will see this kind of alpine jungle everywhere. At this time, Chai Shintong's soft voice came from beside him. Thank you? Gu Chen was stunned for a moment, turned to look at her, and said with a smile. What are you thanking me for this time? Thank you for saving me. Chai Shintong still didn't look back, but just looked quietly into the distance with a flat tone. The smile on Gu Chen's lips faded a little, and he replied softly. Nothing. After saying that, he stood up and walked away. For Chai Shintong, it was not easy to say this, and he had to give her enough space. Hearing the footsteps behind her fading away, Chai Shintong slowly turned her head and looked at Gu Chen's back with a complicated look in her eyes. In my mind, scenes of dusty memories surged up uncontrollably. When she was very young and her abilities had just awakened, the extreme cold power that came from deep in her blood made her hands and feet cold all day and all night, and she curled up in the quilt and shivered. She ran to find her mother crying, but was stopped sternly by her father, who came over after hearing the noise. If you can't even overcome this little difficulty, how can you use the power of the Frost Prison King to accomplish great things in the future? Go back to your room, adapt to it, and conquer it. She still remembered her father's cold and stern eyes, which made her heart colder than the coldness in her body. From that day on, the little girl could only curl up in the cold room alone, using her frail body to fight against the cold that seemed to freeze her soul again and again. Having a cold body is her fate that she must bear alone. She never thought of finding someone to talk to, nor did she expect to seek help from outside sources, because in everyone's eyes, this seemed to be something she was born to endure, a byproduct of her great strength. But just yesterday, that was the first time anyone worried about her because she cried out for being cold. It was the first time someone had clumsily and desperately tried to give her warmth. Although that method is really stupid. But that kind of thoughtfulness was a real warmth that she had never felt in the past 18 years. As she thought about it, the corners of Chai Shintong's mouth, which had been frozen for thousands of years, unconsciously curled up slightly. That smile was fleeting, so quick that she didn't even notice it. Gu Chen walked and walked. Behind him, Chai Shintong's voice sounded again. Your ability is to control objects? Gu Chen paused and turned around slowly. Seeing that Chai Shintong was still sitting by the river, she didn't look at him, her eyes still fixed on the mountains in the distance, as if she was just asking casually. Why did she ask this? By the way, it should be when she was dealing with that group of snake people before, she saw herself using gravity to pull the stone. This woman is too observant. Thinking of this, Gu Chen nodded. Well, sort of. Chai Shintong was silent for a moment. Gu Chen did not urge him and just stood there quietly. I see that your use of your abilities is still very crude. Chai Xintong finally spoke. You saved me, so this time I'll just repay you. I can teach you some techniques. As soon as the words fell, Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Is there such a good thing? Chai Xintong is from the expeditionary force. It is a rare opportunity for her to have guidance from an expert of this level. Pie in the sky is just like that. Gu Chen walked back happily with a flattering smile on his face. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Chai Xintong stood up and walked to the river bank. Your ability allows you to control objects. This ability is naturally designed for long-range attacks, allowing you to take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. Yet you're holding a knife and engaging in close combat with those strange beasts. You're using your own weaknesses to confront the beast's strengths. She turned her head, and for the first time, her cold eyes looked at Gu Chen so seriously. Remember, the human body is usually at a disadvantage against exotic beasts of the same level. If you can avoid getting close, then never do so. Maintaining a safe distance is the most important thing for someone with your abilities. This will allow you to avoid over 90% of dangers. Chapter 87. Something happened at home. Gu Chen nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Indeed, I used to rely on my quick reaction and always liked to cut throats with a horizontal sword at close range, enjoying the pleasure of seeing blood with every cut, but there were indeed several times when I was in danger. Now that I think about it, I was begging with a mountain of gold on my shoulders. My thinking was completely wrong. Look! Chai Xintong pointed to the calm river in front of her. Try to stir it. Gu Chen calmed down and concentrated. The river water began to shake, but only caused some ripples, which was a little different from what he had imagined. Don't push it, make it rotate, Chai Xintong reminded. Turn it around? Gu Chen's mind moved, and a blessing came to his mind. He changed the way he output his telekinesis, no longer simply pushing or pulling, but trying to apply a rotational force. Clatter! The next second, the river water in front of him seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand. The water surface quickly sank, forming a whirlpool more than 1 meter wide, which was spinning rapidly and making a roar. Chai Xintong casually picked a green leaf from the tree next to her, snapped her fingers, and the leaf fell lightly into the center of the vortex. Almost at the moment it touched the water surface, there was a light, puff, sound, and the intact leaf was torn into powder by the violent rotating force. Gu Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. He understood. I understand it completely. In the past, when I used telekinesis, I was like a reckless man who only knew how to use turtle punches, pushing, pulling, and smashing back and forth. But Chai Xintong's move was equivalent to opening the door to a new world for him. The same force, by changing its form of action, can increase its destructive power exponentially. Rotate, pierce, vibrate, squeeze. There are a lot of tricks involved here. Sometimes, changing the trajectory and form can bring about a qualitative change in your attack. Chai Xintong looked at his expression and said lightly, seeming to be quite satisfied with his comprehension ability. She pointed to a big tree in the distance, about 20 or 30 meters away. If your telekinesis's effective range is only 10 meters, but the enemy is right under that tree, how do you attack? I'll go over and get within 10 meters before attacking? Gu Chen answered subconsciously. Chai Xintong shook her head, with a look of looking at a fool in her eyes. Although it was fleeting, Gu Chen still caught it. The range of your ability is only 10 meters, but if something is accelerated to the extreme by your ability and flies out, will it stop on its own after exceeding 10 meters? She picked up a stone. Your ability is like a bow, and these, Chai Xintong pointed at the stones and broken wood on the ground, are arrows. You should prepare more throwing weapons, like throwing knives. Gu Chen's face suddenly turned red. Yes. Such a simple truth, why haven't I figured it out yet? In the following time, Chai Xintong became a strict instructor, and provided Gu Chen with all-round teaching and training around various application techniques of abilities. From how to accurately roll up a fallen leaf with the least amount of force, to how to burst out instantly and hit a stone at the speed of a bullet. He even taught him some insidious tricks, like controlling the sand under the enemy's feet to make them fall, or stirring up clouds of dust to obscure their vision during a melee. Every training session opened Gu Chen's eyes and elevated his understanding of his own abilities to more than one level. As night fell, Chai Xintong finished her meal and went into the tent without saying a word. Gu Chen looked at the tightly closed door curtain and felt a little itchy in his heart. However, he quickly suppressed that inappropriate thought, and tactfully jumped onto a large tree branch nearby, leaned his back against the trunk, and closed his eyes to rest. Chai Xintong's injuries had not yet fully healed. For safety reasons, the two did not rush on their journey and stayed by the river for 2 more days. In the past 2 days, in addition to recovering from her injuries, Chai Xintong spent almost all her time training Gu Chen. And Gu Chen was like a dry sponge, madly absorbing this valuable knowledge. On the morning of the third day, the sun was shining brightly. Chai Shintong had almost recovered, and the two finally decided to return to the quarantine area. The way back seemed to have become Gu Chen's training ground. When he encountered those low-level monsters again, he was too lazy to even move. Often, before the strange beast even arrived, the tempered golden knife would whiz out and instantly cut the monsters into pieces, leaving them covered in wounds. This efficient and elegant way of killing made him feel extremely happy. In the past few days, Gu Chen discovered a strange phenomenon when using gravity-driven weapons. He couldn't even drive some weapons through gravity. This problem also occurred that night in the detection tower. At that time, there were many weapons scattered on the ground, some of which he was able to drive smoothly with gravity, while others had no reaction at all. But I can't figure it out at the moment, so I can only explore it another day. On the way, they encountered a B-level monster the size of a small truck, the armored bull. Gu Chen's attack hit the guy's thick shell, just like tickling, without even leaving a white mark. Just as the bull was about to charge, a flash of white light appeared. Chai Shintong took action. In just a moment, the armored bull let out a painful roar. One of its eyes was pierced by an ice spike, blood gushed out, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, leaving only twitching. Just when Chai Shintong was about to give it the final blow, Gu Chen hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Leave it to me!" Chai Shintong paused, looked at him, and silently withdrew her hand. Gu Chen aimed at the other intact eye of the barbarian bull, stabbed it fiercely, and then stirred it. Kill Armored Bull LV.55. Energy points gained, 10 points. Level up. LV.50-LV.51. Ever since Gu Chen reached level 50, the experience bar for upgrading seemed to be welded shut. I have killed so many strange beasts, but I have only reached the next level now. It seems that at this level, just killing low-level guys is no longer useful. It was past 3 in the afternoon, and we were not far from the separation wall. The closer he got to home, the more eager Gu Chen was to return. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out of the woods next to them and rushed towards them. The man was wearing a loose hoodie with the hood pulled down so low that his face was completely invisible. Who is it? Gu Chen's body reacted faster than his brain. He instinctively took a step forward and blocked Chai Shintong behind him. He stared at the newcomer with his eyes and shouted sternly, "Stop!" The man stopped in his tracks after being shouted at by him, and then pulled off his hood. A pretty face full of anxiety and tears was revealed. When Gu Chen saw who was coming, he was stunned and shouted in surprise, "Yuqiong? Why is it you?" When the Yuqiong saw him, tears suddenly flowed down her face. He rushed over in 2 steps, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Brother Gu! Something big happened! My husband, and your family, your sister, your wives, they've all been kidnapped!" Chapter 88. The whole story. Gu Chen only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he was hit hard by a heavy hammer. He was immersed in the joy of returning home 1 second ago, but the news brought by Li Yuqiong gave him a chilling feeling the next second. "What did you say?" Gu Chen could hardly believe his ears. He rushed to Li Yuqiong and held her trembling shoulders with both hands. Only then did he notice that the loose hoodie on Li Yuqiong was covered with dirt and grass debris, and her once pretty face was now haggard and filled with deep fatigue. This is no longer the somewhat delicate woman who remains strong in the face of danger. She looks more like a wanderer. "What's going on? Take your time, don't be impatient." Gu Chen forced himself to calm down, but his anxious tones still betrayed his inner panic. His caring words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The fear and grievances that Li Yuqiong had accumulated for several days were like a flood that broke through the dam, and could no longer be suppressed. "Wow!" She hugged Gu Chen's arm and burst into tears. Her cry was shrill and helpless. Gu Chen's heart was in a knot. He did not urge her, but just stood there quietly, allowing Li Yuqiong to vent her emotions, but his eyes were as cold as ice. The seriousness of the matter was far beyond his imagination, as it could have caused Li Yuqiong to collapse to such an extent. Chai Shintong next to him also frowned, and a solemn look appeared in her calm eyes. After crying for a long time, Li Yuqiong gradually stopped crying, sobbing and telling the whole story in a halting manner. "That day, that night, after we got home, my husband and I were both terrified, but also thankful to have survived. She said that when the sun comes up, let's go to your house and have some fun together, just as a celebration, so we agreed. But who knew that the next day, when we arrived at your door, we saw several people in garrison uniforms escorting Jia out. Jia, she had blood at the corner of her mouth and wounds on her arms. It was obvious that she had fought with them." Hearing that Wang Jia was injured, Gu Chen clenched his fists instantly. His nails dug deep into the flesh, and a violent aura emanated from him uncontrollably. Li Yuqiong continued. There's a man standing next to the people holding Jai. Brother Gu, do you remember him? He's the man in the detection tower that night whose wife died and who blamed you. His name is Ma Tengfa. Ma Tengfa? That face full of resentment and cowardice instantly appeared in Gu Chen's mind. I fucking saved your life, and this is how you repay me? We were all stunned. That Ma Tengfa had the look of a smug villain, fawning over an officer. Li Yuqiong's voice was filled with hatred. My husband wanted to go up and ask what was going on, but I stopped him. We saw them taking Jai towards the hospital. Later, my husband and I decided we couldn't just stand by and watch Jai get arrested. So we got 2 sets of medical uniforms, sneaked into the hospital, and finally got into Jai's ward. Jai told us to leave her alone and go to Winchime Academy immediately to pick up your sister and your other wife, and hide them somewhere until you come back. But before we could even leave, that damned Ma Tengfa came over with his patrol. He recognized us right away. My husband rushed over to hold them back so I could escape. He was also caught. At this point, Li Yuqiong burst into tears again, her face full of worry and guilt towards her husband. Gu Chen's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, and he could hardly breathe. In order to help him, Xin Xingxing also got involved. I followed Jie's instructions and went to Fengling Academy immediately without delay. Li Yuqiong wiped her tears, her voice hoarse. But I was still late. I found their classmates separately, and they said, your sister and wife had both taken leave. I asked their homeroom teachers, and both teachers said that the garrison had taken them away, saying there was something they needed to assist in investigating. Hearing this, the string of reason in Gu Chen's heart broke completely with a bang. His younger sister Gu Tong is the softest spot in his life. Ran Wenwen and Wang Jie were the women he vowed to protect with his life when they were together. Now, they have all been captured. My wife and I don't know any important people in the city, so we have no idea what to do. Li Yuqiong's voice was filled with helplessness. I can only pin all my hopes on you. I thought you would take this route when you came back from your business. So, I put on makeup and made a fake ID. The guards at the city gates didn't check carefully, so I sneaked out. I've been waiting for you in this forest for days, and I'm almost out of food. I even thought you were dead out there. I had planned that if you didn't come back tonight, I would sneak back to the city and find another way. Chapter 89 Wang Jie is tortured. After listening to Li Yuqiong's story, Gu Chen's eyes turned red. The air around seemed to have dropped several degrees, and even the fallen leaves on the ground stopped swaying. That bastard named Ma Tengfa is ungrateful and must be holding a grudge against me, which is why he wags his tail and acts like a dog for the garrison, harming his own family. As for the garrison, why would the garrison listen to a dog and attack an unknown stranger like me? There is only one reason. That S-level alien, Yun Yan. This isn't some bullshit investigation assistance at all. It's revenge. It's pure revenge. Gu Chen turned around abruptly, staring at Chai Xintong with his bloodshot eyes. The madness and brutality in his eyes made Chai Xintong feel a little nervous. Master Chai, something urgent has happened at home. Please help me. What a smart woman Chai Xintong is. When Li Yuqiong was telling the story, she had already guessed the whole story. Gu Chen had done nothing wrong. She couldn't think of anyone else except Yun Yan who could mobilize the garrison and use such despicable means to target an ordinary alien family. As for what that man, Yun Yan, was thinking, she could figure it out with her eyes closed. There are only 2 possibilities. He was worried that he would die from his injuries, but Gu Chen survived. He was afraid that Gu Chen would spread his affairs after he came back. Therefore, he had to strike first, use Gu Chen's family as hostages, force him to submit, and then quietly deal with this hidden danger. Another possibility is that even if Gu Chen and himself were both dead, or came back alive, Gu Chen's remarks would not cause any waves. But with the arrogance and pride of an S-level strongman like Yun Yan, he absolutely could not tolerate a low-level alien who dared to go against his will. This was a great humiliation for him. Therefore, he wanted to touch Gu Chen's family. It had nothing to do with interests, it was purely for revenge and for his dignity. No matter which one it was, the root of this matter was the conflict between him and Yun Yan. Gu Chen's family had suffered an unprovoked disaster. Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed across Chai Xintong's cold face. She couldn't ignore it. Don't worry yet. Chai Xintong's voice was as calm as ever. She looked at Gu Chen and said seriously, This matter was caused by me, and I will not sit idly by. Let's go back to the city immediately and find out the situation first. Don't worry, I will help you rescue your family. As for the garrison, I will make them pay the price and give you justice. Her promise made Gu Chen feel a little more at ease. Gu Chen nodded. So, the three of them didn't delay any longer and turned around and walked quickly towards the isolation wall. The cold and damp air was filled with the smell of rust and a faint hint of blood. This is a detention room in the deepest part of the garrison's city defense department, specially used to interrogate those disobedient tough guys. Wang Jiayi's body was locked on a cold metal rack with rough iron chains, and her limbs were stretched out in the shape of a big character. The exposed skin was covered with purple scars and some charred marks. Sizzle! There was a sharp sound of electricity, and a stun gun flashing with blue arcs was stabbed into her abdomen by a fat hand. Ah! Intense pain instantly ran through her whole body. Wang Jiayi's body suddenly arched up, and an uncontrollable cry of pain came from her throat. Sweat mixed with tears slid down her pale cheeks. The clothes clung to her body, outlining the curves of her body that were tense with pain. Scream! Scream louder! A malicious voice sounded in my ears. Ma Tengfa's face, distorted with pride, came closer. While admiring Wang Jiayi's painful expression, he poked her body with the electric baton again and again. Damn it, I told you guys to watch me die without helping me. You let your husband bully me. I'm telling you, if your husband dies out there, it'll all be the good deeds of his ancestors. If he dares to come back alive, I'll skin him alive and pull out his tendons, so he can have a taste of this, so he knows what fucking pain is. Wang Jiayi was shaking with pain, biting her lower lip tightly with her teeth, and tasted a salty and fishy taste of rust. She wanted to hide, but her body had been pumped full of the ultimate power liquid, and she couldn't mobilize any ability at all. Her hands and feet were tied tightly to the rack, and even curling up became a luxury. I can only be like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Ma Tengfa had been holding back a rage ever since he was publicly slapped in the face by Gu Chen on the city wall that night. He thought he would never have the chance to take revenge in this lifetime, but he didn't expect that the garrison would come to him early the next morning. An officer named He Fengyu asked him to come forward and testify that Gu Chen killed the garrison guarding the tower in the detection tower. Ma Tengfa was so happy at that time. He didn't care about the truth, nor did he bother to think about how Gu Chen had offended such a big shot. He only knew that this was a chance for God to give him revenge. He immediately nodded and agreed, exaggerating to describe Gu Chen as a vicious thug. He also volunteered, saying that he could recognize Gu Chen's accomplices and was willing to lead the way to arrest them. So he became He Fengyu's subordinate. Chapter 90. Dare to attack the garrison? Seeing that Wang Jiayi's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, the convulsions of her body gradually stopped, and she seemed to be about to faint. A man who had been standing against the wall next to her finally spoke. All right, be gentle. Lord, he has instructed us to just pretend, don't really kill her. This woman was specifically requested by Lord He. Ma Tengfa then stopped with a feeling of being unsatisfied. He looked back at the man, grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth, and threw the stun gun aside with a smile. Don't worry, I know what's going on. She won't die. That's why I invited you here to heal this girl. Once she's better, I'll continue beating her. Besides, this girl is too stubborn, and Lord He has tacitly allowed us to beat her. Do you really think Lord He doesn't know about our little tricks? The man chuckled and walked out from the corner, wearing the uniform of a garrison soldier. It's not easy to earn this little money for your wine. Once this matter is over, I won't treat you unfairly, Ma Tengfa promised, patting his chest. Wang Jiayi listened to the conversation between the two, her body trembling with fear and anger. His eyes were like poison knives, staring at them intently. It's these two beasts. These 2 days, whenever they are free, they will appear here. One of them beat her so badly that she was covered in wounds and was dying. The other one then heals her so that the first one can continue to enjoy the pleasure of torturing her. This repetitive pain is more cruel than killing her directly. I don't know either. I don't know how Tong Tong and my elder sister are doing. Wang Jiayi only heard from Ma Tengfa that Gu Tong and Ran Woman seemed to have been taken directly to the home of that beast named He Fengyu. When she thought that the two might have met with an accident, Wang Jiayi's heart seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand. I promised my husband that I would protect them, but now, not only did I fail to do so, I also dragged my whole family into trouble. Husband, where are you? Despair and guilt surged in her heart. Wang Jiayi could no longer hold back. She buried her head and suppressed tears escaped from her throat. Cry! Why are you crying? Ma Tengfa was upset by her crying and yelled. Master, he said that you have to stay here for 2 more days. You'll have a hard time. I advise you to be honest and sign and stamp your handprint to admit that it was Gu Chen who killed the garrison. I can still let you suffer less. To tell you the truth, it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Gu Chen's crime of murder has long been established. Your family is completely finished. He walked up to Wang Jie and looked at her unscrupulously with his lustful eyes, making a clicking sound with his mouth. If you asked me, your husband is truly blessed. He has 3 women in his family, each one as beautiful as the other. Coincidentally, my wife has passed away, so I'll ask Lord He for a favor and take one of the other 2 back home. That'll be considered compensation from your husband, he. These dirty words reached Wang Jie's ears. Her eyes gradually changed from anger to dead despair. She knew that Ma Tingfa was not bragging. In this city, it only takes a word for the garrison to accuse anyone of a crime. In order to protect themselves, the other people in the detection tower that night absolutely did not dare to stand up and say a word for them. It's over, everything is over. Wang Jie's tears, which had just stopped, burst out again. Still fucking crying! Ma Tingfa was completely enraged. He picked up the stun gun on the ground again and swung it towards Wang Jie's face. Just then, there were footsteps. A man and a woman walked in against the light. The man's cold voice rang out in the holding room. Is it you who beat my wife like this? The alien from the garrison frowned and said unhappily. This is the detention room for serious criminals. Who are you? Who allowed you to come in so casually? Ma Tingfa also turned his head subconsciously. When he saw the face of the man at the door clearly, he was stunned at first, and then an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He dropped the electric baton in his hand and excitedly pointed at the man at the door and shouted. It's him! It's him! He is Gu Chen! Wang Jie on the rack suddenly raised her head. When she saw the face she had been thinking about day and night, all her strength collapsed in an instant, and she shouted hoarsely. Husband! Gu Chen's gaze passed over the 2 scum and fell on Wang Jie. Seeing the scars all over her body and the look of despair in her eyes, I felt as if my heart was being clamped by a pair of red-hot iron pliers. Gu Chen nodded at her, signaling with his eyes that she shouldn't be afraid, as he was back. Ma Tingfa's courage at this moment has reached the sky. This is the garrison's territory, and his men are everywhere. Could it be that Gu Chen, alone, dared to cause trouble here? Ma Tingfa crossed his arms across his chest, looked at Gu Chen with a cat-and-mouse look, and said arrogantly. Hey, isn't this Gu Chen? You're back just in time. Come on, kneel down and kowtow to me now, admit your mistake, and then I might be gentler when I do it later. Otherwise, you'll have the same fate as your wife today. He had already begun to imagine Gu Chen kneeling at his feet, wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a dog. That must be awesome. The alien from the garrison also slowly stood up, with his hands in his pockets, an expression of anticipation for a good show on his face. However, the scene that Ma Tingfa imagined did not appear. Not only was there no trace of fear on Gu Chen's face, but he showed an extremely cold smile. He turned around and gestured to Li Yuqiong behind him. Li Yuqiong understood and closed the heavy iron door tightly with a bang. Gu Chen's gaze fell back on Ma Tingfa, as if he was looking at an animal to be slaughtered, and he spoke slowly. It was a fun fight just now, wasn't it? Humph! Ma Ting snorted coldly. It will be even more satisfying when I beat you up later. I heard. Gu Chen's mouth opened a strange arc. The garrison's detention room has a very good sound insulation effect. Once this door is closed, even if you shout your throat out inside, no one outside can hear it, don't you think? The smile on Ma Tingfa's face finally froze. He was not a fool, and finally realized that Gu Chen's action of closing the door was full of evil. But he still didn't believe it. So what? He roared fiercely. Do you still dare to attack me here? Gu Chen did not answer, but took a step forward and walked towards him. The steady footsteps made Ma Tingfa start to panic. Looking at Gu Chen's posture and eyes, it seems that he really wants to take action. You, don't come over here! Ma Tingfa suddenly stretched his hands forward, and a stream of sparkling mercury sprayed towards Gu Chen's face. Gu Chen just waved his hand casually. Next to it seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand, and it moved sideways with a whistling sound, accurately blocking the ball of mercury. With a puff, the corrosive mercury dissolved a large hole in the iron table, and bursts of green smoke emerged. Quick! Go out and call for help! Ma Tingfa roared at the alien from the garrison at the top of his lungs. The man also reacted, turned around and ran towards the door. But he had just taken 2 steps. Call out! A cold light flashed in the air. A dagger spun at high speed, like a silver lightning, across his calf. Puff! Blood splattered. One of the man's calves was chopped off cleanly. Ah! He lost his balance and fell to the ground screaming, howling in pain. Ma Tingfa was completely frightened and pointed at Gu Chen, his voice trembling. You're crazy! They're from the garrison! You dare to attack them? You want to die! Chapter 91 Sweep the Floor. Garrison? Gu Chen's face showed extreme disdain. Is he worthy of it? The man with the broken leg was writhing on the ground in pain. He picked up his broken leg, endured the severe pain and put it back together on the wound. He stretched out his hands, ready to activate his healing ability. At this moment, another cold light flashed. Puff! Puff! Two muffled sounds. The pair of his hands that were about to use his supernatural powers were severed at the wrists, and fell to the ground like two pieces of rotten meat, with blood gushing out from the broken wrists. Ay! Screams 10 times more shrill than before echoed throughout the entire detention room. Ma Tingfa pointed at Gu Chen and screamed in horror. You're done! You're dead! When the garrison rushes in, they'll tear you into pieces! Gu Chen ignored him and continued walking towards him. Ma Tingfa trembled all over and subconsciously raised his hand, wanting to shoot Mercury again. Then, he saw the third cold light. Puff! His right hand, like that man's, fell off cleanly at the wrist. Inside the house, the screams of two men came one after another. Li Yuqiong had already run to the wall, took down the key hanging on it, rushed to Wang Jie, and hurriedly untied the chains on her body. After Wang Jie was helped down, her legs went limp and she fell directly into Li Yuqiong's arms. The two women hugged each other tightly and turned their heads away at the same time, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene anymore. Gu Chen walked in front of Ma Tingfa and looked down at the waste rolling on the ground. He raised his foot, stepped on Ma Tingfa's head, and then rolled it down slowly and forcefully. With a strange smile on his face, Gu Chen said softly, It turns out that torturing people is such a pleasant thing. No wonder you like it so much. Woo, spare my life. Ma Tingfa wailed incoherently, feces and urine flowed out, and a fishy smell instantly filled the air. The playful expression on Gu Chen's face instantly disappeared and turned cold. It would be pointless to beg for mercy so soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force on his feet. Bang! There was a dull sound, like a watermelon being smashed. Ma Tingfa's head was stepped hard into the hard concrete floor, and red and white blood splattered all over the ground. In the holding room, the screams suddenly disappeared. The man with the missing arms and legs was so frightened when he saw this scene. He even forgot the pain and moved towards the door using his hands and feet. He looked as funny as he could be. Gu Chen didn't even bother to look at him again, and just waved his hand casually. The blood-stained flying knife broke through the air again, spinning precisely and cutting his neck. The detention room suddenly became quiet, with only the strong smell of blood lingering in the air. Gu Chen walked up to Wang Jie, gently pulled her from Li Yuqiong's arms, hugged her tightly in his arms, and gently stroked the back of her trembling head with his palm. In a tone full of guilt and heartache, he whispered in Wang Jie's ear, I'm sorry I'm late and made you suffer. Whoa! Wang Jie hugged Gu Chen's waist tightly with her backhand and buried her face in his chest. The fear, grievance, and longing that had accumulated for several days turned into tears at this moment. Soon, she seemed to remember something, and suddenly broke free from Gu Chen's arms, raised her tearful face, and said anxiously, Husband! Quick! Go say Big Sister and Tong Tong! They've been taken to the home of that bastard named Hefengyu. Gu Chen nodded, and the murderous intent in his eyes boiled again. He took Wang Jie's hand, took her and Li Yuqiong, pushed open the iron gate, and walked out. Not far from the door, several garrison soldiers were looking over here, but when they saw Gu Chen and the other two coming out, they looked at each other, and no one dared to step forward to stop them. Gu Chen's eyes swept across their faces one by one, and he said in a calm tone, I've finished my work, you guys go in and sweep the floor. Also, whoever dares to inform Hefengyu about what's happening here will be punished by Lord Chai, and their fate will be the same as those two people in the room. You all know the methods of the expeditionary force. After saying that, he didn't even look at those people again, and walked straight towards the exit with the two women. Wang Jie suddenly had an idea and remembered something crucial. Brother Jingxing is also imprisoned here. Let's go and rescue him. Li Yuqiong smiled and said, We had already rescued him before we got to you. He is sitting in front and resting now. In front of the detention room door. The garrison soldiers looked at each other and walked in. When they saw the scene inside clearly, their faces turned pale, their stomachs churned, and some even held onto the wall and started retching on the spot. In a pool of blood, two mutilated bodies and a shattered head lay quietly on the ground. Outer District 7, South City, Wahai. Wahai District is a famous wealthy area in the south of the city. This place is shaded by green trees and lined with villas. The occasional sight of armed soldiers walking through the streets formed a stark contrast to the dilapidated scenes in other areas of the city, as if they were two completely different worlds. Those who live here are either rich or noble, and they are all wealthy and powerful. He Fingyu's home is right by Wahai. It was a magnificent two-story single-family villa with a spacious open space paved with expensive tiles in front of the door, enough to park 3 or 4 cars. In the center of the open space, a fountain was tirelessly spraying water upwards, and in the pool, several fat koi were swimming leisurely. Squeak! The heavy carved iron gate slowly slid open to both sides, and a mud-covered off-road vehicle drove in. In the car, He Fingyu rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. Have you given instructions at the isolation gate? He Fingyu closed his eyes, his voice filled with weariness. The exotic beast materials those people brought back from the uninhabited area must be seized. 30% of the cost, not a penny less. In the past 2 days, the post-war cleanup matters were complicated and he was almost working around the clock, leading the team to run into the no man's land every day, and he was exhausted. However, although I was physically tired, I was in a pretty good mood. The corpses of strange beasts and strange people can be found everywhere in the no man's land. Countless people flocked into the uninhabited area to collect materials from exotic beasts and pick up the money and equipment left behind by the unlucky aliens after their death. If you want to bring these things into the city, you must get He Fingyu's approval. The 30% toll revenue made him a fortune in just a few days. The stacks of cash made him laugh even in his dreams. The adjutant sitting in the co-pilot's seat nodded and bowed quickly in response. Don't worry, the brothers are watching closely and will make sure not even a hair can slip in. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and turned around to report. By the way, sir, there was news from the city gate that the boy named Chen is back. Chapter 92. I can't afford to pay you back, so I'll use your daughter to pay off the debt. Chen? He Fingyu was stunned for a moment. After a while, he thought about it and dug out the name from the corner of his memory. Oh, the guy I arranged for you to arrest? Yes, that's him. He Fingyu waved his hand casually and said nonchalantly. I'm back now. I'll lock him up first. I'll go see him tomorrow after I've rested myself. Come to think of it, it's been 2 days since he captured those women. I've been so busy that I haven't had time to take care of them. Tonight I have to make time to take care of them, he. At the end of his words, an extremely obscene smile appeared on He Fingyu's face. The SUV came to a stop. He Fingyu and his adjutant pushed the door and got out of the car. The adjutant followed behind, hesitated for a moment, and then added in a low voice. Sir, we didn't catch anyone. He Fingyu walked to the koi pond. Hearing this, he paused and did not look back. He adjusted his collar solemnly, clasped his hands together, and bowed to the fat koi in the pond, muttering something as if he was praying for something. Why didn't you catch him? He Fingyu's voice drifted from the edge of the pool, its tone plain but with a hint of displeasure. The people below reported that he came back with Miss Chai. Miss Chai was protecting him, so our people didn't dare to take action. The adjutant's voice lowered. After bowing 3 times, He Fingyu slowly stood up and turned around. There was no anger on his face, but his eyes became a little deeper. Chai Shintong. That woman actually survived in the no man's land. She's quite lucky, he muttered to himself. I have to inform Master Union about this. After saying this, he seemed to have put the matter behind him. A smile returned to his face, and he patted his adjutant's shoulder. All right, stop standing here. Stay for dinner tonight and try your sister's-in-law's cooking. After you're done, have the driver take you home. Hee, that's great. I'm in for a treat today. The adjutant immediately put on a flattering smile. At this moment, a sharp electronic prompt sound suddenly sounded at the gate of the villa. It was an alarm that the gate could not be closed. In the courtyard, the servants who were trimming flowers and plants all looked towards the gate at the same time. I saw the 2 heavy iron doors slowly closing, and they were about to close tightly. A hand suddenly stretched out from the crack in the door, and with a gentle push, the iron door was opened again. A figure walked in from outside the door slowly. As he entered, the alarm stopped abruptly, and the door closed quietly again. Chen! He Fingyu recognized the person almost immediately. This man was the one who followed Chai Shintong on the city wall that day. There was a faint smile on Gu Chen's face, with his hands in his trouser pockets, looking as leisurely as if he was visiting a neighbor. It's me. He nodded, his eyes swept around the courtyard, and finally landed on He Fingyu. I just found this place and I ran into Lord He. It seems I'm lucky. He Fingyu's gaze passed Gu Chen and looked behind him where no one was. Are you alone? Just me. Gu Chen's answer was clear and concise. He Fingyu smiled. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Gu Chen with interest, as if he was admiring an interesting toy. So what do you want to do by coming to my place? It's nothing serious. Gu Chen's tone was relaxed. I heard that my family was visiting you. I'm not used to troubling others, so I came here specially to take them back. Oh? To pick up your family? He Fingyu's smile grew wider, and he turned and walked away. Okay, then come with me. I'll take you to meet them. The adjutant's eyes wandered up and down Chen, and then followed He Fingyu's footsteps. Chen still had that leisurely look with his hands in his pockets and followed. Seeing this scene, the servants around all lowered their heads subconsciously, with a hint of sympathy and pity in their eyes. Chen has seen this kind of look many times. This is usually an act of mercy for a dying person. But they don't know who is the one who is about to die. He Fingyu led the way and walked to the backyard of the villa. In the backyard, there is a large independent bungalow. The door is a heavy protective door with a sophisticated electronic combination lock next to it. Normally, this place is used to store various valuables looted by He Fingyu, and its protection level is higher than that of his own bedroom. Ding ding ding! He Fingyu entered a password, and the protective door made a dull mechanical sound and slowly opened. He walked in first, followed closely by his adjutant. Chen looked at the door and walked in without any hesitation. The room was brightly lit, with a large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Just as Chen began to look at the wooden shelves filled with debris around him, a click sound came from behind him. The adjutant who remained at the door had already closed the heavy protective door. This place instantly became a secret room isolated from the world. Chen seemed not to hear the sound of the door closing, and just asked lightly, "Where are my sister and wife?" "Haha, don't be impatient." He Fingyu crossed his arms and slowly walked to a mahogany shelf. He picked up a blue and white porcelain vase and wiped it carefully with a handkerchief. "They are in the back room. They are fine. But before you see them, shouldn't you pay a small price for your rudeness?" As soon as he finished speaking, the adjutant who had been standing beside Chen moved. "Call!" A powerful right hook, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, hit Chen's temple fiercely. The punch was fast and powerful. If an ordinary person were hit by it, his head would probably explode like a watermelon. However, Chen's reaction was incredibly fast. He didn't even turn his head, but just tilted his head slightly, and the powerful fist brushed past his cheek, and the wind from the fist messed up the hair on his forehead. The attack missed, and a hint of surprise flashed in the adjutant's eyes, but his movements did not stop at all. He twisted his waist and hips, and one leg, like a steel whip, swept towards Chen's waist and abdomen with 1,000 pounds of force. This time, Chen did not hide again. He raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. Bang! A dull thud. Chen was kicked backward by the huge force of this kick, and his back hit heavily on a tall wooden frame. Crash! The shelf shook violently, and a row of antique bottles and jars on it fell like dominoes, smashing to pieces. He Fingyu looked at the debris on the ground, sighed in pain, and then a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Boy, these are antiques I found with great difficulty. Each one is worth a fortune. I'll give you a friendly price for this one, 5 million. It doesn't matter if you can't afford to pay, just let those 2 pretty girls of yours stay to pay off the debt, ha ha ha." Chapter 93 New Abilities. The adjutant moved his right leg, which had just been kicked out, and the joints made a crisp, crackling sound. Then he shook his wrist and said with a sinister smile, "Boy, you're pretty quick on the ups and downs. But it's fun this way, otherwise it's too boring. And my hands are itching to do something today, so I'll use you to loosen up my muscles." Chen shook his arms, which were numb from the shock, and brushed off the wooden fragments that hit his back. Instead of showing any fear on his face, he showed a playful smile. "You said it." He chuckled, looking directly at his adjutant. "Don't go back on your word." Seeing Chen's fearless look, the adjutant's sinister eyes narrowed. "You seem very confident. I've checked your information. Although I don't know what ability you've awakened, your level is the same as mine, only D level. Boy, you're not naive enough to think that a rookie who just awakened can be my opponent, are you?" He approached Chen step by step, his aura rising steadily. "It's been 5 years since I awakened my powers. During these 5 years, at least 8, if not 10, D-rank mutants have died at my hands. Today, I'll count you as one of them. Be prepared to have your limbs crushed inch by inch." Before he finished speaking, he kicked his feet hard and rushed towards Chen again. The moment he approached Chen, the adjutant jumped high and kicked down fiercely, aiming directly at Chen's crown. His ability is pure strength enhancement. Every attack he makes contains a terrifying force that is enough to easily shatter steel plates. However, what happened next made the adjutant extremely alert. Chen was like a slippery loach, fleeing everywhere under his fierce attack and beating, looking embarrassed and struggling. But no matter how swift his attack was or how tricky the angle was, he could not even touch the corner of Chen's clothes. What shocked him even more was that from beginning to end, Chen's expression did not show the slightest panic, his breathing was steady, and his eyes were calm, as if everything was under control. This is simply a joke. After fighting for nearly 4 minutes, the adjutant was already panting, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He stopped and distanced himself from Gu Chen, his chest heaving violently. The adjutant finally realized the terrible problem. His attack seemed to be completely ineffective. If he continued like this, his physical strength would be exhausted before he could defeat Gu Chen. What? You don't want to fight anymore? Gu Chen stopped, his smile full of mockery. Or have you discovered that your ability poses no threat to me at all? The adjutant's heart sank when his thoughts were revealed, and for the first time, a cautious expression appeared on his face. Since you won't make a move? Gu Chen's smile gradually faded, his eyes turned cold. Then it's my turn. You have to be mentally prepared. As soon as the words fell, Gu Chen swung his hand out of thin air, a cold light flashed, and a horizontal sword appeared in his hand. The sharp blade reflected the adjutant's confused face. Gu Chen didn't say any extra nonsense. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, shook his body, and slashed towards the adjutant's neck. The sharp blade light caused the adjutant's pupils to shrink suddenly. Faced with this fatal blow, instead of retreating, a sinister arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just in time! Instead of retreating, he advanced, his body sinking at an extremely strange angle, narrowly avoiding the fatal knife. At the same time, he used his fighting skills, sticking close to Gu Chen's body. His right hand formed into a claw, accurately grabbing Gu Chen's wrist holding the knife, and his left fist was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, hitting Gu Chen's heart. He was waiting for this moment. He was waiting for the flaw that Gu Chen would reveal when he took the initiative to attack. In close combat, the party using weapons will be restricted. This is common sense in combat. Boy! You're so naive! Go to hell! Ugh! The adjutant's smug grin was still on his face, but the words of victory he was about to declare were suddenly stuck in his throat. The expression on his face changed from smugness to astonishment. Because his left fist, which was powerful enough to crush steel, hit Gu Chen's chest solidly. But the feeling that came was not like hitting a human flesh and blood, but like hitting an indestructible steel plate. The huge recoil force caused him to feel a tearing pain in his entire left arm. His right hand, which was grabbing Gu Chen's wrist, was firmly clamped by Gu Chen's left hand, motionless, as if locked by a huge pair of pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back at all. Not good! A strong sense of crisis of death instantly enveloped his heart. But he no longer had the chance. Puff! A cold light flashed. Gu Chen held the sword in his right hand and lifted it up from bottom to top at a tricky angle. The adjutant only felt a chill in his right arm, and then he watched his entire arm severed at the shoulder, flying high in the air with a puff of hot blood. Ah! Severe pain instantly spread throughout his body, and he let out a shrill scream. But the scream stopped abruptly the next second. Because Gu Chen's second knife has arrived. The sword drew a cold arc, as fast as lightning, and passed by his neck accurately. The adjutant's eyes widened and his vision began to spin. The last thing he saw was his headless body spurting blood, and then his consciousness completely fell into eternal darkness. Thump! The body fell limply to the ground. Gu Chen shook off the blood on the knife, glanced at the mutilated body on the ground, and spoke slowly, as if explaining to him, or as if talking to himself. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. My power is called the Man of Steel. Your strength isn't even enough to tickle me. He got this ability from the random reward bag he received after killing the strange beast, the armored bull. Just like obtaining paralyzing venom before. Combined with his initial ability of gravity control, Gu Chen now has 3 completely different abilities. Although he himself couldn't figure out why he was able to break the iron rule that mutants below S level could only possess one ability, this did not prevent him from enjoying the benefits of this power. At least for now, it should be more than enough to deal with the enemy in front of us. Chapter 94 Get Up. Seeing his capable general being beheaded, He Fenghu's expression did not change at all. He slowly took out a pair of black gloves, put them on slowly, and then touched his fists together lightly, making a dull, bang sound. What a waste! He glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, his tone full of contempt. You've trained with me for so many years, and you've only developed this little bit of kung fu. It's really embarrassing for me. After he finished speaking, his cold eyes slowly raised and locked onto Gu Chen. Boy, you're quite skilled, and your abilities are quite interesting. He Fenghu moved his neck, making a crackling sound. But that's all. As soon as he finished speaking, the floor beneath his feet suddenly exploded into a shallow pit, and the whole person rushed in front of Gu Chen in an instant like a cannonball. There are no fancy moves, just a simple and direct straight punch. The wind from the fist brought with it a sharp, piercing sound. He is totally not on the same level as the adjutant just now. Gu Chen misstepped his steps and dodged the punch like catkins blown by the wind. Boom! He Fenghu's fist missed and hit the wall behind Gu Chen solidly. With a loud bang, a dent as big as a bowl appeared on the wall, and cracks spread around like a spider web. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment because of this punch. Gu Chen said sarcastically, "Compared to that waste just now, your fist is indeed quite powerful. At least your ability to demolish a house is much stronger." Sharp-tongued. He Fenghu's eyes turned cold, and his attack became more fierce. For a moment, fist shadows flew in the small storage room, and the whistling wind pressure made the surrounding wooden frames rustle, and fragments were constantly swept by the fist wind and exploded. Gu Chen's figure kept dodging and moving in the violent storm of attacks. He Fenghu's strength and speed far exceeded those of his previous adjutant, and it became difficult for him to dodge in such a small space. Several times, the powerful fist almost grazed his nose. Clang! Once again, when there was no way to avoid it, Gu Chen held the sword across his chest and blocked He Fenghu's heavy punch. A huge force was transmitted along the blade, and the man took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Blocked it. Immediately, Gu Chen realized that something was wrong. What's going on? My arms felt much heavier and more sore than before, and even holding the knife was a little difficult. No, that's not right. It's not that my hands are tired. Gu Chen's gaze fell on the gold-tempered knife in his hand. It's this knife. This knife has become heavier. Haha, did you notice? Seeing the fleeting strangeness on Gu Chen's face, He Fenghu grinned triumphantly, with a hint of pleasure like a cat playing with a mouse in his smile. He slowed down his attack and seemed to enjoy Gu Chen's confusion at the moment. My ability is not strength enhancement. He Fenghu admired Gu Chen's expression and revealed the answer word by word. I can make any object I touch weigh 1.5 times more. Since then, you have used that knife to block me 4 times. Counting it up, the knife in your hand is now more than 5 times heavier than before. He took a step forward, his eyes filled with the arrogance of a person who was sure of victory. Kid, try to block it a few more times? I guarantee that you will fall to the ground with the knife. He Fenghu's attack came again, even faster than before. The weight of the knife had become a burden, slowing down Gu Chen's reaction speed. Faced with this tricky punch, he could only raise his knife to block it again. Gu Chen's movements became much more clumsy. Clang! After blocking several times in succession, Gu Chen felt that what he was blocking was not a fist, but a truck hitting him at high speed. Bang! He could no longer hold the tempered gold knife, and it slipped out of his hand and hit the ground heavily, with the tip of the knife sinking into the floor. He Fenghu stood firmly in place, moved his shoulders easily, and the smile on his face became more ferocious. See, what did I say? Now that you're without your weapons, you're nothing more than a tougher punching bag. Your defensive abilities are strong, but I don't believe your ironclad frame can withstand my punches forever. Wait until I break every bone in your body, and see how you can still act arrogantly. However, to his surprise, facing such a desperate situation, Gu Chen not only did not show a frightened expression, but also laughed. The laughter was not loud, but it contained an indescribable playfulness. The smug smile on He Fenghu's face froze instantly. He stared at Gu Chen and said angrily, What are you laughing at? I'm happy, Gu Chen said while laughing, his eyes full of pity as if he was looking at a fool. I was thinking, you look so confident now, how exciting your expression will be when I beat you down later. That scene will definitely be very interesting. You're looking for death. He Fenghu was completely enraged. He felt that his dignity had been challenged unprecedentedly. With a roar, he gathered all his strength and punched Gu Chen's head, vowing to completely crush this ignorant kid. But just when his fist was about to touch Gu Chen made a move. He didn't even look at the tempered gold knife that fell to the ground, but just threw it away casually. The next second, a solid iron rod as thick as an arm appeared in his hand. Without any pause, Gu Chen swung the iron rod and smashed it down on the head of He Fenghu, who was rushing towards him. What? He Fenghu's pupils shrank to the size of needlepoints at this moment. He never dreamed that Gu Chen could actually create a second weapon. This came too suddenly. His old strength had just gone and his new strength had not yet regenerated. He had no time to dodge and could only watch the iron rod with a whistling sound rapidly enlarge in his field of vision. Bang! With a dull, teeth-grinding thud, He Fenghu screamed and flew backwards, smashing a row of wooden frames behind him into pieces, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood foam and felt like half of his body was about to fall apart. Gu Chen swung the iron rod in his hand, making a woohoo sound, then walked towards He Fenghu with a smile. If you can't hold the